Houses on a graveyard. The other night, I was putting my 9-year-old, or rather 9-month-old, son to sleep. We have a memory foam mattress topper on the ground. I found my son loves this thing. He'll sleep the entire night on this thing versus waking up every couple of hours in his crib. Anyways, I was on the ground watching TV, giving my son a bottle. Had the bedroom door closed, and you could see the soft glow of the living room lamp underneath the door. I happened to hit a commercial in the program I was watching, and I happened to look at the door. Under the door, I could see two thin shadows that were shaped like peg legs. They were standing outside the door. My first thought was that it was my wife checking on me. But suddenly, I heard her voice sound like it was far away talking to my daughter. The shadow was there for a good 10 seconds and then vanished. The next was in the early morning as I was getting ready for work. It was about 6 a.m. and I was tying my shoes, about to leave, and heard my keys drag on top of the counter and fall hard into the floor. That night, I knew I placed it in the center of the counter like I usually do, and if I don't, my wife will. I could actually hear as the keys dragged and dropped. Now, like a dumbass that I am, I sat there and continued to listen, thinking I'd seen something. All I managed to do was to wake my son and wife and get me blamed for being clumsy. Although I know what I heard. The last part of this feels a bit more threatening, as my wife and I both witnessed this. In 2 prior posts, I talked about a mass or a figure that we've seen in my daughter's room. My daughter's autistic and nonverbal, so she can't tell me if she sees anything, but sometimes I catch her like staring into space. I can't tell if it's her being a space cadet or she sees something. However, she doesn't really act scared. She usually just carries on with her hums and squeals. Anyways, my daughter was in bed and my wife and I were in our room in bed. We had her door open, and from bed I can see into my daughter's room. Due to my last posts, we had bought a Wi-Fi bulb for her room, and we keep it in a barely on status to cast a night light type of a glow, you know. Well, that night my wife happened to look at her door, and she suddenly grabbed my hand. I looked up at her, and she's staring at my daughter's room. I look, and I can see my daughter's door, and it's slowly closing. I got up quickly, I ran to her room and opened the door. There was nothing there, and my daughter was still asleep. I asked my wife what she saw, and she said that she saw a black floating mass. It zoomed across the door, and after it zipped by, the door started to close. My wife was visibly shaken. One night, me and my wife were in bed. I want to say it was maybe 12:30 at night. My daughter usually stays up to ridiculous times, and so after my wife and I finally get to unwind, she usually goes to sleep, and I'll stay up and play games, or I'll watch a series. I've always been a night owl, after all. This particular night, we were both watching a series, and I was looking at my phone, looking for information on something. My wife looks at the door. The door jerked for a good foot and a half open. I didn't see it happen. It happened so fast. All I saw was that the door was more open than the last time I looked at it. My wife said it was really fast, like easy to say that she didn't sleep much that night. The second experience that shook her happened midday, and it happened in the same place where I've had a couple of experiences. The master closet. One day I came home from work, and my wife seemed a little bit nervous. She didn't come running to me or anything, but I knew something was off. So the usual pleasantries of welcoming me home happened, and she looked at me and she said that she saw it again. I was confused what she meant. She told me she was hanging the clean laundry on hangers when the whole time she said she felt an uneasy feeling, like she was being watched. She looked around and saw nothing and finished her task. She said that she turned off the light and what looked like a dark shadow person was standing in the back of the closet. She didn't see any features, just a silhouette, and it didn't move. She goes to turn on the light because it scared her so badly, and it was gone. She turned the lights on and off to see if it would come back, and it didn't reappear. I asked her, "Are you sure it's not her own paranoia, considering I've seen the same thing in the same spot?" She was confident on what she saw. So I've been trying to be careful on whom I tell the experiences of the house to. To whom I tell, most tell me LSD is a hell of a drug. I get it, but sometimes I struggle with what we see or anything that we experience. It's hard to refute anything when there's a whole Facebook page based on the experiences that the community's experienced. But we did find somebody who does believe us. It's refreshing being able to tell our story without judgment. For people who've read past updates, the tenant was feeling cold in certain areas of the house. I made the realization that in all the areas she stated she felt cold. Well, those are also the areas where me and my wife and I have had our experiences. It was cool and scary at the same time, but a later conversation told me that I don't know everything that everyone around me, being my tenants and wife, are experiencing in the two houses. The other night I was talking to my wife, and one thing that bugs me is when I want proof that my eye and mind isn't just messing with me. Like, yes, I am a horror movie and show fan and me being under a lot of stress, but I just want to make sure I'm not going crazy myself. I presented the idea of putting cameras in the house, and my wife absolutely refuses. She says in her mind she's fine, that we're thinking that we're just experiencing things. However, if we were to have proof, she couldn't live here anymore. I'm not sure I understand the logic, but I also understand that we don't have the money to move. Plus, she doesn't want her children to feel like they have no privacy. So I will respect her wishes, but I really want to do this right now. Starting to realize she's more nervous about what's going on in this house than what she's letting me see. And I guess she hasn't told me everything. While I was talking to her, I asked if you had seen anything that's significant, meaning anything that couldn't be explained away. She stated that out of nowhere about a week ago, she saw a figure. Kind of laughed and said, again, huh? And she shook her head and said, "No, I saw a little girl." She told me the story that she was in the kitchen making lunch for the kids. She could hear the kids in the background playing. She said that she felt a tug on the back of her shirt. She turned around expecting to see my daughter trying to sign for something that she wanted. Since my daughter's nonverbal, we've been kind of teaching her sign language. Instead, she saw a black figure a little bit taller than my daughter that went by her. I asked if you saw any details, and she said the only detail she saw was that it looked like it had long hair. This makes me think that it's multiple things here. If you look on that Facebook page made for the experiences in our community, it seems to happen to a couple of others too. I know it seems I'm stretching, maybe, looking for validation of what we see or hear anywhere, and who knows, maybe I am. Seems interesting, though, and oddly comforting that we aren't the only ones. The next night, my wife was in bed. I was sitting in a recliner next to the bed. We both heard heavy footsteps that sounded like they were coming to us. And what was weird is it sounded like boots in gravel or dirt. It came up that maybe it could be her dog who sleeps in the kennel at night, digging into her bedding and somehow got the plastic underside. But that explanation just doesn't really satisfy. Like it sounded like a heel-toe of somebody walking. So we may have a logical explanation. I think it's something worth noting. The final experience of this update was with me and my daughter. As any parent knows, toddlers follow you everywhere. My daughter's no exception. She always follows me as soon as I'm getting home. Well, it was late in the evening, and I was headed to the restroom, and my daughter, of course, wants to follow me. I made it into the bedroom, which didn't have any lights on, and my daughter squeals behind me. So I grab her and I pick her up. Now, in our master, our toilet has its own small room that's attached to the main bathroom. On the side, there's a tub and a shower. Above the tub is one of those frosted windows, those ones that let in light, but you can't see any details in or out. I had made it to the door of the main bathroom, and I saw through a slightly open door a figure. It looked like it was in front of the window. Oh, my daughter just points at this figure. She doesn't seem scared, but as soon as she did this, it disappeared. I opened the door all the way to make sure there wasn't someone there, and my daughter just squealed and signs more. I'm not sure if that was a sign for help or more. In sign language, the gestures are very similar. She hasn't mastered the difference between the two so far, so she only recognizes 3 signs, but only understands how to do, quote-unquote, more. I decided to use the kids' bathroom after that. Most things have just stopped other than the random noise at night, and usually the dog or cat gets blamed for it. However, I'm really just starting to notice that things are coming in waves. We have a period where nothing happens for a few weeks, and then it ramps back up with the oddities. We're at the ramp-up part now. Started in the middle of last week. We heard footsteps in my living room while my wife and I were in my master in bed. We usually leave the door open because my daughter plops in her bed in the middle of the night. It was loud enough for me to want to get up and investigate, and of course I saw nothing out of the ordinary. 2 things did happen over the weekend that were notable. The first was in the evening. Now, my 3-year-old daughter has new focuses. To people who are reading my post for the first time, my daughter has autism. It's anything that's alphabet, numbers, and colors. We bought her puzzles and various toys that involve that, and she will demand with squeals, intense staring, and shoving various things in your face that she wants you to say, and what it is with what color the object is. After you've done that, she happily squeals and goes to get whatever's next in the chain and repeats that till we've gone through the whole puzzle or toy or whatever it is. Well, that particular evening, I caught in her room, she was holding a letter up in her traditional mannerisms and squealing happily as if someone told her what she wanted to hear. I walked in expecting to see my wife, but there was no one there. The only thing my daughter's learned is how to open doorknobs. This has made my 1-year-old son very happy since he just learned to walk and has discovered the toilet has water. And he loves water. So I now have to make sure I close all the doors my daughter opens to make sure my son doesn't do a toilet dive. Well, one day, I was in the living room with my daughter playing with her. That was while my son was walking around. He wanders into the master, and suddenly I hear the doorknob open. I see light from the master bath start to show. 2 seconds later, I hear another knob within the master bath open. I walk into the master, and I see the master bath and closet door open as well. My son was happily looking into the tub, wanting to get in for a bath. It's odd because the door opens out, and obviously my son isn't even tall enough to reach a knob. I came back into the living room with my son, and I looked at my wife. She responded by saying, "Now that's weird." This update has me a little nervous. I've always been okay speculating what happens at this house, and we can argue maybe I'm paranoid and that my wife and I watch too many horror movies, and maybe that's kind of bled into our everyday lives, at least in our imaginations. I won't fully claim my house is flat-out haunted, but I have my suspicions based off of how much we've seen at this house. But something happened that's made me question what has happened even further. I took a picture or something, and let's just say it was very hard to debunk. And the more we would try, my blood would run cold. Now, this being Reddit, I will attach the pictures on my page if you care to see them. I do. I wish I could. But before I do that, let me tell you how I got here, and just for your information, this will be a long post, so buckle up. You heard him. This happened just a little about maybe over a week ago. My son's at a point where I no longer have to rock him to sleep. All I have to do is hang out with him until he falls asleep in his mat, and after that, I usually go to my room and watch TV. Well, one night I'm on my phone. I looked up and I saw a shadow. I quickly opened up my camera and snapped a picture. I looked up and saw the shadow's gone. I looked at the photo and the shadow was pretty dark. Now, my first thought was maybe it was just a toy. Maybe my daughter forgot a toy and it was a coincidence that I saw it and she grabbed it. But that doesn't make logical sense. daughter's kind of flat-footed, if you've heard of that. We have no carpet anywhere in the house, so you can hear her coming from like a mile away. I eventually get up, open the door, and there's nothing in front of the door. A couple of days later, something about the photo just didn't sit right with me, and so I tried to debunk it. The one thing about it is that the shadow is really dark, so I went about trying to debunk it. I placed balls and various toys behind the door and tried to use the same lighting that was in the original photo. The issues I came up against were plentiful. The first issue was that to get close to the darkness of the shadow, I had to have the object really close to the door. And that sort of means that I could see what it was. If I pushed it away where I couldn't see the object, then the shadow wasn't close enough to the door, so... Well, plus, this is a wood veneer, and you keep our floors reasonably clean, so it created a reflection of the object. The original photo, there's no reflection. Lastly, when you blow up the picture, it's like a... well, as he's putting it, it is potato quality. I like that. However, you saw some lighter pixels in the middle of the shadow, which sort of insinuated that it was possibly two shadows side by side. A couple of days after that, I had the courage to tell my wife about the photo. I had no idea how she would react because it was unnerving. She was sort of by it, but was open to me investigating further. I reached out to a local podcast called Weekly Creep. That's a cool name. They had talked to me in the past and were great to talk to. It didn't make me feel like I was insane. I told him about the photo, how I tried to debunk it. I sent him my quote-unquote control photo first to show my efforts, and then showed him the original photo. He agreed it was odd, and luckily didn't laugh me away. He said, "Yeah, this is odd. Let me blow it up on my computer and see if I can lighten it up." I agreed, and now I expected him to say, "Dude, you're paranoid as hell. This is your daughter's toy." And to be truthful, I was hoping he would tell me I was full of shit. I almost really would have welcomed it. Instead, when he came back, he shared with me the lightened up photo, and my blood ran cold. He did not say I was insane, nor did he say I was mistaken for what I thought. Instead, he agreed there was something very odd that showed up. This photo now shows what looks like two child-size old-style shoes standing at the door. My wife posted the lightened-up photo. It was on a popular Texas-based Facebook page, and it was surprising how many knew of this Black Hope Cemetery. Most people agreed that it looked like shoes at the door. Few thought it looked like an upside-down face looking under the door. I know what I think it is, but curious what y'all think. Like I said, I hope somebody can debunk this photo and actually put my mind at ease, because it's one thing to speculate, and at the end of the day, that's what this photo is. But it's also a photo that could contain evidence. I'll put them on my page and tell me what you see. I wish I could. And I would if I could. So I feel our wave of oddities hasn't ended here, oddly enough. We acknowledge something is here, and after that, it's been off to the races. I still try to debunk or think irrational about things I think are odd, and I also have to admit I'm now hyper-aware of things. I'm not scared, but I am on guard because it seems like it happens mostly around me and the kids. Now, I'm a dummy because I've been talking about putting up cameras and actually have a camera system, but it doesn't do audio, and lately, sounds have definitely ramped up. And the camera systems I have is nice, however it's wired, and kids and wires don't mix. However, we had a day last week. I wish I had just gone ahead and bought wireless cameras. This update starts on a Friday night. For context, my nighttime ritual is to usually stay in my son's room till he falls asleep, and then after he goes to sleep, I'll get up and crack his door so I can hear him cry at night and meet my wife and daughter and my master. Usually, by this time, my daughter is asleep. I'll carry her to bed and crack the door. This particular night, I did my usual for my son and then did my usual for my daughter. However, at this night, there was a baby walker that was leaning against the wall, and it prevented me from cracking the door. This thing was motion activated, and so I just put the door to the wheels and didn't move the walker so it wouldn't wake the kids. The next morning, I woke up to my wife questioning me if I had shut my daughter's door and opened my son's door. This was weird, considering my daughter was in her usual spot, and my son actually slept the entire night. This is particularly odd because of two things. When my daughter comes to my bed at night, she doesn't care to close the door. If anything, she doesn't like closed doors at all. The second reason is that the walker was now over by her bed. Now, most parents would say, maybe, kids are random. How do you know she didn't do it? What about your son's door? Couldn't your daughter have done it? And the answer is yes, she could have, but her being a creature of habit and with autism I'm pretty sure that she didn't. For a 3-year-old, the girl is methodical in everything she does. Plus, I'm a night owl, 9 times out of 10 at least. I see her leave her room for mine, and it's usually the door flies open and she's running for my bed. She takes the time to stop for nothing. She'd rather trip over it and keep on running and stop and go around the object. That same morning, I was lazy in my son's room as he plays. He had his toys and then a tall tower fan. I came in, turned it on, and laid on the ground bed and watched my son play. Now this fan is old, like over 15 years old. The damn thing only works if the cord's in a certain way. But I'm a cheapskate and the thing still works, so don't judge me. I can't. That's everything I own, sir. Anyway, I was laying there, and all of a sudden I heard a button being pressed, and the fan beeps, and the fan goes higher. Now this fan is a, piece of shit. It only works when it wants to. Picky fan. The buttons push. Well, they push okay. Doesn't mean the fan will work, though. But the buttons have never gotten stuck, and a logical explanation is maybe there's a malfunction inside the buttons themselves. However, I feel the buttons are okay, and I think it's worth noting that. And when it did happen, I did hear the press and release of a button. The thing creaks and pops when you press it, so there's a maybe possible logical theory here on what happened. However, it's the first time I've seen this happen, and I find it very strange. That same night, everybody had gone to bed. My daughter was in my bed already, and I want to say it was maybe 2:30 a.m. I was in bed just thinking, and I heard what sounded like somebody snorting, or the sound of, hawking a spit. It sounded far away, but it was pronounced enough that I had to check if my son was okay. He was dead asleep, and the sound didn't sound like that of a baby. It sounded like a woman did it. My daughter and wife are with me, and the babies don't clear their throats, they cough. I haven't found an explanation for this yet. About a month ago, we let an investigator do what they call a mini investigation on my house. I had been warned that this could slow down activity or ramp it up. Well, it definitely ramped it up. We went from 2 noticeable events a month to now 2 or 3 a week. And we get tons of EVPs. We have another clip that's currently under review, and a 16-minute clip, and we're being told that there's at least 5 or 6 notable EVPs. I'll post the new EVPs when we get them. I don't have the skill to send or really find EVPs, so you kind of have to reach out for help from local paranormal groups. Also, whatever is here is getting bolder. Things are moving. We're hearing more footsteps and more noises, things I can't blame the dog or kids on. As you've seen in the past posts, or in this one post that I'm currently reading, I try and I be skeptical of the things around me. But lately, since things have ramped up, and I'm hearing all these EVPs, it kind of has me on edge. I'm always trying to question everything. I'm not sure if this is a good or bad thing, but I'm dealing with it. Like I've said in past posts, I've never felt threatened, nor has really anybody else that's at least entered the house. But I'm always wondering, what's next? This past weekend, we had a very unusual experience. We had what feels weird for me saying, the usual activity. We had a baby bottle get dragged on the floor a little bit. We know this because this bottle that my year-old son likes annoyingly leaks. So it'll form a ring around the bottom. One night, once again, I was waiting for my son to sleep. I heard something move. I looked up to see nothing disturbed, and I disregarded it as maybe I kicked a toy or something. My son falls asleep. I go to retrieve his bottle off the ground. I see a drag mark in a freshly leaked milk. That same night, my wife saw a black shadow shoot across my daughter's room. Stuff that's happened in the past, but Thursday and Saturday of last week were extremely unusual. Thursday night, we had a friend come over, and he had heard the history of the land, and so he brought over a spirit box. He brought balls with little lights in them, a recorder, and an EMF detector. Ironically, not a lot happened that night. He was about to give up. We were talking in the kitchen, and he suddenly looked past me to a window that looked to my backyard. He told me that he had noticed a reflection, but thought it could have been my kids, but this time he saw it again, and my daughter was being lazy on an ottoman in the living room, and I was holding my son. He described seeing an arm, child's height, going into my daughter's room. I attempted to imitate what he saw and see if maybe there was an explanation. The only light source was a TV that was reflecting off of a wall. This TV was on the same side of the door, and so it was reflecting light off the wall opposite of it, which could be seen from the kitchen via the reflection of the window in the living room. I thought it could have been a reflection of the events on TV. However, the wall the TV was reflecting off of was a matte finish, so all the details would have been absorbed, and the reflection was of single dominant color and varied brightness. That pretty much means that details would be impossible. Plus, the height explained made it even harder since what he saw was lower than the actual reflection of the TV on the wall. Saturday night. Once again, I was waiting for my son to fall asleep. I was laying on his mat with my head against the wall as I played a game. He had just fallen asleep, and I usually hang out for about 10 minutes just in case he wakes up. It had been a couple of minutes. I heard what sounded like a plastic base getting rocked back and forth. Thought it was the fan getting caught on itself, and for shits and giggles, I opened an EMF app on my phone. I found an app that seems pretty accurate. It'll respond if I get near appliances or TVs, and I won't say it's 100% accurate, but it seems like it works. Anyways, I noticed it was reading a high level, and I was sitting in the center of the room where there was nothing electronic. So I texted my wife, and she comes in. And the first thing that she says is, "Why is it so cold in here?" Well, I personally hadn't noticed. I'm a chubby dude, so don't pay attention as much as my wife, who's slender and will get cold easier. I could see goosebumps on my wife's arms and legs, which is kind of odd considering my kids' rooms are usually a little bit warmer than the other rooms in the house. We were just grabbing a thermometer when the EMF went back to normal. My wife said the temperature went back to normal as well. We started an EVP session, starting in my son's room, then the kitchen, then my daughter's room. We had thought whatever had happened was done. So, during the recording, you can hear my wife and I talking normally. However, we didn't know what we were catching. Upon review, we heard things immediately. And what was unnerving was there was a breathing that wasn't me or my wife's. It sounded like somebody that needed to blow their nose. And it wasn't a narrator. There was a whistle, like when you have a stuffy nose or have a booger stuck. It was heard in my son's room, and then you heard like a young girl's laughter. The group we have sent the recording to also found the word friend. So we moved to the kitchen. Didn't get much, but my daughter's room, the breathing is back. And this time I'm far away. My wife's holding the recorder out, and this breathing with a whistle is loud. Almost like somebody's on the recorder while you hear me and my wife chat away. Which kind of scared us. And we sent the clip to a paranormal group to see what they hear. And so we hope to get the rest of the findings soon. On the east side of Houston, a community was built in the 1800s graveyard called the Black Hope Cemetery. People in the 1970s bought these homes, dug for pools, and they'd find skeletal remains. Basically, the Texas version of the movie Poltergeist. And for more information, there's an Unsolved Mysteries episode in the Black Hope Cemetery. So anyways, I have 2 houses in the newer section. Congratulations. and I've been using Reddit as a way to document and digest the things I've seen at my house. So Hurricane Beryl hit last Monday. It left my community in a pretty bad sort. Many houses were damaged by trees and debris. Power was out for almost a week, plus there was a heat index of over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It was absolutely miserable. At my house, we did have a small generator that could keep the fridge and fans and TV and internet going. I occasionally turned on the portable air conditioner when the heat became unbearable for the kids, though. Due to what had happened and what we were dealing with, in the house kind of felt like an afterthought. We were exhausted every day after each day, keeping kids cool, trying to find gas for the generator, etc. We did try for one night and take advantage of no power to see if we could get spikes on an EMF meter. We were actually getting some pretty good spikes. We did try to get EVP, and we didn't really get anything to review it because we figured that the generator did no favors. However, that didn't stop whatever it is in our house from being noticed. On the second night of no power, I was going around the house locking doors, and now that I think of it, that's pretty useless when you have windows open, but anyway, I walked into the master, got my headlamp so I could refill the generator. I happened to look at the front door, and at the front door, there's a small window that was alongside the door. I saw a dark figure walk in front of it. It was such a solid-looking shadow that I thought somebody had broken in. I ran to the front of the house, and no one was there. Now, keep in mind the only lights that we had on were the lamps in the master being run by the generator. The rest of the house was dark, and the moonlight cast a soft glow on the rest of the windows. The second time came the weekend. Power just came on, and that night all energy drained from my wife and I. It was a sigh of relief. That night the kids were back in their room sleeping, and I just passed out. I woke up suddenly to what looked like a very tall and thin shadow on the wall. As soon as I saw it, my phone went to sleep. It bolted to the master bath, even looking like it bent over to get through the door. Now it's one of two things. I was still in a dream state or imagining things, or I really saw this. I remember being awake and staring at the master, expecting to hear or to see something, but once again, I don't know. I question this experience. Is my paranoia getting the best of me, where I'm seeing things? Like, I know in the past I've obsessed about work to a point where I would dream about it, but who's to say I didn't? I really try to look at things from a skeptic's view, and this is one of those things where I doubt myself. In Texas, on the outskirts of Houston, in the east, a 1970s subdivision was built on an 1800s graveyard. The graveyard was considered abandoned, so they cleared the grave markers, but not the graves. Eventually, new homeowners would dig for pools and then find these graves. There's a whole Unsolved Mysteries episode called The Black Hope Cemetery for people who are interested in the history of the subdivision. I use Reddit to document my experiences at my house. So anybody that's kept up with my story, well, we aren't strangers to things moving in my house. Ever since my, first couple of posts, things have always moved, and we've always kind of thought it was one of our children that did it. Any parent will know what I mean. We've really only had 2, maybe 3 experiences that was undisputedly not one of the kids. I've only ever been present for the gray ball incident and the keys sliding. Well, about a month ago, I witnessed one more. In my son's room at night, I was waiting for my son to sleep. I was sitting on the ground as usual, watching some YouTube stuff, and suddenly I hear something slide across the ground. I looked around to see what was sliding and realized it was the baby bottle that moved. The only way I realized this happened was that it was like a tear in the nipple. If you don't pay attention, it leaks. I noticed there's a milk ring from it leaking onto the ground. The narrator had deja vu, but understands this is a second telling, so we will continue. But it had a smear mark through it like something had moved through it. It was a good 4 or 5 feet away from me, so it couldn't have been me bumping it, and my son had just drifted off to sleep. We've also had a ramp up of sounds and sightings. For almost a week straight, I'd hear knocking on walls, and in this house, it could be settling during the summer, maybe. However, the house was built in 2021. And the knocking sounds is like it's on drywall or wood. Haven't thought of a logical explanation for that one just yet. For sightings, we've seen more black masses, particularly in our daughter's room and living room now. One night while we were in bed watching TV, my wife looked up. She stares out the door, asking me if I heard a sigh. I personally didn't hear anything. She disregarded it as possibly the dog resting. We both suddenly hear what sounds like something in the kitchen being moved. My wife and I look at each other, and I get out of bed and I look into the kitchen. I see nothing out of the ordinary. Get back into bed, and about 5 minutes later I see a black mass shoot from the kitchen to my daughter's room while my daughter's asleep. I went in there and I saw nothing, and my daughter was still asleep. A week later, I think I see what looks like a hand going close to my daughter's door. Certainly deja vu. That scared the hell out of me, but at the exact same time I always wondered if I had an overactive imagination. We also had a ton of new EVPs. And we captured all of them clear as a bell. Some we were guessing what they are, and, well, I say the term they loosely. We've been able to hear at least 2 different voices in the audio recordings. A man and a woman, at least from what we think that we hear. Last time we posted on Reddit the recordings, for some reason it said that it went against the standards, so I need to find another way to upload them. What's interesting is you hear them say hey a lot, as if they're trying to get our attention. We get a lot of responses. One day we were discussing my son, and he had a cold at the time. In the background you heard a voice saying, "He's sick." They now have said my name and my daughter's name. We've even brought it up to a relative, and in the background you hear, "Don't tell her." It's known that this relative is a skeptic. Maybe they know that. Still trying to figure out how all this works. The last part of this is kind of hearsay, and I wish I had proof. Anybody who gets to know me personally, I'm a smart ass and I'm very uncensored. Well, while doing the recording, I said something backhanded and sarcastic about whoever's here. My wife got concerned and told me my comment may be a bit too offensive. So later I went into the kitchen and I apologized. I felt awkward doing it, but you know, it's hard to refuse that something isn't here and intelligent when I have actual recordings of them responding. After the apology, I went to bed. 20 minutes later, I'm in an obscure corner of the room, and I thought I heard, "You're forgiven." Creeped me the hell out. It's odd to say, but I've gotten used to not understanding everything that happens in the house. It's even weirder to say that I've kind of gotten used to seeing the stuff that happens. Whenever an object moves or we see a door close, my wife and I point it out. However, we don't react like we used to a year ago. We started to get the constant activity. I guess it's sort of become our norm. At least, that's how we call it, or at least how you can say it. However, it hasn't stopped me trying to figure out how to learn more about whatever or whoever is at the house. Luckily, I've been in the AV automation industry for nearly 2 decades, and that helped me figure out how to do EVPs using the voice memo app and Audacity to go through the audio. I find the process oddly enjoyable, and it helps me that the house is pretty much always active, but I always want to know more. So I reached out to a paranormal group that's Houston-based. They seemed nice enough and got really excited that they learned that, where I was living. It always baffled me that my community is so well known in the Texas paranormal community. So anyways, I sent them the pictures and EVPs that I'd managed to get. They were impressed with my work. They said that they were aware of the history of my community and were also aware that paranormal investigators weren't exactly welcome in our community due to the way that some have harassed the area where, the first homes of the community were built, so the paranormal investigators in the area, people aren't very kind to them. The local group said that they wanted to investigate my house based on the evidence I provided, as well as help them move on. Now, I'm not a religious guy, and neither is my wife. I'm not looking to cast the entities out since they aren't really disrupting anything. But I'm also really not interested in keeping or trapping anything. So if that's something they do, cool. give whatever it is a choice. I guess that was a choice the entity didn't want. So the group came to the house with a wagon of goodies. They had camcorders, thermocam, light-up cat balls, an orange device that measured temperatures and barometric pressure, voice recorders, a motion detector, and an EMF detector upon arriving. So they set up a webcam for an investigator who couldn't make it, but was willing to call out if he saw anything. They also sketched the layout of the house and then took thermal base readings around the house. At this time, they were in the kitchen. They were able to capture a tall female figure against my coffee bar area. My first reaction was, is the surface reflective? No, it's wood that's painted, but not shiny, and the figure was cold and transparent. You could see my coffee maker through it, and it was a full figure that covered other things on the counter that aren't reflective. If anyone's curious to see, I'll post the picture. After the excitement died down from this and they set up all the equipment, they started the investigation by turning off the lights and sitting on the couch and introducing themselves. They stated names and intentions, and this is where the first EVP was caught. The lead investigator asked if the entities would talk to him because they obviously had talked to me, the homeowner. So maybe that made him think that they should talk to him. I think this was said oddly because the EVP that came through said, "Talk? Can you talk?" It was an odd response, and keep in mind these responses were found after the investigation was completed. The next response came after the lead investigator asked if the entity was alone. The EVP response was, "Take a hint." Kind of odd to hear these responses as they were never acted in that manner with me, at least. In the next part of the investigation, they used dowsing rods. I personally don't believe in them because there can be too much human influence, but at the same time, they do make me curious, as if you read my past posts as my neighbor's house. Their little girl used them and had a name of an entity that was repeated in the EVP that we caught there. As well, they've been used to find water, so there might be a little bit of merit there. I don't know. A little, yeah. Anyways, the lead investigator asked a series of interesting questions, like how far their grave from the house was. Is there more than two entities here? This is where the third EVP came into play, and is interesting. A new voice I've never heard before very clearly said, "Yes." Now, it is to be said that the investigator was getting his own answers using the rods, and that answer matched the dowsing rods. Then the next question changed the whole dynamics of the investigation. He asked if they needed help moving on. The dowsing rods said yes. They stopped what they were doing, came to find out that the dude that was on the webcam was an ordained minister. He immediately said a prayer, and it seemed that they were convinced the ghosts were gone and they were about to get ready to leave. That was quick. Suddenly, I personally felt uneasy. It was like I was on caffeine and I hadn't had anything to eat. Tell me about it. Something felt wrong. I'd never felt that way in my own investigations. The house matched the way I felt, and the orange thing, sorry, I don't know the technical name, registered that it registered a 6-degree drop in the 30-minute span. This orange thing had an SD card and spit out an Excel-like datasheet, and it told every minute the temperature and pressure. This baffled the investigators because they eventually told me that they were hoping they'd be able to help me not have ghosts anymore by helping them move on. I'd hopefully recommend them to the community, and they could discreetly help others move on. I don't think there was a malicious act behind it. However, maybe if there was a negative motivation, my house didn't like it. After they felt a temperature change, they sat with me on the couch, wondering what to do. They discussed that now they may have created a floodgate into my house. Happy to report this didn't happen, though. The entity's looking to move on, and they needed to come back and figure out what to do. The lead investigator almost looked defeated. It was really weird and almost awkward. He asked the priest on the webcam what he thought of the situation and what to do. The priest reminded him that I never asked for them to get rid of the ghosts. I was only looking to make contact. Eventually, the lead investigator looked at me and was like, "Well, why don't we try and do the investigation the way you usually do it?" I was like, "Okay." Told him the steps my wife and I took, and he said, "Well, lead on." He followed me with the camcorder. So I took my phone and I started recording like I usually do. Now, keep in mind, I don't know the EVPs yet, so I don't know if the entities had left or moved on. So I was searching on what to say because what if? So I asked if Abigail, a name that's popped over multiple EVPs, if she's still there. So we're in the kitchen. A single EVP of a familiar sounding voice says, "Abigail, Abigail." I did the same thing in the playroom. Felt odd, the fact that I had no idea what happened, and it really changed the questions I'd usually ask other than, are there new entities here? I used to just ask about the EVPs I'd caught in the past, and it gave me something to at least talk about. At this time, I caught another EVP that said my son's name. After the playroom, we went to my daughter's room. While everyone was perfectly still, the motion detector that was placed facing my daughter's room started to go off. I started to ask questions, and it seemed the motion detector was acting randomly, so I can't say one way or another if it was paranormal or not. However, on the recorder was a different story. There were two separate EVPs that said, "Get out." Whatever's here was mad either about what happened, or maybe they were mad that they were in that room, but they definitely weren't pleased. We moved to my son's room, but there was nothing that happened in there, and after this, the paranormal team packed up and left. I'm happy to report things have returned to our quote-unquote normal. Not normal, our normal. The usual things that happen, and no more things out of the ordinary has happened, and the house feels normal. This was a weird night, not one that I was looking to repeat. If I do investigations, I think I'll invest in my own stuff and do it myself. So this update just has me straight up wondering if my sanity is there. To the outside looking in, some experiences are in your face, hard to deny or to debunk. Some are things you notice in passing and you scratch your head and you think that there maybe could be an explanation. You read my other posts, which I believe you just did. I do try and debunk what I see, and I try to think what would cause things before I would just blurt out and say it's paranormal or not. But what if you came up against a situation where it automatically can't be debunked? What if the situation that happens looks so black and white, but suddenly the evidence on what should be there isn't there? Gotta say, I had a situation that threw me for a complete loop. And the level of interaction or communication is absolutely crazy. The communication is so frequent I have a near full Google Drive of EVPs and various things captured. So we've discovered that my daughter's room is a great vantage point to be able to watch a TV program of my own choosing, be able to watch the kids in full view. They can go into the living room, watch TV, or go and play into my son's room, and they can play. Works great as you're trying to be an adult and trying to do some relaxing at the same time. Kind of rarely works that way, but I try. Anyways, this experience happens around my 3-year-old daughter, who's autistic. One of her things is lack of spatial awareness. She can get locked onto something and the world around her disappears. Now, when this happened, she was in the living room. My son, my wife, and I were in my daughter's room. I heard what sounded like a one of the playpen balls bounce. My wife heard the bounce too. I looked up and I saw a small white ball high in the air, right beside her. Why is this weird? Sounds pretty normal, right? Well, one, my daughter wasn't playing ball, she was fixated on the TV. And I saw her fixation before the ball and after the ball. She never even paid attention to the ball, whether it was going up or down, although it was right beside her. Secondly, this was a playpen ball. They don't really bounce. And I heard the physical bounce, and that's when I looked up and this ball had to be a good 4 or 5 feet into the air. I can only do that if I threw it really hard, and I know my daughter doesn't have the arm strength to do that. Plus, when you do that, they dent and go nowhere. She's only 3 and she's very petite, Somebody with a good arm had to throw that ball at a good strength, and my small daughter was the only one in the room at the time. The next thing that happened is hearsay. Do you remember the paranormal group that investigated the house in my last post? Well, they video called to follow up and see how I'm doing. After all the pleasantries, they asked me if I'm still experiencing paranormal activity, and of course, this is my house, being what it is, I say yes. I saw their faces fall and one guy running off. They suddenly ask, "Did you hear that?" I didn't hear anything abnormal at the time. They claimed that as they asked me if paranormal activity was happening, they heard a voice come through their speakers say, "No, he's not." I guess it was maybe said 2 times. The only reason I'm entertaining this is because the collective look on their faces when it supposedly happened and the way the one guy ran out of the room. I guess he went to go get an audio recorder. But it didn't happen again. Now, could just be program running behind the Facebook call. Strong possibility. But what made it interesting is they described the voice as a gruff, strong voice, and there is a male voice I've heard my EVPs that I would describe in the same manner. Is it the same voice? I don't know, and I really won't make that claim. But at least thought it was interesting and worth noting. Now, to shake things up at my house, we had a friend stay with us for a few weeks, and oddly, a lot of activity just stopped. It was really weird. I'm not crazy, I swear. I'm just used to the constant things that happen at this house. Anyways, after 2 weeks, we conduct our usual EVP sessions. We happen to get on a tangent during the session and start discussing this friend. When reviewing the audio during the time, we hear, "We hate her." This raises the questions, are they always here? And if they hate someone, what does that mean? Do they have the ability to say things through video calls? And if anything, these few experiences have left me with more questions than answers. On the east side of Houston, Texas, a 1960s community was built in an 1800s graveyard. People began digging for pools and a landscape and found graves in their backyard. The story of the lawsuits and hauntings gained popularity, and there is an Unsolved Mysteries episode about the neighborhood as well as an Oprah episode that I recently found. Haunted Oprah episode. I live on what would have been the north side of the graveyard. I use Reddit to document and digest the things that happen at the house. Now, I have been documenting here for over a year now, and most who have read most of my updates know that I try to think logically for reasonable explanations or to try and debunk whatever I experience. One recent thing I came across was the skeptic of exploding head syndrome. It's when a person is almost in a trance-like state and they hear noises that sound real but are just phantom sounds in your head. Now, if I think about this, that explains maybe 30% of what I've heard in this house. However, it doesn't explain the shared experiences I've had with my family or the EVPs that we've captured. The reason I bring this up is due to a couple of experiences that happened the same day. One of them wasn't even in the house. Now, I work far from my house. It generally takes me about an hour to an hour 30 to get to work. I'm usually listening to podcasts or music as I drive. One night as I drove home, I was listening to a podcast. I had just gotten off the freeway, and it was about maybe a 7-minute drive from my house. Suddenly, as I pass into the freeway, I hear my radio in my car cut out, and I hear a familiar small female hum come over the speakers. It lasted maybe 2 seconds, and then the radio came back on. What was weird is that the hum sounded terribly close to a hum I've captured on my EVPs. What was exploding head syndrome, or did I just hear a girl's hum? I've heard it in my house in the radio of my car. I honestly don't know. The same day I'm telling my wife what happened. She recognizes that although she has her own experiences, most things seem to happen around my daughter and I. They've taken an interest in our experiences. I told her what happened, and we both heard what sounded like a door handle turn and then a door close. My son and daughter were both with us when we heard this, and I went around the house but didn't find the door that was closed. My wife confirmed that we both heard the same thing, and baffled. We saw nothing moved. Now we're used to seeing oddities, and my wife and I both have seen black masses in my daughter's rooms and sometimes in the master suite. It's gotten to a point where we wonder if our paranoia is getting the best of us. One night I had just gotten home. I had used the restroom and I came out and I saw a white something standing there. It was maybe 4 feet in height. As soon as I see it, it zoomed off to the living room. Now, like I said in the past, there's no carpet in the house and my daughter has flat feet, so there's no sneaking away. And it moved fast. It was gone in a flash. My wife and the kids were halfway across the house. The second oddity was in my son's room last Sunday. I'm waiting for him to wind down so he can sleep. We're in his room and he's playing with a toy in the bed. I'm on my phone, and my son, who's just under 2, he looks up at a noise, and I ignored it first. He points, and I look up. As soon as I look up, a little baby basketball hoop moves about 6 inches. My son points again and does a small yell as if he was like, "Yeah, I saw it too." He didn't look scared. It's almost like he has the same attitude I do about it, like he's used to it. On the east side of Houston, Texas, a 1960s community was built on the 1800s graveyard. The first homeowner in the community found graves they dug for pools. Triple deja vu. But we don't know why. That's cool. And why not? They've had their own paranormal experiences which triggered lawsuits in which they lost. There's a full Unsolved Mysteries episode, the 90s version, as well as an Oprah episode that I recently found, and I use Reddit to document and digest what I've seen or what I've experienced. Buckle up and get ready for another long post, otherwise known as the same post I've been reading to me. Part of living here is trying to keep a stable mind. A lot of the time, unless I get it on an EVP or on a picture or video, it's all hearsay, and personally, drives me loony. What's worse is that most things happen around me. So, when validation happens, it's nice, especially when it's a third party that sees it. During the end of October, the family and I went out of town for the weekend, and my neighbor looked after the house and my dog. After we returned, I met with a neighbor, and she said at around 9 p.m. one night, she was walking up the side of my house. She went through my dining room window, and she saw what looked like someone in the house. She claimed she got in our house, looked around, saw no one. She said that she searched the closets, the rooms, even looked into the garage, and nothing. Now, this person knows of the history of the land and the history of what we've experienced at her house. She claimed one thing to hear our stories, but now that she has experienced it, kinda shines a new light. Now, it's no secret that whatever's here is intelligent. For example, my wife and I did an EVP session and we mentioned somebody who had a negative situation at our house. As soon as we mentioned the name, we heard a direct response saying, "She or he mocked us." And when you get those type of responses, it's pretty shocking. I still question these EVPs. I recognize I'm searching for things in this, and maybe in my own twisted way I'm hearing things that aren't there. That's how far I question my own sanity in all of this. One evening, it was maybe 5 p.m. and I was giving the kids a bath. The TV was going and I was watching them splash and have fun. Out of nowhere, I hear what sounds like a female voice calling my son's name, clear as a bell. It was loud enough where it was heard over the splashing and the TV. The validation was my son stopping his splashing. He looked at the door as if he was waiting to see who had said it. After a few seconds, I poked my head out of the bathroom and realized my wife was in the kitchen. Went back into the bathroom, went back to watching the kids again, and then I heard what sounded like 2 syllables. Couldn't make out the words, but my son looked up again. My daughter, who has autism, was in her own world and didn't notice anything. I asked my wife if she was calling her son. She gave me a bewildered look. I told her what we had heard, and she confirmed that she was in the kitchen cooking dinner, but didn't hear anything herself. In the last part of this update, I was in my son's room waiting for him to go to sleep. It was maybe 11:30 p.m. My wife and daughter were in the master bedroom sleeping, or getting ready to sleep. I was watching TV. I heard what sounded like when a door sort of moves, like a single creak sound. I looked over to see that the door was opening and closing, maybe about a foot, but it was in a waving manner. It was hard to describe. It was like you were opening and closing the door, but were shaking it as you did it. It was enough to where my son sat up and watched the door with me. That sadly made me happy I wasn't the only one. Thought maybe it was a trick of the light, but I could tell the door was definitely moving. My son looked at me and pointed and did a little yell as if it was, asking her, or rather if he was asking, like who or what this thing was that he saw. I saw it do that 2 or 3 times before I came to my senses to dive for my phone, rather. But by the time I opened my phone, it stopped. My son was still pointing at the door and looking at me as if he were asking me what was happening. Just tried to calm him down, got him to sleep. Asked my wife, just in case if my daughter got up or if she did check on me, that she said no. My daughter fell asleep pretty quickly. My wife had stayed in the bed. Things that happen like this make me wonder if that's why both kids struggle sleeping in their rooms. Now, to look at this from the skeptic's view, kids sleep with their parents all the time. This could be normal behavior. My daughter refuses to sleep in her bed for a full night, and my son wakes up at least 3 or 4 times a night and usually settles down if I sleep in the bed with him. The positive things are maybe in their part of the house, as most pictures and EVPs either happen there or in the kitchen. If it's not threatening to me, I'm sure for a 2 or 4-year-old it could be scary at least. Although for now, both of them don't act scared while being in the house. I want to see those pictures still, and I want to see the wave files of the EVPs. Something in this house doesn't feel right, and it's really throwing me off. A few days ago, I moved into a small apartment. It's in an older building. It's cheap, and I was excited to finally have a place of my own. But ever since I got here, something feels off, or at least I think it does. I don't know if it's just the strangeness of living alone, but there are these little things that don't seem right. From the very first night, I noticed that one of the kitchen drawers always ends up slightly open. I didn't think much of it at first. Who worries about a drawer, right? Figured it was just loose or that I hadn't closed it properly myself. But each time I shut it, I'd later find it a little bit open again. Just a few inches, but enough to notice. I pushed it shut harder, thinking that would solve the problem, but it didn't. The next morning, there was again, just slightly ajar, like someone had peeked inside and left it that way. Last night, it started to just getting to me. Shut the drawer really hard, almost kicking it shut to make sure that it stayed that way. I even stood there, staring at it, waiting to see if it would move. Nothing happened. But today, when I got home from work, it was open a little bit again. It's like the drawer has a mind of its own. Or maybe I'm just going nuts. So tonight, I tried to ignore it. I sat down to dinner, and I tried telling myself it was probably something minor or a loose hinge, or maybe something to do with the building's structure, but back in my mind, still thinking about it, wondering if it would open again tomorrow. Just as I was finishing up, I heard a loud knock on my door. It was so sudden and forceful that I nearly dropped my fork. My heart pounded as I just sat there, frozen for a moment. I thought about ignoring it, but what if it was important? So, trying to sort of steady my nerves, I got up and walked over to the door. When I opened it, there was no one there. I looked both ways down the dimly lit hallway, but it was completely empty. Not a sound, not a single person. I thought maybe it was a prank or one of the neighbors, but somehow it didn't feel like that. There was a weird sense of silence, like the air itself was holding its breath. I shut the door, trying to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. As I walked back to the table, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone lurking in the shadows. I tried to laugh it off, but I was definitely feeling on edge. After all, who knocks that hard on a door just to disappear? Finished my dinner, trying not to let my imagination run wild, but as I cleaned up and went to put my dishes away, my eyes drifted over to that drawer in the kitchen. And, of course, it was open again. Just enough to be noticeable, as if something was taunting me. I reached over and slammed it shut. My heart was pounding faster. This wasn't normal. Drawers don't just open on their own, and people don't just knock on doors and vanish. Couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the apartment. It felt like something was watching and waiting. Maybe it's just paranoia, or maybe it's because I've been sleeping poorly. But I swear, this isn't something I can explain away so easily anymore. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts, or the paranormal, but honestly, I don't know what else to think. I keep telling myself it has to be logical. Maybe there's an airflow issue with the drawer, or maybe the knock was just somebody in another apartment and I misheard it. I don't know. But tonight, as I get ready for bed, I'm on edge. I left a chair pushed up against the kitchen drawer to see if it moves again. If I hear that knock one more time, I don't know what I'm going to do. This happened a few days before I posted this part. Things seemed to have calmed down a little bit, and, well, one morning the infamous kitchen drawer was slightly open again. I slammed it shut in frustration, almost more of an irritation than anything else. I think 2 days passed without any incident. That's when I convinced myself that maybe it was just the sound of the building's pipes. I'd wake up, check the drawer, and it would be closed. During those days, I even started to think the place was pretty peaceful. Maybe I just let paranoia get the better of me. But then, the night before last, that feeling that something was off came back. It was nighttime. I was lying in bed, almost drifting off to sleep. My eyes were closed when I heard a noise in the kitchen. This time, I wasn't just hearing a faint thud. It was something dragging slowly. Something heavy scraping across the floor. My first thought was the cat, who might have decided to wander around in the dark. But when I glanced toward the foot of my bed, there he was, sound asleep, not having moved even an inch. I felt a sharp pang of unease, because if it wasn't the cat, then what the hell was making that noise in the kitchen? I stayed still listening, hoping the sound would stop. And it did, eventually. But the cursed silence that followed was somehow worse. What if whatever was in the kitchen had stopped moving, listening to me in return? I didn't dare get up. I stayed in bed trying to convince myself it was just the pipes again. Maybe some noise from the building itself. It was hard to fall back asleep. I don't know how long I lay there, eyes wide open in the darkness, listening to every creak and groan in the damned house. I woke up, at least I thought I did. My room was the same as always. But something was different. The darkness seemed denser, as if it clung to the walls, and the silence had a weight I'd never felt before. I tried to move, but my body didn't respond. Is this what they call sleep paralysis? I'd read and I'd heard something about it. Some from family members and others from the internet, where people wake up unable to move, trapped in their own bodies. Some speak of shadows or figures that watch them. Never thought it would happen to me. I remember that my breathing was shallow. The beats of my heart echoed in my ears. Mingling with the tick-tock of the wall clock, that monotonous sound began to be unbearable, as if the clock were mocking me. It was then that I saw her. The door to my room was ajar, letting in a strip of dim light from the hallway. At the edge, where the twilight and the light met, there was something. First, I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me, but no, it was real. A white figure, motionless, barely visible in the shadows. Her skin didn't seem like skin, but something dry and cracked like a broken plaster. At times it seemed to me that it moved slightly as if her body pulsed to the rhythm of her own breathing. I remember that its skin was white, almost translucent. It was as if it had been torn from its body. It was covered in cracks, or maybe cuts, to be more precise. Some oozing almost a dark liquid in his face. God, from a distance there was no defined features, just white skin. I wanted to look away, but my eyes were glued to her. Her head tilted slowly as if she were watching me. A shiver ran down my spine. That thing began to move. Its steps were slow and heavy, and each one accompanied by a strange kind of cracking that made my skin crawl. Its form was tall, gangly, with long limbs that seemed to lack much strength, but they did sway with a disturbing cadence. It reached the foot of my bed and leaned toward me, and I could see it better. There were no eyes, no nose, just white skin where they should be. And its mouth moved in a very erratic way, as if trying to form words that couldn't quite come out. Finally, he spoke. "Don't you recognize me?" The voice was strange, as if an echo accompanied each word. It was neither masculine nor feminine. It sounded like a child, but there was something strange in their voice, something that made every word fill me with disgust. "I was always with you." My mind tried to make sense of what he was saying, but I couldn't concentrate. The creature climbed onto the bed. The mattress kind of protested under its weight, and I felt its cold, damp body sliding toward me. I tried to scream, but my throat was closed. All my being was trapped in anguish. The creature or thing moved closer, till its face was just inches from mine. Its breath was so icy that it seeped through my skin. Suddenly, he hugged me. His long, slender arms wrapped around my body with impossible strength. His skin was cold, like touching something dead, and his presence was suffocating. My chest burned with fear, and my mind screamed while my body remained motionless. The clock kept ticking away the seconds, each tick and tock like a hammer blow to my conscience. With one final effort, something inside me burst, and I woke up. I sat up abruptly in bed, gasping in sweat and soaking. My bedroom door was closed, and the hallway light was off. Although the words they told me weren't exactly the same, they were somewhat similar. But again, the day was calm. I almost felt relieved. For a moment, I even laughed at myself, thinking it was all just nonsense. But as soon as night fell, the noises came back. This time it was different, more subtle, but just as unnerving. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone. I heard a faint tapping sound. It was soft, almost like drumming on the window. At first, I thought it might be the wind or a branch, though there's no trees nearby. The tapping continued, light and deliberate, like somebody gently drumming their fingers in a slow, rhythmic pattern. I stood up, my heart pounding faster, and I walked toward the living room window. Couldn't see anything. The tapping, however, didn't stop. I moved from one window to another, trying to figure out where it was coming from, but I could never really pinpoint it. It felt like the sound was moving, or worse, like it was inside my head. Then suddenly the sound stopped. It was so abrupt that I felt a chill run up my spine. I stood there, frozen, waiting for something, anything, to happen. There was only silence. Trying to stay calm, to tell myself that this is all just nonsense, that there's nothing out of the ordinary. But the truth is, I'm scared. I decided I couldn't keep this to myself anymore. It was too much. So the next morning I mustered the courage to talk to my neighbor, an older man who's been living in this building for years. Since I met him, he always seemed like a calm person, someone with like a peaceful aura. I found him in the hallway carrying bags from the grocery store. After a bit of casual conversation, I took the opportunity to tell him a bit about my recent experiences. Not only that, I asked if he had ever noticed anything strange, or if he knew of anything odd in the building. He paused for a moment. "Well, now that you mention it," he said finally, "sometimes at night I hear knocks on my door, and I do live upstairs, so I always thought it was just the wind. I don't think much of it." He continues as if, trying to downplay it, but look, kid, don't overthink it. These things don't have explanations, and if you think too hard, you'll drive yourself crazy. Just relax, ignore it, and everything will calm down. I thanked him for his words, but when I returned to my apartment, I didn't feel any better. In fact, I felt even more uneasy. That night, I was scrolling through Reddit comments and looking for something to calm me down. That's not a good place for that. Or at least understand what was happening. Some mentioned doing a cleansing. I'm not superstitious, but at that point, I was willing to try anything. I bought some sage and lit candles in every room. I walked around the apartment repeating things like this in my space. "You're not welcome here." Stuff like that. I felt a bit silly, but by the end, I felt like the atmosphere was calmer, as if the air had been cleared. That calm only lasted about 2 days. The next morning when I woke up, I noticed something strange in the kitchen. At first, I didn't know what it was, but as I checked the drawers, I saw there were ants all in one corner of the wall. It was so gross. I suffer from trypophobia, and this lasted for days. They even showed up in the bathroom. As I inspected it, I heard a whisper, though. I'm not really sure if it was my imagination. Days have passed, and that damn drawer still keeps popping open, even when I close it firmly and secure it with tape. The knocks on the window have gotten more frequent. Always around 2 or 4 a.m., insomnia is becoming bearable. Some nights I give in to the exhaustion and I fall asleep. But I always wake up startled by the same creature from my dreams. In my dreams, it's always in the corner of my room, still at first, but then slowly approaching. Then comes the paralysis. My body freezes, I can't move, and I only watch it as it leans over me, breathing with a wet, heavy sound, as if it had water trapped in its lungs. 2 nights ago, I woke up at 2:33 a.m. for no apparent reason. Just opened my eyes and I heard footsteps in the hallway. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but the steps stopped right in front of my door. Suddenly, the doorknob started turning, but it didn't open. It just stayed there, turning slowly as if someone was trying to open the door. When I finally mustered the courage to get up, I slammed the door open. There's no one there. Of course, I can't record anything because I left my phone charging all night in another room in case my cat might damage it while I slept. Honestly, I'm starting to doubt my own mind. What if it's not paranormal? What if I'm losing my grip on reality? Sometimes I wonder if I'm calling it without meaning to, if something I did during the cleansing invited something to stay. This morning I found something new. On my phone there was an audio recording that I don't remember making. I don't know what to do. Should I try another cleansing or just accept that I'm not alone here anymore? Maybe I'll post the audio. I'll try talking to the neighbor again. I don't really know if it'll help much. All of this is starting to be too much. My experiences as an Irishman in a very old town. Bullet points are going to be used in some instances. I can't remember exact ages or dates and what order things happened in. I feel ya. I live in an extremely old part of an old city in Ireland. A city which has been uncountable bloodshed and war, or which has seen uncountable bloodshed and war. To us locals, it's known as Dublin Town. Where I live with my family, they've lived for generations. We come from very old Irish bloodlines. And this will matter later in the story. My street is now made of tarmac, but It was once old cobblestones. I have numerous neighbors who have heard of the sounds of horses clopping outside during the night hours, and those of you who know the sound of horses on cobble know it's unique. This is an extremely minor part. My great-grandfather lived at the top of an adjacent laneway. So, what we know as tenement housing. Story goes, one night, he's on his way home from work in the very early morning hours, and he heard a low growl coming from behind him. When he turned, he saw a large black dog with burning red eyes at the bottom of the lane. This lane is a steep hill, maybe 100 feet long. It's quite narrow. He ran to the door facing down the lane and proceeded to make his way up into the room where his wife and children lived, including my grandfather. His room faced the laneway and was 2 or 3 floors up. As he looked out the window, he saw the black red-eyed dog sitting at the top of the lane maybe 20 feet from his tenement door, staring up at him. And this dog is not a good Irish omen. My oldest aunt once seen what she thinks was the banshee as she walked home from a night of partying in the early 1980s. A woman dressed in white, combing her hair in what sounded like unnatural crying. She was sitting atop a 20-foot-high wall. My uncle, who's from a different country and is extremely pragmatic, he was once driving through the countryside. At least he swears he'd seen one of the little people, a leprechaun, sitting behind a bush. Now I will begin my own personal stories. I apologize for the length of this post, but I feel it's time to share my experiences. As a child myself, and my 3 siblings shared the same bedroom. Sadly, when my mother was pregnant on my little sister, she was hit by a car. My sister suffered from some health problems when she was born. One night, when we were around 7, maybe 8 years old, I woke up to the sound of my little sister having a conversation in the pitch-black room. I slept on the top bunk, and I'll never forget peering over and groggily asking her what she's doing. She was sitting on a chair and told me she was talking to her grandfather, sounding pretty excited too. Our grandfather had passed away a few years earlier. That's when my family realized she was special. Due to the circumstances surrounding her birth, she was not meant to survive. But against all odds, she did. When I was around 12, myself and my little brother, who's maybe 8 or 9, were alone in her bedroom. We'd stayed up very late playing games as young siblings usually do. Parents, thinking we were asleep. Our bedroom was ground floor, and the windows faced the same huge old slate wall that my aunt had seen the banshee decades earlier, and that's when we heard it. I can't describe the exact sound, but it will forever be etched into my memory. I've heard all sorts of urban foxes fighting, wildcats fighting, and it was an unnatural crying. It was sort of like a guttural thing, but also high-pitched screeching, like the sound of a cat being mutilated on our windowsill. Both in terror, we froze. My little brother being a curious kid, wanted to go look out. I stopped him, and I remembered what our father had told us. Explanation at the end. He asked me what it could be, and maybe in the hopes of being the oldest brother, I would have some sort of natural explanation. I dared not say it out loud in fear that she would hear us come for us and whispered out our father's warning. It lasted what felt like hours, but may have just been a few minutes, and slowly made its way away from our house. The sound of it moving into the distance, whilst it was still making that fear-inducing sound, it'll never leave me. Shortly after, we got into the bed that was beside each other, and we both agreed that we had heard the banshee. Our father once warned us of a woman with long black hair covering her face. She would wear a white dress and be combing her hair. And to those who come across her, she would appear to be crying and ask for help. If you speak to her or look at her in her face, you'll die, or one of your family will come to serious harm. He had some stories of his father passed on and so forth, but I can't remember them. This was before I heard of any of my own sightings. The reason I'm writing these posts is because of, well, that happened recently. And because of that, I asked my little brother if he'd be experiencing these things as kids. Sadly, he didn't. I don't think I'll ever forget, but just in case, I want to have my experiences somewhat not personal, but also easy to find. Somehow, this feels safe. I'm going to begin by explaining what I know of the Banshee, as I didn't in my last post. She's a protector, but also an omen. She's particular to ancient Irish bloodlines, by the way, and she won't appear to all. A few months ago, I'm working all over the country with a friend of mine. We set off from Dublin at around 7 a.m., and the van we were in was not running smoothly. Long story short, it had a dropped fuel injector. Against all advice to drive back to Dublin, we continued on our journey. What should have been a 14-hour workday in 3 different counties turned into a 24-hour workday. As we left the coast of County Clare at 1:30 a.m., having finished all of our work, we headed back home exhausted and hungry. It was a stupid thing to do, but we both were hard-working men, and a 4-hour drive didn't seem too bad. But I was wrong. During the drive, my friend, who's an Eastern European, not that it matters, was constantly falling asleep behind the wheel, and as I had no license yet, I couldn't drive in his place. I had a very strong feeling that if I fell asleep, we'd both die. I had to shake him awake numerous times, whilst also fighting to sleep myself. We had 2 hours left before we reached Dublin. That's when I had seen her. A white figure like a bright human-shaped fog facing me on the road. It was clear all around the motorway, but this one figure straight in front of me, maybe 20 meters away, I know it wasn't sleep deprivation. I had seen nothing before or nothing after. As we approached her, the urge to sleep finally took over me, and for some reason I told myself I'm going to die if I sleep. But I just can't stay awake any longer. I closed my eyes and I drifted into sleep. Where she was, the road diverted into a slipway behind her, and I heard my friend's voice clearly and loudly asking me if I was awake. I woke up straight away, and I found my friend fast asleep behind the wheel. We were headed straight for the diversion at the center of the road. A crash like that will no doubt kill all involved. And again, I just shook my friend awake, having grabbed the wheel and steered us back into the road. Never told him about what I had seen, and only told my girlfriend. It's what spurred me to write this records of events, really. Since then, I can't shake the feeling I was protected by the Banshee or some spirit. Maybe even my mother. I will now continue my other experiences. It only feels right to do so. Maybe they'll help someone somehow. Once as a child, I woke up to see a floating skull facing me in my bedroom. I was in my top bunk, staring through those safety bars. The whiteness of the skull shone out against the darkness of the room. It wasn't close to me, really, nor did I feel threatened, but I can't explain what it was. Hollowed out eyes. When I was 13 years old, I slept in my grandmother's house. The bottom of my bed faced the window. It was on the 2nd floor, and the window was open. I woke during the night to hear a voice calling me, and I felt a presence coming in through the open window. I don't know whether it was teenage hormones, but I was asking me to sleep with it. Or rather, it was. And years later, I read about incubus or succubus, and to this day, I think it may have been one. My mother passed away a few years ago, and during that time, I hated life, and I hated myself more than life. Never experienced mental health problems before or after this experience, though. One day, I'm alone in my bedroom, and I had a sudden urge to hurt myself. Stabbed myself in the thigh with a pencil and felt a rush due to the hatred I had for myself. At that moment, a book fell off my shelf. No window or door was open, so no wind or draft could have moved this heavy book. I believe in that moment my mother was letting me know that she's watching over me and I'm not alone anymore. Other occurrences have happened, but they've sort of compounded this fact that I have a guardian watching over me always. A close friend of mine is what we call an Irish traveler. To most, it would be an Irish gypsy, but I find both have semi-prejudiced meanings. Their language has some ancient Gaelic vocabulary not spoken in a very long time by the majority of the Irish. Their bloodlines also contain some very ancient Irish too. This is the story of one. In that group of people, arranged marriage is quite common. It's frowned upon to marry without prearrangements. The story goes one such arrangement between two families was agreed upon, but somehow the soon-to-be groom's family found out the soon-to-be wife was sleeping with a man from a different clan. The marriage was called off, and the oldest women in both families met to discuss the terms of the failed marriage, to stop the bloodshed that would begin between the men of both clans. The groom's grandmother warned the consequences of such were dire, and the aforementioned wife would never breed a child, nor would any of her kin. The wife's family took this with a pinch of salt. It's better to hear some loose words than have a war between the clans, which would undoubtedly cause a great amount of blood to be spilled on both sides. Years went by, and the wife married the man she had been sleeping with. She chose love over the wishes of both families. Good girl. Many women she called kin would be pregnant over this time, but all would suffer heartache during pregnancy and lose the children. This is not a fable, but a true story. Maybe not good. Oops. Now, this woman was married to the man she loved and wanted children of her own, soon becoming pregnant herself. Again, heartache ensued, and the child passed away in childbirth. A decade had passed since the clan had broke the marriage agreement, and not a single child had been born. The oldest of the clan went to see another clan as they had known to have a witch or a medicine woman. The medicine woman told her that the bloodline had been cursed, and the demonic spirit of a black horse would forever be attached to them. Thus, no children would be born unless the original clan who cursed them could destroy the curse. This is when she remembered the old conversation she had with the other elderly woman many years ago, pleading to meet this woman again for conversation to put things right. The young wife became pregnant again, and during this time the eldest of her clan met with the eldest woman of the original groom's clan, pleading with them to take off the curse as it had ruined the lives of many. Not sure why or how, but they decided to destroy the curse, and the wife gave birth to a healthy child, the first to be born in a decade. My friend who told me this doesn't really believe in ghosts or the like, but he knows these curses are real and just named this as one of the many examples. It's something I will never forget. My brother was 16 years old. He had a girlfriend from the local area. None of my family really liked her. She didn't seem good for him. Concerned for his mental health when he was with her due to her being a bad influence. One night, not long after my grandmother had passed away, they decided to stay in my grandmother's home to keep one of my aunt's company. My grandmother was extremely opposed to them dating and was basically the matriarch of her whole family. They made the mistake this night of staying in her bed. Supposedly, the girl woke up during the night to see a dark shadow standing next to her, peering into her face. This girl was not one of the spiritual kind, nor did she believe in ghosts. She woke my brother, and both of them soon left the house. Never returned, and they broke up shortly after. This dark shadow has never been seen in the house before or after. It's actually a home I feel quite calm and always feel like my grandmother's loving presence is still there somehow. I've slept there numerous times on my own since then. Even my grandmother's old... Welcome to Paranormal M, the place where mysteries unfold and chills take over. Subscribe now and turn on notifications to stay updated. Let the thrill of the unknown capture your imagination. Haunting of the Capital City Theater. Dave in Capital City Theater. In 2006, Dave Murphy became a police officer in Salt Lake City, Utah. His first role was Protective Service Officer, which put him in charge of the physical security of the county facilities. His first facility was nothing but the Capital City Theater. This theater was a landmark in the city as it had been since, maybe the early 1900s. Dave met his partner Morgan Matthews when he first reported at the theater. He appeared to be an all-work, no-fun guy. The first thing Morgan did after their meeting was take him to the control room on the first floor of the theater. This room had monitors that showed the feed of cameras located all around the house. The cameras, however, were not in the best shape. They could only tell what was in the frame only if there was ample lighting. Since the lights were almost always turned off during the night, the cameras were literally useless then. Later, Morgan took Dave to the basement of the theater. Dave was astounded by the sheer size of the basement and was creeped out by its eeriness. Standing there was so disturbing that Dave literally ran out of it when they were done with this area. Dave was given a tour of the second and third floors of the theater as well. Once they were done with the tour, Morgan told Dave about the inspection rounds they had to do twice a day. During these rounds, they had to do a check on all the rooms of the theater, once before dawn and once after dusk. This check was to make sure the doors were locked and the lights were turned off. Once the rounds were complete, they headed back to the control room where they spent the rest of their time. That night, Dave was hopeful that he would get to know more about his partner, but Morgan didn't seem interested in speaking to him. Cut short every conversation he started. The first obscure event. Morgan accompanied Dave the first few inspection rounds, and on the night of the third day, Dave set out to do rounds all on his own. After checking the remaining rooms of the theater, Dave finally proceeded to check the rehearsal room. This room was located on the third floor of the theater and had no door. He peeked into this room to make sure there was no one inside, and it was then he heard a door across the hallway shut close. Dave initially thought that it was the working intruder, walked toward this door taking his pistol in his hand. He figured out that it was the bathroom door that shut closed, and he informed Morgan to check if someone was there on the floor on the radio. When Morgan checked the camera feed, he saw no one, but because of the seriousness in Dave's voice, he headed to the third floor to check it himself. As Dave stood near this door investigating, he noticed that the door had a hydraulic hinge. This meant that there was no way somebody could have shut it closed, or shut it open. As Dave was about to enter the bathroom in search of the intruder, he was joined by Morgan. The police duo searched every nook and corner of the room but found no one inside. When Dave and Morgan were sure that the intruder was not inside the bathroom, they came to the conclusion that he was running out of the bathroom and slammed the door on his way out. They started investigating the other section of the theater, with their guns still drawn. As they slowly walked down the stairs, Dave noticed lights turn on in a room on the second floor, and all other rooms on the floor had their doors wide open. Dave was confused by this sight, as he himself had closed those doors and turned off those lights. The duo's suspicion of intruders grew stronger. However, despite checking the entire theater 3 times, they could find no trace of an intruder. Morgan petrified. A couple of days later, Morgan was all alone on his shift. While he was in the control room, he heard whispers coming from the hallway behind him. Because of the experience he had 2 days back, he immediately took out his pistol. He slowly walked down the hallway in the direction of the whispers. With every step he took toward the whispers, they moved farther away from him, Following the whispers, he eventually reached the stairs leading to the basement. As he neared the basement, the whispers stopped, but he heard somebody cough in the basement. Morgan was convinced that it was an intruder and slowly walked into the basement with his gun held high. He checked every room in the basement, but just like the previous time, there wasn't a single trace of an outsider. As he was walking back to the staircase, he saw smoke coming out of the door of a room beside him. He immediately opened the door, turned on the lights, but he saw nothing abnormal aside. As he searched the room for fire, the smell of smoke slowly dissipated from the air. He checked all the rooms in the basement for fire multiple times, but just as always, there were no traces. Tales of an Accountant. A few days later, Dave went quite early for a shift. When he entered the theater, he overheard one of the theater employees speaking about the ghosts in the theater. Dave was intrigued by his conversation and told him about the experience he had in the theater. This man, who was an accountant, took Dave to his cabin on the 3rd floor and narrated the experience on his night shift. That day, the accountant was all alone in the theater since it was late in the evening. He was doing his work in his cabin on the 3rd floor when he heard the elevator engine turn on. As he looked out of his cabin through a window to see what was happening, he saw the elevator going to the basement of the theater and coming back up. As he kept staring at the elevator door, the door opened. He was awestruck by what he saw. The elevator was completely empty. He thought it was routine maintenance. He continued his work. He was disturbed again by the alarms of the elevator, and as he looked out of his cabin again, he saw the elevator door falling to close fully, as if somebody was maybe obstructing it. He walked into the elevator of curiosity, and the moment he was in, the doors closed. The elevator started moving toward the basement. When he reached the basement, he slowly walked out of the elevator and shouted, "Is anyone there?" at the empty basement. The eerie silence in the basement made him rush back to his cabin. While he was sitting in his cabin thinking about the weirdness he experienced, he heard banging noises from the hallway. As he slowly walked out of his cabin and peeked into the hallway, something that would make him run out of the theater in fear. Tales of the Accountant continued. As he slowly walked out of his cabin and peeked into the hallway, something that would make him run out of the theater in fear probably saw. He saw all of the drawers in a file cabinet situated at the end of the hallway drawn out, and as he stood gazing at the strangeness, all drawers shut closed by themselves right in front of his eyes. This scared him so much that he ran out of the theater, leaving all of his belongings behind. Dave's friend visits the theater. As the paranormal events continued, Dave decided to offer a tour of the theater to his friend in order to get extra validation. After Morgan approved this idea, Dave called his friend Greg, offered him a tour of the theater, which he readily accepted. The next day, Greg was greeted by Dave and Morgan at the theater. The tour started at the main auditorium, and once they were done, they moved into the basement. As they walked through the hallway of the basement, Dave noticed that a door on their left was open. Dave and Morgan immediately pulled out their pistols. They aimed at the open door and slowly walked toward it with Greg just behind them. When they were about to enter the room, the door shut right in their face. Before they could react, the door handle started to rattle aggressively. Once the rattling stopped, Morgan and Dave broke into the room. Greg, being too scared of staying all alone in the hallway, followed them into the room. While they were looking around the room, Greg gasped and pointed at a corner of the room. He said to the other two that someone was sitting in that corner. But when Dave and Morgan swiftly turned toward the corner, they saw no one. At this point, all three were scared to death, ran out of the basement as fast as they could. Once they were out of the basement, Greg decided his time at the theater was up, and he left it. Morgan quits. After multiple requests, the cameras in the theater were replaced with better cameras with infrared lights. This meant that the cameras offered upgraded night vision. The very first shift after the camera installations were assigned to Morgan. As he was in the control room getting used to the new system, he noticed a man sitting in the main auditorium of the theater on the camera feed. This man slowly turned his head toward his camera. He kind of stared up at it with his glaring eyes. Morgan felt as if this man was directly staring at him. As Morgan watched this man through the feed, he raised into the ceiling and disappeared in thin air. It was the last straw for Morgan. He raised a request for transfer on the very next day. Dave quits. A few days after Morgan was transferred, Dave had to spend a night alone at the theater. After performing the routine rounds, Dave returned to the control room and started monitoring the camera feed. All of a sudden, he heard a piano playing. He immediately headed toward the basement since he knew that was the only place the piano was in the theater. As he neared the basement stairs, he pulled out his gun and walked toward the piano in stealth. As he neared the piano, he figured out that the piano was playing on its own. As he took another step toward it, the piano guard shut closed. He instinctively ran out of the basement and, similar to Morgan, raised a request to transfer the very next day. A new officer greeted by the paranormal. After Dave and Morgan forced their transfer, the police department could not find a permanent security officer for the theater. After multiple failed attempts, they found a veteran officer named Josh Thomas for the job. However, on his very first day of duty, he heard voices in the basement. He went down to check the cause, but despite turning on all the lights and doing a thorough check, he found no one. As he made his way to the third floor, the elevator turned on by itself. Went down to the basement, returned back to the third floor. As Josh stood staring at the elevator door, it opened with no one inside. This event made Josh strongly believe that someone else was in the theater with him. Since he was the only one on shift that day, he called for backup on the radio. Coincidentally, Dave was in rounds near the theater, and upon hearing his call for backup, he immediately went to the theater to help him. When Dave entered the theater, he was greeted by Josh's petrified face. Dave asked him not to worry, and the duo proceeded to clear the theater. They checked all the rooms except the main auditorium. But just as Dave anticipated, there was no one. Before Dave left, they decided to check the main auditorium once. They went into the main auditorium and stood on the stage chatting with each other. They were positioned in such a way that Dave had his back facing the seats and Josh was facing him. Josh suddenly started stuttering and stopped mid-sentence. He was looking over Dave's shoulder with his frightened eyes. When Dave asked him what was bothering him, Josh said something is standing behind him. As Dave slowly turned his head, he saw a man standing at a corner facing the wall. He was looking down and his head was covered by a hood. By the time Dave completely turned, this man turned around quickly, looked directly at them. He had extremely sunken eyes, a terribly burnt-looking face. He teleported himself to the backside door and disappeared right in front of their eyes. A terrible accident. Desperate to find an answer to the events in the theater, Dave dug deep into its history. After performing a complete study of the building's history, he got to know about a major fire accident in the theater in the 40s. During this accident, a man was stuck in the basement and was burnt to death by the fire. Dave was convinced that the phantom of this man was the reason behind all the paranormal events in the theater. Revisiting a past encounter. I'm 30 years old from Australia. The events began to take place about 15 years ago, or at 15 years old. So my older brother, who was 18, was dating a girl named Casey, and me, my brother, and her were alone in the house watching a movie. It was one of the first times meeting her. We had a normal night. Nothing strange happened. That's when I randomly heard a loud female scream in my mind. I was aware that it was in my mind, but had never experienced this before. It was strange. I looked around my room to my brother and his girlfriend with a worried look, and she said, "Can you hear it too?" "I just heard a girl scream. Did you hear that?" My brother said no, and she said it was a lost spirit who died. She's scared and lost. I was a pretty normal kid. Didn't think much about, well, certainly not this deep before this. I played rugby, I hung out with friends, I did normal stuff. When she said that, it scared me a lot. She then spent the next few hours explaining that she deals with this for years, and now I've heard this voice, it would get much more intense, and apparently I'm a powerful old soul. She said that she was into witchcraft and speaking to spirits, and that she would always protect me and not to be afraid. We eventually went to sleep, and the next day I woke up remembering just, not being able to stop thinking about what happened. A week or so later, me, my brother, and Casey went to his room hanging out when she went into a seizure-like state, shaking uncontrollably. She was speaking in gibberish. My brother was very concerned, but I was very calm. She told me to put my hand on her and help her. I placed my hand on her leg and she stopped shaking and started breathing deeply, saying that she was feeling something in the room that was reacting to me being there. Not much else happened that night, but I did start to feel the presence of this entity in the room. Important to add, the room my brother was in was a garage, and it was converted into a granny flat for my grandfather, who passed away in this room 2 years prior. Over the next few days, I started to feel this entity communicating with me as my grandfather. At first, it was very emotional and a nice feeling. I remember having it explain things that only my grandfather would remember about in our last time together. Over days, though, I did get a strange negative feeling from this thing. Some events that took place over the next few months are quite blurry, but I remember Casey having some events like the seizures in front of me, and she used me as a healer in a way. I never was scared for some reason, always remained calm, and she relied on me to protect her from these events. Eventually, we were on a trip with family to the beach. That's when me, my brother, and Casey decided to use a Ouija board. It was during a storm, and there was a room that was kind of underground. It had a small window that was high up and on ground level of an outside area, and a door into the room. As soon as we started the Ouija board, there was a very intense feeling in the room. Before we could even start asking questions, the doorknob on the outside of the door fell off, and we heard it fall to the ground on the other side of the door, locking us in the room in the process. My brother was panicking, and I just said, "It's okay, I'll climb through the window and let us out." I did that, and nothing else happened. We stopped the Ouija, but after that, the entity that was acting as my granddad got very dark. It began to tell me that for me to unlock my full potential, I needed to make a big sacrifice, and eventually started to tell me I needed to kill my brother. Whoa. I had nightmares of killing him and writing on the walls in blood, and had woke up feeling watched and beginning to lose my calmness, you'd think. Not long after, Casey broke up with my brother randomly and abruptly, leaving him in a deep depression. Better than you killing him. Me and my brother began drinking together a lot in his room, and we had some very intense visits from the entity while drinking. My brother told me some of the things Casey would do, such as witchcraft rituals in the room. But my brother said he never had the entity speak to him, but felt watched and felt it hated him. One night, me and my brother and his friend Paul were drinking in his room, having a fun night, and I suddenly felt the entity in the room. I saw Paul looking in that area, and I felt that he suddenly began clenching his fists and breathing like he wanted to kill someone. I immediately grabbed Paul to comfort him. He started screaming at my brother, and after a time of me calming him down, my brother said, "What happened?" And he said, "I don't know, I just got this sudden urge to hurt you." That's when we explained everything that we've been going through to him. I'm skipping some other things that had happened through the next few months, but essentially, more of the same stuff was happening. Then one night we had my brother Paul and two of my brother's friends over, Frank and Kate. I had a very dark feeling about Frank all night. It was my first time meeting him. After drinking, Frank just randomly stood up and went toward a bookshelf with a box cutter. Jeez. I knew that he was being possessed as soon as he stood up, and as soon as he grabbed the knife, I bear hugged him from behind and grabbed the knife in his hand. Paul rushed over and helped me overpower him, and we held him down. He acted as if he was calm, but I still had the feeling of the entity possessing him. But no one else felt that way. We all talked about what had been happening to us, and this was a big thing for me. It's because it proved that this must be real if 3 separate people now have all had the urge to hurt my brother without them knowing anything prior. We all went to sleep and were woken by Kate screaming. We woke up to Frank standing over her masturbating, and we all immediately kicked Frank out of the house. Yeah. And I started to talk to this thing and said, "Who are you? I want you out of here. I'm not scared of you. You have no power over me." And it said to me, okay. This is what they wrote. It said to me, "I am evil. I was Hitler. I am Aleister Crowley." Which to me didn't mean anything. Really. I told my brother that, and he said, "That's that guy Led Zeppelin liked." Cringing. From there, I researched Aleister Crowley and was having nightmares and astral projections of being in Aleister Crowley's house, looking for something and being followed by this entity. I was trying hard to get rid of the entity as it wanted people to hurt my brother, and from what I could feel, it was jealous of my brother and loved Casey and wanted to have Casey do itself. We reached out to her, but she stopped talking to us. This was about a year after the initial events. Eventually, it began to become less intense and left us alone mostly. I began to doubt it was even real, and it was maybe just my imagination as a kid. But over the next few years, I would get drunk at house parties or with friends and would get taken over by it, beating myself and smashing my head into doors and walls. Happened maybe 5 times over that 2-year period from 16 to 18, but that's really all. I then began smoking weed every day and stopped drinking. For the next 3 years, they were just fun. Hopefully, people got better at picking friends. I then had a girlfriend at age 20 who was very negative to my life, making me depressed and anxious to the point of suicide. I was with her for 2 years and had nothing paranormal or strange happen. I'd forgotten about that side of me. Then I met a friend at my job that was a Christian. His mother also worked with us and was a big member of her church. She eventually invited me, and I said yeah. I remember feeling a resistance in me from this entity, but I ignored it, thinking I was just crazy. Oh, that didn't happen and it wasn't real. I began to pray to God to get me out of this depression, and I had 2 strange events happen while praying. The first was on a hike by myself. I asked for a sign that you're watching me, and if you're real, I got attacked by about 5 birds at the exact time. Sorry. Then I was praying in the shower with my eyes closed, and I felt a negative energy and opened my eyes to see my girlfriend with her face pushed against the shower, looking like a demon. I screamed at her, and she got really upset. I then invited my girlfriend to my new Christian friend Reno's house. We were smoking weed when all of a sudden Reno's brother got agitated. He pulled a knife on his brother. My girlfriend freaked out and wanted to leave. As we were leaving, Reno's father-in-law stopped us and said to my girlfriend that she's no longer welcome in the house. She's brought dark energy into the home. She was furious, as was I. I swore at him. I got in the car with her to leave when I said, "No, I want to go talk to him. It's wrong," they said, "that they welcome everyone, and then they say that you're not welcome." Things can change. So when I went inside to talk to them, the priest was there and came out of nowhere and said, "Leave, you're not welcome." Shocked me. Shocked me so much, in fact, that I felt this intense electrical shock in my whole body and I fell to the ground. I was shaking, sweating, and the priest, Reno's mother, and aunt all grabbed me and were praying and screaming, "Leave this boy, you're not welcome in his body." And I felt this entity again for the first time in years. It was screaming and burning, and I felt it being pulled out of my body into Reno's mother's hands. I was in pain and it was burning. Suddenly I had this urge to lie to them to make it stop. So I acted that I was cured, and I began crying and saying, "Thank you so much, you saved me." We talked and cried for the next 30 minutes until I convinced them to let me leave. Once I left, I disconnected from Reno and never saw them again. Crocodile tears are not good. The next 2 years, from 22 to 24, were horrible, and the worst time of my life. I became insanely suicidal. I shut off from everyone. My girlfriend cheated on me at 23, and I got worse. I broke up with her, good, and had finally attempted suicide and failed. I then was so desperate to get better, I left Canberra, where I grew up, and moved into a friend's house. Then I had the most amazing change. I stopped smoking weed, which I hadn't done since I was 18, and I met my now current wife. Congratulations. And from 24 to now 30, I've had a normal life. Got a great job, I got married, and 2 years ago I had a kid. It's been a challenge as my daughter was born with a genetic condition and she needs a kidney transplant. And I'm going to be her donor, which I'm in the process of now. But I'm still happy with my life. That's cool. Nothing paranormal happened since I moved to Sydney. However, over the last 2 months I started to feel quite drawn to it. Began questioning everything that happened back then. Realizing some events that took place cannot be explained away. Then, about a month ago, I was randomly invited to a concert by my brother and Paul. I hadn't seen Paul for the past 8 years, and right before I saw him, I was listening to a podcast, and as I'm walking into the concert, the podcast starts talking about Aleister Crowley. It made me so confused. What are the odds of that? He's kind of popular. Then, after the concert, my brother starts telling me that he's begun thinking about Casey a lot recently and feels her visiting him in his dreams. He's also married with a kid, and he hasn't thought about it, or at least those events, for years, but was always very skeptical. It was ever really real. More like us being imaginative and drunk young teens. But he said he's been thinking about the events and felt the same as I've felt recently. That some things can't be explained away that took place. Since then, I've been drawn to the subject, and I've kind of felt this entity hanging around me. Silently kind of just watching me. Which is where I'm at now. Just beginning to revisit these periods of intense strangeness. Never really talked about this with anyone out of embarrassment, but I want to be able to talk about it to see if anybody else has been through these experiences that may be able to shine a light on it for me. I commented enough. I meant no offense, by the way. My girlfriend warned me about entities in her backyard. I didn't believe her until this happened. A short background on my girlfriend. She always saw things since she was a child. A hooded figure with bony hands behind her in the mirror. A wounded World War II soldier lying in pain in her grandma's bathroom. A humanoid figure with black skin and bloodshot eyes staring at her through the trees at my university. Misty figures following her classmates in the hallway. And she can sense if a place is quote-unquote heavy. She told me she never dared to interact with them because one time she stared back and it followed her home. I used to tease her that maybe it was just her imagination, until I decided to live in her house. In contrast, I was always the logical one. I didn't grow up knowing these superstitious beliefs. I was, in simple terms, a science enthusiast and a physics fanatic. I used to believe the world can always be explained through logic. To give you a simple layout of her place. It's a corner lot in the suburbs, and her backyard is made up of 2 adjacent lots behind the house. The vegetation wasn't thick, only a few trees here and there. But the place had never been developed and so was left untouched even before her family settled there. We decided to live together because both of us got a work-from-home job. Eventually, she took a liking toward gardening, so I helped her do a bit of landscaping in her backyard. That was when she told me this. Whenever you're trekking on unfamiliar grounds, or if you intend to disturb the place, always say, "Tabi tabi po." The term is a Filipino word for "please excuse me," but it's intended to pay respects to the unknown entities that might be living on that particular place. She said I should always do this every time, even if I'd already been there, so that they won't get angry. What are they? She said that they're ancient beings that already claim the land, and if you give them proper respect, they'll leave you alone. However, those entities in her backyard are not what actually scares her. As I said, if you leave them alone, so will they. It's the ones that's in her house. Back when we were first dating, I had the pleasure of visiting her home. When I came in the door, the corner of my eye caught an older woman sitting on the couch facing the TV. My first thought was maybe she was a visitor. Strange thing was, they never interacted with that woman. When I went out, I asked my girlfriend who was their visitor, the woman with the dark skin and curly hair sitting on the couch. She looked puzzled and said, "What woman?" That was when she told me there was always a dark spirit or an entity living in their house. Sounds late. There were times when she would swear there's somebody moving around in her sister's room, but when she opened the door, no one was there. There were times when she would pass by her room with the lights off and something dark seems to be dancing around the bed. There were times when she was alone and she would hear the fridge open and close, or the dining chair would make a sound as if it were being dragged slightly. She would tell me that whenever she was alone, she would just stay on the porch until somebody would come home. That was because she couldn't handle the heavy feeling of being watched. As a Christian family, they would sometimes invite a priest to bless their house again to ward off spirits. One priest even confirmed that the room of her sister has a very dark aura. But regardless of how many times they do this, nothing changes. Her closest experience with this entity was when she woke up at around 3 a.m. That was when her mom was out of town. She went to her mother's room and saw that the door was open. She looked inside, no one was there, and as she was closing the door, she felt something tall and dark was standing behind her. Sent chills down her spine, made her heart thump like crazy. She did not dare to look. She dashed to her room. She tried her best to calm herself that night, and it's been a long time since she felt that kind of fear. As a matter of fact, she's not somebody who gets easily scared. She can watch horror movies all night and would just laugh about it. I can't even watch one without having somebody around and half closing my eyes sometimes. So, back to where I was, helping my girlfriend clean out her backyard with some gardening. I was stubborn when it comes to superstitions, so as expected, I just brushed off my girlfriend's advice. The first instant was when I cut down the bananas. I thought, what could possibly happen? At that same night, I had sleep paralysis, which I rarely had before. I was lying on my side with my back facing the window. I was wide awake, and then I sensed the curtains moving, as if something was crawling inside. Slowly, I felt shivers down my back like something was there. Something was watching me from behind. Tried my best to fall asleep again. I told this to my girlfriend the following morning. She scolded me why I didn't pay my respects. That's why they gave me a visit that night. I felt foolish and confused. Is this actually real? She gave me advice that there's no harm in doing it even if I don't believe it, so the next landscaping activities, I tried my best to utter the words "tabi tabi po" whenever I'm working in the deeper parts of their backyard. Until one day I forgot. Her mom instructed me to make a temporary pole for the newly installed faucet at the back part of the backyard. I decided to just do it the easy way, so I found a piece of cut wood with a sharp edge like a stake. I pierced it to the ground and pounded it repeatedly until it was halfway deep. Then I tied the faucet at the top. I never thought about it for the rest of the day until I fell asleep. That night I had the strangest dream. I found myself walking deeper toward the backyard, and accompanying me were several people. There was a little girl, a slightly overweight man, and some women and men. They were guiding me deeper into what looks like her backyard, but slightly different. The trees weren't here before, and it looked like a new world. I realized I should stop walking. They stopped too. Among all the people that were there, I can sense that the most dangerous one of them was a little girl. It feels as though she masks her evil with the innocence of a child. People do that too. Then the old man said to me, "I'm giving you a chance to go back. Go now while you can. I'll try to stop her," as she gestures to the girl. I did my best to walk back while keeping my eyes glued to the old man and the girl. I can see the girl is trying to get past the old man while the old man is blocking her path. The girl was growing more and more frantic as he did so. I know I don't have much time. I hurried to my girlfriend's house and I went behind the gate. In her backyard, there was a small metal gate that separates her house from the backyard. There should be a padlock here. I know it because it was my daily routine to lock this gate. But I couldn't find it until I saw a small light coming from the backyard. It was a candle, its small flame flickering on the ground. The old man is still preventing the girl from passing. I went back to check what it is. As suspected, behind the candle was the padlock I was looking for, and it looks broken. It was bent and unusable. I picked it up from the ground, and as I looked forward, I saw something standing close to the fence that sent shivers down my spine. It was a humanoid figure with the face of an owl. It was tall, and it just stared blankly at me with those huge black eyes. It was obvious at that point that this was a message, simple and clear. "Do not test us. Nothing will keep us from you." So I went back inside the house, knowing that the gate was still unlocked. I tried to close all the doors, but something's preventing me from locking them. I peeked at the backyard and I saw that the girl had already passed through the old man and was now making her way toward the house. She was singing a song, and as she got closer, her voice grew deeper, until she transformed into a grown man coming toward the house with malicious intent. The man stopped at the doorway. He was talking to me into coming outside. I realized that maybe that was the end of his territory. He couldn't come inside, because maybe something much more powerful was already here. I confirmed this when I turned around and saw a group of people I'd never met. It's them, I thought. One of them approached me. He's an adult man that looks tribal with long hair and dense muscles. Had an air of superiority. He seems to be their leader. He told me in his world what I did should be paid with a higher price. Perhaps a leg or an arm. He faced me with a combat stance and started throwing me punches. In this situation, all I did was guard myself from his attacks. No matter how hard I would block them, the punches were on a level of power I can't comprehend, passing through my guard like a hot knife on butter. He was playing with me, because I knew that if I actually landed hard, I'd feel a great amount of pain. He stopped sparring when the other people there told him that it was enough, and then I woke up. I told my girlfriend everything I saw in my dreams, who scolded me again for being hard-headed by not paying respect. She told me that it was not only one or two entities that are currently residing here, but rather a group of them. She told me that no matter how many there are, they chose to live in harmony with each other. Or so should we. She said that these entities and spirits are a mixture of good and bad. I recall that some of them helped me, while some tried to do harm and some just gave me a warning. Later that day, her mom instructed me to go to the backyard and say sorry for disturbing their peace and not paying respect. I did exactly that, and I didn't dream of it again. Several months have passed, and whenever I remember that entity with the face of an owl, I still get shivers at the back of my neck. Who knows what else could be out there? Who knows what could have happened to me if I went deeper into the backyard, or if I faced that little girl who turned into a man? Would I still wake up that day, I wonder? I thank all the good spirits who helped me, and I pray that the bad ones will leave me alone. Starting that day, I started to believe. Even if I can't really sense or see them in real life, I know that they're out there, watching us go on our daily lives. Remember, if you'll go somewhere you're not sure of, pay them respects. It might save you. Tabi Tabi Po. My grandfather's haunted adventures. Like sleeping in the haunted house in our residence called Babuder Bari alone, guarding a house that was meant to be visited by jinns all night, going to a forest where people heard children crying, and many more. Sometimes he managed to debunk the rumors, but some instances were so paranormal they couldn't be explained by logic or science. Today I'm going to tell you one of those terrifying encounters. It happened when my mother was about 8, maybe 10 months old. Grandfather was coming back from a wedding ceremony at 11 p.m. with her in his arms. In order to reach her village, you have to cross a river. Most of the year, it has very low water levels, but during rain, it sometimes breaks the bridge. At that time, the bridge was broken. Grandfather started searching for a boat. He found one after a while, but no one else was there. Grandfather had no choice but to steer it himself. Right before he started sailing, an old lady also got into the boat, though we couldn't see her face as it was dark and she had a big cloth around her body. Anyway, Grandfather put Mom beside him and started paddling the boat. When he reached the middle of the river, the old lady asked, "Whose child is that?" Grandfather replied, "It's my daughter." "Why do you ask?" Old lady replied, "You shouldn't have come out at night with such a young child. This place isn't safe at night." "Oh, really? Well, I've been living here my whole life. Even the thugs know who I am. No need to be an afraid lady," Grandfather said. The old lady scoffed and said, "Well, your thugs should be the least of your worries. Look around you." Grandfather finally looked around the boat, and what he saw sent shivers down his spine. 2 creatures were swimming around the boat. They seemed like some sort of humanoid, but no man would be swimming in the river in the middle of the night. Grandfather quickly picked Mother up. He held the paddle and prepared to hit the things with all his might. "I wouldn't be doing that if I were you," said the old lady. "Just who are you and what are those things?" Grandfather said. "Don't be afraid it can't get on your boat, but we should leave fast." "They want that child," the old lady said. Grandfather had no choice but to listen. Mom had already started crying, and her cries excited those creatures even more. He paddled with one arm while holding Mom in the other hand, and his heart started beating fast. As he almost reached the shore, the creatures became angry, started hitting the boat from under the water. The boat started tilting as Grandfather lost his balance. He fell into the river with Mother. Now the distance between him and the shore was the same as the distance between the creatures and him. As he started swimming as fast as he could, he heard the blood-curdling screech from his back. He was too scared to look back, so he kept swimming. Right before he reached the shore, he felt an excruciating pain in his left leg. That thing finally reached him. It seemed like all hope was lost, but suddenly they stopped. No more like they couldn't move, and then Grandfather's eyes fell into the boat. The old lady had put her hand in the water. "Run! I can't hold them for long," she screamed. Grandfather finally reached the shore. The creatures went back into the water and disappeared. So did the old lady. Grandfather was relieved it was finally over. He looked at his left leg. There was an ugly scary on his foot, which maybe is a scar. My mother was fine. But things did not end there. There was still something waiting for him up in the middle of the road. As he walked on the road, he heard the old lady's voice one last time. Don't choose as both lead to doom. Grandfather looked back, but didn't see anything. He couldn't understand what she mentioned by that, or meaned. After crossing the river, you'll have to go uphill a bit before to find the path. Grandfather started going up with Mother in his arms. She was still shivering from cold, but he was stopped soon after reaching the top. Once more he saw something unearthly. There are 2 paths to get up from that river. At the end of both ways there is 2 dogs standing, waiting for Grandfather to choose the path. The quote-unquote dogs weren't normal at the slightest. They were big, like the size of a calf. Their eyes were glowing red, and their face looked like a twisted human's face. Now, Grandfather had chosen which path to go. He already had a leg injury, so running was not an option. Going back to the river would be suicide. Then he remembered the old lady's last words. Do not choose as both lead to doom. What does it mean? What should I do then? Grandfather wondered. If he stayed there, he would bleed out and his daughter might die from hypothermia. Yet she said not to choose. Then an idea came to his mind. What if he made a choice that doesn't exist? What if he climbed up without choosing either of the roads? It was a gamble, but he had no other choice. So he went up between the 2 roads. When he reached up, the creatures were gone. After that, Grandfather reached home with a terrible fever and infection in his leg. Mother also caught a fever. Grandfather said that he still has nightmares of that night. He sometimes wonders who that old lady was. We'll never know. As I said before, Grandfather was somebody who did not believe in ghosts. He was also a very brave man. When he was 15, a scary rumor started spreading in our village about a graveyard. It was located beside the road to neighboring villages. Some people said that on the way home they had seen a lady waving at them from deep inside the graveyard, as if she's calling out for them. At first it was taken rather lightly as a fake story made up to scare children, but slowly more and more people started seeing her in that graveyard. As time went by, the rumors became more detailed. They said the lady wears a white glowing saree, a cloth, and her body stays motionless except her arms that constantly are waving at the people. It got to the point that many people stopped using that road at night. At that time, Grandfather had gone to the city to study. When he came back, he was confused why people would believe in such a baseless rumor. So, he first visited the graveyard at dusk, to see if there was truly a ghost there. He found nothing paranormal. He soon left as the graveyard was filled with trees and bushes, and there could be snakes in them too. He confronted the villagers and said that those rumors are false. He went there himself to see it. Some people believed him, and the rumors stopped spreading. People soon started using the road again. About 13 days later, a terrifying incident occurred. It was about 9 p.m. The villagers are finished with their prayers and were coming out of the mosque. That's when they heard a scream for help. 2 people were carrying a man and running toward them. Their face was pale from fear. One of them barely managed to say the words, "The lady," before fainting. The other one seemed too scared to say anything. As far for the man they were carrying, he was dead. There was no sign of physical trauma on him. His mouth was foaming. His face was pale. Villagers were confused and scared. What did he mean by the lady? Suddenly, a chill went down their spine. These people were coming back from the nearby village. Did they see the waving lady in the graveyard? Did she kill this man? The news spread like wildfire. Grandfather soon heard the news too. He came to see what happened. By then, one of the men had finally caught his breath. The villagers asked what had happened. He said, well, we were coming back from the north village when we saw this man lying on the ground beside the road. We thought he probably passed out after drinking alcohol. We went to pick him up, but we realized that man wasn't breathing. That's when our eyes fell upon something illuminating a dull light from behind the trees. We soon realized it was the waving lady. She was just standing there, waving at us. We were terrified. We picked the man and ran away. I'm sure she's the one who killed this man. This was odd. The lady had never attacked anyone. Then why now? Grandfather couldn't believe this. Then does the lady really exist? It's not possible ghosts don't exist. It's merely a fake story made to get attention. At least that's what he thought to himself. But if it was real, then that meant it was his fault. He was the one to disprove the rumor, after all. If this goes on, people would end up blaming him for the man's death. Grandfather decided to meet this lady himself. He took a torch and a bamboo stick before going toward the graveyard alone. It was already midnight when he reached the graveyard. The graveyard was illuminating from the moonlight. Sounds of bugs echoed through the trees. Grandfather slowly walked through the deep bushes in the graveyard. A dog could be heard howling from a distance. His heart was beating fast as he questioned his beliefs. Suddenly, he stopped on his track. His heart sank as he saw it. That dim light, the motionless figure and the waving hand. It was her. It was the waving lady. Should I just run away, Grandfather thought. But something's different. Wasn't she supposed to be waving at him? Why is she still waving at the road? Has she not noticed him yet? But her body seemed weird and was disfigured, almost not human. Wait, now that I look at it, that's not a lady at all. But what is that then? He said to himself as he slowly went closer to it. Are you kidding me? This is what people were afraid of? He screamed in anger. This is just a banana tree. Yes, the lady was nothing but an old banana tree. One of its leaves got stuck in spider webs when the wind was blowing and it moved it up and down. And at midnight, the moonlight fell on it, making an illusion of like a waving human from the distance. That's why he couldn't find it the last time. He went back and told the villagers about it, and the mystery about the dead man was already solved by then. That man was a gambling addict. After losing all of his money in gambling, he went to the graveyard and killed himself by drinking poison. The tree was cut down the next day, and the legend of... Why did they kill the banana tree? Well, the legend of the waving lady ended. And, well, hopefully somebody ate bananas. Machine spirits and purse gnomes. I was working my machine. I felt the movement of air or change of atmosphere that indicates another approaching human. You know what I mean. I could feel somebody walking over to me. It's loud in the factory, so I couldn't hear any footsteps, but that's not really abnormal. However, feeling somebody walk towards you and hearing them call out, "Hey man," but turning to find no one there is extremely abnormal. And that's exactly what happened. I heard a man's voice seemingly right behind me, as if my boss or one of my buddies had come over to ask me something or to get my attention. My first thought was my coworker, M. Perhaps the feeling had just been a feeling and the noise of the factory was just distorted, the direction of the sound too, maybe. I say that because if it had been M, the hey man in question should have come from in front of me. Well, because of how our machine is run, but I asked him if he had called for me. Well, of course he hadn't. My next thought was perhaps her co-workers, K or B, may have been the culprit. They are the two closest to us on the factory floor. However, K was way too busy to do much of anything besides work and told me as much. He hadn't spoken to anyone or said a word in at least an hour. B, on the other hand, was entirely not busy, but of course hadn't called out to anyone either. But a voice is a voice, and as I said, the factory is loud. Could have been any number of things. It's not so easy to explain away things that are heard by more than, just me. So fast forward a month or two. Em and I are standing side by side listening to one of our supervisors say their piece in a pseudo-department meeting. There's only 5 people standing in a rough and fairly tight circle. The supervisor is talking and explaining some new rules and regulations. That's when I hear someone whisper, "Hey," right next to my ear. It's one of those whispers that you'd sort of do if you were quietly scolding a kid in a movie theater or something like that. Like a, "Hey, quiet down," kind of a whisper. I whipped my head around to see who had snuck up on me, and I locked eyes with them, who had turned to look back at the same time. I started to ask him if he heard that, but he beat me to it. "You hear that shit?" he asked me with a sort of a frown on his face. I told him I had, and we took a quick look to see if one of our coworkers was nearby messing with us or something. However, everybody else remotely close to us was similarly rounded up for this meeting with their own supervisors, ours of which had noticed our lack of attention and asked us what was wrong. Without thinking anything of it, I asked anybody if they'd heard somebody just say, "Hey." I kind of got a sideways look from everybody aside from M, who looked distinctly disturbed by the experience. M would be fine for a while, though. At least I thought he would have been more on like that later. So for now, we jumped forward again, but this time just a week or two, and I found myself working the aforementioned machine alone as M was sick. It was nearing lunch, and I was running out of gas, so I strolled to the restroom to answer the call of nature. Who says answer the call of nature? To answer nature's call. This, I don't want to sound like a dick, but it seems like it was edited by an AI thing. Anyway. Never got my drink. I'd been washing my hands, and as I looked down, my own shadow was blotted out by a much larger one. I glanced up into the mirror, expecting to see my little brother standing behind me. Both my younger and older brother work in the same factory, and my younger brother is fond of being annoying. But when I glanced up, there was no one besides me in the mirror, yet when I looked down, the shadow was still there. I was paralyzed for a moment as I tried to rationalize the situation, but before I could do that, the shadow that covered me melted back behind me. I took a quick look around the restroom, and I was disturbingly alone in there. You couldn't even sneak into or out of the restroom if you tried. The door is busted and practically screeches as you open it no matter how fast. I used the office restroom for a while after that. The activity continued like this, too. Like a hey here or shadow there. Started to become like almost background noise. But then I found myself in the back restroom once more. Unwise choice of venue, I know. But hey, what could be worse than a spooky shadow monster, right? So once again, I was washing my hands. That's when I caught a faint bit of movement out of the corner of my eye. I thought somebody had come out of the back stalls, glanced over to see if it was M or one of my buddies. There was no one there. I thought I just imagined it, or at worst, it was just another misplaced shadow. But when I looked back down to finish washing my hands, I could see the dark shape of someone against the wall behind me in the shiny steel of the faucet. I looked up again and I was staring at the reflection for a moment. Then I got a little bit braver. I raised my eye to look at the mirror. There was someone there, leaning back against the wall. It looked like they had their arms crossed, but no features. Just the general shape of a person. But like I was looking at them through frosted glass while they were backlit. I panicked completely after a moment of staring at this thing, and my legs seemingly went into autopilot. I literally ran from the bathroom. I ran all the way back to my line, and I had physically sit down and collect myself before I could explain what had happened to M. I finished telling my story, and that's when he looked me in the eyes and said, "So I'm not crazy then," before telling me that he had been seeing and hearing things around the factory as well. Worse yet, he said that he had been experiencing these things at home as well. He recounted an experience he had just a few nights prior when he had been up late and thought his son, mid to late 20s, had come out into their living room to deal with his own insomnia. M sat in his recliner and chatted with who he thought was his son for a while, and only realized something was strange when he noticed his son hadn't sat down or even moved from the doorway. He said, "Well, sit down, dumbass, you're making me nervous." And the figure seemingly disappeared in that instant. Understandably confused, he wandered down into the basement. That's where his son stays, and he found him asleep and snoring. He thought it strange that he had seemingly fallen asleep so quickly, but decided to just ask him about it in the morning. When the time came, his son told him that he hadn't even spoken to Em at all after he'd gotten home from work. Pretty much straight to bed for him. Now, obviously, I can't speak for the validity of any of Em's experiences, but according to him, he hadn't even been a believer of such things until these incidents started at the factory. And I know Em to be a very practical, down-to-earth man. He's too old for nonsense, and he'll tell you that. So I'm not hesitant to, really believe him. After our conversation, things seemed to get worse for both of us. More voices and more shadows. But then it seemed to escalate just like last week on the 21st of June, 2024. I'd been working my machine, and the current process required me to be looking down. So all I see is the piece I'm working on and the ground below it. So I'm halfway through the process when I see a pair of old beat-up boots on a well-known brand. It was featuring a tree in a distinct brown coloring. Aware yet unsure of the promotion rules. Oh, okay, so he's wearing Timberlands. Now, someone standing behind me while I finish this process is not abnormal. It's just good safety practice to let somebody finish the task that they're doing to avoid loss of awareness. But I did note that I didn't recognize the boots I was looking at. They weren't M's and not W's skate shoes for sure. Not my boss. So who? I finished the piece, I pulled it from the machine, the boots and the jean-clad legs attached to them remained there behind me right up until the millisecond I turned around to talk to the owner. There was absolutely no way somebody could have been gone anywhere in that tiny amount of time. So, it's literally as long as it takes to look behind you, not even a second. I was absolutely freaked by this. I actually had to call my partner at home and have her talk me down from a panic attack. But the rest of the day passed without incident until I got home. I was still shocked up, or rather shaken, but I had to work a night shift, so I'd be home alone for a few hours that night. Not ideal at all, but I'm a big boy and I can handle a few hours of terrifying loneliness. Or at least I thought I could, until I was sat at my desk, watching some crap on everyone's favorite tube. I had just stopped thinking about my experience at work, and I started getting absorbed by the true crime when I seen movement out of the corner of my eye. She had left her purse at home sitting on a chair beside my desk. And it was moving. It had been leaned over on its side where she left it. But I sat here where I'm currently typing all of this and watched as the purse straightened upward, and it was then very slowly and deliberately opened by an unseen hand. It looked as though someone were carefully taking a peek inside. Before it could gain enough sense to react, it just flopped back on its side as if nothing had even happened. I sat, stared at the bag for at least 10 minutes. I was just dumbstruck. That was before I finally snatched it and threw it into her closet before texting her and telling her about, my purse gnome. Or her purse gnome. Finally, we arrive at my latest experience. Again at work, but this time very different to what I've been dealing with. I was making a change with the material I was using. I was away from the foot pedal, which was the only way to activate the machine and start a process. The machine will not start unless somebody steps on that pedal, which is specifically designed to not be activated by accident. You have to put your foot in sort of an arc-shaped protective barrier to actually step on the pedal. It's basically the hole in it. Yet halfway through my material change, I heard the pedal click and the machine sprang to life. Now, I wasn't at any risk of real harm. The machine isn't really that dangerous, and changing materials with the machine on is completely within operating procedure. In fact, it's required for proper feeding of material. Yet nobody wants their machine activating while they're messing with it, especially when it's seemingly doing it by itself. My first thought was malfunction. I've been working on this janky machine for over a year, and despite being a piece of crap, it's never activated itself or done anything remotely similar. Tried everything I could think of, repeating my motions exactly as I had before, and couldn't make it happen again. As I sat there racking my brain trying to figure it out, I remembered I'd heard the click of a foot pedal. There hadn't been a malfunction or anything of the kind. My machine had been activated exactly as intended with the foot pedal as it was designed. It just wasn't my foot that had stepped on that pedal. feel the need to reiterate as always that although my word means only as much as you allow it to, I share these experiences not as stories or embellished tall tales, but as my own memories as best as I can recall with as much accuracy as my human brain can muster. I share them in hopes of finding answers, camaraderie, and comfort in knowing that at least I'm not the only one to experience some spooky things in life. Eerie Encounters. Magdalena Salas, the High Priestess of Blood. Sebastian witnesses anomaly. The Sierra Madre Oriental is a mountain range that starts from the southern border of Texas and continues 700 miles through the northwest section of Mexico. Almost halfway across this mountain range, on its eastern face, lie a series of caves. Many small isolated villages that are populated mainly by illiterate poor farmers are situated around these caves. On one night in May 1963, a 14-year-old boy from one of these small villages named Sebastian Guerrero. That's a hard thing. You guys know I can't speak Spanish. Went out to venture into these caves. He did it quite often, as there is a local belief that these caves had treasure in them. As always, he got out of his house, walked up the mountain, started walking toward the first cave opening he saw. As he was walking, he saw a light come out of the cave opening far away on his right. From what he knew, the caves never had people visit them before, especially at night, had seen this light intriguing the young boy. He started walking toward this lit-up cave. With every step he took toward it, he was going farther away from his village. As he got closer and closer to the cave, he started hearing a sound that appeared to be the laughs or screams of a person. His curiosity increased. He walked even faster toward the cave. At about 200 feet away from the opening, he started hearing people sighing or singing and chanting in unity. One person screaming out of extreme pain. Sebastian slowly snuck into the cave entrance, hid behind a big opening and peeked into it. What he saw inside terrorized him. Started running away from the cave as fast as he could. While running, he had a strong sensation that he was being followed. The young boy did not run toward his village, but to a nearby police station that was almost 10 miles away. Sebastian didn't even stop running after he broke into the front door of the police station. The police, who were completely off guard by him, calmed down the hysterical boy. After he finally composed himself, he opened up to the police about what he had been seeing. Sebastian and Louis go missing. Sebastian told the police that he saw a vampire inside the cave, surrounded by a group of people. The police, who were serious until then at least, let out a sigh of relief, told the young boy that he might have had a nightmare, and drove him back to the village. When Sebastian woke up the next day, he wasn't able to get what he had seen the previous night. Couldn't get it out of his head. He was extremely disturbed. So he went back to the police station, asked him to investigate the cave. The police, however, never took him seriously. They shooed him away. He repeatedly insisted that something evil and dangerous was there inside the cave, and if they did not intervene, it would take the lives of people. After pleading repeatedly, one officer named Luis Martinez asked Sebastian to take him to the cave so he could investigate. Sebastian, who was grateful to the officer, got into the car with him and took him to the cave. Later in the day, the other officers started to grow worried as Louis and the kid had not returned after heading to the cave. Also, Louis was not reachable on his radio. The police waited for them to... Computer glitch. The police waited for him to return. That was until that evening, after which they went to Sebastian's village hoping that the boy would have returned. But even Sebastian's whereabouts were not known. It was at this point that the police understood that it was an emergency. As they were understaffed, they sought the help of the Mexican military, headed toward the cave in search of Louis and Sebastian. What they saw would shock the entire world. In order to know what they saw inside, let us travel back to December of 1962. The ploy of the Hernandez brothers. Santos and Cayetano Hernandez, two scammers who were also brothers, they engineered a plan to grow wealth quickly. To execute it, they went to a small isolated village called Yerba Buena, which had only 20 families, and whose primary occupants were illiterate and poor. This village was present right below the cave which Sebastian and Louis went to investigate. Right before the new year, this scammer duo got into Yerba Buena. They put on a dramatic show, telling how they were the prophets of an exiled Incan god. They told them that if they were obedient and did the thing they commanded, this god would bring them wealth. They were extremely good salesmen, and as a result they convinced the gullible villagers into believing their disguise and obeying them. The villagers believed their words so much that they practically became slaves to the brothers. They gave them anything they wanted and did everything they asked them to do. However, after a couple of months, some of the villagers started to get frustrated with the brothers as they were losing their wealth instead of gaining some. Also, they were being treated extremely bad by the Hernandez brothers, which made them question if they were really prophets. As this opinion was slowly beginning to become the opinion of the whole village, the brothers who had already looted the village dry decided to try and rescue their mission. Entry of the pseudo-goddess. To accomplish this, they went to close by a city and went in search of prostitutes to aid them with their ploy. Their search ended when they met Magdalena Salas, a prostitute in the city. They told them about their ploy and asked her to pretend as an actual income goddess, interesting term, to instigate belief in the villagers once again. She liked this idea and agreed to it in exchange for some money. So she, along with her brother who acted as her pimp, was taken to the village secretively by the Hernandez brothers. The scammer duo dressed her in an Incan goddess costume and hid her in one of the caves in the mountain. Later, they went to the village, gathered up the villagers, told them that they had a special ceremony in the cave, and took them into the cave. After all of them were inside, they created a smokescreen using basic magic tricks and made the Magdalena emerge out of it as a goddess. Standing amidst the smoke, she told them that she would kill them if they would dare to disobey her. The villagers were intimidated by what she had said and ended up completely believing her. The villagers started believing the Hernandez brothers again. Things seemed to work. Everything went as planned except for the pseudo-goddess change in attitude. After being a prostitute for a major portion of her life, the way these villagers saw her gave her a sense of control and respect for the very first time. She started herself as a goddess of the village, and this goddess was not really a merciful one. She completely took control over the village by giving death threats, soon raised to the pinnacle of the authority structure, surpassing the Hernandez brothers. Although the brothers didn't like this, they didn't intervene as they were getting to exploit the villagers the way they wanted. Magdalena's blood rituals. As time went by, the pseudo-goddess started to abuse the villagers physically, mentally, and sexually. She started displaying strong sadomasochistic and pedophilic tendencies and used the village to fulfill her extreme fetishes. Ugh. She also convinced herself that in order to stay a goddess, she had to drink blood. Of course. Hence, she demanded the villagers to provide her with blood, which they heeded. They slaughtered their farm animals and pets, drained out their blood, and gave it to the pseudo-goddess. As the abuses and blood rituals continued, two villagers in some time in April felt that they had endured enough. They decided to flee the village. The Hernandez brothers, who somehow got to know about this, told Magdalena about it. After getting to know about this, she immediately told the villagers to get into the cave for a special ceremony. Once everyone was in, she pointed at the two who were planning an escape, ordered the remaining to kill them. The other villagers obliged and beat the two of them to death. Once they were dead, Magdalena dragged their corpse to a pike she had set up in the cave and tied them up. She then took a chalice, walked toward the corpses, and pressed it against the bodies to fill it with their blood. Once it was filled, she proceeded to drink it. It was at this point that the pseudo-goddess felt that she should drink human blood instead of animal blood. In the oncoming weeks, Magdalena would call the villagers often for these blood rituals, asking the villagers to perhaps... Oops, I dropped something. Asking the villagers... to kill the one that she pointed at and drink their blood. With time, she felt that killing the sacrifices spoils their blood. So she started to tie them up, cut out their hearts while they were still alive, and drink their blood. Sebastian and Luis are discovered. This exact scene is what poor Sebastian saw that night in the cave. The next day, when he and the officer went to the cave to investigate, they would have their hearts carved out by the pseudo-goddess who would drink their blood as well. When the police and armed force arrived at the cave, they were attacked by the villagers, which led to a shootout. The shootout killed most of the villagers and the Hernandez brothers. Once the shootout stopped, they headed into the cave in search of the boy and the officer. However, they were able to only find their heartless bodies surrounded by pieces of human flesh. After searching the village, they found Magdalena and her brother hiding in a hut. They were later convicted, sentenced to 50 years in jail. Not really paranormal. Explore the unexplained with us on Paranormal M. Hit subscribe. Stay tuned for haunting tales that will captivate your imagination. Are you ready to embrace the mystery? Is Adams Hall haunted? Currently, I reside in the ERAU Daytona Beach campus in Adams Hall, and there's been some strange things happening. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or demons or anything of the sort. I come from a small coastal town that has ghost stories built into its culture, but I only ever bought into it as a kid. Every local has their story. I guess I never expected mine to be in my college dorm an hour away. The first few incidents of strange things happening I dismissed as coming from normal college dorm stuff. The entire hall is just freshmen, so of course they're all up to pranks all the time. I've caught many in the act of ding-dong ditching and, tying a rope on my door handle. I don't know what that one was about. My walls are paper thin, and I can usually even hear my neighbors, or what they're talking about specifically. My neighbors are noisy, but I've gotten used to it. The late-night door banging. Things only started getting out of hand when the noises weren't during quiet hours, and usually I was alone. Adams is a triple, but one roommate moved out, and the other lives quite close, so they go home almost every weekend. I would hear very loud, persistent banging on my front door, the kind you get from campus safety or if housing is feeling aggressive. But those people call out things like campus safety open door or housing insert room number. These late-night bangs never came with a voice, not even a hushed whisper or even a giggle. Just repeated banging. Until I would get out of bed or shout it loud enough. The first time I recall this happened, I had just been through something a little bit traumatic that involved my safety at my dorm, so I thought I was simply going crazy and being paranoid. But even after that, the banging went on. I asked my suite mates whether they had heard anything, and they hadn't at all. I don't know anyone else on my floor except my RA, and the banging is so loud that my walls shake a bit. So it'd be strange for some freshman that I don't know to knock only on my door, especially doing it consistently. So without me catching them too. It still happens to this day, and my roommates heard it too. She's only heard it when I've been dead asleep, though. Strange. Strange how we never hear it together. We might both be crazy. The Whale. It's around 6 p.m., and I'm at my door much earlier than usual. I was sitting on my bed doing homework. My roommate was with me doing homework as well. We both hear this strange scream, more like a whale than anything. And for clarity, it sounded very painful, and not too aligned with community guidelines, quote-unquote adult. Thinking we were crazy hearing things, I'm telling you the door banging has drove us mad. We made sure to confirm the other heard it as well. We rushed to pop our heads out the door, fearing whoever made that noise was heard. As we look into the empty hallway, wondering what the hell made that noise, one of her neighbors 4 doors down pops her head out. She asks if we heard the whale. We say, yeah, it was right next door. She replies, what? I swear it was right next to mine. Another neighbor in the other direction pops his out of the door and asks the same thing. The interaction that followed was the same as well. We all mumbled about how weird it was, slowly sank back into our rooms. My roommate and I, a little bit freaked out since we know that we're not imagining things now. The handle shake. Back at my hometown, I live smack dab next to the train tracks. It gets a little bit annoying when the trains go by with a particularly large load, as the walls and items and desks will be shaking for a good 10 minutes sometimes. My bathroom is connected to my bedroom, and the door handle was a bit loose. Just never really thought to tighten it. So when a train would go by, it would shake and it would speed up and slow down with the rhythm of the wheels and the tracks. That sounds very different from when my sister, whose bedroom is connected to the same bathroom, would bump into it or lock it. Very different. So fast forward to an hour ago. Sitting on my floor, I'm by myself. It's Saturday, I'm watching YouTube, and I'm playing Minecraft. Duh. I hear the door handle to the bathroom jiggle up and down, paired with some giggling. My immediate thought was, oh, my roommates are just playing around again. Let me join in and scare them. I walk to the door. The handle is still jiggling. I grab the handle and I yank open the door to pop my head out and surprise them. But there was no one, and no one was in that little room that connects to the suite by the bathroom. There's also nothing in there but a hung towel and some toilet paper on the shelf. Was the noise at the door? I could have sworn it wasn't after all. The door handle continued to shake until I grabbed it and opened it. I checked the front door. Nothing. I shake the front door handle just to see if I can mimic the sound, hoping this is some weird prank. It's got a completely different pitch and sound to it. I turn back, knock on my suite mate's door, and ask if they had shaken my door handle. Well, they had said no, and in fact nobody had been in there for a good 2 hours. One was up in the lofted bed, and the other was at their desk working on a project. They also hadn't heard their door handle jiggle. So it's not likely the building just shook for no reason. Earthquakes aren't a thing here, and that door can't be accessed from the hallway, only from the rooms. What the hell has been causing this? If I was the only one experiencing this, that would be one thing, but my neighbors and roommates have stuff too. Is Adams Hall known to be haunted? I've just never heard about it. Is there any historical significance in this area that would possibly put this building in such a predicament? Did me and my friend both see the same thing? To give a bit of backstory, I lived in a small village on the Great Orme. Landudno. Excuse what? I live in a small village on the Great Orme. O-R-M-E. Landudno. L-L-A-N-D-U-D-N-O. That's where I spent most of my childhood. The Great Orme is somewhat known for its connection to spirituality. I'd never really experienced anything before this, only bumps and knocks in the night, and sometimes feeling eyes watching me as I took the wash-in from the line at night. However, there's always this lingering feeling about the Orme. Cold, eerie feeling, but also the warmth of comfort at the same time. I was around 16 years old when my friend, let's call her Beth, was staying over for the night. It was pretty late at night, maybe 11:30 p.m., and we were talking in my bedroom. That's when we heard the sound of a tennis ball bouncing against the road from outside my window. It Curious as to who would be out this late at night, we pulled back the curtains and peered over the windowsill. The street was long and very narrow, with rows of attached houses. The road was dimly lit by pale yellow streetlights. My eyes scanned the streets until they met an older lady who was walking her dog. More curiosity was not satisfied as now. I had more questions. I looked at my friend who had the same expression as I did, then back to the woman who hadn't noticed us. This woman was visibly old, light gray hair, hunched over posture, staggering a little when she walked, dated clothes. The lady was slowly throwing the ball like a small distance, then stopping at her little dog, and it would fetch it back for her. She walked past my window, very slowly, mind you, before she started bouncing about 7 feet in the air down the street. Yes, bouncing. Imagine throwing a ball into the ground. The way the ball would bounce, travel in a direction, while still in the air, hit the ground to repeat. This is exactly what the woman was doing. We were completely gobsmacked. Eyes locked in terror, staring at this unexplainable sight. We watched as she bounced toward the end of the street, her dog running beside her. It wasn't until her body language said that she was turning around to repeat the same thing back down the street towards us that we simultaneously retreated back behind this certain curtain. We paused, processing what we both saw in silence, then looked at each other, confirming that we both witnessed what the other saw, but still without saying a word. Not knowing exactly what to do with this information, we decided to explain what we saw to my mom. We briefly told the story. The lady was walking her dog, and then we saw her bouncing at an inhuman height. My mom stopped us and separated us into different rooms. First, she sat with my friend, leaving me to twiddle my thumbs, questioning her motive. After a couple of minutes, my mom swapped us around. She asked me to detail, and I remember of the woman, she asked me to draw exactly what I saw without missing a detail. Not only her, but her dog as well. I followed her request. Then she brought us back together to compare our drawings in attempts to catch us out in a lie. However, to her surprise, the pictures were identical down to the details. Different angles and drawing styles, sure, but the details were undoubtedly the same. My mom didn't have much to say apart from look away or turn around if we ever saw her again. She was relieved to hear that the woman didn't notice us watching her from the window. My mom never saw that woman again, and to this day I still can't explain what she and her friends saw that night. My nan has confirmed the story for me. No one apart from this story has any reason to lie about it. There's been a line of very spiritually awake females in my family, my mom included. I'm not sure if that could mean anything. However, it doesn't explain why a friend witnessed it too. If anybody might have some explanation or theory, I'd love to hear them. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to pass them on as my mom to see, so maybe she could answer something. I just gotta say, the tactic your grandma had was kinda cop-like, but kind of cool. Smart. My paranormal experience. Scariest night of my life. For some background information, I come from a group of people whose cultural and religious beliefs surround shamanism. Our origins left our people with a deeply rooted spiritual connection. But I'm not shaman. I'm a Christian. During my high school years, I was never really into my faith or Christianity. I loved and enjoyed the thrill of watching scary movies for fun as a hobby. I believed in the paranormal, but never had any real first-hand experiences. Because of my ethnicity and culture, I heard a lot of scary ghost stories through friends, family members, including their own personal experiences. A lot of it ties into the shaman religious cultural beliefs and the rules. For example, it's a known rule to never respond if you hear your name being called if you know for a fact no one is around. If you're not entirely sure, it's better not to respond, but instead check to see if somebody's home who might have called for you. It's believed that if it's a spirit calling for you, they're trying to get your attention. Sure. If you answer, you let the spirit know that you heard them, and then they'll latch onto you, generally taking your response as a welcoming to impede on your life. Sounds like some regular people I know too. I remember a few different family friends who are shaman sharing similar stories about hearing their names being called, but they knew for certain that no one was home. Just in case, they would check the entire house without saying a word or responding, and turns out no one would end up being home. There's more terrifying experiences that were shared with me, but I'm going to leave them out of this post. This post is already too long, and they are kind of more terrifying than what happened to me. I was just an average girl with a typical teenage life. I had no real first-hand paranormal experiences. I only ever experienced sleep paralysis for a short period of time during my sophomore year in high school. The first couple of times were pretty freaky, but eventually I got used to them, and some days I'd just be so exhausted after school that during an episode of sleep paralysis it'd be like, ugh, I'm too tired for this. I'm gonna go back to sleep. And then I'd be KO'd. Eventually they stopped after 2 weeks. I understand the science behind sleep paralysis, but I'm including this experience because in my culture it's known to be a spiritual encounter. We have a different term for it in our language, which in English translates to getting or being sat on by spirits. I didn't experience much during my sleep paralysis, so I don't really think much of it honestly. I just couldn't move and felt a lot of anxiety. But then I'd be able to feel a release and get up like I just woke up from a really bad nightmare. I didn't feel any kind of presence before, during, or after the experience. I didn't see anything either, so I pretty much sum it up to being like good old science sleep paralysis. But in terms of paranormal world stuff, that's the closest thing I ever really experienced. Wasn't even anything truly spiritual. Snoozy emoji. Except one night during my junior year, I had a very traumatic experience. I won't say for certain it was ghosts, but I'm definitely convinced it was not a dream. It was the worst form of sleep paralysis experience I've ever had. Hope to never experience anything like that ever again. It was a normal Saturday, and at bedtime, I tucked myself in with my phone charging on the pillow next to my head. Not a good place to put that. I had an old Verizon flip phone since this was the year 2011, and my folks couldn't afford to get me an Apple phone. I always charged my phone during the night and would place it in the front side up on my pillow next to my head. And while charging, the front screen would stay on and light up the surface of my ceiling. Everything was normal. Everything felt fine. I fell asleep, but later woke up in a daze because I felt somebody was calling for me, and it was from the door of my bedroom. And something was standing out in the hallway. It was really strange because I didn't actually hear anyone or see anyone, but I knew someone was there in the same sense that you know someone's in the bathroom or somebody just entered the room or a car even if you don't look to see. I was in a daze, almost like being awake or half awake and half asleep. I thought it must have been my babysitter, 12 years old, trying to wake me up. I say out loud, "Anna, what do you want?" Mind you, I'm not actually seeing anyone, but I feel that someone's there. I don't think much of it because I was so tired, but I knew someone was there and somebody was trying to wake me up. I fell back asleep since they didn't say anything back to me. I KO'd. I woke up again, but I wasn't in a daze this time. I slowly opened my eyes and slowly started to wake up, and I'm thinking to myself, why am I awake? What time is it? Still kind of tired, and I peek at my phone to check the time. Close to 3 a.m. Again, the front of my flip phone is already on because it stays on while being plugged into charge. The front displays the time, so I don't have to do much to check it. The phone's next to my head, so I simply turn my head and slightly face the screen toward my eyes to see the time. I move my phone back. With every intention of just slowly drifting back asleep, I look up at the ceiling and I see the light from my phone screen hitting the surface of the ceiling. This is normal because I charge my phone like this every night. Suddenly, after looking for no more than 3 seconds, I see a huge shadow move from the left side to the right side. Went across the ceiling where the light was hitting. The best way I can describe it is if I were maybe to take my hand and hover it over the front of my flip phone, maybe 4 or 5 inches away. Move my hand, starting from one end and across to the other end of the phone, interrupting the light being cast onto the ceiling. This would create a similar effect to what I saw, except the shadow took up the whole entire space of the light hitting the surface as it made its way over from one side to the other, left to right. I was in disbelief. I was still pretty tired, so I chose to doubt myself and what I was seeing. I was thinking that I might just have been seeing things because, well, I am tired. So I thought I'll just keep my eyes open and keep looking to see. I was trying to verify that it was nothing, me just being crazy or tired. 2 seconds later, I see a huge shadow moving across the ceiling where the light's hitting. Again. First time was left to right. Second time it moved from right to left. This is when I finally really woke up, and my eyes widened. I was not tired anymore. I was freaking out on the inside and terrified. But I remained still because I had no idea what I just saw or what had just happened. I was frozen in fear and instantly closed my eyes out of fear. Things got worse. Suddenly, I felt the atmosphere of the room change. It's hard to describe, but it was like the gravity around me felt heavy. It was thick, like the humidity in Florida. It felt ominous, sort of like Florida. A second after the atmosphere changed, I experienced something similar to sleep paralysis where I couldn't move, but I didn't dare try to speak either. I was petrified. I quickly felt an ominous presence on my bedside. It had the same heavy feeling, like when the atmosphere changed. I moved toward the foot of my bed and began to climb onto the bed. The first move it made onto the bed, I could feel the area in which it climbed on. It felt like a 300-pound person was climbing onto my bed. I felt each indent as it climbed closer to me and over my legs. I could feel the lower end of my body move and sink in towards where it was climbing each time. I felt the weight of it shifting my bed from right to left each time it crawled closer to me. I was crying on the inside. Suddenly it stopped. I felt an incredibly heavy pressure weighing down on my chest. It was hard to breathe. I was crying and praying to God for help, and mind you, I was in high school and I was a girl who didn't take her faith very seriously. I was only a Christian by name or by title. After 2 or 3 minutes of praying and begging for help, everything subsided. I was released and able to move freely. I was still extremely afraid and in shock and trying to process everything. I laid there for a minute until I gathered the courage to hop out of bed and ran out of my room, straight to my little sister's bed to sleep with her. I accidentally woke her up. She was confused and asked me why I was there. I told her I was really scared. She asked me what happened, but I didn't tell her. I was too really afraid to speak about what just freaking happened. I couldn't sleep by myself or in my own room for a whole month. I ended up sleeping in my sister's bedroom with her for 4 or 5 weeks straight. I tried not to think about it, and I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to remember it. I think I eventually told my mom about it a couple of months later, but I never really shared this experience with anyone else because, well, it oddly ends after they say, because I thought. So use your imagination to end the story, I guess. Haunting of the Fox Hollow Farms. In 2006, Rob and Vicki Graves, along with their 2 teenagers, decided to look for a property in suburban Indiana. They were tired of the city's fast-paced lifestyle. During their property search, they stumbled upon a property called Fox Hollow Farms, which has a huge estate, but had an abnormally low asking price. Interested in the property, the couple ended up calling the real estate agent and went on a house tour. The family was astonished by the sheer size of this house and the beauty that it emitted. While walking around the house, something struck Rob's mind. He remotely remembered hearing that this house belonged to a serial killer named Herb Baumeister. He then stopped the real estate agent and asked him if this house was actually owned by a serial killer. The agent did not refuse even a bit and agreed. He told the family that he was expecting them to ask about the killer and proceeded to share with them the history of that house. This house was originally owned by Herb Baumeister, the most notorious serial killer Indiana had ever seen. Baumeister was a completely normal child until the onset of puberty. Right after puberty hit, he started displaying antisocial behavior and started showing an obsession with the dead. He was also diagnosed with schizophrenia, which was left untreated. Later, he appeared as a successful professional, a perfect dad, a loving husband, and a perfect neighbor to others. But what he did in private was commit cold-blooded murders. He went around killing people, gay men, and buried them in his property, which is nothing but the Fox Hollow Farms. Once he knew he was getting closed down by the police, he fled to Ontario and killed himself. In his death note, he mentioned that he was killing himself because of his failing business and marriage. Police would end up finding multiple bodies on the property. The property was then purchased by a private investor who removed all of Baumeister's belongings from it. The house was later put on the market, but it failed to attract any buyers. People would come, they'd look at the house, and then end up not buying it because of its dark history. The agent told them that the house's dark history was the reason for its cheap price. Unlike the others who rejected the house previously, the Graves ended up buying it. 2 weeks later, the family moved into the house and instantly fell in love with it. The teenage sons especially loved spending time in the swimming pool at the house. They would playfully run around and bring dirt and gravel into the pool while getting back into it. Okay. So one day, Vicky was vacuuming around the pool, cleaning up the mess the boys had made. The vacuum cleaner stopped working all of a sudden. When she turned around, she saw the power cord plugged out of the socket. She thought to herself that she might have jutted out the cord accidentally, plugged it in again, and resumed the vacuuming. Just within a few moments, the power cord was plugged out again, but this time it was almost a foot away from the socket. She wondered how she could have jutted it out so far accidentally, plugged it in again, and continued vacuuming. This time, she kept looking over her shoulder to see why it was getting plugged out. She saw it getting thrown out of the socket right in front of her eyes. She was startled by it and went back into the house, dropping the vacuum on that spot. Rob worked at a car dealership. One of his employees, named Joe, was constantly turning up late for work. As he couldn't tolerate this behavior anymore, he confronted Joe and asked him the reason for always turning up late. Joe told him that he lived over an hour away, and that was the reason he couldn't be on time for work. After thinking it over for a brief period, Rob offered Joe to rent an apartment attached to his residence. Joe readily accepted, moved into the apartment a couple of days later with his dog Fred. Tired from the transportation of his goods, Joe went to bed early that night. That night he had a dream where he was being chased by someone unknown, and this made him sleepwalk. He started running away from the apartment in a half-lucid state, tumbled onto the ground, knocking over a glass. That cut his hand really badly. A couple of days later, when Vicky returned home, she found Rob painting a portion of the house. She walked toward him, and a couple started speaking about how beautiful the house would look after he finishes painting it. As they were speaking, Vicky noticed a man clothed in a red t-shirt come out of the nearby woods into the property. He stood there eerily staring at them and the house. Before she could tell Rob about it, the man went back into the woods and disappeared. Still, Vicky ended up telling Rob about the man, but Rob told her that it was quite common for a house with such a dark history to have stalkers. Vicky accepted this as their new reality and tried not to give much attention to what she had seen. Later that night, as Joe was clearing up his dishes, he heard somebody knock on the door. As Joe was doing his dishes, his hands were full of soap foam, and he was washing it off before going to check who was knocking on his door. While he was washing his hands, the knocking got louder and more aggressive. He yelled, "I'm coming," but the knocks didn't stop. Assuming it was Rob or Vicky calling him for an emergency, he rushed to the door as soon as he could and opened it. When he opened it, all he could see was emptiness. Joe initially thought that it was the work of an intruder. He looked at every place he suspected, but he found none. As he walked back toward his apartment confused, he saw someone sitting in his bedroom and his dog stood near his bedroom just barking at it. As Joe rushed into the room, the person disappeared. He turned all the lights to make sure it was not a thief, and he found no one inside. Joe was disturbed by the knocks he heard previously. He walked out of his apartment with his dog seeking a rational explanation. As he walked through the house's driveway, he noticed a man in a red t-shirt walking into the woods. His dog started chasing this man and ran into the woods himself. Joe couldn't leave his friend in the woods, so he followed it into the woods in fear. As he entered the woods, he saw his dog staring at him all silently. In fact, it was staring at something slightly to his side. As he slowly turned his head to see what it was, he saw the man in a red t-shirt standing right next to him. Joe ran out of the woods in fear. His dog followed him into his apartment. He locked the door and peeked out through his window to see if the man followed him. That night went by with Joe constantly looking out of the window hoping that the man does not return. The next day, Joe rushed to Rob and Vicky and informed them about the occurrences of the previous night. When he told them about the man with the red t-shirt in the woods, Vicky immediately connected to him. She had seen the same person the previous day, after all. That night, Joe was all locked up in his apartment, hoping that the night was not as terrible as the previous night. As he was looking out of the window in fear, he heard someone knock on his door. The knocks were so aggressive that the doors literally rattled. Joe opened the door, and just like the previous night, he found no one. As he stood there looking around, he noticed that the knocker on the door stood perpendicular to the ground, as if somebody was holding it. The knocker knocked on the door one last time, with no one near it. Joe swiftly went back into his room, locked the door in fear. As he anxiously looked at the door, he saw the doorknob turn all by itself. The door burst open. He ran out of the apartment to see who was causing all of this. That's when he returned back. He saw a man soaked completely run out of his apartment right across him. Scared to death, Joe, along with his dog, rushed into Rob and Vicky's portion and told them what had just happened. The three of them arrived at the conclusion that the house was haunted by the victims of Baumeister, convinced themselves that they would not harm them. But little did they know it was not just the victims haunting their property. One night, as Joe was working on his computer, he heard noises from his kitchen. When he entered the kitchen, he saw all knives neatly lined up. Joe thought that this was the work of a ghost of a victim. He felt obliged to help it. So he turned off the AC, took out his iPhone, and started recording. He asked multiple times who was in the kitchen, but got no answers. He laughed at how silly he was, but still transferred the recording to his PC and listened to it. In the recording, he heard a man answer. The married one. The creepy part is that the only one who was married in Baumeister's case was Baumeister himself. Evil never dies, after all. Eerie Encounters, Alexander's, a Cult and a Family. The Alexanders entered the Lorber Society. In the early 1950s, a young stonemason named Harold Alexander living in Hamburg, Germany, came in contact with an old man named George. George was a leader of a small religious group called the Lorber Society, which was rooted in the Christian faith. Their views, however, were far more extreme than an average Christian. While most Christians believe in self-denial to gain favor with God, George and the other members of the Labor Society, or Lorber, took this concept of self-denial to the extreme. They practiced it so aggressively that nobody in the society could live a normal life. They prayed to God 24/7. To add on, members of the Lorber Society also believed that anybody who was not part of them was evil. So, when Harold met George, he was blown away by him as George was extremely charismatic. George had a similar admiration for Harold, which instantly made them friends. This friendship made Harold and his wife, Dragma, join the Lorber Society. They wholeheartedly got into this extreme way of life and obediently listened to everything George told them. Harold rises in the ranks of the society. A few days after Harold and his wife joined the society, George was struck by illness. He was nearing his demise rapidly. Harold visited George when George was on his deathbed. When he returned after the meeting, he told his wife that George told him he was going to be the next leader of the Lorber Society when George dies. His wife, along with the rest of the society members, believed this, and when George eventually died, they accepted him as their leader. They revered him, just like they did with George, and devotionally accepted his words. Frank, a prophet of God. When Harold led the society, he continuously told them the next prophet of God would be returning to Earth, and they apparently should be ready for it. He claimed that he would know immediately when the prophet arrives and orders them to do whatever this prophet wanted without question, as it was God's will. In 1953, Harold and his wife Dragma birthed their second child, which was also their first boy. They named him Frank. As soon as Frank was born, Harold decisively said that his son was the prophet that they'd all been waiting for, and all the members accepted it without a second opinion. As Frank grew up, he was continually worshipped 24/7 by the members of the Lorber Society, which included his own family. This had a major impact on his behavior. By the time Frank was at the age of a grade school child, he fully believed that he was the prophet of God, and he began using that authority to boss around his family, especially his three sisters and his mother. But he was never confronted, as he was considered as a prophet of God. The Alexanders fled to Spain. When Frank turned 16, he started feeling the need for sex. But since society thought pretty much everybody out of that society was evil, he got a weird idea. Since he didn't want to pollute himself with the evil outside, he went to his father, told him that he wanted to ease his sexual urges by copulating with the family's woman. Okay. His father, instead of confronting him, encouraged this idea. To add to the grotesqueness, the family woman readily accepted their new role as they firmly believed pleasing him was pleasing God. As this weirdness went on, one of Frank's sisters told one of her friends in school about her jealousness when Frank engaged with the other woman in the house. This event started rumors about the family's incestual behavior, which eventually ended with the police catching their trials. Also, the Lorber Society started distancing itself from the family as they dejected the idea of incest. This led to Harold and his fleeing to Santa Cruz, a city on the Canary Islands in Spain. Despite their change in locality, their belief system didn't change. They continued worshipping Frank in their small apartment amidst the busy city. A creeped-out doctor. 10 months later, on December 22nd, 1970, a wealthy doctor named Walter heard a knock on the door of his villa. When he opened it, he saw two men covered head to toe in something that resembled mud. When he asked what they wanted, they told him they wanted to meet Sabine, his 15-year-old housemaid, as they were her father and brother. Yes, the two men were Harold and Frank. Heeding their request, Walter called for Sabine, and once she arrived at the door, he started walking away to give the personal space. He suddenly stopped, overhearing the terrible things they were speaking about. He started sweating profusely after hearing their conversation and rushed into a room to call the police. When the police arrived, they found Harold and his children calm and composed. This was contradicting, as from what the police heard from Walter, the family can't be so calm after performing such a hideous act. Harold continued to tell the police about the terrible actions he committed with such calmness that the police were dumbfounded. The police right away headed to Harold's apartment. When they opened the apartment door, they immediately understood that Harold was not bluffing. So, what actually happened? It was the killing hour. The killing hour. According to Frank and Harold, women were innately evil, and they could only go to heaven if they were murdered and had their evil organs mutilated. This concept was strongly believed by them, and the women of the family completely accepted it, as according to them, Frank was a prophet of God and everything. He commanded was God's own command. On December 21st, 1970, Harold and his wife were taking a nap in their bedroom. Frank went into their bedroom, sat in the corner of their bed, and kept staring at his mom. His mom incidentally opened her eyes and looked at Frank in a way that he describes as offensive. Offended by her so-called offensive sight, Frank declared the killing hour. He grabbed a wooden coat hanger near him and started beating his own mom on her head. Instead of fighting against the assault, she lied on her back, kept her hands on her sides, and got into a position that made it easier for him to assault her, as it was the killing hour. His father, instead of stopping him, jumped out of the bed, ran into the hall, and started playing his organ in ecstasy. Jesus. After hitting his mom's head until she fell unconscious, he proceeded to assault his two other sisters until they fell unconscious. Sabina escaped her death as she stayed in the doctor's house that week. While the three women were lying unconscious, Frank went to the kitchen and brought a knife with him. With that knife, he proceeded to cut off the breasts and genitals, according to him, the evil organs. He did this of the still-alive women, and nailed them to the walls. He further proceeded to carve out his mother's heart, wrapped it with a cord, and had hung it on the wall. And by the way, guys, I did not pick these stories. Well, I don't have all that much saying all that much. By then, the women were all dead, and the father-son duo left their apartment. They would then spend that night in another property of theirs before meeting Sabine. Harold and Frank were put into asylums from which they escaped after 20 years. Their whereabouts after their escape still stay obscure. Something in my grandma's basement causing issues. For some background, my grandma, grandpa, and I moved into a new house when I was 6. My grandpa had a stroke, and we needed a one-story house since we could no longer climb the stairs. And this house felt perfect. I'd always been able to feel weird stuff, and my friend says I'm an empath. But I'm not as strong as she is. My dad says that he's that way too, that he's always been able to feel ghosts and such. Every other family member I have is on my mother's side. They can't feel the paranormal at all, to my knowledge. When we moved into this house, I didn't feel a thing. That is, until I went into the basement. I know this sounds like a terrible horror movie cliche, but please hear me out. I might actually need help here. I went into the basement, and it felt suffocating. I developed a fear of that basement. But being a small child, I had no idea why I was scared of it. Whenever I needed to go down there for my grandma, I would inch my way down slowly, grab what I needed, and sprint back up the stairs. My grandma always joked that I was so serious about exercising. She never felt what I felt down there. Eventually, my aunt and 11-year-old cousin moved in with us because of my aunt's divorce. She needed a place to stay until she could get back into her feet. My cousin had a lot of behavioral problems due to mental disorders and the fact that his parents just got divorced. I was 12 at that time. My cousin and I ended up playing down there a lot. I hated it in the basement. But it was a place that we could escape the adults and the drama of real life when the weather didn't really let us play outside. My aunt and cousin didn't understand why I hated the basement, so I just thought I was maybe being paranoid and buried my fears. I could never stay down there for longer than an hour straight, though. Every day I played down there, it felt more and more suffocating. As soon as my cousin and aunt moved out, I avoided that basement as much as I possibly could. When I was around 14, I told a friend of mine about it. She thought that maybe it was haunted. She gave me sage to try and cleanse it. It didn't work. I moved out at 18 into my boyfriend's dad's house. A year later, my grandma called me and asked me to house sit for a week while she was on vacation. But no boyfriends allowed. I tried to do the first night by myself, but I couldn't even be in the living room for like half an hour without panicking. So my boyfriend stayed with me. Going against Grandma. One night while we were watching YouTube on the Roku in the living room, we heard a loud crash from somewhere in the house. I was scared somebody had broken in, so my boyfriend grabbed a knife and surveyed the house. Nothing was out of place and all the doors were still locked. Didn't sleep much that night. Nothing else happened. When Grandma had gotten back from her trip, we left immediately. She called us later asking if we'd been in the basement. Well, I had avoided the basement my entire time, and so my boyfriend did too. She told us that her box of VHS tapes that had been sitting on the ground had been thrown and strewn about. The one place that we hadn't checked when we heard a loud crash was the basement. This thing had never, to my knowledge, physically interacted with anything before. This scared me, but nothing out of the ordinary happened since, according to my grandma, so since I had already moved out, I couldn't monitor the basement. A few months ago, my grandma asked me to come over and bring some stuff up from the basement for her since, her back had been bad lately. So I went down and I was looking for the thing that she wanted when suddenly it felt like my body wasn't my own. I watched myself pull out my phone and try to download a Spirit Box app with the feeling of, I want to talk to you. I snapped out of it and grabbed the things and ran out of there without a second's thought. I never felt anything like it. It had never felt like it wanted me down there. It had definitely never wanted to communicate with me before. Honestly, I never really felt like I couldn't control my own body before. This was new, and new was scary. But I again made the excuses that it was my own curiosity that got the better of me. I developed a paranoia disorder because of the thing in the basement. Couldn't be alone without having a panic attack in that house. Even now, after I've moved out, if I'm alone or even half an hour in my apartment by myself, I have panic attacks. I think it really messed with my mental health. But until today, I chalked it up to my mental disorder feeding my paranoia about it. My friends and I have been playing Dungeons & Dragons at my grandma's house. We'd been playing in that quote-unquote back porch room, which didn't have any insulation and it's getting cold where we live. My grandma suggested we play in the basement, since it's warmer than the porch, told me to show them around. So I showed my two friends around the basement. One of these friends is an empath, the one I previously mentioned. The other is a paranormal skeptic. Since I had practically convinced myself nothing is wrong with the basement, I brought them down. The basement is in the same shape as the house, which is J-shaped. To the left of the stairs is the top of the J, and to the right is the bottom and behind is the hook. I showed them the top first, since it was more open, so more room for us. I felt the usual pressure on my chest like I was suffocating, but then both the skeptic and the empath said that they felt a pressure on their chests. I brought them over to the hook in the J away from the pressure, and it felt fine until the skeptic walked away back to the top. The empath whispered that she felt it just walk over to us. Then the skeptic came over and said that it was no longer in the top of the J, but in the hook. I had to grab some stuff when I was down there, but after I got them out of there, I got confirmation by somebody who's super aware of the paranormal and somebody who's the opposite and super skeptical about the paranormal. There's something dark in that basement. I wouldn't be writing of this if it weren't for the skeptical friend. He messaged in a group chat an hour ago that he had been having nightmares about the thing in the basement and he refuses to ever go back down there. He's thoroughly freaked out by whatever's down there. That kind of has me worried. My previously mentioned aunt and cousin, and now additional 12-year-old cousin, are once again moving into that house temporarily until they get a new house. I'm worried about their safety. This thing is capable of throwing objects and instilling paranoia and fear and other negative emotions into people who are no longer there. It nearly possessed me into opening a spirit box, who also knows it's very territorial. So I need help. I don't want this thing to get to the point where it hurts someone. My grandma's 81 and fragile, and she can't afford to move out. My aunt is supporting 2 kids by herself right now and is super stressed. My 12-year-old cousin is young, and her mind is vulnerable, and it doesn't help that she's fascinated by the paranormal, but to my knowledge can't sense it. Does anybody know what this thing could be, and any ways to get rid of it? My friends are scared in my grandma's basement, but I'm scared for the people that are living there. I really don't know what this is. An unexplained experience I had counseling at summer camp some years ago. I can't fall asleep right now. Figured I'd share my one and only potentially paranormal encounter. It happened when I was 15. About 6 or 7 years ago, when I finally grew old enough to become a counselor at a summer camp I had attended annually for most of my childhood. The camp is in Camo Anokijik. Camo Anokijik. It's in Plymouth, Wisconsin, if you want to check it out. Spelled Camo, C-A-M-O, Anokijig, A-N-O-K-I-J-I-G. You would imagine that a summer camp as large and old as Anokijig would have its fair share of scary stories and camp legends. But from my experience, that really wasn't the case. Ghost stories around the campfire were, of course, popular, but they aren't really any specifically about the camp itself. That is, except one commonly accepted notion among the staff. Thunderbird Cabin 2 is haunted. See, the camp is separated into boys' and girls' sides. These sides are further divided into sections with names like Lakeview, Timber Trail, or, of course, Thunderbird. Counselors would rotate through sections throughout the summer. During the particular week of this story, I was stationed in Thunderbird, and was assigned with another counselor, who I'm going to call Keegan, to watch over the infamous Cabin 2. Stories about the Cabin 2 varied. Entities outside of the windows, goat men, scratching sounds at odd hours of the night, whatever. The diverse and often hyperbolized nature of these stories actually led me to doubt the legitimacy of all of them. It's a much more likely explanation that there was a desire for ghost stories at camp and that somebody just came up with Thunderbird 2 is haunted. Which just happened to stick, you know? I still kind of believe this, in fact. I don't really believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but I know what I experienced, and any rational explanation I can come up with doesn't seem to fully convince me. Anyways, it goes as follows. This week I was assigned to watch the youngest group of boys, about 6 to 8. We like to have everybody in bed early since the young kids can be restless. They needed time to wind down, and this particular night things went smoothly for Keegan and I. We had gotten all the kids seemingly asleep rather quickly. Being a little bit older, we would stay up and chat or read, and this night was no different. We both sat in Keegan's bunk sharing a pair of earbuds and watching YouTube videos. It's important now to describe the layout of cabin of Thunderbird. They were simplistic and rectangular, raised wooden cabins. The inner perimeter was lined with bunk beds and housed about 20, maybe 30 campers, 2 counselors. Small, high-set rectangular windows along all sides providing moderate moonlight at night. Anyways, we're watching a video and all the kids are asleep. It's dead quiet outside and inside. You can barely hear the crackling of the dwindling campfire and the muffled normal sounds of a Midwest forest at night. And, well, that is until something disturbs the peace. The unmistakable sound of somebody shaking in a sleeping bag breaks the silence. It's clear from the noise and vibrations that one of the campers is basically flailing in their bunk. Their sleeping bag is rustling, the metal bunk is squeaking. The sound of their body bouncing on the mattress makes a dull thumping. Keegan and I quickly just take out our earbuds, pause for a moment, and listen to the sound. We turn to each other with a concerned, "What the hell?" look on our faces. Initially, I'm actually worried a camper's having a seizure. And then on the other side of the cabin, we hear the same noise. The same vibration. Only a few seconds after the first camper started to shake. Second one joins in. Then another, and another. Within 7 or 8 seconds, literally every fucking kid in this cabin is flailing in their bags. The sound of rustling fabric and straining bed springs is all you can hear. In the pale of the moonlight, you could also see the outlines of their bodies bouncing around a little bit. The entire cabin is vibrating at this point, and Keegan and I are now frozen, wide-eyed, and terrified. We each have had the same frightened look, and it's clear that neither of us have any idea on what's going on or what to do. We sit paralyzed. We sit like this for some period of time while the collective possession around us is continuing. After 15 or maybe 20 seconds of this, the cacophony stops. Like a switch is flipped. All the campers stop moving and go perfectly still, back to sleeping undisturbed. Still immobilized with fear, Keegan and I sit completely still as well, not talking or moving. We're scared, and I'm assuming that this was simply the beginning of something worse. Unsure whether to run or check at the campers, minutes go by and both of us are looking around. Our eyes are darting to the door and the surrounding bunks, and both of us are just braced for impending doom. I'm not sure how, but at the same time, both of us silently conclude that we should bolt. As fast as we can, we leap from the bunk and sprint out the door into the clearing and accompanying the cabins. The only person still outside is our senior counselor scrolling through his phone by the fire. He's surprised to see 2 counselors of a cabin dash out the way we did. Panicked, we try to explain what the hell happened. He tries to brush it off, but he does agree to check the cabin. As you can guess, he doesn't see or hear anything but peacefully sleeping campers. We reluctantly return to the cabin and get to our beds. High alert, I lie awake for some time, braced and waiting for something. But alas, I drift off at some point, and wouldn't you believe it? In the morning, none of the kids claimed to know anything about the night previous. They all claimed to have fallen asleep like any other night. and the phenomenon does not continue any following night either. As somebody who is wholly skeptical and, as previously stated, does not believe in anything not well founded or observed scientifically, I struggle to think what might have caused this. I want to think if it was a prank, but I just don't think that a bunch of young children could coordinate something like this so well, or even, well, I don't think they could retain their innocence in the matter. If anybody has any similar stories or even heard of anything that could cause this, I'm all ears. Probably be the most confused and scared I'll ever be in my life. The situation was so bizarre and sudden. Hope I properly conveyed just how creepy it was. Overnight at my aunt's home. I just want to share a haunting, and my first brush with the paranormal. It's when I was 12 years old. My house is adjacent to my aunt's house, formerly the previous generation's home until they went on their separate ways after college, and my grandparents moved to the province, leaving it to my aunt. Since I don't have my own room, my parents, younger brother, and I sleep in the same bedroom in our one-story studio-type house. So, I would usually sleep over whenever there's room available, if my cousins or her are out, since I want to have privacy at times to play video games without being nagged about bedtime, or to take a look at the stuff in my male classmates call. Or to take a look at the stuff my male classmates call, and I'm going to, well, you know what they're talking about. Starts with a P, ends with an N. My cousins think their house is haunted since people were supposedly tortured nearby during World War II before the house was built. According to his classmates who lived in the neighboring streets, who in turn point to their grandparents as the source of the story. My aunt, on the other hand, dismisses them, and would often scold us for thinking that someone died there. Same with my parents. According to them, they've lived in the house since they were born and never felt, heard, or saw anything paranormal. When we asked my grandparents, all they knew was that it's a junkyard. That was when they bought it in a lot in the 70s after escaping from Vietnam. Never asked the previous owner about its past. Although they urged me to pray when sleeping over, just to be safe. As for me, I didn't experience anything save for loud footsteps in the hallway during dawn, which I just attribute to others in the household going to the bathroom or maybe for a snack downstairs. That is, until I was home alone for the first time. My aunt, cousins, and parents went to our province to bond with my grandparents. I didn't go since there's nothing to do there. Once they'd left, I locked all the doors and windows and set the alarms before going to my aunt's room. Right next to the bed is a television screen. That's where I can watch our CCTVs. Sorry, something spooked me. After checking the premises, I just played video games and watched a bit of Japanese you-know-what-ski until 3 a.m. I went to the bathroom before sleeping, where I passed by hanged laundry. I could have sworn seeing silhouettes wearing the clothes and just standing there. However, I just continued with my business and thought nothing of it. Must have been my imagination since I'm sleepy, and I've read somewhere that the mind can play tricks with the sense in the dark. I was suddenly awakened by loud footsteps in the hallway, and around 3 knocks on the bedroom door an hour later. Fearing someone broke into the house, I took my aunt's .45 caliber and butterfly knife. I checked the CCTVs. Everything's clear inside, all the doors and windows are intact. So are the walls. There's nothing on the other side but complete darkness. On the yard, there's nothing but frogs, which have made it their home for some reason. I looked at the crack at the bottom of the door, and I saw feet barely covered by what seems to be a white dress outside. So standing in front of the bedroom, it seems. I could have opened the peephole to see who it might be, but my gut tells me I shouldn't, so I didn't. Called my aunt, but no answer. Thought of doing the same to my parents, but for fear of being reprimanded for still being awake at 4 a.m., it just took over. As for the police, they told me I'm just imagining things and hung up. They had a bad reputation in my country for being abusive and lazy slobs. So with nowhere to find help, I just pushed the chairs in the room toward the door, placed whatever I could on top, covered myself in bed, and hoped for the best. Whatever's outside, hopefully, start stomping back and forth across the hall. Oh, excuse me, it's the opposite of that. It was as if it was having a tantrum, and by some miracle, I eventually fell asleep. Last thing I remembered was still seeing nothing on CCTV in the hall. When I woke up around noon, I saw the lights in the house, except in the room where I'm in. They're open. Told my aunt and parents what happened, got them to admit that the house is indeed haunted. How? Well, the concerned neighbor who lives at the end of our street asked them who was the girl in white she saw pacing around inside my aunt's house on the second floor on her way back to work around 5 a.m. As it turns out, my aunt and mom dabbled in witchcraft in their younger days out of curiosity after hearing it bring them good fortune in school, perhaps even gain the attention of their crushes. Oy vey. Must have attracted some elementals during their rituals, which they would prefer for the kids not to know, since they're kind of gradually in the process of having them removed from the houses. Apparently, that's the reason my grandparents had the trees in the yard cut down. The yard itself cemented, incense burning on most nights, and priests and fellow practitioners visiting regularly to check up on things that, at least while we were at school or on vacation. I continued my sleepovers, although I have the lights in the hallway and the restroom turned on in the other rooms, and not really sleeping and locked from the outside when I'm alone. The activity eventually ceased in about a year later, which is 2005. Although they seemed to return in the form of footsteps or unintelligible whispers in the hallway and stairs late at dawn during Halloween and All Saints' Day, at years ending in odd numbers. Except last year. We've just ignored their visits as long as they don't hurt anyone, and we don't see any full-bodied or any type of apparitions. It's nice of them to stop when someone's going to and from the bathroom or downstairs. As for why it took 20 years for the elementals to be removed, or at least have their presence reduced to visits, according to another practitioner, it seems every time a horror story is told verbally in the house, which is almost every Halloween, the elementals are convinced to stay longer. Thus, it's been forbidden to do so ever since 2004 for good measure. If my cousins want to tell ghost stories or watch paranormal stuff, they just go to our house to do so or use headphones. Ours is safe and spared from paranormal activity in my aunt's house, supposedly because my mom buried some kind of charm below our living room that she bought from church before taking the nursing board decades ago. Well, if you get more haunted for telling ghost stories, I am not in a good position. Welcome to the world of Paranormal M, where dark mysteries take center stage. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for your weekly dose of chills. The unknown is waiting for you. Haunting Smiler. This is the second scariest thing I've had to deal with, at least of the paranormal nature. I've lived in this house for almost 2 years now, and this is the only place where it's happened. The first encounter happened in the first year, and the last 3 have been in the past 4 months or so. Another thing to note is that I can wake myself up from bad dreams. My brain kicks in and tells me, it's okay, it's just a dream, just wake up. It takes on the form of whatever it wants, but its face is always the same. I know how this is going to sound. I tried to find anything on such a thing, and I've only found creepypastas. I'm going to try my best to describe it. The first thing to spring to your mind will be Jeff or Momo. But these do not look anything like it. This thing's features are very human-like. as if its face is just a tiny bit past the realm of what a human could manage. Its eyes are always effortlessly wide open, so wide I make out the roundness of its eyeballs. So focused and so intense, like the shocked eyes of someone is realizing that they're going to die and there's nothing they can do. Its mouth is a closed smile. This, too, is effortlessly. The mouth never moves and is always shut. I swear that it's perhaps its preferred expression. Best example I can think of that comes close to it is Jack Nicholson's Joker smile. It's a good one. And yet with all of this, its face is somehow blank, and this thing's making like, as they put it, and this thing, never makes a single sound. Final encounter. I was dreaming of cleaning the house. Dull, I know, but I went to put some towels in the airing cupboard. Airing cupboard again. Yes, Gecko, I know. Realized something felt off. It's like something's out of place and it shouldn't even exist. I looked to where the feeling was coming from, and there standing by the boiler was my partner. At first, I was confused. To get to one, you'd have taken out a bunch of shelves. There wouldn't be much room to stand normally, even with the shelves out, but they were still in. I started to feel more and more unsettled as I looked at them. I then realized that it was a facial expression. Everything but that face looked like my partner. Of course, my brain kicks in and tells me to just wake up and it'll be gone. So, that's what I do. But once awake, I can't shake off the feeling or that face. Still scared of what I'll find when I open the airing cupboard door. Second encounter. After an epic dream about a boat trip after a war, I went into a shop and was looking around. I stood there staring at some times hanging on the hooks when I had an off feeling again. Out of the corner of my eye, I see someone walk next to me and stare at the items too. I looked around and they turned to face me. They turned their whole body as if they were standing still on a turning table. Looking back at me was that face again, but in someone else's body. Someone I had a dream about the night before. I quickly turned away, and once again my brain kicked in with a big nope, and I woke up. Third encounter. I having sleeping issues. No big surprise, right? And on this night, I couldn't get to sleep. My surroundings started to feel weird, and I know something was about to enter the room. I turned around, pulled the cover up to about eye height. The second it came into the room, it hit me. That exact same feeling it gives off. But this time, it's not my dream. It's standing right up to the side of my bed. It didn't walk, it just appeared. For the first time, it moved. From the hips and lower back, it bent over me. This thing was bent over me at a 90-degree angle. Its face hovered inches from my own. I grabbed hold of my partner and slowly pulled myself close to them. I clenched my eyes shut, tried to think of anything else other than what was happening. Flashes of its facial features would appear to me. Then it stopped. It vanished. I realized my grip on my partner spent a good hour just staring at the ceiling. Fourth encounter. And now we get to last night. I was dreaming of sitting on a bed, playing with a phone that belonged to the sister in my dream. The battery got low and I started to install the game on my phone. The sister walks in and starts shouting at me, telling game she forbids me to install it, and that I can only play it on her phone. I tell her where to shove it, and she walks out claiming to be going to turn the internet off to stop me. She walks off and I moan about her. Then the feeling again. The gecko is roaring. I turned to the doorway that the sister walked through, and there, high up, it was looking at me. The only thing that could be seen was the head up to the start of the nose, and this time it has stolen the sister's look. There on the top of the head, clear as day, was the sister's brown hair. The sister was not this tall. Its eyes looked at me. I could feel it smile, and it stared at me. Instead of trying to wake me up, my brain and body went straight into trying to physically scream. My partner woke me up after my first 2 muffled screams. This thing seems hell-bent on torturing me. I don't have any plans of moving anytime soon. I just hope somebody may know what this is. For those of you who wonder what the first scariest thing I've had to deal with is, I met the old hag. But that's for another time, since I promise you that this was a completely different thing almost every way. Lastly, for anybody who's going to suggest it's sleep paralysis, I admit I have sleep paralysis, but it feels different, and I also don't see things when I get it. The only thing that happens in my body is it starts to feel weird, and I can normally just move to avoid it. If failing to do so, then it does nothing but serve to annoy me, and it's easy to break out of. They were watching me. I've had a lot of them. My first experience was at 10 years old, but they really started happening more after my son's father died in 2012. I may post more stories later, but there's one I want to share now. When my son was in kindergarten, there was one night that he was already in bed sleeping. I was in my room and I got this feeling I was being watched. Kind of let the thought go because I didn't want to become paranoid. I went on with my night. The next morning, when I went to wake up my son to go to school, as soon as he opened his eyes, he said, "Mommy, they're all watching you." I about shit my pants, but I'd act normal and unbothered. His words were definitely a confirmation that I was correct. Nothing's scarier than little kids straight-facing you. My great-grandmother's last story before her death. My great-grandmother, from my mother's side, passed away 2 years ago. She was about 95 to 100 years old. I don't know the exact age because I never asked. 2 months before her death, she told us an incident many years ago when she was a preteen. She had a maternal aunt who was well known to her beauty, or rather for her beauty. They came from a family of zamindars, otherwise known as nobles. Ever since she turned 12, her grandfather started having nightmares of a man who told him never to let her granddaughter get married, as she will be his wife. Ever since she turned 12, her grandfather started having nightmares of a man who told him to never let her granddaughter get married, as she will... Okay. Moving on. The grandfather sought the help of an elder to know what that dream actually meant. The elder said that the man he saw in his dream was a djinn who had fallen for his granddaughter. Though he didn't really believe in djinns, he was scared for his granddaughter, and thus rejected most people who proposed to marry her. But there was one person he couldn't refuse. That was his best friend's grandson. That boy was her childhood friend, and he was quite frequent in their house. So when he proposed to her in front of the whole family, the grandpa had no choice but to accept it. She, the aunt, was 15 at the time. Everything proceeded without any problem until the night before the marriage. The bride sat in a room with her bridesmaid, including my great-grandmother, when the incident occurred. Suddenly, the bride's hair, which was tied in a traditional way, we call it a kopoa, but I don't know the exact English. It became extremely hard, and her head started hurting. No one knew what was going on except the grandfather. His worst nightmare came to reality. The hair stayed like that the whole night. and some other paranormal incidents also occurred at night. That night, the grandfather saw the same man in his dream. This time, he was furious. He warned him to never make that mistake again, or consequences would be bad. Well, the next day, her heir became normal again, but the marriage was canceled. And by the way, they're spelling heir, as in heir to the throne. So I'm assuming that's what they mean. So the next day, her heir became normal again, but the marriage was canceled. The boy was no longer allowed in this house. Well, until the grandfather passed away 3 years later. After that, the boy started visiting them again, and slowly everybody forgot the grandfather's warning. Well, 5 years after the incident, the marriage happened again. Sounds like a better time to do that. This time, nothing paranormal happened. The groom was dressed in white traditional sherwani, and his face was glowing with happiness. Unfortunately, that happiness was not for long. That night, the bride was in her room talking with her friends and sisters. Suddenly, the windows and the gates of the house started shaking violently. Loud screams could be heard from outside. A terrible stench started coming from the bride's room. Everyone came out except the bride, who was crying in there. The groom realized his mistake and took permission from the father before entering the room. Suddenly, the door closed behind him, and both of them got locked inside. It took 3 to 4 hours to break the gate from the outside. What they saw shook them to their core. The room was stained with blood. The bride was missing, and the groom was lying on the floor. His head was twisted to the opposite side. His eyes were popped out, and his skin was pale. The beautiful white sherwani became stained with blood. On the chair, there was a small bag. Inside it was 1 gold coin. It was the price for the bride. The father spent day and night trying to find the girl, but they couldn't find her. In the end, they had no choice but to accept that she was gone. The bag was put into an iron chest and locked before being buried underground. They considered it as their daughter's grave. Well, 3 years later, the father saw a dream where that man told him that his daughter was alive and happy. They also had 2 children together, and the bag was a treasure which will give you 1 gold coin each time you put your hand in it. That sounds nice. Well, the father never checked if what he said was true or not, as nothing can make up for the loss of his daughter. Well, that house is nothing but an abandoned haunted house filled with ghost stories. We call it Babudarbari, meaning Master's house. Well, it seems that the first haunted incident in that house is actually pretty close to my cousin's house that we're going to during vacations. Maybe that chest is still in there somewhere. We'll never know. I have too many comments, so I will say nothing. Eerie Encounters, the daunting case of Michael Taylor. An early 1974 34-year-old man named Michael Taylor was leading a happy life with his wife Christine and his 5 children in Ossett, West Yorkshire. He was a perfect father and a loving husband with a commendable sense of humor. His neighbors report that they would often hear Michael laughing or cracking jokes while they crossed his house. However, this beautiful family would lose their happiness in the April of the same year. Michael and the Christian Fellowship. One day in the April of 1974, Michael was doing some house repairs while standing on a ladder. He accidentally slipped off the ladder and hurt his back badly. Although this injury wasn't major, it caused chronic pain which changed Michael's personality. The happy, humorous man became extremely depressed and irritable. His behavior was so bad that his family could barely stay around him. While the Taylors were not religious, most families around them in their locality were. So some of the neighbors, who were also Michael's family, persuaded him to seek God for healing his ailment. They also specifically suggested a Christian group called the Christian Fellowship. It was a religious group that offered support even during the non-Sundays. The group's leader was a 21-year-old extremely friendly woman named Marie Robinson. And his friends told him that she could potentially be the difference maker in his life. On the 12th of September of the same year, Michael joined the group, and he was astonished by the way Marie carried himself. And the way people treated her. Her. Praying with this group helped reduce his chronic pain and filled him with happiness again. He started spending more time with this group, which also meant that he was spending more time with Marie. The duo had a strong bond growing between them. They started spending more time with each other, and all Michael told to his family was about Marie. Road to exorcism. Their closeness caused rumors about an affair that they had. These rumors slowly spread from the religious group to almost all ears in town. Michael's wife eventually heard these rumors, started suspecting his husband of infidelity. I'm a little bit confused. One day, while Michael was praying with the group, his wife burst into the hall where they were praying and shouted at him, asking him to confess his affair. While she was shouting, Michael had his back toward her. He slowly tilted his head toward Marie and started staring at her. Just a few moments after establishing eye contact with him, Marie shouted in fear. She said that he looked nothing like a human. While the whole bunch of people were looking at Marie, Michael started blabbering something in a language none of them knew. He suddenly started running toward Marie like he wanted to kill her. The other members of the group piled up on him to stop him, but he never stayed still. After the people around him prayed for almost an hour, Michael finally fell unconscious and woke up as his normal self. After this event, Marie told Michael and his family that he was possessed and an exorcism should be performed on him as soon as possible. So they reached out to an Anglican church, which in turn would send two of their best named Raymond and Peter for his exorcism. Exorcism and murder. This duo performed the exorcism ritual on Michael for an entire day, and by the end of which he was completely exhausted. At the end of the ritual, they told him that he was possessed by 40 demons, and 37 of them were driven out. Since Michael was completely exhausted, they told him that they would complete his exorcism the next day. So Michael ended up returning home with his wife that day. That must be weird. A few hours later, one of Michael's neighbors heard strange noises outside her house. When she slightly pulled a curtain aside and peeked through a window, she saw a completely naked Michael Taylor covered completely in blood. He was walking around yelling praises of Satan. This woman was petrified at the sight. His behavior, ended up calling the police. When the police arrived, they saw Michael laying near that woman's doorstep in a fetal position. He was giggling like a baby as the officials questioned him. He finally snapped out of the state and looked up at the police officials, all confused. The police then got to know about his identity. After calling for backup, the officials entered Michael's house. The first officer who entered the house ran out of it because of the frightening thing he saw inside. What he saw would become the most disturbing crime scenes in English history. A few hours after he returned from the exorcism, Michael slipped back into his trance. He became extremely violent and started attacking his wife. He pinned her to the ground, and with his bare hands gouged out her eyes and pulled out her tongue. The assault didn't stop there. He tore off her face with his hands and threw it across the room. As the woman was taking her final painful breaths, he smeared the blood oozing out of her once normal face on his naked body and enjoyed watching her die. Ugh. Aftermath. Michael was convicted, but was not declared guilty on the grounds of insanity. He spent 4 years in psychiatric care, after which he was sent back to general population. Okay. So, was Michael a man possessed by demons or a demon in man's form? I'll leave it to your judgment. Haunted home when I was little. We moved in this home around 2000 or 2001. That would make me 3 or 4 years old. Honestly, after moving in, it felt like our lives had went downhill. I honestly believe there was something evil in that house. My mom says the first night she slept in the house, she dreamed of a thick fog and a black cat. She woke up and remembers telling Dad that they messed up buying the house. It gave her a feeling of dread. My grandma on my dad's side and my mom was sitting in the living room. That was while I was sitting on the floor playing. I don't remember this because I was so young. But she said all we heard was a man groan behind the door. She says my eyes got real big and I said, "Whoa." The house looked like it was from the 90s, and one of the rooms where for a while we used as a junk room. That's where we just put odds and ends and things in there. There were outlines of where posters had been on the walls, and the space was white where the poster had been. The rest of the walls had a yellow tinge. I'm guessing it's where somebody had smoked a lot. Also, where our back door was. That's where our washer and dryer would be in our utility room. There were tiny scratches at the bottom of the door, the one that separated the utility room from the kitchen, almost like cat scratches. And there was a door in my parents' room, and at the bottom of the door there was those same scratches. Things were heard, felt, and seen in that house. I remember when I was around 6 or 7, I thought I'd seen the back room out of the corner of my eye. Something white, like a white dress with a long train going from one side to the other side of the room. And it was dark. It might have been my imagination, but I can't swear it. I would have dreams where I would try and run out of one of the rooms and just couldn't. I couldn't scream. I felt my legs went numb, and it was like I couldn't run away, like something would be waiting for me, dragging me back. My mom woke up one morning and seen what she thought was my dad at the end of the bed. It was a work day. She thought that maybe he had come back home too early. It was a man, she said, with red hair. And by the way, my dad has red hair. He was wearing like a blue workman's uniform, like a boiler suit, but separate pants and a shirt. Then she looked back and the man was gone. My grandma and grandpa, who was on hospice, he was sort of in a roll-around bed. He stayed with us in the house so my mom could help give medication to grandpa. My grandma had a dream where she'd seen the man with red hair and beard in the bathroom in the mirror over the sink. My grandpa was scared for the light to be turned off. At this time, my parents would argue, like all the time. Anybody who stayed in the house, it was like the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. I was having problems of my own, too. I was depressed nearly all the time. I always felt like I was being watched, like there was always something just watching me. I would look behind my shoulder, and of course, there'd be nothing. My grandma had felt one time something get into the bed with her. And the way she described it, it was like a big dog. She would kick it out of the bed, half asleep, and it would get back into the bed with her and kick it out, get back in, till it would finally stop. I remember my mom and I watching, oddly enough, The Ghost and Mrs. Moyer, 1947, in my parents' bedroom. That's when all of a sudden we heard this loud bang. Like, the only way I can describe it, it's like somebody took a concrete block and threw it as hard as they could against the floor in the bathroom, or like maybe the closet floor. We jumped up and we looked. Nothing had fell. But it was so loud, and it definitely sounded like it was coming from their closet. Their closet was huge. It was a deep walk-in closet. My grandma was up one morning just taking care of Grandpa. That's when she said she started hearing sounds of wire hangers violently hitting the sides of the closet wall. She knocked on my parents' door, and she thought that my mom had gotten into a fight with my dad and just was packing his stuff or hers and was jerking clothes off the hangers. You know, letting him hit all the closet walls and make loud noise. She found out that my parents were still asleep. My mom sat on the couch one day and felt something furry rub up against her leg, like a cat. But there wasn't a cat there. And this happened twice. Second time, she felt it pull on her shirt, too. Grandma and Mom said they were sitting on the couch. And apparently, they had heard a sort of picking sound, like a cat sharpening its nail on a treadmill. Do cats do that? That's cool. There were marks on the treadmill from cat claws, but no cat, and we didn't have a cat. Halloween, my mom put out a step mat, and we had this for years. And when you stepped on it, a man's voice would say, "Happy Halloween!" It was kind of cute, step mat, purple with an orange pumpkin. Went off by itself like somebody had stepped on it. She ripped out the voice box and step sensor mechanism. Other things happened, but this post is already too long, and some things I just can't remember. All I know is that finally we had enough. Moved out when I was about 8 or 9. My mom says she believes that there is a ghost of a cat there. She didn't think it was bad. She kind of felt sorry for it. It was on one of those forums that I came across a post about a town, and I mean tiny town. It had an abandoned colonial-style mansion. I'm not going to say the name of the town here. I showed Jay this post, and we decided this mansion would be our next exploration. We drove 2 hours from our duty station to this little town and found a town that consisted of 3 streets, 1 gas station, and 1 county tornado shelter. That's about it. I'm talking super tiny town in the middle of the woods in the southeast United States. We went into the gas station and asked the clerk about the mansion, but she claimed to never heard of it. And I should point out at this point that the entire town just gave off a bad feeling. As a former skeptic, I realize how dumb that sounds, but I really felt it. I don't know, like threatened or oppressed. Something like that by the entire place, for no real reason. The couple people we spoke to were nice enough, and the place, while perhaps a bit southern, poor, Methville-ish, it's mean, it was far from the worst area that we've entered in search of an abandoned place to explore. The only thing I noticed odd about the town was, for as small as it was, there were like 5 churches in the town. Not super abnormal from the Bible Belt, but none of the churches bore classic Christian iconography like crosses and some such. They also had slightly odd names like Church of the Light and other slightly obscure non-denominational names. Again, not that weird. The first of the weirdness started after we checked into the hotel we had booked about 15 miles away in the nearest decent-sized city and came back after dark. Any veteran urban explorer knows how to go after dark and not use bright lights till you're inside the buildings, unless you want the locals calling the cops on you. Jay and I drove all around the town for over an hour, which is impressive considering it was woods, a few fields, and 3 streets looking for the mansion. We never found it. I would have checked Google Earth. We finally parked in the only large parking lot there, in the tornado shelter. We had a smoke and we bemoaned the fact that we wasted time on a false lead. We noticed a group of 5 people walking down the side of the road in our direction. Again, not that odd. did get real odd when these 5 entered the circle of light created by one of the only 5 street lights in the town, all in the parking lot of this county tornado shelter I told you about. They didn't become any clearer to see. That doesn't sound scary, but picture this. It's around midnight, give or take a half hour. Someone is walking up to a lit area. While they approach, they're sort of hard to make out because you're looking at them from an illuminated area into the dark area. They'd be hard to see, night vision being what it is, and, disrupted by the light you're standing in. Nothing odd about that. But when these 5 walked into the light I was parked under all 5, they didn't become illuminated. Again, it doesn't sound scary in the telling, but seeing 5 human-shaped dark patches standing directly under a streetlight where everyone, or really anyone, even someone with a dark complexion and black clothing would have been at least having some detail, was terrifying. I don't mean this was a dark person in dark clothing standing in the light. I mean this was somehow 5 person-shaped patches of pure black standing in a well-lit area not 10-15 feet from us. The light had literally no effect on them. At that point, Jay and I said, "Fuck this," and just hauled ass out of town. That was odd and would have been scary enough, but the second and final supernatural effect of my visit there were in the dreams. I'd like to again remind you, I never saw the mansion with my own eyes. Jay and I, however, spent nearly a year having the same nightmare about the quote-unquote mansion. That again, I shouldn't be able to say was there. The dream starts with me walking down a path that's in the forest. We're doing this for a few seconds before I enter a clearing and I see an old but well-kept 3-story white wood Victorian-style house with a white wood wraparound deck and large wood columns. I walk up the dirt path to 3 wood steps, up into the porch, then up the green painted double doors. I feel sick to my stomach in this place. I feel something wants me to come inside very badly, but at the same time I'm 100% certain that I should not enter the house. I open the right double door and all I can see inside the house is pitch black. I wake up. That dream doesn't sound scary from an outsider's view, and I get it, it'll be super anticlimactic to anybody reading this, but that's because I'm recounting a real thing I lived through, not a dope fictional story. I had that exact same nightmare, and I felt the exact same pull to a place I very much should not enter for almost exactly a year after I went to that godforsaken town. It was scary enough on its own for me, but it wasn't till a slightly drunken conversation with Jay a couple of years later that I went to visit him on our army duties, and they'd taken us to different places in the world, that he would mention something about the dreams. I asked him what he meant, and he would describe the exact same nightmare for almost the exact same amount of time I had this experience. And that, dear reader, is it. That's my super anticlimactic story about the one and only genuine supernatural experience I had nearly 10 years ago. I still have the dreams once in a while, but whatever it is in that town, I'm 100% certain that there is a mansion there, and something lives in it. Those events took place over 10 years ago. I have a different life now. I'm out of the army and far too old and busy to really deal with any urban exploration anymore. Hot hand holding my leg while I slept. This happened a few years ago now. I was in a hotel in New York, UK for work. It had me there quite a bit at the time. The day was uneventful, and I went to sleep as normal. The room was a regular modern hotel room. As you walk in, there's a short hallway, maybe 3 meters. The bathroom on the right, bedroom opening up toward the right. The bed was placed perpendicular on the right, on the far wall. That way your feet are closest to the hall. Laying down on the right, there's a window. On the left, there's the hall described above. The dream. In the dream, I was in a burning house. It wasn't my house, or any that I could recognize. The fire was spreading, and I was trying to find my way out. some point, I ended up going down these stairs, and I found myself in the basement. I remember noticing that I felt the heat of the fire in my dream. It was a very vivid dream and nightmare. I've had vivid nightmares like these, but not fire-related. They only occur when I really need to pee. When I really need to go while sleeping, I either have dreams of holding it and looking for a toilet until I wake up distressed from the dream and realize that I need to pee, or just distressing dreams of walking through places looking for something. Waking up. I woke up suddenly and very quickly. I realized that it was a dream. But laying on my back, I sighed a sigh of relief, turned my head to the right. I took some deep breaths to slow my heart rate, raised my left arm over my head, something I normally do when I wake up at night. After a few seconds, I realized I felt something on my left leg, like the shin close to the ankle. And as I lay there, focusing on what I'm feeling, I realized it felt like a hand, a very hot hand. I immediately pulled my leg back and I jumped out of the bed from the right side by the window. I turned on the light from the light switch on the side of the bed, and at this point, I was sure there was someone in the room. If there was someone on the left side of the bed, under the bed, or at the bottom of the bed, they were between me and the door. I also didn't want to stand between them and the door if they wanted to just run. I put on the most menacing voice. I shouted to get out of the room. Nothing. I repeated. Still nothing. I then very slowly walked around the bed and checked around all the corners. Well, I had my fist clenched, ready to defend myself. I looked at the bottom side of the bed, but the bed frame was one of the box frames that reached the ground, so nobody could really hide underneath it. At the point, I thought that they had gone to the bathroom. I slowly make my way there, but nothing. I checked everywhere again, but there was no one. I was so confused. I was certain I felt a hand. I was so certain I could bet my life on it. Immediate investigation. I calmed down and checked my leg. There's nothing there, no signs, no marks. The hand did feel very hot, but not burning hot. It didn't feel sharp or particularly painful. Thought about how my leg felt right before and after, but it wasn't numb or pins or needles or anything like that. I got dressed, went outside for a hotel for a cigarette. I was still thinking about it, thinking about what it could be. Started thinking of the dream and how these vivid dreams normally are associated with real physical feelings that I have. I eventually got to the paranormal. Could it be a spirit? Something happened in this hotel. A fire. I went to reception. I asked the receptionist if there'd ever been a fire there. They looked at me weirdly and said, "No." I asked if anybody's reported anything weird happening at the hotel. They said no again. In hindsight, they probably posted on Reddit somewhere about this weird guest that they had asking them at 3 a.m. if there had been a fire at a hotel. Additional information. I am of a paranormal agnostic. I don't believe in a lot of the stuff. I still have to find concrete evidence of any interaction with the other world. That being said, I don't discount the possibility that it might be there. I've had other paranormal events, but I've subsequently debunked, e.g. I saw the shadow of someone on another road at night cycling, but went back and confirmed it was my shadow form, or rather from the headlights of passing cars creating elusive behavior. At the time I was walking by a playground, I saw a swing swinging by itself. No one was in sight, and upon investigating, those were the best bearings I've ever seen. One push and the swings kept going. Funny enough, I had to investigate this one day after I wanted to go check it out one night when I first saw it. My girlfriend pulled me away and said, "This is how horror movies start." All of this to say paranormal activity is not on my mind constantly. It's not something I want to seek. I've never had any unexplained phenomena before then or since. Can't remember which hotel it was, and as I said, this happened a few years ago. Probably 4 or 5. If our investigation really goes down this route, I can probably dig through my email to find out a list of all the hotels I've been to in New York. It'll probably be around 6. I checked online at the time, but there was no mention of any fires at the hotel. Tried to find any info on what was there before the hotel, but I couldn't find anything. Guess there was really nothing controversial about it. With the city being built in 71 AD, anything could have happened. This has been popping into my mind every now and then. What's bothering me is a lot that I can't explain. Not from a psychological or, physiological way. Not really from a paranormal way either. I consider this being sleep paralysis, but I definitely wasn't paralyzed when this happened. You guys have swing sets with ball bearings. I thought it was just a hook. For the non-believers. When I was young, I was always very logical. I didn't believe in religion or ghosts for that matter. The idea that there's another world unbeknownst to us was something I entirely ruled out. I even encouraged the idea when I was younger and wanted to see it to really believe it. I was the first to enter the abandoned houses and try to communicate with ghosts, often with a Ouija board. Nothing. There's only 3 interactions I've had, which has converted me to a believer, and I'll share each of them chronologically. The first time I was about 10-ish. I was at my buddy's house, and his house always to this day gave me an off-putting vibe. He even believed there was ghosts there, and had stories, but I truthfully never believed him. What happened was, we were in the kitchen and I heard crystal clear my father calling my name. I was shocked, but thought maybe I was just hearing things. So when I looked at him, he gave me the same look, though I asked him, "Did you hear that?" He said yes. Me being the person I was, I needed to validate that he heard the same thing, so I asked him what he heard, and he in fact confirmed that he heard my father say my name. What was weird was his mother was in the kitchen. She was with us. She didn't hear a thing. Also, we checked her phones, etc. He even ran back to my house and asked my dad if maybe he was calling my name, and somehow we heard it from all the way across the street. And yes, even that doesn't make sense, but we were young and freaked out. This was my first encounter, and still not enough for me to believe. I chalked it off as a fluke. Maybe there was a wind that made us subconsciously hear my father calling my name or something weird like that. The second time, though, that would make me eat my words. And this needs some context, though. My mother passed away years back when I was 20, and this incident was around 21 or 22. So I have an intercom throughout my house. My father's huge into security, and from his bedroom you can almost hear pretty much everything throughout the house. This intercom, though, broke and would rarely work as years went by. And towards the end of its days, it would malfunction and haywire and make crazy static beeping sounds. That doesn't sound helpful. So the thing's been broken for a long time and hasn't acted up in a while, and one day after my mother passed, I was having an emotional moment with my ex at the time. I was freaked out, having a panic attack, and I remember it vividly. I cursed my family, and the second I did, that damn thing started going off. I ignored it, but my ex at the time said, "That's your mother." I dismissed her because, even though I was technically an adult at the time, I still had that stubborn kid mentality. I even told her to shut up, which to this day I feel so stupid about. Good. Fast forward another year, the same intercom. It wasn't working for it all. It was late at night and I lost my cat, whom I had since I was a child. That cat was my world to me. She was like a child. She was an outdoor cat, and I would let her out during the day, and I'd call her in at night. But with her old age, I stopped letting her out since she could barely hear anymore, and I feared she could get hurt from another animal or a car. That night, though, she got out, and I spent literally about 4, maybe 5 hours looking for her. It was like 4 a.m. at night, and I was hysterically crying sitting on my deck. I had just given up. And this happened with my other cat, and he later came back and died by our pool, so I was just thinking this is just how it's going to go. I remember I sat down, and in my head I was just like, well, I gotta give up. I'm exhausted. I need to sleep. I was just crying in defeat pretty much when all of a sudden that fucking intercom went off. First thing I thought was that my ex was telling me that maybe it was my mom, and I got up immediately and even asked out loud, like, what? What are you trying to tell me? I just thought, okay, maybe I need to look more. So I started with the most logical thing and went to the front door, and sure enough, my cat was there chewing on a plant. I'll never forget that night, the amount of emotions that went through me, and how at that moment I became a believer of another world existing. The last encounter is at another one of my friend's houses. He lives in one of those old-ass apartments that were over 100 years old. He was getting into music and bought an electric piano. He spent probably a couple of hours trying to connect it to his computer, but to no avail, and we gave up and just started smoking weed. Couldn't have been 5 minutes into the blunt, this piano starts playing on its own. And not just like playing good, like it's a preset recording or something, like you can tell it sounded like somebody who knew how to play the piano somewhat, but wasn't the best. We were just looking at each other in shock and laughing at it nervously. We let it play, and it played a whole finisher and everything. It really seemed like whoever it was just wanted to get it to work and say, "Ha! Joke's on you." Played a shitty, janky jingle. Later we found out that there was an artist who lived there before us. He passed away about 10 years ago. The second it was playing, I felt a presence. It's hard to describe, but it's similar to the vibe I felt in my buddy's house. It's almost like it's humidity in the air, but it's not humid, it's like a feeling in your head. Since I've become aware more of this feeling, I definitely feel some places have this air more than others, and I really try to be more in touch with these feelings. Unfortunately, I'm yet to actually see a ghost, or have any type of physical evidence of one. What I conclude so far is there is another world, and that world can interact with ours through electromagnetic ways. Whether they can physically, I'm still skeptical. The Hellfire Club. Growing up, my father told me a lot of stories from his youth. One such group of stories was around a place we both visited numerous times as children. High up in the Dublin Wicklow Mountains, overlooking the city of Dublin, is a place known as Montpelier Hill. It's an amazing sight for those who haven't been there, especially during the dark hours. I would attach photos, but this sub doesn't allow it. On this hill lies an old ruin of a stone-built lodge known as the Hellfire Club. The Hellfire Club was once home to a group of young aristocrats who would do as young aristocrats would do back then: card games, drinking, and revelry, but also the most debauched satanic practices as well. It is told the club was built on an ancient burial ground, which was marked by giant stone monuments reminiscent of Stonehenge, and those stone cairns would also be used in the construction. Nearby to this lodge is a home known as Killicky House, which was supposedly also used by the Hellfire Club on occasion. The usual story of the Hellfire Club Lodge is one many of us have heard before. A stormy night, whilst the aristocrats were playing cards and drinking, they heard a knock on the door. A well-dressed stranger entered. They asked to join their game. He consistently beat them at every card game until he was accused of cheating. One of the aristocrats pulled on his sleeve and a card fell to the floor. As he looked under the card table to see where the card landed, he found the stranger had 2 hooves for feet, and in a puff of fire and smoke, the stranger disappeared. This is probably fiction, but other accounts point to it maybe having some truth. In the 1800s, Dublin was home to the biggest red light district in Europe. One night, a young prostitute visited the Hellfire Club, and it said she was murdered by being placed in an old wooden barrel that was set on fire and rolled down the steep hill in front of the Hellfire Club Lodge. Her ghost is heard wailing. That's all the way through the adjacent forests, and in the Hellfire Club itself during the month of October around Halloween. A young dwarf boy is also said to have perished in this club. He was invited as a guest, but sacrificed in a ritual by the young aristocrats, which also involved sacrificing black cats. Bastards. To this day, the bones of sacrificed cats are still found deep in the forests of the Wicklow Mountains, which many believe are still used by satanic cults. County Wicklow is the only Irish county with a very high rate of Protestants whose families would link back to the lords and aristocrats of those days. In the early 70s, during renovations of a nearby Killigee house, the bones of a young dwarf boy were found alongside an effigy and a horned demon. During the renovations of this house, my father named one or two of his father's friends who were working there at his. They claimed that they had seen a dog-sized black cat roaming the home. Had a large burning red eye, and when they stayed there overnight, as it was a tough journey back to Dublin City, they locked doors and they'd open by themselves constantly. They all left during the early hours of the morning as soon as dawn broke. Couldn't find their way down the mountain during dark. Not a single one stayed to collect their wages or finish the job. The owners of this house had also seen the devilish black cat numerous times, but refused to move out. Months later, the family finally found a painter who would finish off the work of those who had left. On the day he began his work, the front door was locked behind him in fear of someone perhaps burgling the home whilst he was in there. Suddenly the door burst open. A dark figure approached him, warning him that the door must always remain open or there would be consequences. He didn't finish the job and hurried away from the house once the shadow had disappeared. He looked back, seeing the shadow standing in the door in front of his eyes, and he swore the figure turned into a giant black cat with devil's eyes and started to laugh in a guttural voice. Many years later, an Irish television crew went to the home. They went to try to catch footage of this experience at the home. They found nothing but the night a dark substance like oil poured down each wall inside. Soon after, a priest was called to bless the home and try to rid of whatever haunted it. Since then, all apparitions had stopped pretty much, and the family continued with their lives. A few years later, a group of young actors had stayed in the home as guests. They decided to have a seance. During the seance, it's said that home's pottery and paintings were ripped from the shelves and walls and smashed by an unknown force. Many things materialized from thin air, including coins from past centuries and from far-off countries, along with sightings of 2 nuns and a black cat. Later, a psychic would investigate the home and discover that the nuns were women who had participated in the satanic rituals of centuries past, and the black cat was a demon the club had unsuccessfully tried to conjure. The painter who last worked in the home painted a picture of a black cat that he had seen. For anybody who's interested, I can DM them that. The pale woman, a big shadow, and a good-night smile. So, this is my story that happened throughout many years of my life, and I fear it's coming back. As a short context, I live in my grandparents' house since I was born. My parents also lived here. It's a big and old house with 2 floors. Since it happened in the span of a few years, I'll tell each important thing and jump in time always when needed. The worst things are in the end, so please read all and don't mind my English. I'm in my mid-early 20s now, but it started when I was a child. There's no cell phones or a lot of tech for leisure, so I had to find stuff to play and spend my days either playing with toys or walking around the house. One day I was looking for my parents, and since their room was upstairs, I made my way there and started knocking on the door and calling them. No answer. They weren't there. Gave up, turned around to go downstairs again, and I saw behind me the back leg of someone exiting the room. I was like, they just walked off. No face, no noise, just the back leg, and it seemed like a woman. Thought it could be my mom. Surely it was not my grandmother, since she had a bad back and would never go up there. I ran to see who it was, but for my surprise, there was no one there. In the following years, my parents got a divorce, my mom started working in another city, and my grandfather died. And I was living in the same house, still only with my grandmother and her brother, an old man that was recovering from a broken femur. He was a very sweet old man, and there was a joke around our family members that we would speak alone, and he did. Always at night, he would walk in front of his room and hear him mumbling something in the dark. Never really did think anything of it because he's an old man. One day in the morning, I was walking around my house and I passed in front of the corridor. I glanced him in the end of said corridor, and behind him there was a towering man. It was a tall shadow, seemed very muscular, and had no apparent features, just walking fast, so I had to go back and check again, and there was nothing there. In short, after this, mental and physical condition worsened. Sometime after, I was at my dad's house, and for the first time I opened up about these two things. My dad got very surprised and said her family on the father's side saw those things. You know, that kind of stuff. But him saying that made me remember of a few moments as a child when I remember my dad confronting my grandmother if she was playing games on him and my mother. I remember him asking if she was knocking on the door, screaming and running away and stalking them. My grandmother denied. I doubt she was doing anything. Why would she? And how, since she was not going upstairs? My dad told me he felt something weird in my house, and that's one of the reasons he couldn't stand here and lead to the divorce. He claimed there's a woman here, a pale one, sometime after I met her. It was at night. At the time, my room had a different configuration. My bed was facing the window, so I could open my eyes and see it in front of me. I'm not very proud of this, but I slept with the lamp on during most of my childhood, and maybe even as a preteen. One day as I was asleep, I woke up, or something woke me up. The feeling of someone looking at you. For some reason, I was not afraid, though. I didn't feel anything. I was confused. I cracked my eyes open, and in front of me there was a window, no curtains at the time. Which wasn't a problem since my windows go inside the house, and it's also an old wooden one. The only glass, it's on a small part on top of it. In that small glass part, there was a woman, looking at me deep in the eyes. She was staring, and just staring with a blank expression. She was as pale as milk and had black hair. I could only see so much, though. I stared back in confusion and felt nothing, absolutely nothing. Looked to the side, put my blankets up to my head and slept, and in the morning I could only think of that. After this, I started having terrible nightmares every day. They weren't scary in nature, but I would always wake up screaming at night. My mom was at home during this time, and I all came to the worst day. I was sleeping, and I woke up, but I couldn't move. I felt like a spectator in my own skin. I got up and folded my blanket perfectly. If you know me, that is very strange. I hate doing that. I exited my room, stood there in front of my grandmother's room, holding my folded blanket, and it was like sleepwalking. Except I don't sleepwalk, and I was awake. I could see it. My grandma woke up, and as she walked to the bathroom, she saw me and asked what I was doing. I was there for a while. I turned around and walked to the living room. Grandma called my mother, and she went to see me. I was sitting in the couch with the blanket, staring at nothing. My mother told me to get back in bed, and so I did. She told me to sleep. I laid in bed, and she covered me with the blanket and slowly closed the door. As she looked at me through the crack, I smiled at her. I remember it just as clear and vivid, pretty much as yesterday. My mother also remembers. I told my dad about this and the woman. He said there was something to do with my grandpa, maybe. That when he worked for the railway company, a woman died and he couldn't help. And that presence kept with them, and even came to this house. Nowadays, my grandma also passed, and I live alone in the same house. Nothing other than weird feelings happened since. Except I'm having nightmares again recently. I woke up some days ago with hoarse footsteps in my garage. I'm afraid of it. Has anybody been through anything similar? Or has any questions? My friend wants to hold a seance, but I'm still a little skeptical. I'll start with some details about the property. My parents bought this building in a residential area in a rural town in southeastern Louisiana in late 2018. They run a medical billing company, which I currently work for, and we were looking for a cheap office space to account for the sudden growth that we were experiencing. Despite this being a residential property, the layout's pretty weird. There's windows and glass doors completely lining two of the exterior walls, and the other two walls are like wooden siding. The interior consists of two main rooms. The first room has a large open space. Full kitchen, a large island, and a small 6x10 laundry room which they converted, including a half bath. The second room is completely open and has two doors that lead to a small closet and a full bath. The two main rooms are separated by an 8-foot wall. This wall is covered in large glass window panes. The ceiling reaches a maximum height of about 16 feet. It's a vaulted ceiling. It's on about 2 acres of land with woods along the back of the property. I'll also add the building has a metal roof that'll often warp when it heats or cools, resulting in a single loud popping sound. Now, my parents aren't exactly skeptics, but they don't go looking for this type of stuff either. One evening, shortly after closing on the property, my father was at the building working on some minor repairs and cleaning up the place. I don't know exactly when it took place, as he didn't tell me until much after, but he heard distinct footsteps along the wall that separated the two main rooms. Sometime after his experience, his good friend was here alone to do some more work in the interior building and claimed to have heard footsteps on the roof. The friend was so sure of what he had heard that he grabbed a ladder and went up to make sure no one was there. Of course, finding nothing. After hearing of this, my dad and one of his buddies from church decided to pray over the building. He says he hasn't had any experiences like this since. I consider myself to be sensitive to the paranormal. I work here in this building full time, till recently switching to part-time since going back to school. I occasionally feel the uneasiness he might associate with the presence being nearby, but I was only really here during working hours. A quick but relevant detail. I came out as non-binary in September of 2020. Chose the first name Zephyr. I used Honey as a placeholder middle name before changing it to Ducre. D-U-C-R-E. Ducre. It's an old family name. Then I'm definitely saying it wrong. Sorry. Fast forward to the end of 2021 and we have a COVID scare in the office. All but 4 employees switched to working remotely, leaving my parents, my sister, and I coming into the office. My parents take this opportunity to sell their house and convert one of the rooms into a living and bedroom. Around the same time, my sister purchased a mobile home to put in the front of the property. I'm renting a room from her. Now, living here, I've been experiencing random episodes of paranoia and surges of anxiety and pretty bad insomnia. I do have generalized anxiety disorder, and I've gotten pretty good at coping and recognizing triggers. These episodes don't feel the same. They don't feel like my own emotions. I'm a smoker, and I'll often sit in the steps of the mobile home late at night for a cigarette. But more and more often, I sense a presence either approaching me from the right side or sitting by the tree on my left side. Always the same tree. And then on comes the paranoia. One night I actually took a note that I didn't feel any type of presence or paranoia or anxiety. As I stood to go inside, I had a sort of unconscious thought. Oh, there she is. Immediately followed by my conscious brain saying, what the fuck, who is she? There's several other minor experiences I've had, items going missing and mysteriously returning right when they were left. a protection charm falling from my car's rearview mirror after hanging there securely for 2 years. But I won't go into any unnecessary details since this is already running so long. For some reason, my dad brought up yesterday that the previous owner died of cancer. That was here in the house. Found her name on white pages. I looked up her obituary. She had a nephew named Zeph and a niece who went by Honey. They had it in quotation marks next to her actual name. At this point, I'm thinking there's just far too many coincidences. I shared all of this information with my friend who practices witchcraft and has a little bit more experience working with spirits. He's suggesting that we hold a seance. He believes that she may be stuck between worlds, so to speak, due to unfinished business. The working theory we have is that when my dad prayed for protection over the house, all he did was form a barrier over the threshold, leaving her locked outside. Haunted childhood home. I have a few stories about my old home we lived in. It's from when I was born, which is 1987, till 1999. These will either be stories that happened to me or my family that I've been told. They may not all be in one post, so I'm going to try to link them together as I post them. May not be often, but will be done when I get the time. Cast in the stories are as follows. Mom and Dad, my siblings. 1 7-year-old brother, 1 5-year-old sister, sister 1, and 1 3-year-older sister, sister 2. Story number 1. The first story, I was about 8, so this would be around 1995. I was in bed one morning during the summer at around maybe 9 a.m. We had the old cheap pull-down blinds, the type you pull down to allow it to release and open. I was just laying there after waking up and listening to the radio. That's when the blind randomly shot open violently. At first, I thought the blind broke. But when my brother came in to see what had happened and what I did, I told him I didn't do anything. I was away from the window on the edge of my bed. My brother, after I said that, got ghostly white pale and told me to get out of the room now. I turn around, and in the window, inside the house, not outside or a reflection in the window, is a demonic-looking face. Being 8, I wasn't able to recall the details on the face, but from what I can remember, and from what my brothers described years later, it looked like a mix of a zombie, a rotting goat, and a devil. Anyway, after seeing this, both of my sisters ran into the room to see what was going on, and both started screaming as well. That was because they saw it. My brother was trying to get all 3 of us out of the room while we were absolutely frozen in fear. The figure, and this I remember to this day, started running across the bed and quote-unquote tripped on the blanket and fell through the floor to the basement. I say tripped and through like that as that's what appeared to have happened to me. My sisters refused to talk about it to this day, and my brother didn't see it. The basement of this house has always scared me. It was always dark no matter how many lights were on or flashlights were used. There was a cinder brick wall that went almost to the ceiling in there, minus about 3 feet at the top. It was never closed off. This area and the area beyond the wall are right where my room was. Never crossed the wall, but my brother did, and all he said was that it was a dirt floor and what looked like bones. And this was right before we moved out and the house was demolished for a shopping center. I wouldn't say any more. Anyway, all was good for a few weeks, and I wake up one night in summer. The house didn't have AC, so we used window units during the summer, and my room was always hot. And even knowing that, I was freezing. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. when I woke up and could not find any blankets in my bed. Turn on my light, and my blankets are on the top corner of my room. 9-foot ceiling all through the house. And I mean that they were like wadded into a ball floating to the top corner of the room. Called my mother, who's still awake, and she came in to ask what was wrong. I just pointed, and at the same instant she turned to look, the blankets were thrown toward the doorway where we were at. Things stopped for about a month. Story 2, from the same author. About a month later, my sister, the second sister, started screaming in the middle of the night. And I'm talking a blood-curdling scream. We all woke up from her screaming, but none of us could move. Both my parents included. My room was next to my parents', so I could hear them screaming to my sister asking what's going on. We can't move. My sister only continued screaming. The only person who does not wake up is my sister number 1, who's in the same room. She slept through the entire ordeal. Anyway, I'm crying and I hear my parents and my brother trying to get up to the extent that they're shaking the bed to get out, but they can't move either. It's like we're all held down by something. After about 15 or 20 minutes of this, we were all released about the same time, and all of us ran into the living room toward my sister's room. Then both of my sisters ran out of the room. Sister number 2 told us what happened. She awoke and saw someone floating over her with the face of a witch. Sister number 1 said that she woke up and saw something go from above sister number 2 to the floor of the basement. Thought she was imagining things as she had just woke up and heard all of the screaming. And that's when all of us were able to get up and move. This is all that was ever spoken of in this event, until I typed it up. That's all for tonight, y'all. I'll try to type some more soon. These are both true stories, and I'm sorry, not a whole lot of detail, but I was young, so... Sure, some of the memories are kind of suppressed, as all these were very traumatic for me. I'm 35 now, and my parents are just now starting to talk about the events of that house. So there will be more. Enter Paranormal M, where the unknown beckons. Subscribe and activate notifications to catch our latest eerie tales. Get ready for a spine-chilling experience that will keep you on your edge. Something knocking on our bedroom door all night, waking us up with a "hey" in the morning. This happened just a few nights ago. I waited a few more nights before I decided to post, to see if this was something reoccurring, explainable. Hasn't happened since, so I feel it's appropriate to post. My fiancé and I were going to bed at around 10 or 11 p.m. Our bedroom is in the basement, and our roommates live upstairs. His schedule is the opposite of ours, so we've become accustomed to him knocking on our door later in the night if he needs anything. Fiancé and I were having our final conversation before, just drifting off. That's when we heard a familiar knock at the door. "Come in," I said, because we're all pretty close and he knows that he's welcome. But no one steps through the door, so I say again, "Come in." Still nothing. So we call his name. When he doesn't come in the door, I get up and I open it. There's no one there. Huh. I sat and I joked briefly about how it's, the ghost. Long story short, we've had other weird experiences, as people often do with old houses, but nothing as weird as what happened this night. Then we go to bed. Fiancé falls asleep and I start to drift off. As I'm falling asleep, another knock. This doesn't wake up Fiancé, so I don't say anything and instead get up and decide to investigate the basement a little. Maybe the cat is being a brat or something settling. I note that the knocking sounded similar in tempo to the first time it happened, so I wondered if it was some pipes in the walls adjusting to the winter temperature. I figure, yeah, it must be that, but I couldn't help the feeling that the noise was very obviously knocking against our door. We're very used to the sound, as our roommate very often approaches us that way. I also know what creaking pipes sound like. This was not that, nor had the pipes ever adjusted that way in previous winters. Well, whatever. It's annoying, but no big deal. I go back to bed and I actually fall asleep this time. About 30 minutes later, the knocking starts again. It could be something settling in the house, but it so obviously sounds like knuckles on wood of her door. The pattern, the tempo, and the hollow sound of her door. And it is happening at her door. It's not the walls or in the ceiling. We have our laundry room, a room away from her bedroom, but her door's so thick that we never hear anything happening over there. It is decidedly weird, but I'm tired and I have to work in the morning, so I try my best to ignore it. Every 30 minutes to an hour, the knocking comes back, and with each reoccurrence, the knock pattern changes. It's deliberate. Knock, knock, fast. Knock, 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 knock. There was even a shave and a haircut one. Each time, I'm trying to ignore it and fall back asleep, only to be jostled awake again. I had lost track, but I assume it was early morning when I was shot awake by a knock followed by a male voice saying, "Hey." Also, this had to have been a roommate. I got up and once again opened the door to find no one. Well, maybe he was messing with us. He does have a weird sense of humor. I begrudgingly put on some clothes, I go to walk around upstairs, and I find him. Turns out he's still at work. The house is pitch black, and I'm starting to freak out. I go to the front door, and I see someone is knocking there, and there's no one. And of course, if there was someone trying to get in all night, the dog would have been freaking the fuck out, but I really had no other explanation. So I make myself go back to bed. Maybe the pipes aren't only shifting to sounds like knocking on wood, but also creaking to sound like a man calling out. The night goes on, and though the knocking continues, I finally get used to it and actually get some hours of sleep. Until around 7 a.m. when my fiancée and I leap out of bed to another obvious "hey" from outside the room. One last time I open the door to find no one. I confirm with her that yes, she woke up because of the "hey," and I explain to her that I've been dealing with the knocking all night too. Roommate doesn't come home until hours later that day, and I ask him if they tried to talk to us the previous night. He confirms that he never came home. He actually was staying at a friend's house. I tell him what happened, and he's as stumped as we are. Like I said at the top, he waited the following nights to see if there would be any more weird house sounds, and even as things have warmed up and cooled down again, there have been no more weird noises to suggest pipes or any other old house noises. In general, we're fans of paranormal activity stuff, but I always err on skepticism. This was probably the weirdest thing to happen to us at this house. I still don't know what it could have been, if not some genuine high strangeness. And throughout tonight's stories, there have been several highlights of strangeness. Which one was the most strange to you? Because I know which one was the most strange to me. See ya. Precognition before my partner's death. My partner passed away from a sudden massive heart attack on April 20th of this year. I'm sorry. Life has been a total shit show since then, but I wanted to share the weirdness that happened, and, well, these were all the days leading up to the event. I want to see if anybody else has experienced something like it. Things started to get weird the evening before. He was in excellent spirits and were hanging out with a friend, and he had been watching TV. He started sharing old RPG stories. He launched into a story about two of his characters in a long campaign that he DM'd. Or DM'd. Oh yeah, Dungeon Mastered, I believe. And as he's talking animatedly, I had this weird, quiet voice in my head. It told me to really pay attention, to lock this scene in my mind. I studied everything about him while he spoke and gestured and smiled and laughed and felt such a deep love. Later, I would be thankful for this, because I would be able to replace the visuals of finding his body with this scene whenever it bubbled up in my mind. But it was a strong compulsion that night. It hasn't happened before, ever. And that weird, quiet voice sounded like me, but completely calm and from what felt like a higher track than my normal thoughts. It's hard to describe. Would make another appearance the next day. Later I would mention this to her friend who was present, and she'd admit she too had a similar compulsion. She's as skeptical as these things as they come. That night I woke to a crash. Walked to the house twice looking for the cause, but found nothing. Checked on him once. I saw a CPAP was running and started to go back to sleep. I felt this deep dread. I decided to wake him up instead. I'd never forcibly jostled him from sleep in the middle of the night, but I did that night, with an apology. I needed to make sure he was okay, and he was, and we went back to sleep. The next morning, I felt sick as a dog. I felt so sick, I took my first ever COVID test. We had hermited hard, so they hadn't previously been necessary. But I was sure something was really wrong, and I felt completely dissociated and fuzzy-headed and wholly out of step with time. Everything felt like a beat behind. Everything felt deeply wrong in a way I'd not encountered before. He also felt a little off, at least he says, but mostly just tired. Took the morning off of work, but had to finish a project, went into my office to finish it, and he walked downstairs to eat his lunch. We locked eyes as he walked downstairs. I think on that moment a lot. The last time I'd seen him alive. I went into my office to finish the project. Less than 1 hour later, I emerged and realized he hasn't come back upstairs yet. I see a pile of folded laundry he forgot to take downstairs, and I chuckled to myself. Called out for him as I'm walking down the stairs, cheerfully announcing I just finished the piece, and then I find him. In that horrible moment, time slowed to an absolute crawl, and I could feel the tracks of my thoughts almost separate. With the lower track insisting he had fallen asleep, but that weird, quiet voice cut through, sad and calm, and said, "Ah, that's what it was." I knew it was referring to all the recent strangeness. All of my symptoms disappeared in an instant. I felt time as a solid thing. This moment as an immovable, heavy, leaden box that was inevitable and awful and pulled time around it of step, its gravity and this instant warping things around it. I could almost see this terrible wall between what was and what now was or is. A wall I couldn't get past to ever reach him again. I started screaming at that point, and things become a blur of 911 and neighbors and EMTs in my memory of the day. My question isn't just if anybody has had this sort of experience before, although I very much do want to hear if you have, but why? Why have all these little dread moments, what's the point of precognition, look so clear in hindsight but does nothing to prevent it? And all that, I still didn't feel the moment he passed. He was cold when I reached him. He was alone when he passed, and I can't forgive myself for that. Even if there's no way to know, all these little things that happen feel like thorns. That's because they did nothing for him, or for me. They feel like taunts. I'm sorry. The Drums and the Shadows. When I was 18, I dated a girl my parents did not approve of. And because of this, I ended up moving out of my house and living in my car. Her house was in a very rural area, and so I would park my car at the entrance to an old field, walk across it and through some woods to her house. I'd hang out with her, then go back to sleep in my car at night. This went on for several weeks. I never felt scared traversing the woods or the fields at night. At first, as my girlfriend's dogs would follow me the whole way and then return home, especially. But then came the night I reached my car and the dogs had not followed me. I could faintly make out in the distance to the north the sound of drums. They were like tribal drums, the kind you hear in films during a ceremony or ritual. A slow and steady beating. As I stood by my car listening, trying to identify what was happening, the realization hit me. About a mile or so to the north was located a cult on a dead-end road I had heard about as a young teen. I don't know what they were into exactly, but talk in my small school had been of animal sacrifices and your typical creepy goings-on. My mind immediately seized upon that as the obvious answer. They were doing some kind of ritual and the sound was carrying through the thick woods that separated them from me. Got into my car and I tried to get some sleep. A few hours later I woke to the sound of growling and something hitting my car from underneath. I have no clue what it was, dogs, coyotes, but after that happened I was much more on edge crossing the woods in the field at night. I heard the drums almost every night after that. Then one night after climbing into my car, I looked out the windshield and I saw a human shadow figure standing in the field I'd just crossed. The form silhouetted against the lighter night sky. I was startled, but I assumed it was my girlfriend's stepfather, who otherwise didn't know I was camping out there. Thinking he perhaps followed me and my whole gig was up, I turned on my headlights to light up the field and face him. But when I did, the field was empty. I was so shook by this that I just drove away and slept in the parking lot of a country church. It wasn't long before I came to my senses and got away from that girl. That ended my experiences for a while. About a year later, however, I began attending a church about 30 miles away. I found out that the youth pastor actually lived about a mile north of where I had those experiences. In fact, the youth pastor lived on the dead-end road where the cult was located. When I found out, I asked her if she had ever experienced anything paranormal from the cult. She told me the cult had actually been gone for about a decade. She had moved into the street a few years, and that's apparently when they had left. Or rather, a few years after they had left. However, she began to tell me about her experiences when she first moved there, of hearing drums outside and her young daughters talking about seeing the shadow people who ran around the trees that encircled their property. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It clarified and verified what I had experienced. She then told me she had done some research on the history of the area and learned that it had been frequented by Native American tribes due to a fresh spring nearby. So, what I assumed to be a cult was a paranormal event somehow connected to them, I believe. Some time later, I dated a girl who lived about 2 miles south of where I had my experience. When I brought up what happened to me there and the youth pastor's explanation of her experiences at her home, my girlfriend freaked out, telling me that her mother would sometimes take a bottle of alcohol out into the woods, only to come back hours later drunk and insisting that she had been, in her own words, dancing with the Indians. We broke up not long after, but one night she called me terrified, asking me to come over because she was being attacked by an unseen entity that was shoving her around in her room. I drove over and gave her some inspirational music to put on. She asked me to stay until she would fall asleep, and as I sat there while she lay in bed, a shadow form appeared in her room, floating up near the ceiling in the corner and emanating darkness like it was glowing black. Somehow I boldly faced it. I prayed silently for it to go away, and in moments, it just vanished. Then she spoke up, and I thought she was asleep. Asked if I'd just been praying. I told her yes. And she said, "Something was just here, wasn't it?" I told her yes, and thankfully that was all that happened. I left, then I went home. It's been over 20 years since then. Never had any experience like that again. Something happened again. Where I live, it's a very old house. My apartment is ground level, and my neighbor's above me. Old landlord houses in Dublin are basically 2 levels, with one top level being accessed from the main set of maybe 20 steps up. That's where the landlord would have lived. My entrance is through the garden with my door to the side of these steps, where the scullery maids, etc. would have cooked and probably lived too. When you enter my doorway, we have a little hall and a small door to the left that would be kind of a basement room directly below my neighbor's outside steps. To the right is a long hallway with my bedroom to the right, and directly facing it is a spare bedroom. It's a very big apartment. Since I moved in last year, I get bad feelings from the spare room, so mostly I try to avoid it and let my girlfriend do the cleaning, if we have guests staying over. A few months ago, we both witnessed something that really creeped me out, but not to the extent of 2 nights ago. We were both chilling in the living room watching TV at night, and we had some of my clothes drying on like a clothing rack in front of us. One of the jumper sleeves raised itself into the air and then dropped again, like if somebody was packing a suitcase. They pulled the sleeve out to fold it. There was no breeze or draft, etc., and all the windows were closed and nothing else moved at the time. We both looked at each other to acknowledge that we'd both seen, but continued watching TV. It was weird. Sometimes at night, when I'm turning the lights off as I sleep later with my girlfriend, I feel something watching me in this darkness. 2 days ago, my girlfriend told me that our landlord's family have lived in the house for over 200 years. He's a very odd man, so I tend not to get along with him that much, and I said some shit about him lightheartedly about him being weird. That night, I went to bed quite early for myself, which was maybe 11:40 p.m. My girlfriend had college, and the next day she was asleep already. I was lying in bed with the door closed, scrolling on my phone, when I heard the doors start to open and close. They're heavy old wooden doors, so they creak when they open and close. I'm used to a slight breeze at this time of year, sweeping through the house and the noise of the doors that go along with it. This wasn't a slight breeze. It continued for 10 minutes until I realized maybe my girlfriend had left the bedroom window open, which she never even does, but maybe that's why this whole noise was happening. The doors were banging shut and open pretty constantly. As soon as they would open, they'd shut again. Never heard before whilst living here. That's when I heard something walking in her hallway. We have carpet flooring in each bedroom and in the hall. I could hear footsteps trudging along the carpet between the spare bedroom and into the hall. This continued for maybe 5 minutes as I was getting more freaked out at the seconds all these sounds I could hear. To the point I rang my little sister who lives with her dad and told her something could have broken into the apartment. I grew up in a rough neighborhood, so it's natural for me to keep a weapon near my bedside. In this case, it's a little hatchet. I didn't want to wake my girlfriend just in case, and I told my sister if I didn't message her in 5 minutes something had happened, and to send my dad up straight away. I built up the courage to open my bedroom door into the pitch-black hallway. As I turned on the hallway light, everything went silent. No doors banging or creaking or footsteps. The spare bedroom has a computer table with a desk chair that's always underneath it. The chair was out from under the desk and it was facing me. At this stage, I still half believed somebody had broken in. Maybe it was just to keep my adrenaline pumping for fear of it being something else. I went room to room, turning the lights on and waiting for someone or something in one of the rooms, and I found nothing. No windows open, nothing. Kept all the lights on, went outside to have a cigarette to calm my nerves and text my sister. I prayed outside for my deceased family members, and hopefully they'd always watch over and protect me, and I went back to bed making sure to keep my bedside lamp on. I didn't put the hatchet down until I was in bed. I was frickin' freaked out. Within 20 minutes, I heard the footsteps again in the hallway. They lasted for some time, and when they stopped, I finally went to sleep. On a side note, one of my neighbors has a black cat. I don't know which neighbor, though. But he started to come into my apartment through the back garden window as I laid food out for him. We've bonded since. I have no pets here, and both my dogs passed away a long time ago. For some reason, he always walks into that spare bedroom. I'm beginning to hate this place. Can anybody help me make sense of this? What did I see? So I've been contemplating putting this one on here for a couple of years now. Only my family and close friends know my story. I wanted to explain it fully without someone belittling my experience with the TLDR crap, thinking that they're funny. I've already posted this in Aliens, and I was advised to put it in here, so if you've already read it then, well, I apologize. It was 1997. I was 28, and my then boyfriend and I lived in a remote village in Lincolnshire, England. He had a job where he worked from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I was working in a bar, so I would take him to and from work. That way I could get myself to work with with the one car that we had shared. It's probably worth mentioning that the car was brand new. It had something crazy like 18 miles on the clock when we got it. I wanted something newer than the car that we had before, because I didn't like the idea of being stranded down a dark country lane if the old car decided to shit itself when I was driving alone. I don't know how many people know Lincolnshire, but most of it's rural with thin, winding roads, and the place is so flat you can see for miles. I used to drive to pick my ex up, and the views in spring when the mornings were getting lighter was, and still are, breathtaking. So imagine farmers' fields all around you with basic little roads snaking along the edges. The fields themselves were separated in rows, but not quite saplings, but trees. They were a couple of years old. Still thin and gangly, and at this particular time of year, were just starting to show hints of new leaves on the skinny branches. An absolutely beautiful drive in the lighter mornings, only because I was usually the only one on the road, so I could drive as slow as I liked to watch the sun coming up over the horizon. Okay, so I hope I've described the place enough to paint you at least a basic image. So here's the story. One morning, I'm driving along the little road. It was about 5:30 a.m. and the sun was just peeking out of the horizon and the sky was completely cloudless. I slowed down to watch it as pretty much often did this, not really paying much attention to the trees as they were in a row that ran down the side of the field. So they were never in the way of the view. In my peripheral, I thought I saw something moving alongside the skinny trees. I stopped the car completely. I was thinking it might be a deer or something interesting like that. I waited for a few seconds and nothing happened. So I was just about to restart the car when I saw two of the, quote-unquote trees. They were walking, out of the lineup. And I say trees, but I don't have a clue what they actually were. Remember, this is a long time before the internet and the Slender Man and all the tales and superstitions like that. I was literally frozen to the spot with fear. Two tall things just walked out of the line of trees and started walking over to me. I was about 50, maybe 60 yards away from them. The only thing that I could describe them as were oversized stick insects. They had 2 long legs and 2 long arms that almost touched the ground. I'd say the tallest one might have been 12 feet tall easily. The smaller one maybe 10. They walked in a fluid motion as if they were wading through treacle. Like long hair would glide through water. It was just slow and graceful. When my brain finally kicked into flight mode, I started my car, glanced over to see how close they had gotten. All the while I was putting my car into gear and it started moving. The tallest one slowly lifted his arm up, like a silk scarf gliding through the light wind, and pointed it at me. My car instantly stalled. The dashboard warning lights were all on. All of them lit up and all at the same time. I got the worst pain in my face, mainly my jaw, but it made me scream out in agony, and I almost blacked out. With the pain debilitating me, I knew I needed to get away fast. I was so terrified that the car wouldn't start again because of all the lights were still on, so I turned the engine entirely off and thankfully started again and drove like a mad woman to get out of the sight. And all the time, my face and jaw was burning. When I got to my ex's work, he gave me a bottle of water to cool me down, but it didn't really do much to help. And for weeks, my mouth felt like I had chewed on poison ivy. My jaw was feeling like I had an abscess underneath each molar. So, I needed to go see a dentist. I knew that. But explaining what happened would have made me feel stupid, so I put it off. I had 3 amalgam fillings, all in my lower molars, and once the worst of the pain had gone, a couple of months later, couldn't put anything metal in my mouth without getting a shock. Like licking a battery sort of a shock. So I was eating with plastic cutlery all the time and decided to give in and see if the dentist would change the fillings to ceramic ones. The dentist looked in my mouth and asked what had happened to my teeth. I played it off casually and I just asked why. My fillings looked like little balls of mercury. So I explained the car ride and etc. and he said that my fillings looked like they had melted and pooled into a smooth, rounded metal ball. Country roads and phantom homes. Back in 2018, I was working for Domino's. I was delivering pizzas out in the north part of Texas. That's east of Dallas, out in the countryside. So a nice, normal summer evening of delivering pizzas, getting lots of tips because it's always hot, heated seats for the win. Nearing the end of the day and the sun's starting to set as I pull onto it's kind of an old country road I've been on dozens of times, really. That's including twice that very day I'm telling the story. I take a curve and I see movement in the trees, and then I crest over a small hill to see like an old rotten burnt home and what I knew was a pretty empty field. I delivered a pizza earlier to the property across the road from the lot and had been parked in the empty driveway to the field. I went ahead, drove down another block to my delivery, feeling like something was watching me from the burnt house. Spent a few extra minutes chatting with the people I delivered to before heading back up the road, but when I looked to where the burnt house had been, it was gone, the empty field. Figured I just hallucinated it, but a few days later the same thing happened. The house was there and I felt like I was being watched, but I didn't view the house for more than a few minutes and it would disappear. Though this wasn't the only oddity that started happening. In other areas, the buildings would seemingly appear and disappear along with seeing movement along the side of the road. Though the thing that finally made me quit was I had finished my shift but did a ride along with my buddy. We went to deliver the food and were both off the next day, so we planned to go hang at my house, then get my car later. We deliver the pizzas and the GPS suddenly goes blank, and then redirecting notifications started spamming and his lights flickered as we take a turn down a dark road, no house lights in sight. Not only that, but the feeling of being watched beginning to crawl in the road in dirt and small gravel. So we drive down a quarter mile and suddenly the car is forced to stop. That's as the road looked solid but gave way under us, trapping the car in the mud. The road had looked the same as we drove through, but we both freaked as the car rocked and stopped in place from the collapse. We got out to see how bad it was, and his lights were flickering and the car was stuck. We checked the GPS to see how far we were from the main road. Seeing the road continued, supposedly linking to the one next to mine, we decided to start walking. We had over 2 hours to wait for a tow. It was well and truly dark. The feeling of being watched and the sound of movement increased. We both kept our phone flashlights on, one pointed toward the backwards and, one forward and the other backwards. We felt that we weren't safe. My buddy jumped, saying that he saw something bolt across the road behind us. I then heard noises in front of us, seeing 3 sets of eyes glowing just beyond the light of my phone. The eyes were lowered to the ground, but as I took a step back, bumping into my buddy, they got higher up, being at human height. My buddy jumped again, bumping into me as he started running toward the eyes, but when I looked at him and then back, the eyes were gone. We ran the rest of the way down the road, but came to find out it was blocked out by a big fence with multiple no trespassing, and trespassers will be shot. We don't call 911 signs posted on it. We both were scared shitless, knowing we'd either have to go back the way we came or risk the quarter-mile property of a person who clearly doesn't like people in his property, and potentially get a shot. We chose to go back, and oh boy, the sounds and feelings of not being alone was heavy. The feeling of something breathing down the back of our necks as we ran back to the car. When we got back close enough, my buddy remote started the car to make the lights turn on, but kept glitching and flashing. As we got to the car, I heard the sound of a truck backing down the road toward us. The tow truck had arrived and their lights flicking on strong, flooding the road with light. And in the brief moment I looked back, I saw 3 humanoids, very gaunt and feral-looking gray skin. But as quick as I saw them, they bolted into the trees. We proceeded to run to the front of the tow, and was waiting in the light of the headlights as they load my buddy's car into the flatbed. They made the comment that we had to run through some barbed wire, scratching the hell out of the car, but we know that we hadn't, and those scratches weren't there before we left the car behind to walk. We don't know exactly what happened. We just know that we refused to go anywhere near the road ever again. If anybody noticed my voice sounds weird, it's just because I have 102 fever. Bear with me. Next story. Returning to work at a haunted hospital. Years ago, I worked security at an old hospital. It used to be a 6-story, 2-building hospital with an extra wing for pediatrics. Not only that, it had a morgue in the basement. In 2008, they built a new hospital that was across town, and abandoned pretty much everything beside the emergency room and the short stay and rehab wing. Creepy by itself, and then add that the hospital opened in 1924. It's seen more than its fair share of patients passing. We always joked that the place was haunted, and swore that we could hear children laughing in the old pediatric wing, while a shadow would move out of the corner of your eye, or things would move when you weren't even looking. Creepy, but explainable. I always stood by these things being real experiences. I tried to reach out and tell the spirits that they, didn't need to hide around me unless I was engaged in a security matter. They seemed to listen. I typically had 2 or 3 encounters a night. I left there for a better job shortly after the hospital chose to demolish the abandoned areas, including the old morgue and hallways used to transport patients' bodies into the basement. Well, I've returned to work at what's left of the hospital. It's definitely had a heavy feeling coming back. While making rounds, I found a quiet place to reach out. I greeted any spirit who may be remaining after being displaced in the construction. So, set some rules like no touching, no following me home, and no intentional scaring and apparently I'm going to provide a willing participant for communication. So, I continued on with my shift. Half-hour later, I saw a nun in the main lobby. Not uncommon, it is a Catholic hospital, but the nun walked toward where the chapel used to be, and not where it was moved to. I followed after her to point her toward the new chapel, but she vanished around the corner. I chuckled, realized what was going on, and I drove on. A few hours later, while in the restroom in the far end of the hospital, which is quieter and cleaner, I heard a loud sigh in the stall behind me. Okay, cool. Guest found the better bathroom. Toilet flushed and the auto door to the bathroom opened. The catch? No one exited the stall. No one entered the restroom. I checked the stalls real quick and they were all empty. Nice to see I wasn't just crazy half-decade ago, and the unexplained still happens. I was transferred to the newer hospital due to my prior experience working there. So, not a lot of updated experiences as the new one is less active, but I did have a couple of encounters before being transferred sites. Most of the experiences were disembodied voices from down the hall asking if somebody was there. I got a good laugh, and the second or third time I was checking an old area and I heard, "Someone there?" Or something like, "Who's there?" Reminded me of all those ghost hunting shows, and the thought of ghost hunting for live people was amusing to me. That is cool. Of course, I had to check to make sure a homeless person hadn't broken in, or that the elevator didn't malfunction and the guest wandered into an area he might need a badge to access. But it was always empty. But no interaction when I stopped to try to communicate. Figured I stumbled onto either a residual haunt, or maybe a homeless person found a nook to hide in that I couldn't find. The one that stood out was the last day before my transfer. I was patrolling and again explained into the void that I would gladly communicate with anything throughout the night, but no touching me, no following me home, no deliberate scaring. Those are good rules even for not ghosts. No contact throughout the night, and all in all, a rather uneventful shift as far as work goes. All was going well until my supervisor ran into me toward the end of the shift looking a bit irritated. I asked what was up, and he asked why I wasn't answering my radio. I checked my radio in its holder and found that it had been turned off. Mind you, I live in a state that rains a lot, and our radio holders have covers to keep the rain off of it. This also makes it really hard to accidentally hit the buttons or turn the channel or the volume or power knobs. Come to find out, my supervisor was looking for me because I needed to replace the psych ward officer who had been injured during a fight in the ward as security and staff attempted to regain order. Could just be a coincidence, but I'm leaning more on a spiritual appreciating me trying to communicate with them was looking out for me. Long-ass story of the haunted house I loved in. This was around 2008 to 2009-ish. I lived in a haunted house at an early age, though despite this, my memory remains fresh of most of these encounters. We were there for a year, so I was pretty damn young at the time. I lived with my older brother, older than me by 3 years, younger sister, younger by 3 years, so still just a little baby at the time. My mother and my father as well. The house looked overgrown. Thin vines grew in the walls. Large bushes in front of the windows. It was fenced in the front with a large gate circling the backyard. The hauntings started pretty quickly. My mom would hear heavy boots stomp up the stairs despite nobody being there. She'd also hear my grandmother singing to my sister, despite my grandmother dying just months earlier. Just on the topic of my grandmother, my mother saw a massive pile of ladybugs. They were covering the entire car. That was just days after Grandma passed. My grandmother, despite being tough and drunk 70% of the time, always liked ladybugs. There was also the time that she was in the backyard. It was during the afternoon and the weather was perfect for the summer. She was closing the large gate, and mind you, she's a big and very strong lady. And yet this gate had her in one hell of a struggle. She finally closed and locked it, so she went to go inside until she heard a sharp splintering snap. She turned around to see, well, the gate was wide open. The lock was busted. It almost looked as if a bull had rammed into it. If the paranormal activity didn't stop at her. Anyhow, my father would get locked out of the house despite nobody being inside, and my brother would see doors opening and shutting by themselves. Every day, pretty much. But apparently, I got the worst of it. I, being a mother's boy, was looking out my window watching my mother go to work. She had a double shift as my dad wasn't the best of dads. He's kind of abusive and has no child. I stared until I noticed a large black snake following her to a car. The snake looked to be doubler in length despite its slithering, thus curling its body. My mother's 5'9", which makes the snake maybe 10, maybe 11 feet long. But I'd followed her for a couple of minutes until she had gotten into a car. Then it slithered back into the bushes near my window. I looked down to see it looking right at me. Despite this, I still would go outside and play in the hallways. Playing in the backyard till dusk, my brother and I were doing our own thing on opposite sides. My brother loving sports, so he ran around throwing the football, whereas I played with one of my toy animals. The one toy in specific was a big T-Rex. The T-Rex looked like one of the older renditions before Jurassic Park. It was upright with its tail dragging on the ground. So as the sun set further, my mother called us inside for dinner. So we went inside. I noticed that I left my toy and went to go get it. It was dark to where I couldn't make out any noticeable color, but not too dark so I could still see outlines and details of objects. I noticed the T-Rex chilling right by the tree where I'd left it. Went to pick it up only for it to crumble. It was dirt in the shape of a T-Rex. I got freaked out and ran back inside. Now notice I said that I can remember most of these encounters. The reason I point this out is because my father said he'd often see me sitting in the corner of my room, or in front of like a blank screen. He'd ask me what I'm doing, and I'd simply say the old man told me to. Yeah, I have no recollection of this happening, but my father swears up and down that this happened. He would also have sleep paralysis episodes, often seeing shadow folk around the room whispering to each other. This last one was probably the most horrific. Waking up in the middle of the night, I heard footsteps. Luckily, my TV was on, so I still had light. Thinking it was my dad, I got up to go to him. But when I opened the bedroom door, there was an old man standing there. He looked down at me. He looked corpse-like. I freaked out, banged on my mother's bedroom door, and she opened it, and I hollered about how there was an ugly man in the house. She took it as somebody actually breaking in and picked me up with one hand. I had a bat in the other and basically ran around the house, turning every light on, cussing loud enough to worry some of the neighbors. Needless to say, we moved out as soon as we had the money. We stood in that house for almost 2 years. Hotels are always haunted. Back in 2023, I worked at a Best Western Plus that's situated in a small Texas town near to a massive flea market. This place was built within the last 15 years, so still a relatively new building. But Lord, has there been some incidents. One of the most interesting happened in room 301 years before I worked there. But the story keeps being told to every new hiree. A nice couple mid-30s checks in late middle of winter during hunting season. Now at that hotel they had long-term stay, months at a time that can be booked. Just so happens a couple of brothers had rented room 303 next door to the nice couple who checked in just hours before they got back from their weekly hunt. After they get to their room, the brothers begin fighting and a gunshot goes off, prompting the manager to rush to call the cops and check things out. Well, right after getting off the phone, 2 ambulances pull up outside. Then the medics come in rushing upstairs past the confused manager and the front desk worker. After they get upstairs, the police arrive asking the manager where the emergency is and who called for the ambulance. The cops go upstairs telling the manager to wait until they come down with answers. 45 minutes and they come down telling the manager that they have 2 stretchers coming down and to clear the lobby. Another 45 to an hour, they come down with 2 stretchers, zipped up body bags on top, and the younger brother in handcuffs and sporting a fresh black eye and bleeding nose after him and the stretchers leave the lobby, and the husband from 301 comes down with one of the police escorting him, tears in his eyes. The younger brother, in a fit of rage, killed his older brother with a shot through the heart. Fortunately, his rifle was high caliber and built for long range with piercing bullets for stopping power. And that bullet tore through the brother in the wall, then the wife's head. Where I come in is years later. Night shift. I work the front desk occasionally, and I hear strange sounds, and I get complaints from the third floor. Usually 301 or 303 about odd things happening. TVs turning off, and the smell of gun smoke and rotting meat, and the sound of a woman screaming. Sounds of a man banging on a wall. Well, winter arrives, and I get iced, and the owner comps me a week's stay. And that's in room 301. I get to the room after my brother brings me a few things and my dog and start sitting in, but I hear a faucet turn and water run in the bathroom. Then the TV flickers on by itself. I think it's the normal hotel weird bullshit, but then I hear yelling from the other side of the wall at 303. I know that we don't have anybody but me and my manager on the third floor, and we're on the opposite end of the hall. No way it was her and her husband. I then hear a thud against the wall. I smelled gun smoke. I got up using my master key card and went to 303, but the room was empty. Hell, the heater and AC wasn't even turned on. But as I go to leave, I hear from 301 through the wall the sound of a woman sobbing and screaming as the lights began to flicker. I immediately ran out into 301, but still nothing, no TV, no AC, nothing on to explain it. That night, after I forced myself to sleep in that room, I was down at the front desk when I see movement out of the corner of my eye. I look over to see a woman shrouded in shadows, standing in the window for a moment before I blinked and she poofs away. After that, I'd see movement out of the corner of my eye and nearly hear thuds against the glass window. Then the fourth day, while I'm off, I hear a deafening sound. It's like a gunshot from 303 rushing to check it. But once again, nothing but an empty room. Called my manager to ask if she had heard it, but nobody, including her husband, her son, and the people in 203 heard a thing. Thankfully, I was allowed to move down to 108 for the rest of the week, but after that, I'd always see movement out of the corner of my eyes. Occasionally, it would be a man instead, like a big burly and wearing camo overalls, but usually it would be the woman wearing a nice dress, standing there unmoving, standing where I can't even see her. Before I left the job, I told my story to my replacement. It freaked him out. It only lasted about a month as the night clerk before, saying the activity was too much to handle. I still do hear the occasional story of that place, including a few new ghostly faces after some other tragic deaths happening. But those aren't my stories to tell, unfortunately. Second scariest experience of my life. I figured it's time to fully write out my experience before they grow too fuzzy in my mind. This one is the second scariest experience, but one of the most recent. The first scariest is very long, kind of detailed, and occurred over a couple of days. I don't have the focus at the moment, so we're going to go with number 2. It was a hot summer in Southern California, 2007. My now ex-husband, our kids, and I lived a little over an hour away from my in-laws' house. For some reason that night we stayed at their home. It was my son, my husband, and I sleeping in a small room together. His kids were at their mom's nearby. The house is a really old home in a historic district. It was a cute 3-bedroom home with no central heating or air. My ex had told me about different hauntings in the house, like a little girl and different other things. While I believe in the paranormal because of my experiences, I still believe a good majority of things are people's imaginations, dreams, or mistaken ideas and why these things happen. So I wasn't scared at all to sleep in the house. I woke up in the middle of the night because it was outrageously hot. I went into the kitchen, turned on the lights, and got a drink of water in hopes of cooling down. I normally sleep like a rock and can usually get right back to sleep when I'm woken up. No such luck that night. I drank some water in the kitchen and realized I wasn't going to be able to go back to sleep. Thought I'd watch some TV until I get sleepy. I wasn't really worried about waking anyone up because the television was on the opposite end of the house from the bedrooms. The kitchen, the front room, and the living room were in a T formation, the T being the walls that separated the rooms. The bottom left section of the T was the kitchen, bottom right of the T was the front room, and the top of the T was the living room. Hope that makes sense. I began to walk out of the kitchen and into the living room toward the television. As I walked out of the kitchen to the wall connecting all three rooms was about 2 feet from my right side. I hear a slam as if something had been thrown or hit my side of the wall. Not like someone hit the wall, but more like a small toy was thrown hard at the wall. It wasn't a large house. There was no animals or children other than my son for the night, and there was a doorway behind me that was really old and it was definitely closed. It was kind of broken. It was easily heard when you opened it, because it didn't open easily. Either way, if something was thrown, it couldn't have come from the doorway because of the angle it would have had to gone right through me. The only direction it could have come was maybe a 45-degree angle directly in front of me from the direction of the television. There's no doors or windows in that direction and nowhere for anyone to hide. Anyways, my point is that I don't know what the hell it is or was and how it could have been made past me without me seeing it. Immediately after hearing whatever it was, hit the wall, and I felt a rush passing me. Like a wind, but more like if you could strongly feel the wind of someone running past you. It came from the direction of whatever hit the wall, toward the direction of the fireplace. The fireplace was about 4 feet to my left, and as it rushed past me, I immediately hear something hit at the fireplace. I looked, and I saw nothing. The whole thing took about 2 seconds, if that. There's no explanation for any of it. My heart jumped into my throat, and I wanted to run. I don't like to acknowledge the paranormal because I believe it either gives them power or they know that they can communicate with you. So maybe they'll do more. So I just tried to pretend I'm not scared out of my wits, and I turned the lights off calmly and slowly walked back into the bedroom. As if maybe I changed my mind and I no longer wanted to watch TV. No big deal. I wanted to scream and run, but I wasn't going to give anything that satisfaction. I laid down next to my husband, and I tried to get as close to him as possible and cover myself up. Especially your toes. Remember, it's like 85 degrees in the house, so covering myself up is kind of ridiculous because it's hot. But I no longer care about that heat. I'm terrified of whatever went past me. I laid there unable to sleep for at least 2 hours. My heart was racing, and I was terrified. When I told him in the morning what happened, he just laughed and said, "I told you." Needless to say, we didn't sleep there again after that. Cursed duplex in the Lakewood area. So I live in Colorado as of now. I spent all of my early childhood in Denver. While not super common, some odd things have definitely happened while in Denver. So a few of these stories take place near the Lakewood area where I spent most childhood living in a duplex. This place was weird to me as a kid because I had an unfinished basement. That doesn't really make it scary. The thing that happened while living there is what really makes all these stories odd. So I'm half Mexican, and some people in the area are into the occult or whatever. I mean, people do that stuff anywhere, and I'm too young to care or give a shit. I used to play outside and leave my shoes outside a lot, something my mom would get mad at me for. One day I'm chilling in my room, and suddenly I just feel like checking my shoes. I go to the shoes I had just brought in, a dead mouse was in my shoe. I recoil back in shock and tell my mom, who just brushes it off. Well, rather why I remember this is because this was not a whole mouse. It was the severed head of a mouse in my shoes. To make matters worse, this wasn't even the whole head. It was just skin and stuff. Like someone just took the eyes and skull and left the little head. There was a little bit of blood too, and I'd smelled something a little bit off with the shoes prior. I just thought it was a cat or something that had killed a mouse and, well, left it in my shoes. I mentioned this story to my dad, and we all started to really think about it. Someone had also tried to break into my parents' window prior, and sometimes candles and other stuff would be found outside our house. No bones or tail were ever found in my shoe or anywhere near the shoe after. So whoever left the deboned head of a mouse in my shoe was either not in their right mind, or something possibly more malevolent that was also not in its right mind. It's highly possible that someone cursed me or my house because even more things had begun to occur. All of our rooms are very close to one another, and weird shit has happened either in the hall, my room I share with my brother, and my parents' room. Before my brother was born, my sister had told me that she had seen a girl standing in my room, or my window. That's when I'm sleeping in my room at night. She has memory issues, unfortunately, so she can't really remember too much from her childhood. So telling her this made her like, what the fuck, I don't remember that. But enough shit had happened at this point to where she had believed me. My mom had had problems with shadow people like me, but hers were different. They had red eyes compared to white, and were average height opposed to the tall ones I had seen with white eyes. Her experiences were different as they would, whisper to her, and only appear during sleep paralysis, unlike me, who had been fully awake and able to move. Hers would whisper to her, and would move around and get in her ears with their fingers and lay on top of her. One time, she even told me that she had been SA'd by one, and she was dead serious too. She said it was an incubus. My dad has also seen some shadow people at this house, and his experiences were similar to my mom's, minus the SA. Lost socks also had been thrown into people's rooms while we've all been laying down, which really freaked my mom out because the sock, which was mine, had begun moving around in like a hopping and throwing manner. Security footage from inside showed objects leaping off of bookshelves to outside cameras showing an odd-looking person in a crouching, squatting position. That was until it just moved around and disappeared. Some of these later stories I used to have a security video of, and my dad was thinking of sending it to one of those scary video compilations. Sadly, this occurred around COVID, and we never got around to sending them. My dad probably deleted the video in question. Of course, I have more stories as I seem to attract weird shit happening to me. But if anything else new happens at this new house, I'll be sure to share it here. I have a lot more stories from my dad's childhood, and some of his stories from visiting Mexico, and my mom's childhood stories too. Plus, I know a lot of people in my high school, so I could ask them for stories. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we explore mysteries that defy explanation. Don't forget to hit subscribe. Tap the bell for updates. The haunting begins now. Are you ready? My guitar started to make sounds at night. I'm from a musical family. My grandparents played music. My uncles and aunts do too. But neither of my parents did. My brothers neither. So when I picked up a guitar, the family was very happy. Felt sorry for me. I was the only one in the household who played music. Anyway, this is just a small detail I wanted to start off with. It was 8 years ago today, and my ex-girlfriend dumped me, and this really messed with my head. I guess it caught me off guard, and I didn't really know what to do to myself. She dominated and controlled my mind. Caught myself aimlessly driving around, playing the same particular set of songs, and, thinking about doing dumb stuff. Like, whoa, I was agreeing with you up until this point. Like stalking my ex-girlfriend or going to a prostitute to release some frustration. At any given moment I wanted to do it, something happened which made me stop doing it, like somebody shouting in my ear to not do it. That's what it felt like. So I didn't do any dumb things, but I did pretend to everyone I was fine, while I obviously wasn't. Locked myself in my room a lot and just kind of numb out a little. I'd get into trances and play my acoustic guitar in a really weird way. So for some reason, I just sat down, held my guitar right out in front of me straight up without being able to see anything. Then suddenly, I would regain my conscience, and I would suddenly be playing the guitar in this really weird way. I don't know what song I was even trying to play, but it did sound familiar. At night I would wake up, what I thought was my guitar making sounds, like these really haunting weeping sounds. I just thought it was my imagination. So this went on for a couple of months, being depressed as fuck, playing the song on repeat in my car, wanting to do dumb stuff, but every time I got into my car to actually do it, something happened which made me stop. This went on until I fell in love again and got into a new relationship. Even more time later, I had the chance of meeting a medium, so somebody who can speak to ghosts. She started off by telling me there was a woman my age with the same hair color next to me. I didn't know any women that had died back then. I really wasn't familiar with her appearance either. Yet this ghost woman told the medium everything I'd been doing because somehow the medium knew. Music runs in the family, doesn't it? The medium asked me. She continued, "You're not alone." So I responded, "Well, in my household I am." The medium shook her head. "No, you're not. Your sister plays guitar too." I told her I don't have a sister. Well, apparently I do, according to the medium. The young woman next to me was my sister guiding me. And apparently preventing you to do stupid things, she said. She tried to warn you and make you see through a song, the medium said. So I asked her, "What song?" "The song you've had on repeat for weeks in your car. The song you tried to play on the guitar countless times." So I thought the song I was listening to was While My Guitar Gently Weeps, the love version by the Beatles. The lyrics still give me goosebumps reading it from my dead sister's perspective. Well, I'm not going to play the song, but if you do know the song, the lyrics are listed here. Heck, I'll read it. "I look at you all, see the love. See all the love there that's sleeping, while my guitar gently weeps. Look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping. Still my guitar gently weeps. I don't know why nobody told you how to unfold your love. I don't know how someone controlled you. They bought and sold you. I look at the world and I notice it's turning while my guitar gently weeps. With every mistake we must surely be learning. Still, my guitar gently weeps. I don't know how you were diverted. You were perverted to. I don't know how. You were inverted. No one alerted you. I look from the wings at the play you were staging, while my guitar gently weeps, as I'm sitting here doing nothing but aging. Still, my guitar gently weeps." So, when I got home, I asked my mom, did I have a sister? I was 21 at the time, and she never told me. Her eyes teared up. "Who told you?" This happened a while ago, but I saw a recent post that was a similar experience. Several years ago, I lost my father. He and I were very close, as were my kids, his grandchildren. We stayed in El Paso, Texas. That's when my sibling had left Texas, and we were part of the family that were with him and my mom almost daily in EPTX. After he passed away, my second oldest child, my son, had a car accident. As a result of this accident, my son had and still has a TBI. He was in a coma for a month, then came out of that coma but remained in a minimally conscious state for another year and a half. It was Ritalin that actually brought my son out of his minimally conscious state to where he could speak again. Whoa. It had been well over 2 years after my son's accident. He was inpatient at TIRR in Houston. He was there for therapy after he had shown signs of following commands and was started on Ritalin shortly after being admitted to TIRR. About 1 week after he started Ritalin, one day we were riding up the elevator after a day of therapy, and as clear as day my son asked me, "What happened to me?" I quickly pulled him off the elevator as I heard this, and it had been a long time since my son had spoken. I was in shock. I was ecstatic. I was crying with joy. I pushed him into a waiting area and told him about his accident, about how he had fallen asleep at the wheel and left the roadway and hit 2 parked U-Haul trailers at full speed. It was a miracle he was alive. I mentioned that my dad must have called in every favor in heaven that he could to get my son this far. When I said this to my son, his eyes got wide and he asked me, "What happened to Grandpa?" It broke my heart to realize that due to the brain injuries my son had endured, he'd forgotten that my dad, his grandfather, had passed away. That memory had to be one that was lost to my son as a result of the damage to his brain. To tell him this and to see him break down and cry, suffering this loss all over again, was just so heartbreaking. Eventually, he was better, and as time went on, at TIRR, he did well in his therapies. One night while still at TIRR, I had a dream. My father came to me in my dream, and he told me that he was proud of me for all the sacrifices I'd made to be there for my son, telling me I was a good father for being with him at every step along the way to his healing, and to tell him that he, my son, could get it all back. But then it was going to be a fight for his life. The thing he said in that dream was to tell my son to stay strong. It was a powerful dream, and it seemed so real. I told my son about it that morning when he awoke. Not long after that, my dad came back to me again. He was sitting next to me in this dream. His right hand on my shoulder, he was telling me something, but I was having trouble understanding him. It was almost as if he was having trouble speaking. I told him in this dream, "Dad, I'm having trouble understanding you. Is there something wrong? Why are you talking like that?" He looked at me and mouthed the word sorry. He then very slowly said, "I forget that where I am at now, I don't need to use my mouth to speak. This all feels so strange now, and it's hard to speak like I used to. I only wanted to tell you that I love you. I'm proud of you, and I'm happy that you're here with me. I'm going to be watching you too. I can't say for how long, only for as long as I'm able and allowed. Please remind him that he has to fight now, harder than ever. Tell him again to keep strong." I don't know if these visits from my dad were just dreams, but I chose not to think so. It all felt too real and yet surreal at the same time. But his visits came to me at dark times and were sorely needed. I believe there's more to this world, more than we ever get to know and see. One day, I hope to see him again. Miss you, Pops. I've had a mimic follow me since 1999 in different homes in different states. How do I get rid of it? It started in a house in New Jersey, outside of my hometown. The first time it mimicked my ex, my children's father, it followed us to Philly, Pennsylvania. That's where it really ramped up, using my voice to call my kids and their voices to call Mom. I even heard it calling my stepdaughter in my voice while we were standing in the hallway next to each other. She could see it wasn't me. It only ever used my ex's voice, their father, once. Most of the time it used my voice against my children and stepchildren, and friends' kids also when they were visiting my kids. That was during my time in Philadelphia, approximately 2002 to 2005. It followed me to Florida in 3 different places I've lived. One place was my friend's house, and it used her voice calling my name, and it even used my voice calling for her old man. I was dead-ass asleep in bed when it got him. I'm living in my daughter's house currently, my youngest, and I've heard it use her voice calling Mom again when she was in a different city an hour away working. I have times where years between it's been gone completely, and places I've lived that it hasn't even been to during those times living in those places at all. So it's not consistent. I've saged and used protection oils and salt around my house, lemon cleansing with several things, even a word that even you don't quite know how to spell, and I don't know how to say, but I don't think it's worked, at least not permanently. I'm just wondering because I've answered it the first time. Really wasn't fair because my ex would come home at odd hours and I never knew when he'd come back from jobs. Plus, I was trying to hook up my kid's PS1 to play with, or PS2, whatever's the newest version, in 99. 99. Good question. My TV was blaring loud snow. That's when I turned it on because the cord wasn't fully connected. So loud-ass snow static across the house at like 12 a.m. when the ex's voice called me. So of course I thought he had walked into that and was yelling because the sound startled him. I answered, "What?" I walked out of the bedroom where the TV and the game system were after giving up and turning both things off. I was looking for my children's dad, and I went out the front door to see if he went back to his truck, only to find no truck, no ex, silence. I called him on his cell and asked what the fuck he went, so suddenly only to be told that he was never at the house and wouldn't be for a while. I think because I answered the mimic that first time, it followed me as much in as I could, or rather as it could find me, I guess. I just wanted to let you know I'm so stupid I answered it when it even most recently called my mom in my daughter's voice. But she's inconsistent with her hours and times that she comes home. Sometimes she stays with her baby overnight, so she isn't home a lot. But the fact that this mimic is so prolific that it knows that I'll answer because of the people it's mimicked are either A, not around at normal intervals, or B, when my kids were younger in Philadelphia. It knows that I'm answering my kids and vice versa, if they're calling them in my voice. So yes, it gets me most often. Don't blame you. As for my friend's house, she's disabled and would call out to me irregularly for me to bring her tea or maybe make tea. So I expect her voice to be calling when I stayed with her. But her boyfriend, hearing my voice call him, he responded, but he should know that I wouldn't call out to him for any reason because I would knock on her door if needed, or, well, to ask anything from either of them. But he was truly thinking that I hurt myself. And what I mean is this mimic is too smart and really need to be rid of it. I'm over this. It's 25 years now. Yes, some places I've lived and never invaded. I don't know if it couldn't find me or the areas those places weren't a place that it could be. I have no idea. But I'm over it. The last incident literally happened last month here after I was almost a full-ass year without an incident. I wasn't sure where else to post this. I swear that there's some form of, like, a wolf man or a dog man or a werewolf shapeshifter skinwalker, whatever you want to call it, living in my home province. I've heard them, and I swear I've seen them. I grew up out in the rural country community, where the closest kids were about 10 minutes walk away. We always had wildlife living in our backyard, from bears to coyotes, owls, foxes, even skunks and porcupines. I was very familiar as my father was a hunter and taught us the sounds and tracks and even the awful smells of the life around us. Thanks, Dad. I'm 20 now, and I live in a large town on the outskirts of the city. I remember the first signs starting around the age of 14 or 15. I'd be trying to sleep with my window open at night during the summer, and I would hear these mutilated howls. Never heard the likes of these before. And that would terrify me into slamming shut my window, closing my blinds, and locking what I could around the home, and I would spend time outdoors or walking home from the bus stop and see massive paw prints or something barefoot like human prints on the sandy gravel roads. There were these moments of awful stench. My mother would always claim it to be just the coons in the compost bins again. There's no way, well, way less time out there due to feeling watched and safe. I didn't know what else to do. My dad left my mom, and my stepfather was sort of a city man who thought I was simply scared to be out because I'm a girl. There was one event 3 years ago. That's when I was 17. We had a family friend who had a camp 40 minutes out in the middle of nowhere. And of course, being myself, I wanted to go and hang out with all my friends near my age. So we went. No cell service, no plumbing. All electricity was solar-powered, outhouse, and all the camp, and it was on a lake. Sounds kind of nice. None of my friends were there, and all the adults went down 3 camps, offered drinks, and I was stuck with all the kids 13 and under. Free babysitting. So anyway, I had settled in, and I was reading a book with my flashlight while the kids were watching a movie on their tablet. What's the point of camping if you're on your electronics? I agree. I heard the sound of somebody in the driveway, the footsteps on the gravel. Got up from my book and I went to see if it was on one of the adults in the group, but as soon as I stuck my head out the door, I noticed an awful rotten stench when the sound stopped. There was no one there. I swear I'd never felt so chilled as I did in that moment. The hair on my neck was raised and I slammed the door shut loudly and locked it. Thy night, when the adults were back, we paired up. We went to the outhouse before bed, and of course, myself and the family friend were the last 2 out there. I had done what needed doing and was waiting for my friend. That's when the twigs snapped and the chills were back. I saw movement. A large, dark, almost black dog-like shape was off in the tree line. I froze, and it was darting around so fast I wouldn't have believed the speed of it if I hadn't have seen it. My friend came out of the outhouse, and the latch snapped my attention from it to her. She was concerned about how pale I was, but when I tried to point it out, it was gone. Poof! I went inside, and all throughout the night, and I could hear howling and barks and sounds from outside. It reminded me of the whole laughter sound from hyenas, but every so often there was this awful, deep, choppy howl of a sound no coyote could make. It wasn't the scream of a dying rabbit or laughter from a fox. It was not natural. It was twisted. I tell this because about a month ago I was with my boyfriend for a late-night drive along the coast and off in the distance from the city. While he was driving, we were talking. We both saw something massive. It was dark, almost black in color, dog-like in structure, and there was an awfully unforgettable smell in the air. We both were shouting and sped off away from it. I convinced him it was just a black bear, but there was no way. It was far too large and thin for a bear in late summer. I know it was that thing, but anytime I tell someone about it, I'm told I'm crazy. I'm just hearing coyotes, and we don't have wolves in our province. There is a dog man in my province. Underwater floodlights. Currently, I live in Tenerife. That's in the Canary Islands. A place where UFO activity is quite common. Over the years, various stories have been told, and there's even evidence of giant orbs around Mount Teide, a volcano and the highest mountain in Spain. Strange metallic objects flying over the sea, tales of diggers coming face to face with supposed gray aliens, and anecdotes of mysterious lights under the sea near coastal towns and cities. I want to talk about the latter. When I was 10, my whole family and I went on vacation to Ten Bell, a sort of resort area in the south of Tenerife. Sorry if I'm saying these names wrong. That's home to a dozen hotels, rental vacation homes, old tourist complexes, and even a very old, almost abandoned vacation development. To give you some context, at that time, Ten Bell was already near deserted. Despite once being a bustling place, the area is located in the most arid desert-like part of the island. My sister and I used to joke that it looked like the neighborhood from Strange Town from The Sims 2. That's because it was exactly that, a place in the middle of a dry, forgotten zone. Today, it still has little activity. There are tourists, but not like before. The place gives off desolate vibes, especially because many buildings are old and crumbling. One of those buildings was where my family and I would spend most of the summer. an enormous apartment block straight out of a Soviet-style design from the 80s. This building was next to a rocky beach and a small mountain, which was often climbed by British and German tourists. For some reason, they loved it. Kind of get it. From the balconies of our apartment, you could see the black volcanic rocks and the sea, a beautiful view. I shared a room with my sister and her boyfriend, so sometimes we stayed up late playing board games, or just goofing off. One of those nights I remember going to bed early, since we had spent the whole day hiking and swimming in her apartment complex's private pool. I remember waking up to a strange light sweeping across our room repeatedly. Annoyed, I thought it might be my sister with her phone or her boyfriend messing around. The room was dark, and a breeze from the balcony made the silk curtains flutter, something refreshing in the summer. From my spot, I noticed my sister. Her boyfriend was standing on the balcony, staring at something. My sister clung tightly to him, which was unusual for her. She'd always been brave. The light swept through the room again, this time dimmer. At first, I thought it might be thieves with a flashlight checking balconies for witnesses, but then I realized how silly that idea was. So I got up and approached them to see what they were looking at. "What's going on?" I asked, kind of annoyed. My sister slowly turned, almost in shock. Her eyes were sharp like a deer watching a predator. "There's something strange in the sea." I thought she was joking, so I chuckled and looked where they were staring. To my surprise, there was a pulsating light, like beacons flashing on and off randomly. I figured it was from a fishing boat, but the light wasn't coming from the surface, it was underwater. I could see the greenish-blue water and the shadows of large submerged rocks near the light source. "A submarine?" I asked. "It's right next to the shore. The water isn't deep enough for one to navigate," her boyfriend replied, mesmerized by the light show. The light started to fade, slowly moving further out to sea. Moments later, a final burst of light shot upwards, creating a visible beam that extended into the sky. Then it vanished. Never saw it again. We spent hours talking about what really had happened, and I remember feeling scared, and I'd never experienced something so strange. But what frightened me the most was seeing my older sister's terrified expression. I knew that if she was scared, it had to be serious. To this day, at 24 years old, I still think about that night. It's burned into my memory. My sister's tried to forget, and she doesn't really want to think about it, or even hear it mentioned. My house that I've lived in for 8 years is haunted. I've lived in this house for about 8 years now. My family bought it. We're in a small city in Ontario, Canada. The house is just a typical house built in the 70s. The first day we moved in, I remember feeling a strange vibe in the house. Didn't really put much thought into it. When we toured the house before buying it, I never got any strange vibes at all. A few months in, we started experiencing strange, unexplainable things. Papers moving to other spots in the house when nobody's in my home. My grandmother died, and her death certificate moved to a completely different table one day when we were out. It's only 2 of us that live here. It wasn't either of us that moved it. We both frequently see shadows moving in the corners of our eyes. We were cooking in the kitchen, it would feel as if you're being watched, enough to make you turn around and look. Footsteps, the usual haunted house things. About 2 years in, my father got up in the night and went downstairs. His room is right across from mine, and I can see straight into the doorway from my bed. I saw a white, clouded figure walk into the room, and suddenly the door slammed shut. It scared the shit out of me. I yelled at him for slamming the door, and a minute later my dad walked up the stairs and asked me why I shut his door, and why I was yelling at him. I explained to him I just watched somebody walk into his room, slam the door, and it wasn't me. I thought it was him that walked into the room. Not to mention my dad's door is on a weird angle, and it's not really possible for the door to be blown shut. The door won't even stay halfway open without putting a sock in front of it. just falls open and sits against the wall. You have to physically close the door for it to close. 4 years in, I was sleeping one night. I randomly woke up. I looked at the foot of the bed and I saw a crystal clear image of a face staring at me. It was an old man. He was very blue-colored. Freaked out, went under the covers to fall back asleep. About 6 years in, we find out from our neighbor that one of the past owners passed away in the house from a heart attack. He was an older man, so this must be who I saw. We also randomly found out that one of my cousins was friends with the last owner's children. Spent a lot of time in his house. Before I even mentioned anything to her about the experiences that we've had in the house, she asked if we knew if it was haunted. I didn't get any stories from her about what the old owners experienced in the house, but they also knew that it was haunted. It wasn't just us. We've also seen some things that aren't explainable by the old man passing away in the house. We've seen shadow figures and non-human figures. We kind of describe them as alien-like. Besides the creepy haunted vibes we get in the strange shadow figures that we've seen, the old man ghost doesn't present to me as being harmful. He's just here. He checks in on things and he wanders around. There's a few rooms in particular that always have a strange energy. One is in the basement. The other is in the sitting room that we have. The basement is just one large room. It's not a typical creepy basement. It's a finished basement. My cat is also extremely attached to the basement. It's empty and there's nothing down there that should draw her to it. There has been times where we've seen her battling at the air as if something's playing with her, but nothing's there. We've tried renting out the basement to tenants and it never really works out. All of them leave after a few months. My sister once lived down there for a few months and had some very, very bizarre experiences that I don't really want to add to this post. It's getting quite lengthy already. But feel free to DM if you want those stories. Anyone that goes down there admits there's a strange vibe. I want to make this basement in my bedroom, but I'm kind of afraid. All the strange shadow figures and non-human entities we've seen have been in the basement. Usually while we're doing laundry we've seen them, or the past tenants have seen them there, but I just wonder what exactly that is. I'm comfortable having the old man ghost with us, but the non-human entities is what scares me. Ghost Bar, Dead Swingers. So me and a group of friends, me, a female, my ex-boyfriend, my friend, female, and the other a male. And by the way, that'll be important to know. We took a night of visiting abandoned places. Now, where I live, there's not many, or they're protected by dogs, and I don't fancy having my leg chewed off. So we all dressed in clothes that we knew that we could throw away from, mold and other things being in the places. We decided to go to the furthest one away first, which was an old abandoned swingers club. Just to clarify, none of us were swingers. We arrived at a petrol station halfway down from the literal mansion. Walked down the side of the motorway, finally greeted by a fence and a small brick wall. We all helped each other get over and support each other's balance getting through the back. Backstory to this club. A few years ago, some idiots set it on fire because they thought it was funny. So upstairs was kind of caved in and everything looked like it had been smashed up. Anyway, back to the story. We got in, we walked through the main lobby, massive swimming pool and pretty artwork on the wall. We looked around the place, took photos. We walked out to the front and this is where the first interaction happened. I looked up in the front and I was the one behind everyone. I was taking photos and someone had grabbed my shoulder and yanked it back. But no one was behind me, just the big gates. So I was a little bit freaked out and asked the others if they had felt it. They all said no. My ex-boyfriend at the time had a bat in his hand and we walked back in. We were going to visit the dungeons, but as we walked over, there was a clown mask hanging from a rope, and bear in mind, that was not there when we came in. We would have seen that. So I literally said, "Fuck this, I'm out." Started walking toward the entrance. Before we left, one of the boys had collected a teddy and put it in the car. We didn't even drive more than 5 minutes and the radio and lights went mad on the dashboard. Didn't take long for the friend to lob the teddy out the window. Second building, we went to an old pub. The back was open, so we got in through there. Everything looked like it wasn't touched, and they got up and left. So I took some photos of the bar and them all posing as barmen and women. After we looked around, the two boys wanted to go upstairs. So we said, "Cool beans, we'll wait in the car and watch you." As we watched them, a tall, dark, black figure was walking around behind them. I tried to ring my ex-boyfriend, but it was like trying to get through to somebody on a radio. They came back downstairs, and I said what I saw, and what they said next was chilling to the spine. "So all the floors are normal, bedroom right, with the mattresses all stood up?" "Yeah," he proceeded with. "You get to the top floor and it's empty with a chair in the middle. A belt and a photo of a young girl sat in an empty chair and nothing else, just a belt and a photo of a young girl. For some reason, I agreed to go back in after that. To see for myself, I got to the stairs and the door and everything in my body froze. I said I didn't want to go. Now, you know, boys being boys, arguing with me over the fact that I was scared or whatever, but this was my body pure refusing to move. So they said, all right. Took me back to the car as if we're leaving. Maybe a pint glass went flying at one of the boys' heads. Toilet door slammed shut. And I tell you, they all ran, and they all ran. Now, fun fact, where this place is where the highwayman was born and raised. Turns out I'm somewhat related to the guy, but it's highly paranormal in the caves up top. So, was that him protecting me as a cousin or a distant uncle? We'll never know. Skinwalker / Wendigo. Another two events that happened to me in the same flat as the Whistler. This one thing has to be the worst by far. It's hard to describe the sense of dread and fear that this thing gave off. It honestly felt like my life was at risk and my whole body would scream to run. Anytime I would hear this thing, I was alone, which of course just made it all worse. One night the dog was outside barking, so I got up and went out to look. As I was looking outside, the dog went back in and left me alone standing in the dark next to the shed. I soon became aware of noises in the shed, but I put it down to wind. That is, until it moved closer, and I felt a strong sense of dread. I listened to the sound. It sounds like a Persian on all fours scuffling around. I heard it move toward the shed door, so I ran inside and slammed the door. I sat down. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind again. At first, the dread was going away, but then I could feel it building up again. It felt like it was trying to find a way in, moving back and forth along the walls of the house, and then I suddenly felt it inside the apartment. It had gotten to the kitchen. Not sure how, maybe the window. I could feel it getting slowly closer. I was too scared to look behind me into the kitchen, but I managed to jump up and slam the door. I hoped it would leave, and it did. After this, I would hear it sometimes, just scuffling around at night. The alley in the back was dark and smelly, so I assumed it liked it. Now, this next bit is truly a fault on my own part. Really should have listened to my own gut feeling. Months later, it's summer, and therefore very warm. Or, it summer and therefore very warm, okay? So I had the back door open. I was on my laptop, and it had got dark. At some point, I turned the light on and sat back down. I sat facing the back door. My laptop screen stopped me from seeing the bottom half of that door. After a while, I started hearing movement outside and felt uneasy, but I told myself it was nothing. Yep, I sat there, told myself I was being stupid. The feeling grew stronger and stronger, my whole body screaming at me to run. Then her dog, coming running downstairs, stops in the middle of the room, looks at me, and then goes to walk outside. The way she did this was just odd. I pulled down my screen and watched her head toward the back door. As she walked out the back door, there was this thing. Some humanoid figure crouched down by the door. Its skin a dark brown, like dirt and rot with the texture of a burn victim. Hairless, skinny, like it hadn't eaten in months. There it was. This thing I'd been in fear of so long, right up against the doorframe. It was trying to make its way inside. The figure twisted its emaciated form round to follow her dog. It was crouched down onto its hands and feet. That's why it made that scuffling noise. I jumped up, threw my laptop to the floor, ran upstairs, refused to go back down alone. The stupidest thing was that I doubted myself, and if it wasn't for the dog, then I don't know what would have happened. Her look towards when she came downstairs, I can only imagine she was wondering why I wasn't running away. It sounded like a skin... My computer had a weird thing happen. A friend told me it sounds like a skinwalker, and that Europe does have accounts of such things. I don't know what it was. I'm so happy we moved. And hopefully you're happy you made it to the very end. Unless it's the compilation video. See ya. Crying girl in our cabin. My family rented a cabin in Helena, Georgia. Helen, Georgia. It was 3 stories tall and was pretty much right in the center of town. Stayed for a week, and about 3 days into our stay, weird things started to happen. My aunt and grandma, who stayed on the 2nd floor, along with my mom and dad, who had their own room, started hearing things. They said they heard a little girl crying at night. I didn't pay much attention to it. My aunt and grandma are pretty jumpy when it comes to staying in new places. I thought they just heard a TV going because there was a TV in each of her rooms. 4 days into the trip, my aunt and mom are sitting on the couch and they hear a girl say in a very distressed and breathy voice, "Mama." My mom yelled for me. I was out on the porch in the cabin. They asked if I had hollered for her, which of course I didn't. Now, my mom, grandma, and aunt were all scared. They were afraid to be left alone in any part of the cabin by themselves. I tried not to pay attention to it because we were on vacation. I wanted to have a good time hanging out in the cabin. Wanted to have a good night's sleep, too. So, thinking about ghosts just wasn't on my mind. Until that night, my husband and I had the top room of the cabin. We turned off the TV and went to sleep after a long day of walking around town. I woke up out of a dead sleep and I started hearing a girl crying. Small, moaning sobs. I went real quiet, stopped breathing to hear if it was just in my mind or my ears playing a trick on me because I'm thinking it might be one of my family members' TVs playing. Nothing. The sounds were definitely coming from inside the room. Went back in my mind about 6 years ago to when the ghost of a little girl started humming in my room and the fear and panic of that experience flew over me again. I grabbed the smart TV's remote, turned it to some cartoon or a movie and turned up the volume, like it was pretty loud. My husband turned over to complain how loud it was and asked me to turn it off. Absolutely not. I'm not turning it down or off. He got agitated and asked me why did I have it so loud. I told him I would explain it in the morning. The sobs eventually died out over the sound of the TV. The next day, I told my husband what happened and told him that we only have 2 nights left. I'm going to leave the TV on loud to just get ready for it. I was afraid to hear the little girl cry again, and to be honest, I was super upset about it. I was ready to just up and go home. So the next night passes and the TV was kept on and loud. Nothing that night, except mine, my husband's ears hurting, and a sleepless night. The last night was a doozy. I was so tired that I went straight to sleep and left my husband watching TV, but I asked him to please, before he went to sleep, start a movie or whatever, just keep the volume up. He promised, and I went to sleep. Then I woke up again out of deep sleep to the sound of how quiet it was, and the panic shot through me. The TV wasn't on, and I can't swear on the Bible, but I think I could hear the little girl crying again. I looked at the TV and had on the screen something to do with playback issues. It was a smart TV with a Roku, so I was doing everything I could. The remote buttons wouldn't work, and I was freaking out like it wouldn't let me move out of the error screen. So I somehow had to restart the TV to get it to come back on and actually play something. After fiddling around for more than I would care to, it actually started up and let me scroll to a movie to play. Once again, the volume was turned up. I think whatever was in that cabin had something to do with trying to stop the TV from playing. I was happy this was our last night in the cabin. Never stay in Helen, Georgia ever again. I have always had a healthy respect for the paranormal, but this is the reason I now know to fear it. Let me start this off by saying paranormal is normal for my family. So ghosts, spirits, spooks, whatever you'd like to call them, they've never been a taboo subject. Well, at least for us. Growing up, you see something, you tell someone, and everyone listens and gives advice. I grew up never really being afraid of the paranormal and was taught to be respectful. My whole life I've experienced paranormal activity, so it happens and I move on until my senior year of high school. Again, I was taught to respect the dead, so I've never gone ghost hunting or tried messing with spirits, really anything of the sort. If you do, that's fine, I was just taught not to each their own. Senior year, I was given an assignment to find ancestors in town and see how far back you can find relatives. My grandmother told me and my cousin, a junior at the time, about an old cemetery that she believed a cousin was buried in, and how to get there. So we go and find her grave, and we get the information. We thanked her for allowing us to get to her tombstone, information, and to rest in peace. The whole time we were there, my cousin and I felt very off, like we were being watched, and not in a good way, as if there's a good way. Go home, and everything's fine until I go to bed and have the same feeling. I'm laying in bed, but staring at my door into this hallway and feeling as if someone is there watching me. This continues for months. I thought I was the only one who noticed until my brother, 10 at the time, starts asking me if he can sleep in my room with me because he's scared of the hallway. He told me he felt like someone was watching him from the hallway and it felt bad. I agreed it was not a pleasant energy, like what a family member, or maybe just a spirit passing through, feels like. This was a dark, eerie feeling. Told him that was fine, and we both laid in my bed, stared at the hallway, and just felt eyes on us. We both said the Lord's Prayer and went to bed. We're not a super religious family, but me and my brother felt at that moment we needed to say the prayer. I graduated high school, things calmed down. The feelings seemed to go away. Until that morning. My mom went to work, my brother went to school. I got up, got in the shower, and as I was washing my hair, this heavy feeling just crashed down on me. I felt I was being watched. turned my head to look at the side, and there on the other side of the distorted glass shower door was a tall, dark figure. I could see head and shoulders, but no other features except the red eyes. I screamed, threw open the shower door, and it was gone quickly, getting dressed, wrapping my shampooed hair in a towel, leaving the house, going straight to my grandmother's, and told her, bawling. She looked as scared as I did. My grandmother believes it was a shadow person. Me and my mother had been fighting a lot, as well as full-blown screaming matches, which we never did before the trip to the cemetery. Grandma called my mom, and they called someone to cleanse our house. I never went back, and I moved out. My mom sold the house, and I still get horrible feelings when I drive by it. That's my worst paranormal experience, but I have years of stories, and I'm currently 29, so there are a lot. If anybody wants more, I can post more, but honestly, be careful where you go and what you bring home. I had no idea who or what it was, but I'm terrified of that house. Took almost a year before I stopped having panic attacks in the shower. I've told only family and a couple of friends about this experience, but I was told this Reddit page would be the perfect place for it. Anyone else had multiple experiences in every house they've lived in? The first I can remember was when I was around 14. I saw a girl walk past my bedroom door in the middle of the night. After that, I would regularly feel weight on my chest and legs while I was in bed. I hear my name being whispered. One time I left all of my CDs out of their cases before I went to sleep, and my mom told me that I had to tidy them up before she got home from work that next day. I left the room a mess, decided to do it after school. Got back, and I was the first one home. Parents still at work. My room was spotless, and all my CDs had been put away. Mom came home and was like, "Did you tidy your room?" Well, technically no, but it is tidy. The next house I lived in was a little cottage. My daughter, then about 1 year old, and still in a cot, would wake up screaming at the same time every night. And when I'd go into her room, the cupboard in there was always unlatched and open. Then one night I had a dream about a man standing in my doorway with his hand leaning up against the wall. He just stood and watched me. When I woke up, I noticed something maybe on the wall by the door. It was a huge, full handprint. It was orange or red in color. It was just me and my 1-year-old daughter living there. I put my hand onto the handprint for comparison, and it was much bigger than mine. The next house I lived in was just creepy feelings all the time. My daughter was about maybe 2 or 3 at this point. Told me regularly at bedtime that the spookies were there. She said that they would stand by her window and that they had black eyes. My power would go out all the time. There was always this feeling in the entirety of the house. It felt like I was being watched. Next house, I got up to pee in the middle of the night and I saw an old man sitting at the bottom of the stairs. Found out later that the previous owner had had a heart attack and died at the bottom of the stairs. Next house was where I had my scariest experience. My partner at the time would hear a little girl, even when my daughter wasn't in the house. Then one night, while I was alone in the house, I got up to go to the kitchen and saw I was reaching for the door handle. I heard this little girl's voice right in my ear yell, "Shh!" so loudly that I can actually feel a breath on my face. I've never been so terrified. I just bolted. In my current house, I haven't really had any experiences. I don't hear and I don't see anything. I don't feel uneasy or like I'm being watched. My sister was at the house once and she suddenly said, "There's a ghost over there." And I was like, "What the fuck?" She said it was a child's height and wasn't really able to figure it out, but it looked more like a mist or light than a figure. I couldn't see it, so I went over to the spot she was talking about. I put my hand out and it was ice cold. And as I did it, my sister went, "You've got your hand in it. My current house is built on the ground of an old school, and so a child ghost would make sense. I often wonder if it's not the homes I've lived in that have been haunted, but maybe it's me. I think it would be more, at least making more sense, that I'm the common denominator and not that every house I've lived in has had ghosts. I describe myself as an empath, and I know that I can mean, or rather that can mean that you're more sensitive to activity and everything, but I do wonder if something, or some things, have attached to me and just traveled with me from place to place or something. And that maybe as I get older, it sort of left me because I've been in my current house for maybe 9 years now. I've had little to no experiences at all. Knock on wood. My first experience. Disembodied steps. Shadow figure. Touching. This happened a mere hour ago. This morning around 3:40 a.m., and I've always been attracted to ghost stories and things dealing with the paranormal. To be honest, though, I've never really given them much stock and usually chalk it up to bad plumbing or sleep paralysis, mind tricks, or some other quick explanation. I've liked the idea of going ghost hunting, if only to prove it to myself that there isn't anything to it, and if there is, it's a scientific endeavor that needs to be studied. I'm currently staying in a hotel room for work. I've been in this same room since August, never had any weird feelings, or unexplainable noises, or really anything of the sort. This morning, I was awoken to the sound of squishy, wet boots walking down the hall outside my room. Except I came to realize the sound of the squishy stepping boots appeared to be walking on tile and stopped somewhere in the vicinity of my room. This confused the hell out of me, since the hall is carpet and the only tile is in my bathroom and kitchenette area right by the door. At this point, I'm alarmed that somebody's in my room, so I sit up to look toward the door and see if I spot anyone. This room sucks for sleeping in darkness. That's because the 2-inch gap under the door lets in quite a bit of light, which reflects off the stainless steel fridge by the door. I'm looking and hoping not to see anyone. Then I spot a shadowy area by the fridge and counter. I think it's odd, but just my eyes adjusting. So I focus at this area, and almost instantly a tall black figure facing the wall and leaning over the countertop by my fridge comes into view. For lack of a better word, this thing actually materialized before my eyes. I'm shocked, and by black, I mean Vanta black. That's the blackest black. I even noticed the light being reflected from the gap in the door off the fridge was blocked by this standing mass. I looked to the bedside lamp, back to the figure, back to the lamp, turned it on, nothing but the most unsettling feeling I've ever felt. I jump up and I dash toward the bathroom to make sure someone wasn't in the room at this point. Every hair in my body is standing on end. So I move back to bed, leaving the light on, of course. I try to calm down since realizing the time and having to be up for work in a few hours. I'm not really working, but I roll over facing away from the door. This part, I'm not sure if it was my nerves or overactive imagination or what, but I begin to feel something in the area of my hip and leg. Almost like an electrical pressure. Pressure being too strong a word, but that's all I can describe it as. Static-like, feather-light pressure. I sort of feel this feeling in my stomach, and I roll over and sit up, and I've been up since. I tried browsing Reddit and watching TV and eventually just gave up on sleep. This was nuts. I even thought about pulling my audio recorder out and attempting an EVP session, but I was too freaked out in the moment. I've never experienced anything like this before. I plan on asking the staff if they have any ghost stories or heard anything like that happening there. It's just a chain hotel, nothing special about it, but apparently there's something else to it. As a side note, I was on the phone with my wife last week when I walked into the bathroom to a random puddle of water in the center of the room for no apparent reason or no source. Toilet, shower, AC vents were all checked, but just chalked it up to not noticing I got the floor wet. Never really came up with a good explanation for that one, but after this squishy, booted shadow person, I'm even less sure. The Very Haunted Butler's House. He was butler to minor royalty in Ireland. There was an interest expressed in whether I had had any other experiences there. It's a definite yes. It was very haunted. When my husband was hired to be a butler on the rambling estate, I was told to choose one or two houses as the butler's house, or one of two. The first house I looked at was really more practical for us. Smaller, with a fenced-in garden, more privacy as we'd be further away from the main house and so on. But I didn't get too excited about it. The second house, that was it for me, the minute I walked in the door. At this point, let me say, it was in disrepair and unoccupied for quite some time. But as I later realized, one aspect of this house was that it was a subtle form of haunting, susceptible to individuals like me. It seemed like a palace. I instantly became obsessively possessive about it. I, of course, picked this as our new home. We moved in, my husband began his new job, and I busily and happily began to transform the neglected old house into our little castle. Or so I thought. It was a huge place with enormous rooms and a master bedroom the size of a ballroom. One of the first things that started to go awry were malfunctions that came out of nowhere. We had just had the chimneys cleaned, yet a chimney fire started for no good reason in the old Stanley cooker in the kitchen. Luckily, a workman spotted it and was put out with no real damage. One Sunday afternoon we were out, and I had the gnawing feeling to go back home. We did, and found the washing machine had turned itself on somehow. A brand new front loader. The door was wide open, pumping water into our kitchen. Took all day to clean up the mess. The feeling of being watched after sunset was overwhelming. My husband worked late hours, and oftentimes I had to wait for him outside until he returned. I tried initially to convince myself it was my imagination, but it wasn't. I saw white mist outside her bedroom door slowly form from the feet up into the shape of a woman and disappear before my eyes. We heard nightly whispers, or what sounded like people fighting downstairs nearly every night. The singing lady was another. I saw my husband's doppelganger one night going to the bathroom as he slept in our bed. Not long after, he died of a heart attack. He was four and strong, but I believe the house had a bad influence on his health. After his death, I stayed in the estate for years, living in another house across the way. Butlers came and went. One hung himself, another, a big, strong man, faded away and died in less than 6 months. Prior to my husband being butler, the man that held the position also lived in that house for a brief time. He was accused of murdering his brother for profit in the estate, but it was never proven. He left the job and house and moved away. We were the next occupants. As I say, I was given a choice, and I was enchanted by whatever lurked within. When my husband died, I no longer lived there, and I was grateful the enchantment was broken with me forever. There's much more, but it would take a book to tell the full story. I believe the entire estate was a portal. The Lord even had a curse on him and his family. I won't ever forget my 17 years there. A beautiful, but very haunted place. My niece is being haunted by my father. Title's a bit disingenuous. He's not really my father, never did the things a father should have done, but he did damage only father could do. So I'm going to change some names to protect the people, my niece's nephews, and I need to keep what happened to whom vague since people can look things up. So my father died when I was 13 years old. He had lost all parental rights to me and my siblings after he went to prison for trying to kill one of us. Good. I formerly was the youngest of 4, but we later discovered I had one extra older brother and a younger sister. My siblings and I had vastly different feelings on our father. My eldest brother, Derek, who took on most of the physical abuse from my father, used to hate him. But as physically abusive as my father was, he was also a master of manipulation and eventually convinced my brother that he had changed and become the father he always wanted, as long as my brother never disagreed with him or said no to him. My older sister, for some unknown reason, has this strange, almost contrarian love for her father. Like she thinks she's better and smarter than all of us because she's forgiven him and she never really held his bad actions against him in the first place. My brother Jacob and I both saw our father for who he was, and neither of us grieved when he died. We figured that would have been the end of it, till a few months ago. My youngest niece Harper is constantly sick. She was like a preemie and always seemed to get sick throughout the years. So recently, I came over to watch her while my sister attended a parent-teacher conference and my nephew Jace was at work. I put Harper in bed and went downstairs for some dinner, and I heard a loud scream from upstairs. I ran up, found her room messed up and her crying in her bed, and she kept screaming about the shaggy man. I was able to calm her down a bit, and she explained to me that a shaggy-looking man was constantly staring at her through the window and he won't go away. Now, I didn't suspect anything paranormal. I thought some pervert was creeping on my niece, so I just kind of cleaned her up and texted Jacob. After I put her to sleep, Jacob and I looked around the house, and one of his friends looked around outside. No perverts. But eventually, Harper started screaming again, and this time we were ready. We ran in and saw the window was wide open. She's screaming, trying to get away from someone that we can't even see. Jacob picked her up, and I got in front of her and tried to get a look, but I couldn't see anything. After calming her down, Jacob had her describe what the shaggy-looking thing was, and what her description was a bit crude. It sounded familiar to us, though. I pulled up an old photo, and I asked her if the man was the shaggy man. She confirmed that he was, and that he's been showing up for months now. We brought her downstairs and let her sleep on the couch, and then when my sister got home, we explained what happened, but we didn't get the reaction that we expected. Instead of consoling her daughter, my sister got very annoyed at her and told her that her grandpa was simply looking over her, not to be afraid of him. When she told her that, when she told her that he'd never hurt her, that's when I had to say something. 3 of us had argued about this, and I'm not even sure if it's really a ghost or my niece that found out about my father and having these nightmares. I'm not sure how to fix this exactly. If it's paranormal, maybe a blessing, or maybe some sage. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow night, whoever you are that's listening. Sweet dreams. And sorry about my crazy voice and fever today. See ya. You've found Paranormal M, and the home of captivating tales from the other side. Subscribe now and ring the bell to stay updated on every haunting episode. Dare to join us on this chilling journey? 1860s. That's here in Texas. It's only had 3 families live in it over the generations. The previous owner was an older woman that we're going to call Edith, the kitchen ghost. Though the ones before Edith we have no clue about. I walked into their house for the first time and immediately got hit with a barrage of different stimuli. Goosebumps, the smell of fresh-baked goods, a cold chill down my spine. And the most overpowering of all was a sense of pain accompanied with the feeling of heat dizziness. There was the taste of ash in my mouth. My ex-mother noticed my face go white. I sat down, looking through the living room, through the dining room, and into the doorway of the kitchen. I saw what looked like a hand on the doorway, and when I was asked what was up, I pointed out the hand just for it to be gone. All the cabinets being open. The family acted like everything was normal and stuff like that happened all the time. So fast forward a year or so, and fiance's family leave to go to work out of state and move into the house with the fiance. Moving in was interesting as the house creaked and groaned while I was alone in the room. I'd taste ash and I'd smell either fresh baked goods or burning. I didn't know the source of the burning and the ash till one night I was at the house alone. I heard what sounded like small footprints in what was supposed to be the attic. The attic access was in a small half-closet off the living room and across from the room that we slept in. As the night continued, I started hearing more noises in the attic. Thought it was just an animal. But oh boy was I wrong. It's about 3 a.m. and I hear a child's giggle come from the hall closet. I immediately unlock the 3 locks that they had in the door and look inside, finding nothing but old blanket fans and school bags. The steep stairs leading up to the attic, well, they were there too, so being a curious person, I pull stuff out of the way and I head up. The second I touched the stairs, I could only smell burn and taste ash. My body started feeling warmer and warmer with each step up. Once the top, I saw what was an extra bedroom and a bathroom blackened and charred. All the furniture and items were left up there. The place looked like it had been in an intense fire, like old children's toys burnt sitting on top of a burnt-up bed. After looking around a bit, I started having a seriously hard time breathing. I was turning to leave and I see a small white face almost featureless in the stairway. I blink and it's gone. I head to the stairs and I hear giggles and running behind me. I stumble down the stairs fast and slam the doors. I feel something hit against it. That was right before I got it latched. I went to sit down, catch my breath, and slowly but surely the ash taste was replaced with sweet, and the smell began to change from burning to fresh cookies. After catching my breath, I head to the kitchen for a drink, and when I turn around from the fridge, the cabinets are all open. The dishes in the cabinet sounded like they were shaking against each other before stopping. That's as I hear the stovetop burners click on. I start to back out of the kitchen, turning as I see an old woman sitting in the living room, smiling before she disappears. After telling the family that they said that I should have stayed out of the attic and I need to be more careful. After all, the family went out to work out of state and I came back to the house and tried cleaning it after the, negative side of things, but it still persists. Ghost stalking me. This is a current issue I'm having. That's a bit of a backstory. My life isn't short of paranormal experiences. And even currently, I'm sharing my house with spirits that have been here much longer than I have. I also live near a very big graveyard. Around the start of the year, I started feeling like I was being followed down the stairs. Never follows me fully downstairs, sometimes leaning over, almost touching me, sometimes crawling. It will not go near the last 5 steps. Instead, it just followed me as I go up or down them, and anywhere around the top part of that house. Sometimes I brush my teeth, and it's leaning over, watching me in the mirror. At first, I didn't think much of it, but last weekend my husband went to see his family for a few days, leaving me alone in the house with our 2 dogs. The first night was fine. I had no issues. But the next day I started feeling it again, just following me about. I tried to ignore it as much as possible. Normally it would go away after a while, but not that day. I felt it stronger as time went by. most likely as it realized my husband wasn't home yet. By nighttime, I was getting flash images in my mind of long, unkept black hair. Its back hunched over, its pale face was not new to me. I'd caught sight of its face in the mirror in the past. I go to best as fast as possible, perhaps bed. Once again, it would normally not come into the bedroom, but that night was not a normal night. I was alone. At this point, I'm already in bed. I feel it step in and slowly make its way over to where I'm laying. Creeps in close to me, leans down, turns its face to match up with mine. It then just stares. That's all it ever does, stare. I've had others do this before, but they always kept their distance, but this one, it likes to be almost pressing up against me. I feel its static. In the end, I had to turn around and face the other way to get me sleep. The next night was exactly the same. On the day of my husband's return, everything was fine. When it got to night, it started up again. By the time I had to get ready for bed, I was being followed again. My husband comes upstairs, also getting ready for bed. At this point, I'm talking freely about how the creep is hiding in the airing cupboard, thinking that this will stop it from being seen by my husband. What is an airing cupboard? So I make my way to bed, and it's keeping its distance. It doesn't follow me into the room, but instead goes into the spare room and just waits. The only thing it did that night was get as close to the wall as it could. Fast forward a few days to current times. It's the 1st of May, and the creep is back. It just followed me on my trip to the bathroom and decided to touch my hair. I'm back downstairs now, and I can feel it just sitting and waiting on the stairs. Tried telling it that it's taking the piss. I've even told it to stop, but it just keeps at it. It doesn't react to the fact that I have pointed out that I know it's there. I'm not sure you do, and it doesn't seem to want anything other than to stalk me. Sorry for the spelling, it's hard to do anything when I can feel it staring. I'm getting stalked in my own home by a spirit. The creep will not leave me alone. A dead person gave me flowers. I seriously didn't believe in ghosts, but I can't explain this one. I work in a small mall with many expensive cloth. It's a mall full of brand clothes, and I myself work at Guess, and yesterday we took inventory. That when we count every single product that we have, and since we can only do it when no one is in our store, we work till 10 p.m. The clothing hour for a store is normally 6 p.m. I'm sure you meant closing. The clothing hour. The mall has much security even in the night. In the area where the mall is are really many homeless and criminal people, and to prevent them from stealing really expensive stuff, there's always security. But yesterday at 8 p.m., 2 hours after clothing hours, a homeless man knocked on the glass. It was not any homeless person. He's really famous in my city because he always drives around with a shopping cart and is really nice to other people. I always used to buy him food before I started working. So me and my coworker opened the door and asked him how he got inside. He answered that he got here through the front door and that he wanted to see me. He gave both of us a flower and went away. I just realized that we was acting really normal. He's always a little drunk, but not yesterday. It was really cute, and I thought since the security must know him too, they just let him in. I didn't really thought about it anymore. When we left, I asked why the security let him inside, and they told me that there was noon. You have to know that you also can't really hide in there, especially not with a shopping cart. Everything is really small and all the different shops have alarms. So I was freaking out, or looking inside to make sure no one's there, and came back and told me there wasn't anyone. It must have been my imagination. We showed them the flowers, but they really don't care much. Probably thought we wanted to scare them. So my coworker drove me home and today sent me something. I was really shocked when I saw it. He sent me a photo from our city news, and yesterday at 3 p.m. a bunch of people beat him to death. They're searching for the people and for people who saw it. It's really messed up since it was in the city, and sure, there were many people who could have helped or called the police. I gave him food 1 hour before he died. This is really creepy and sad. He was such a nice man with a story, a family, and even kids. He is a sad story. His only reason he landed on the street was his kindest. A scam, and someday he couldn't pay the bills and his wife left him, and now the reason of his death was other people as well. I'm shocked at this experience. I don't want him to be dead, and I also don't fully believe myself. I really don't believe in ghosts. If I wouldn't have had the flower in my coworker, I would probably go to therapy because I was seeing weird things. But it was real. This is something that I'll never forget. I'm really sad and scared at the same time. But one thing is for sure. If ghosts really exist, there are also some really nice ones. I think I get you. I, a 19-year-old female, heard the Llorona on my Mexico trip August, and my life changed drastically after. In August, I went on my 2-week trip to Mexico. I was ready to meet my distant relatives, which I was very excited for. Towards the end of my stay, my relatives suggested we stay in an airbed and breakfast to experience the beach life, and for it to be more of a chance to know each other. We rented it for 5 days so we could have all this in a little vacation and get together worth it. On the first day, me and my cousin saw sightings of a little boy who wasn't a part of our group and was often seen behind objects in the corner of our eyes. We both brushed it aside until nighttime. When nighttime came, it seemed that I was the only one who couldn't sleep and would stay up late at night. Not because of the newer environment I was in, but because I felt like someone was watching me. On the third night, I could not really fall asleep for the life of me. My fear then grew. Even though I couldn't see anything, I felt something was bad or something was going to happen. I felt nauseous and anxious and terrified. It got so bad to the point where I had to call my boyfriend to comfort me. I had to call my boyfriend for comfort. He offered to fall asleep on the phone. I did, but no matter how much I tossed and turned, I still felt the fear and cold sweats running through my body. That's when I heard it. Her wailing. If you know anything about La Llorona, her cries let you know that if you're safe or if you're not safe. If you hear her cries nearby, she's far away. But if her cries are distant, she's nearby. For my case, the cries were distant. I immediately opened my eyes as I'm tucked in bed, scanning the room and looking at my siblings to see if they can hear it too. As soon as I realized they were in a deep sleep, I quickly start praying Al Padre Nuestro and praying to La Virgencita. La Virgencita. The more I prayed, the more she started sounding louder and louder, and that's when I shot out of bed and properly looked around the room. No one, nothing. But the fear in me stopped, and the feeling of me being watched stopped. Then I was just left there with me and my reflection in the mirror. The more I looked in the mirror, I realized there was a shadow standing right next to one of my siblings. But a few seconds after noticing it, it went away. I laid back down and processed what was going on for 5 or 10 minutes later, and I just went fast to sleep. In the morning, I spoke about it, and I was bombarded with questions. Did you hear her crying or wailing? Did you hear far or distant? Just the same. How did you feel? Were you praying? Until my cousin asked me a question that made my blood run cold. Did you hear her scream for her kids? I nodded frantically, and she continued on saying that she only cried for her kids to a selective group of people, and how not many can hear her calling for her kids. She then went on to say that a La Llorona only calls for her kids around people she wants to take away the most. Ever since that happened, I'm not sure if it's some kind of bad juju or if she left a mark. I've been dealing with blood pressure issues and my joints are constantly in pain. I've also been getting worse migraines. I've gone to many different doctors and I'm getting medicated for it. But the medicine they're prescribing me is not helping. It's only worsening my conditions. I gotta tell you. This summer I encountered what I'd call a land spirit. So I started working for this guy who was 100 years old and functions better than most. He went to his ranch every day and he worked the earth. He was slipping, so he hired me to help keep up the place. I immediately felt a spirit when I arrived. It wasn't inviting, but not malevolent. I took to it for its fading life force at first. It made sense to me as he resented his failing health and didn't want me there babysitting him. However, as I got to know the land better, I began to feel more than his energy. I felt a braiding network that connected him to the land. His thrived only because his constant dedication to this place. I began feeling connected to the earth. I felt its yearning to be worked. The harder I worked for it, the better my days went, the more incredible secrets I uncovered. Then came the day I fully encountered the spirit in its whole force. I was having a break playing around on the ATVs. I crossed a bridge into the very back of the property and I started making figure eights and loops. Driving felt comfortable. I felt very in control. I heard a voice. It told me to slow down, even though I wasn't going very fast. So I did, but I soon became annoyed that I was enjoying the fun. I began driving a little faster, doing circles, and I heard the voice again. It said, "Slow down. Stop." And this time I decided I wouldn't listen. Almost immediately hit a slick spot and sent my ATV on a crash course into a ditch with me under it. I panicked. But something else was in control. It wasn't in control fully. It gently put their hands over mine, turned the wheel, and revved the engine. It jumped me back into the bridge, then stopped me perfectly when I was absolutely safe. I sat there for a moment, cementing me to the earth. It was like all the false disconnection fell away, and I could see the spirit of the land mingling with my spirit. All the energy that had once touched this place. It was magnificent. The land was once a lake, full of life that still laid in its skin, the soil. I thanked it profusely for saving me and showing me the connection. After that, the spirit got very pushy, like it knew I believed in it now, and it could demand what it wanted out of me, which was very intense. I'd be doing something over here, trimming a tree or pulling this weed, and the ground would shift and I'd move to another spot. It wasn't always easy to understand what it wanted, and my boss didn't always agree with what I was choosing to do, which was okay, because the protection became very strong, as the 100-year-old man was always scheming to make things easier and thus putting me in danger. More than once I felt the land move me out of the line of fire. I'm practicing surrendering to the flow. It's hard for me because I'm a skeptic. If I can't feel it, see it, hear it, then it's not real. Normally I'd never interact with these things because, well, I know the rule. Don't give the spooky your attention, unless you want them to fuck with you. But this was different. This was not a specter as much as it was like the remains of a vibrant ecosystem that laid there for millennia. I think that's why it wanted to be worked and used and toiled upon. I think ghosts are often bored, and so they fuck with you for entertainment. I think this spirit was bored in a different way. "17-year experience. Looking for help. For about the past 17 years, I've been having experiences on and off. It's always the same 4 things over and over again. I don't know what to do at this point. I've seen 3 separate mediums. Each one keeps telling me that it's a deceased male figure in my family who's protecting me, but can also get upset with me when I'm not headed down the path of life spirits want me to be on. This also happens when I travel for vacation. One of my 4 moves was also from New York to Oklahoma. It started when I was 19 in a new place my mother and I moved into. I just graduated high school and I left my bedroom door open that night. The moon was shining through the window. When I looked out my door, I saw the silhouette of a man. It was all black and was standing outside my doorway. I stared at it for a moment out of fear and then closed my eyes and screamed, "Go away." When I opened them, the shadow was gone. This has been a staple of this experience for 17 years. I've moved into 4 separate places since this happened. It keeps happening. Except now it lurks over my bed when I wake up in the middle of the night. I feel it looking over at me, or I can see it right at the edge of my bed. I repeat the eye closing, telling it to go away, and then it's gone. The second thing that happens is if I leave any sort of glass on the kitchen counter, it'll be thrown off. It either breaks or I'll find it in the floor the next morning. This experience hasn't happened to me in quite some time, as I no longer leave anything on my counters before I go to bed. This is when the mediums I saw told me the spirit was angry with me, and I needed to figure out what was upsetting it. The third thing is the most terrifying of them all. While sleeping, I have a nightmare. An old woman with white hair is watching me sleep. Everything looks exactly like my room or my surroundings. Once I look at it in the eyes, it rushes toward me with sharp teeth. I don't like wake up right after throwing a punch or just kicking at it. Thankfully, I've never been hit, or rather hit or kicked anyone else while I was sharing a bed. The fourth and final thing happened while I was sleeping again. This one is the newest happening. While asleep, I'll be woken up by either the sensation of a sharp fingernail scratching the bottom of my foot or almost something that feels like a rat biting my foot. Once I'm fully awake, the feeling's gone. Nothing's there or around my bed either. I've had my new home inspected twice now by an exterminator for rats and mice. They haven't found any evidence of them. I've also asked my primary care doctor and psychiatrist to help me with these situations. My doctor tells me that it's maybe just vitamin deficiency to start taking a multivitamin. Nice advice. And my shrink has done some tests and sent me to 3 separate sleep studies. Nothing in my brain waves while sleeping suggests this is my dreams creating these. I come here seeking advice. Advice on if there's anything I can do as I'm getting older. I can feel it in my heart. When these experiences are occurring, I may not be able to calm my heart down one day. That is actually somewhat terrifying in a different way. Some of my experiences so far. I've always been a firm believer in the paranormal, and I've had a few experiences in my lifetime. I'm going to share some recent activity that my wife and I have been experiencing since our daughter was born last year. Back in August this year, we were just setting off for a trip around Ireland before leaving the house, and I thought I'd close the bedroom doors downstairs. So in closing these doors, I had to open my son's baby gate and move a toy from the doorway to be able to close it. My wife saw the doors close as soon as we left the house, and we start the journey. About 5 minutes into it, we forgot something at the house, so we went back. As soon as I went in, I noticed all 3 bedroom doors lying open that I had just closed. We have a light in that hallway. We've had it for years, really. It's on an Alexa plug. Alexa has a plug now. One night I got up to check on my son early in the morning. I noticed this light on, and I thought nothing of it, or off it, thinking I had forgotten to turn it off. Fast forward a few weeks later, and my daughter was crying, so we picked her up and brought her into her room. After a few hours after my wife woke to a light on in the hallway, I thought it was strange, so as soon as she mentioned it to me, I looked and the light went off again. She also said that coming back into the room, she closed the door tight, which was now lying open. Thy done came into our room. My son, perhaps. That was the last week at 6:20 a.m., and it was in the dark in the hallway. When he was lying, I heard him say, "Light on." I looked and the light was on, and then it went off and then back on again. So at this point, I took the Alexa plug out to rule this out. A couple of mornings at 6 ago, I lay in my son's room, and he was a camera. Oh boy. Sorry, not only do I feel old thinking that a kid can say light on and then his lights come on, but I'm feeling like Alexa wrote this story. What is happening? On the control panel, which was in our room, with my wife, then you press the button for the light, and the sequence for the light is off, low, medium, high, off again. My soon was like, "Daddy, lights back on," and I thought nothing off this, and I thought it was my wife. Then I saw what he was talking about. The light went from a medium light to a low light back to a medium light. So I quickly went down to the back room, and my wife was asleep, and the control panel was off. There's no way that that light can do that, as the sequence cannot be changed, and by the way, this camera is not connected to the internet, and cannot be either. It is a standalone unit. Then this morning, we're convinced the hallway light that I took off the Alexa plug was on again, then went off, and I know it wasn't on the middle of the night, as I was up till 2 a.m. with the daughter. My wife thinks whatever's happening is to do with me, as it never happened to her until we met. As I say, I have a load of other experiences I might post one day. Strange forest. Out in the countryside of Texas, my grandparents owned an 8-acre lot backed up to a heavily wooded area, and the creek bed was running along the back fence. One summer's eve around my 8th birthday, my entire family had gathered for a cookout. Me and my cousin Max were always running around together that day, and that was no different. I decided to head down the creek bed into the woods, as I heard what sounded like a whisper beckoning me to follow deeper in. My cousin happily followed behind me as we walked over a fallen fence line. My cousin remembered vividly seeing a woman appear in front of me as I stepped over the last of the fencing. I continued walking kind of obliviously as my cousin attempted to rush and follow me. However, he remembers the fencing seemingly reaching up and wrapping his ankle, causing him to fall into the mud. He says then I continued walking despite him yelling for me to help him. It took a second to look, and he tore his ankle with barbed wire wrapped around it. Upon looking up, he said I was nowhere to be seen. When my older brother came down the creek following his screams, he and my cousin claimed my footprints in the creek bed stopped just a few feet beyond the spot Max had seen me last. My entire family is pretty adamant that I was gone for maybe 4 hours. They had the police scour the woods and dogs try to track, but nothing went beyond the last footsteps I left in the mud. Upon my return, they were all terrified and worried that something had happened. There was no scratch on me, though. What I remember of the events after stepping over the fencing is hearing a distant song being sung by some sort of feminine voice. The smell of wild berries. There were smells of sweets and the feeling of happiness. It was increasing with every step. From my perspective, I found a small clearing and relaxed eating wild berries, playing with some small animals I could say were kind of weird-looking cats. Then standing back up after what I felt to be maybe a few moments, I looked around and I saw movement of what seemed like dozens of people hiding behind the trees. I looked around, slowly regaining senses, and was wondering where my cousin went. I see the path I came down as I just started to go toward the environment. It just started feeling more off, like it didn't want me to leave. Like it was angry that I was even trying to leave. The movement of the quote-unquote people behind the trees began to increase as if they were moving toward my exit to block me. I broke out running, managed to get out of the clearing, jumping over the fence line before noticing how dark it seemed now. I was rushing up inside the house where I was caught by my grandpa and grilled for answers as to where I'd been and who the woman my cousin saw leading off with me, and why I didn't stop and help my cousin and what actually happened in the 4 hours I was gone. Seems fair. However, when I told him it felt like mere moments, my grandfather looked more concerned than anyone else. By the time we went back to my grandparents' home for my birthday party, he'd already built up a new fence, fixed the fallen one down in the creek, and had even planted some herbs and stuff that quickly took over the fence line, sealing it off with vines and bushes. I've been back to their place once in the last few years. The new owners tore the fence and greenery out, opening the creek again. As I went to drive off, I looked down the creek, seeing a little girl coming up the property, and a strange woman in a hood standing just beyond where the fence used to be, smiling at me. My grandma lived in a haunted house. My grandma and her family used to live in a small area in Tennessee. Her parents, siblings, and she moved into an old farmhouse. This was in the 50s. I asked her how old she thought the house was, like a specific date, but she said that she didn't know. It was definitely old, though. In the night, they would hear a door open and shut in the house. All night long, really. The sound of a cat screech. Finally, her daddy had had enough and removed the hinges and replaced them with leather hinges to see if it would stop the door from opening and shutting. It didn't. It still kept doing it. Open, shut. And that sound of a cat screeching. Also, under this house was enough room for her and her siblings to play underneath. The house was set up on high-end stones, and there was no skirting underneath the home, so it was just open. Somebody had tried to build a cellar, but never finished it. Apparently, it was to connect to the home. On the ground, every day they went down, they would find balls of long hair that looked grayish, like woman's hair. And underneath the hair was coins and change. They would just toss the hair and get the coins. Again, no explanation for this. One day, Grandma's mama got sick. So, great-great-grandma, which was Grandma's mom's mother, came over to help with the kids and help her daughter. Interesting side fact was that great-great-grandma was Cherokee, but she would never ever admit to it if asked. She would always claim Black Dutch. She was terrified of being taken to Oklahoma to a reservation. Anyway, great-great-grandma only stayed one night. Got ready to leave before the sun came up. Grandma said her mama asked why she was leaving, to which she replied, "I seen a man and his wife pass through the dresser and into the wall. The wife was missing her head. I ain't staying in this house." She left and she never came back to the house. Across from the house where they lived and across a road was an open field. In the field was a large 3-story home, a rancher-type house. In its heyday, it must have been beautiful, but now it looked weathered. The paint was peeling and just looked like it had seen better days. Every night on the top floor in one of the windows, everybody saw candlelight flickering. Grandma's dad was curious, so one day, during the sunlight of course, he walked over to the old house to see where the light could be coming from. If anybody was living there, the kids came along too. Great-grandpa walked inside, and the house on the inside looked worse. There was no way somebody could go upstairs to the top floor because the stairs had basically rotted away completely. Meanwhile, Grandma's half-sister went to the cellar door of the old house and opened it. Down in the cellar was an old, tacky-looking man. He looked up and said to her, "Come on in." Her sister slammed the door and ran. There were no steps that led into the cellar. I don't think they ever went back over to that ranch house ever again. They stayed in this house from when my grandma was 8 till she was 11 and the family moved. If there's any more details to this story that I've missed, I'll ask her, and I'll add it. Visitation dream that came true. Maybe or maybe not. I, an 18-year-old female, had a visitation dream from my great-grandmother who died 3 years ago. This dream happened early last year, and since then it still spooked me out quite a bit. In this dream, I was immediately aware that I was dreaming. I was too afraid to let anybody know that I knew I was dreaming, since I've heard this can be, well, it can rather go very poorly. The dream starts with me walking into a very large room that has furniture placed very oddly. I very briefly recall me being let into this room or house, and this random lady and this random lady and her specifically saying, "Don't touch anything." I'm talking about there was multiple couches diagonally touching to block me off from where my grandma was sitting, multiple Christmas trees, and just a very back rooms vibe. There were 2 big double-wide doors that reminded me of the school gymnasium doors, but I was told not to go in there by this random woman who let me in. Immediately, when I take in the space, I find my grandma sitting on one of the odd couches, unaware I'm even there. The only time I felt fear during this dream was when I tried to approach her. I knew the second I saw her in this dream, it definitely wasn't normal. As she was sitting on the couch, she's typing away at a computer. But there was this little white dog growling at me who sat by her feet. The dog wasn't moving. It was frozen, almost like a stuffed dog, but it was definitely alive. After a minute of panicking about the dog, my grandma looks up at me and says something along the lines of, "What are you doing here? I wanted to see you." And that she specifically had to give me something. She's very adamant about me telling her the truth on whether I want her gifts or not. I remember telling her that I did in fact want to see them, but her almost in disbelief that I truly cared. Oddly, though, she said that she had teen spirits and smells. For me to see this, and that she had brought them, or bought them at the antique store or something. She gets up, and the random woman from earlier helps my grandma to the bedroom. I walk in the door first, turn around slightly, and watch them enter. When they come in, my grandma says, "I don't need my kids to help me, I'm old enough." And the random woman saying something along the lines of, "I can help my mother if I want to." Never met my great aunt, and after that, the dream ends. Very exciting. But flash forward a couple months later, I'm at my grandfather's house, my great-grandmother's son. and he weirdly tells me that he has my great-grandma's old family albums that she handmade. This album has pictures all the way back to the 1890s. Definitely has an unsettling vibe. Anyways, he tells me that if I want the books, I can have them. But he's also, very worried that I was lying and didn't actually want the books. Like my great-grandma, he spoke in the same way about giving the books to me. But what I find odd is, yes, I had the dream, but my grandfather giving me her books. So she put so much love and effort into them. I get spooked thinking about it. And the second the keen spirits and smells, I got a little bit distracted by Nirvana. I looked into the eyes of something very evil and began to hear the loudest sounds I've ever heard. This story takes place in 2022, so a little bit over 2 years ago. So I've always had sleep paralysis before, and I've never had seen anything before or had too much stuff happen. Sometimes I'm able to twitch my body slightly and wake up fully, and other times I just fall back asleep. I can never close my eyes or have really complex thought. Just kind of an, oh shit, I need to wake up feeling. And this will be important later. Anyways, one night it's getting late, so my family heads to bed, myself included. It's an otherwise normal night, and I head to bed with no issues. I'm on a semi-normal dream, and everything is ordinary, until I wake up. No jolt, no dramatic, just confusion up with a feeling of being watched and a dreadful, I'm in danger feeling. It's like something's going to harm me. Slowly, my brain starts processing my surroundings, and I see a dark figure over my bed. This thing is the blackest black, and its eyes are the whitest white I've ever seen. No, I'm not a short guy. I'm 6 foot tall as of now, and I'm still growing. But this thing was definitely taller than me and my dad. I shared a bunk with my little brother, and at the time of the story, I was definitely shorter. Even now, my head barely goes over the bed. This thing may have been 6'5" to 7 feet. That's because I could see its torso and shoulders. It may have had messy hair, if I can remember. But all I can guarantee that I remember is its eyes. The fucking eyes, dude. That shit will never leave my mind. The eyes are looking at me, and somehow I thought at the same time. I tried to conceal or not think about the fact that I noticed this looming, ominous, big-ass evil shadow over me. I somehow knew that I knew that it knew what I was thinking somehow. I look into its eyes, and it's fucking awful. In my head, only I could hear it. It had started making these awful, super loud noises. Mind you, I've been to shooting ranges and speedways with cars that rattle your skull from how loud they are. This is way louder, but it doesn't feel damaging to my hearing somehow. I'm stuck in this thing's eyes. It's hard to look away even though my gut is saying bad things may happen if I keep looking. Eventually, I close my eyes and I go back to sleep. The next morning, I started out normal until, horror and realization set in. I sat in bed thinking it was a dream until I remembered I fell back asleep. I thought it was sleep paralysis hallucinations until I remembered I closed my eyes, unwillingly. Or rather, not unwillingly. But I forced them shut. Something not possible when I get sleep paralysis. I'm scared shitless, and I bring it up to my mom, and she looks at me in shock. She had seen the same thing, sitting in one of her cars watching her when she was taking out the trash. I don't know what this thing was or really why this was happening, but if somebody could explain that, it would be nice. I've had a lot of fear at night now and sometimes see things in my doorway. I have a lot more paranormal stories if anybody wants to hear some. I saw 2 things as a kid. I, as an adult, still cannot explain. It was too real to blame in a dream. My parents always knew the house was haunted. They experienced, well, whatever BYT means, quote-unquote normal activity. When I was a little kid, maybe 5 years old, was my first not-so-normal encounter. We're having a family dinner. Walked into my bedroom to show my relatives a new toy. As I walked in, I felt a presence, and I turned around, and I saw straight up the demon from Insidious or like Darth Maul. I was genuinely scared of Star Wars till I was a teen. That's funny. I could cope better, well, this one didn't change my life, but the second encounter, I believe, did just that. When I was roughly 11 years old, or in 6th grade, math might be wrong here, I was laying in bed one night. I was suddenly frozen to my bed, shaking. I could scream it, and only came out as a whisper. I hadn't fallen asleep yet. All of a sudden, my radio and computer monitor turned on. But the screen was blank, and there was no music. I saw a figure standing in front of my mirror that was mounted to my bedroom door. The only way I can describe it is it had to have been death. It was tall and skinny, black cloak or black energy. From a distance, it had no face, but as it got closer, I saw a skull where a face should have been. It touched my hand. I saw its hand. It was bones, but when I felt it touch me, it felt like the coldest flesh. It placed its hand, went over mine gently, and held it there for a second. Thinking about that feeling gives me goosebumps instantly. Then it all stopped. I slept in my parents' bed like a little kid that night. Ever since then, people in my life have been dropping like flies. I've told people about how many of my friends my own age have passed away, and I've yet to find somebody who can relate. It usually leaves people shocked. I also had several near-death experiences, and they all started after the quote-unquote Reaper. Are there any religious or mythology or anything that could possibly explain either of these instances? Especially the second one. I felt like I'm crazy my whole life because anytime I want to tell somebody about it, I feel like they'll judge me or laugh or call me crazy. Both of my parents have experienced it turning on election. What? Turning on election. Changing TV stations to 15. It threw a full large cup of water across my room before me and my mom and I experienced something G. Okay. She and I both had this happen separately, years apart. Both of us felt our bed vibrate. Couldn't breathe, move, or speak, and heard what sounded like the wind howling inside our own rooms. Nothing visual for either of us that time, though. The only difference was she felt something touching her leg. Well then. Phantom Train. Around 1991, my twin and I were about 15. It was a bright sunny day in Apex, North Carolina in the middle of the summer. Our mother had gone to work, so we were home alone playing video games. I decided to go play with the kids across the street. All the kids in the neighborhood lives across the street and on the other side of the old RR tracks. Railroad. We've never seen, as they say, we've never seen the tracked in operation. People us to ride at versus on the tracks to reach the trailheads in the area. I loved ATVs, so I'd always look for them, especially when I crossed the tracks. This time when I crossed the tracks, I looked left and I saw one train, a car. I thought the city of Apex was coming to do a train exhibition for the kids in the neighborhood. As I continued looking, I noticed that I was slowly moving toward me. I expected somebody to be walking, but there wasn't. I turned around, I went back to the house, bursting through the door, telling my brother I see a train coming down the tracks. We both looked out the window until we saw it coming through the trees. Come again, we ran out there to meet it. There was 2 men inside of not a train car, not the locomotive engine, but a caboose going down the tracks at a slow speed by itself. One guy was in the front window of the yellow caboose, another guy was at the rear end holding onto a ladder looking down the side of the caboose. The guy in the front of the caboose had his hand and arm on the windowsill. Both of the guys in the caboose was wearing all light blue and white striped conductors' uniforms, tall hat with coveralls and a white t-shirt. They both looked at us and gave us the most pleasant smile we've ever seen. They engaged with us for the entire time, moving from our right to our left, waving as this thing we waved back, and we were in complete shock. I startled to pick up a rock and throw it and hit the wheel of the caboose, but I thought that they would get upset at that. Then they turned to look down the tracks and kept going. The guy in the rear of the caboose engine was no longer The guy in the rear of the caboose engaged with us longer than the guy in the front of the caboose. The guy that rear turned around and continued to wave at us. My brother and I then ran around the neighborhood as fast as we could to gather all the kids we could see 2 meters of the corner store so that we can see the caboose come back up. Never did. So we all walked down the tracks for approximately 1.5 miles, and there's no turn off in the tracks. The tracks came to an end, covered with mounds of dirt and street being page. The tracks come, and there is no caboose to be found. It simply vanished into thin air. We've never seen the uniforms they wore back in the day until I asked my aunt what they wore years later, and she described what we saw before I told her what the guys were in that caboose. Everything we saw was completely solid, and the caboose made sound it went down the track, and the sound of metal screeching. Are we safe? A few days ago, before going to sleep, I started having strange images in my mind. I saw a man with a goat's head, and at first I didn't pay much attention to it because this wasn't entirely unusual for me. Oh yeah? Sometimes I have intrusive thoughts, gory images, or visions that I don't know where they really come from, but I've always been able to ignore them. Yesterday I decided to do something different. My boyfriend and I went on a hike to look for some waterfalls near our city. It was a complicated trip because we relied on public transportation, but we finally got there. However, what we found wasn't what we expected to find. The online reviews described the route as easy, family-friendly, and well-marked. What we found was a steep slope and a trail that made us doubt from the very beginning. Both of us felt something strange, as if the atmosphere was heavy. We got goosebumps as we entered, and a bad feeling made us turn back and go down to a nearby village. We asked the locals, and they confirmed that it was indeed the correct route, and that we'd reach the waterfalls in just 20 minutes. After traveling so far, we decided to give it another try. The hike started off well. There were other people on the trail, which reassured us. However, the further we went, the steeper the slope became. We weren't wearing proper footwear, so we decided to stop to eat and think about whether it would be wise to continue or not. While we were eating, we saw a couple who also didn't seem very prepared. They decided to keep going. We stayed where we were and noticed something at the top of the trail. A goat. At first, we weren't too alarmed. It was a natural area with wild animals. But something was strange. The goat stood still, staring directly at us. The most unsettling part was that the couple walking past it didn't seem to notice it at all. It was as if only we could see it. We were undecided. We didn't want to risk a fall, especially since there was no phone signal. And then it happened. The goat stood up on two legs, as we clearly saw that it had a human torso. We panicked. We decided to go back down, but as we did, the goat started to follow us. It didn't move like a normal animal. It crawled on all fours in an unnatural way. I thought it was standing. Its body was human-like but very hairy, and its goat head never stopped staring at us, and no matter how it moved. At one point, my boyfriend could feel it right behind us. But when I looked ahead, the creature was standing in front of us, completely upright with its naked human torso. I thought we were going to, or rather didn't think we were going to make it out alive. We ran as fast as we could, feeling it chase us up until it reached the village. That's when we finally stopped seeing it. My boyfriend said that he saw it running after us the whole way down, but the moment it stood upright before us, only I saw it. When we got home, we burned incense to purify the space and calm our nerves. Nothing else has happened since then, but I can't stop thinking about what we saw. I've had paranormal experiences before. Witchcraft was something very common in my family, which is leading me to investigate further. I am a person of science, but my experiences tell me there's much we don't understand. Never approach a crying child near a graveyard. And unexplained. Subscribe and hit the bell to never miss our spine-killing tales. There is a local folklore about the man-eating demons called Pisach, or ghouls, in our village. It's said that they live in graveyards and eat the flesh of dead humans who didn't live a righteous life. But sometimes they take the form of a beautiful woman or a crying child to attract people at night and eat them alive. It's a pretty well-known story. Well, we've been hearing it since childhood, and I personally didn't believe it. Jinns exist, but they can't hurt humans in normal circumstances. One night I went to see a performance in a neighboring village with my friend Armand, not his real name. By the time the performance ended, it was almost midnight. We started coming back home, and on the way back, we had to cross an old graveyard. It was one of the biggest paranormal hotspots in our village. We were talking about the performance the whole time until we reached the graveyard. Both of us became silent. We had crossed this road many times, but never this late at night. Our body felt heavy as we crossed it. Every noise felt paranormal. Each step felt slower than the last. Suddenly, we heard a faint noise. We walked down the road, the sound became louder and clearer. It was the cry of a child. Of course, we just had to run into a ghoul. I felt like crying, and I looked beside me. Armand was just as scared. The most terrifying thing is the fact that we heard it means it already knows about our presence. As we slowly went closer to the sound, we saw a child about 1 or 2 years old crying beside the road. We did not approach it. We didn't even directly look at it. As we walked by it, my eyes started to tear up. Each and every cell in my body told me to run. I barely managed to keep my sanity. I would have probably passed out if I was alone. As we went past it, the crying became louder and louder, to the point I felt like my eardrum would burst. Once we were about 20 meters away from it, the crying stopped. I could not longer control my body. I ended up looking back, and I saw nothing. It was gone. There wasn't any sign of it around. I took a deep breath. My heart felt lighter. Armand looked at me. He was also relieved. But before we could say a single sentence, we heard a demonic scream. It came from the graveyard. That was the last straw. We ran as fast as we could, and I could feel my consciousness slipping away. We didn't stop running until we reached our village. There were a few people sitting beside a campfire playing cards. The moment we saw them, I became unconscious. I wake up in my grandparents' home. Armand had already woken up. He told them everything. I confirmed his claims. We saw a Pisach. We really did. Some believe us, some didn't. I got an earful from my grandmother. Well, it's been 3 years since that incident. We still talk about it when I go back to the village during vacations. Still wonder what would have happened if I had been alone at that time. Maybe I wouldn't be here telling you guys this incident. But one thing is for sure, I'm never using that road at night ever again. And I would have gotten got, because I would have tried to help it. Two bizarre things happening in the same night. So this happened a few years ago, but I still remember it vividly because it was the most shocking thing that had ever happened to me. I'd like some opinions. The potential paranormal stuff starts somewhere in the middle of my experience. Back then, I was a student living with my sister who was almost never home. I had an interest in lucid dreaming. I did read about it, but never managed to achieve it. One night I had a dream that I was outside my workplace in a kid's bicycle. The atmosphere was orange-black and very bleak. I was having fun chatting with friends. Suddenly my body starts floating and I start flying. Thought to myself, wait, I know I'm asleep. I tried not to get too excited so I don't wake up. Flying around like a happy stoned guy smiling. And then I seen the long distance someone flying toward me. It was quite far, so it was just a black entity to me. Now that I'm typing it, I'm shitting myself. But at that moment, I didn't feel fear. I got closer, but the entity didn't become any clearer. Then I said, hi. And at that moment, I started falling. My body was vibrating and I gradually woke up feeling and hearing strong vibrations. I opened my eyes and I was laying on the side facing the wall with the room door behind me. Eyes wide open, I felt from the very first second of waking up that there was someone in the room. I cannot describe how sure I was. It was as if somebody was standing at the front of me almost. There's no one there though. Thoughts racing. What should I do? Somebody broke in. If I turn around, they could attack me. Would it be better if I just pretend that I'm sleeping? I wanted to cry and just stayed there motionless. I was not dreaming. I could hear the neighbor coughing like every night. I could smell the ashtray just a meter away. I even pinched myself. After a few minutes that felt like an eternity, I felt the sheet covering me being lifted on my backside. I felt I would die of shock, but not fear per se. I felt someone's weight lightly on my bed and then the sheets and a very slight touch in my whole back body like somebody was cuddling me. And that was it. I waited a few more minutes to turn around and no one was there. My door was closed the whole time. My sister was not at home that night either. All I can say is that I don't remember feeling fear for much of it, but I do when I remember it. The only other kind of strange thing that happened like 5 or 6 times was me hearing my girlfriend whispering my name in my ear when I was home alone trying to sleep. But the exact same thing happened to her as well. This was also some time ago. And very, very rarely, like once or twice a year, maybe have some frightening demonic dreams that are so intense yet random that I usually just forget about them. Before this experience, I used to have demonic dreams followed by sleep paralysis. But this also hasn't happened in a long time. Not evil cuddling ghost doesn't sound horrible. I have a few stories to share with you all. After almost 2 whole years, I'm back and with some new stories to tell. I've only posted about 2 or 3 of my paranormal encounters so far, and one of which is still one of the scariest ones. All the time I experience weird things in the corner of my eye. Random touches, random noises, things falling when they were clearly far from the edges. But these are some of the stories I remember clearly, and are more serious than those. Story number 1. I was sitting with my friend a few years back. We were at his house messing around with 2 walkie-talkies. Note that his house is a bit farther away from the city than I live in, but not very far. Me and him were being funny, and I had just talked about some weird stories I've heard about the Navajo people, like evil shape-shifting witches kind of stuff. That's what I'm going to call them, at least. I usually am a very cautious person, and I don't speak of the name, at least out loud. Though I spoke the name in telling some of the stories, I never thought that some consequences would come from it. We kept on chatting throughout the night, and after winding down a bit, we heard something from the walkie-talkies. We didn't realize at first, but it was our own voices being played back. Me and him were frightened by it, but later on my buddy told me that he had done it for some function on the walkie-talkie. Years later, he told me that he had lied to make me and himself feel a bit better. There was and is no such function on those walkie-talkies, and so the mystery still stands. The hell was it? Was it some person messing with us, or was it something paranormal? Story number 2. I remember posting this story somewhere, and I swear on my life, but I can't find it anywhere, so I'm going to post it here once again. A few years ago, before my grandmother had passed away, I had been sitting on the toilet looking down when I saw a shadow in my somewhat direct vision. I wasn't focused on it, but it was right next to my focused vision, not in the peripheral, close enough to make out distinct features of it. It looked like a larger head of a cat. By the way, my grandmother's cat died years ago. It makes sense because there's a towel rack right above the toilet and the light's right above that in the ceiling. So I looked up, saw nothing. I got done with my business as I felt far from it. At this point, I wasn't fazed by random stuff like that as much. I walked out of the bathroom and sat down in a recliner with my grandma to my left. Her new puppy wanted outside, so she got up and let him out. Walked with him, closing the door behind her. Good 5 seconds after the puppy was out, I heard a collar shaking. Couldn't have been the puppy because it was just way too clear. It was clearly a dog collar, and after a bit of listening, I heard some ruffling as if some animal was laying down on the couch before it started to have deep breathing like it was sleeping. Now, I think this was my grandma's old dog, Bear. He had died a few months before, and it was mainly the only explanation I could think of. My grandma has since passed away, and today is her 1-year death anniversary, I just realized. Rest in peace to Todd, Puff, Tinker, Alex, Cricket, Cole, Rufus, Samson, Bear, and especially my grandmother. The stranger who slept beside me. This happened when my close family visited the house of my grandmother's sister. The house was infamous for its eerie stories, like how at midnight music would start playing out of nowhere, continuing until someone physically went upstairs to turn it off. I didn't want to go, but staying home alone wasn't an option either, so with a knot in my stomach I decided to go. The first 2 nights were uneventful, but the home itself was suffocatingly creepy. No matter where I went, it always felt like some eyes were fixated on me. Chalked up to nerves convincing myself I was overthinking. But on the last night, something happened that I can never forget. I decided to sleep early to catch the morning ferry. I was sharing a room with 2 of my uncles and an aunt. My parents and grandmother slept in a separate room. It was always cramped, and with the loud snoring, sleep seemed impossible. By 11 p.m., I was still wide awake. My mom's cousin, who had gone to a party earlier that evening, was supposed to return around midnight. I texted her, asking her to bring food, but she didn't reply. Still, I stayed up hoping she'd show up soon. I must have drifted off because I suddenly woke up to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. They were slow, deliberate, and grew louder as they approached the room. The door creaked open, my heart pounded in silence as a figure stood in the doorway, unmoving. In the faint moonlight spilling through the window, I could make out a dark silhouette. I froze, clutching my blanket until the figure finally stepped inside and walked toward me. It was my mom's cousin, or at least I thought it was. She was wearing a dark nightgown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Without a word, she slipped into the small space beside me. I whispered, "Why are you sleeping here? It's already so cramped." She didn't respond. The weight of her body pressed into the bed, and I could feel the cool strands of her hair brushing against my arm. Something about her silence made my skin crawl. But I convinced myself she was just tired or maybe drunk from the party. I scooted over carefully, not wanting to accidentally bump her face, and she had gotten a nose job. The room felt impossibly still as I lay there, eyes wide open, listening to the rhythmic breathing of my relatives around me. And somehow I eventually fell asleep. The next morning I woke up to my mom shaking me. "Breakfast ready. Get up. We need to pack." At the dining room table, I saw my mom's cousin and couldn't resist teasing her. "Next time, if you're going to cram into our room, at least bring food. You know how hungry I was last night." She frowned, looking genuinely confused. "What are you talking about? I blacked out at the party and didn't even get home until this morning." I stared at her, trying to process her words. "Stop messing with me. You were literally in her room. You slept beside me." Her face paled. "I wasn't here," she said. Her voice was low. A cold dread spread through me, and I turned to the rest of the family, desperate for answers. Everyone swore they'd stay in their own rooms all night. My uncles and aunt had still been fast asleep when I woke up. Feeling nauseous, I went back to the bedroom to pack my things. The bed looked exactly as we'd left it, except for one thing. On the pillow where she had slept was a single strand of long black hair, and no one else in the house had long black hair. To this day, I have no idea who or what slept beside me that night. I found a ghost of my G4 teacher while staying at school overnight. Around 6 p.m. at Friday, I lied to my mom that I was going to have a sleepover at my friend's house. Then when I arrived at my friend's house, my friend was waiting for me in the taxi. We arrived at school at 6:30 p.m. We first went to the bathroom because me and my best friend heard a rumor about a boy playing Bloody Mary. They were found dead 13 years ago. That's where I was 1 year at that time, and since then they haunted the bathroom. We decided to stay. That was until we heard a scream. Me and my friend decided to run, then we stay at G4 classroom at building C. Then suddenly we hear my G4 teacher calling our name, and we look up and she was there smiling suddenly, and we say, "I thought you were death," she said. Or rather, she said nope suddenly. She said, "Let's learn, shall we?" Is this the same author? We said, "Unti. We know already such multiplying decimals, adding fractions." Suddenly, she disappeared at first, and we didn't care. We pack our sleeping bag, and we turn on AC. We turn off the light. We only sleep for 4 hours until we heard a scream. Me and my friend woke up until we saw my math teacher again, and she was like, "Hey, why are you there?" We say it for camping until her eye turned white, and with an evil smiling, and she just chasing me and my friend. We run to outside, and when we look back, she gone. She gone. She gone. We were scared, but at the same time we were hungry. We decided to stole food in the canteen. Yeah, almost everything was locked except the stock. We go there, took one pack of Lay, the yellow one. We eat there. The soda, we were eating it. 2 a.m., that why, and suddenly we heard someone walking. Somehow, there was another group of friend. They were staying there, but one without a head. My friend yelled, "He didn't have a head." That person who didn't have a head burned his clothes. Too bad. He was shirtless. I give him my dinosaur clothes. We decided to walk around, and suddenly we saw a ghost. We all found course. Something like a dead body part. I don't know if I'm right. It was our math teacher. We scream, pack our stuff. We run to exit. We look back, we see math teacher waving goodbye, and she just vanished. We went to my friend's house to sleep since his parents aren't home. We eat something healthy after this event. We swore not to stay at school overnight. You heard that. I hope everyone else eats something healthy too. He's watching over me. So I've always believed in the supernatural. I always found it very interesting. I didn't really think I'd experience any paranormal experiences, as my parents were Christians and would always take me to church, so I thought that I'd be protected by God from the supernatural. That is until I experienced my first encounter. I was, very young, but the memory is very vivid to me. My dad had to go to work that night, so it was only my mom and brother and me at home. Everything was normal until I went to bed. I, as a child, had many sleep problems, some that I still deal with to this day. I'm also a light sleeper, so the smallest sounds would wake me up, and it would take me ages to get back to sleep. Something I would do a lot is putting the blanket over my head, and for a reason it would just help me sleep better. So I slept with my parents at this time because they didn't want me suffocating from the blanket when I fell asleep. I didn't know what time it was, but I felt some pulling in the blanket off my head. I opened my eyes. I saw some shoes in front of me. I was about to look up at it, but then somebody spoke to me and told me not to. Told me to turn the other way. When I turned, I faced the mirror that's on my parents' wardrobe. I remember seeing somebody standing behind me in my bed. He was dressed very formally. Couldn't see his face, and the moment I didn't really question it was really if he was there, because maybe I was just half asleep. I don't remember how long we talked, but he talked to me until I fell asleep. I remember falling asleep to him just slowly patting my head and telling me that he's always here. Then I fell asleep. I woke up the next morning and told my mom about what happened. And since my mom is of deep faith, she just chalked it up to me being half asleep and making things up. But eventually, she took me to the priest to bless me, as I guess she thought the devil's possessing me and stuff. My brother experienced meeting the same person, but he was more hostile to my brother. My brother, as he got older, just said that he was a kid and he was probably bored and relating strange things he saw to things he just watched. I've told many people, but they don't believe. And some say they do, but I know they don't. I still see him around the house, but he's not as present anymore. He becomes more known when I'm sad or upset, or just feeling negative. I can feel him next to me when I'm sitting or just around me, especially when I'm alone. I find comfort in that. When I hit a low during the COVID lockdown, I remember for what felt like long hours in the night I experienced sleep paralysis. But I wasn't afraid, as he was just there in my room comforting me. I don't know who he is, and I don't really care if anybody believes me or not. I'm just happy that even if no one's here for me in this world, there's someone in the other for me. Paranormal encounter. Story. Back in 2016, I worked at a barbershop with one other person. They were the owner. This barbershop was situated in the first floor of a very old 3-story building. Beneath us was a cafe. Above us on the top floor were 2 empty rooms. The cafe staff would often come upstairs onto our floor, and we shared a toilet in the kitchen with them. So it really wasn't out of the ordinary for people to be walking up and down the stairs constantly, coming back and forth to the toilet. But one Saturday afternoon at around 3 p.m., we had just finished work at the barber shop. My boss had to leave quickly, so he told me to lock up, which was usually the case as I'd lock up most days. As he left, I had locked the barbershop door and walked down the corridor to use the toilet before leaving the drive home. In the middle of a piss, and suddenly I hear loud footsteps walking down the corridor. I'm hearing them from the barbershop. It's like past the toilet where I was, down into the kitchen, and that was at the back of the building. These steps were no more than 5, maybe 8 feet away at any moment. I immediately assumed that it was somebody from the cafe downstairs. So I called out to tell them that I hadn't shut the toilet door and to warn them just in case they were going to come into the toilet. At this point, the person walking down the corridor decided to walk straight past the toilet door and down into the kitchen. I found this odd for 2 reasons. One, because I didn't hear them come up the stairs from the cafe to begin with. And these stairs were incredibly loud and creaky. It'd be impossible to not hear somebody walking up them even if they tried their hardest to be quiet. Secondly, they ignored me when I called out to warn them that I was in the toilet. So I flushed the chain, and I can still hear the person rummaging around the kitchen, even over the sound of the toilet flushing. And this is kind of how close I was to them. This was not a distant sound. I proceeded to call out and tell them, that I'm about to leave for the weekend and I'll see them next week when we reopen. I head into the kitchen to see who was actually there, and nobody was in the kitchen at all. I raced to the back door, and the back door was locked with the key still inside the door, meaning nobody would have left via the door as it was locked from the inside. I head straight downstairs to lock up the building, and when I leave, I realize the cafe was completely shut. The car was pretty much parked outside, and it was gone. Everyone had gone home. Just to note, these footsteps were clear as day. The sound couldn't have been from any of the buildings next door to us. The walls were incredibly thick. I never ever heard a single noise from the next door buildings during the 10 years that I worked at this premise. The steps were unmistakably loud. The distinctive sound of each step slapping the laminate floor was something that I heard all day, every day. So this sound was extremely familiar to me. So it's kind of hard to put it down to something else other than footsteps. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you guys think. Or maybe what it could have been, or if anybody's experienced anything similar. The Denim Man sightings. Growing up, I wasn't told much about my family's past. Even now, I only know a small bit. However, over time, I learned about the quote-unquote ghosts that followed my family. Now, I don't know much. I was just curious about whether anyone else had any similar experiences or knew anything. Before I was born, I had a stillborn sister who we called Benny as a nickname. Benny was originally thought to be a boy by doctors and medical professionals. That's why she's called Benny. The first experience that I ever had was at my grandmother's house, which is a place I still live on weekends. When I was exactly 1 month old, I was taking a nap. My mother heard someone singing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" on the baby monitor that was in my room. But when they investigated, no one was there. And something else I just noticed, this subreddit was created on that exact day, July 10th, 2008, my 1 month birthday. I have a memory from when I was a child, that while I was laying in my bed at night, I was woken up by a man walking in the hallway. A tall shadow figure. The classic horror story thing, I know, but that was the only memory I have from, anything having to do with a humanoid. When I was a little bit older, I was at my grandmother's house, and everyone else was out of the house at that time at a shop. So I'm left alone to play. My first time left alone at home, so I'm pretty proud of myself, actually. I was playing with toys on the floor, and I saw a cat walking around in the room I was in. This incident occurred just a couple of weeks after her cat died. a cat which I was extremely close to growing up. When I told my mother and grandmother, they told me I was simply imagining things and making it up. I was also told that as a child there was a ghost which I described as a Mario ghost. No idea what that means, but if anybody has any similar experiences, tell me. Perhaps it's a ghost that moves when you don't look at it, and when you look at it, it freezes. As I got older, I was told a few more things. There was a ghost in the house that had been following my mother for years since she was little. The ghost wore all denim clothes and a denim hat. It had been spotted walking around the house they used to live in. In that house, things would be knocked off of shelves, but nothing aggressive or intended to hurt someone. The denim man was also spotted by my mother's friends in a bar, but I know only a small bit about that. As well as that, things go missing, and all you have to do is ask for them back, and you'll find them a little while later. It sounds stupid, I know, but it's crazy. All you do is say, "Can I have that back?" and it returns to wherever you've checked. So, if anybody knows why this is happening or anything like that, it'd be interesting to know. Or if somebody knows if I can make them interact with me at all, please tell me. Bringing some semblance. So to start off, I live in a paranormal hot zone, kinda off in the countryside. I worked at Domino's for a while, and I was a delivery driver, so I have a few stories from just driving around delivering pizza. So I was a couple of months into the job, memorized the whole city, all the back roads too. When I tell you I've never seen this house before, that it came from nowhere, I mean it. It was a really nice house down a back road I'd been down quite a few times that day already. Only when delivering to this place did I notice it. Old, yet well kept. Nice big oak out in front, rose bushes and other flowers everywhere. The place gave off its own energy. You could clearly feel it. It was interesting. I go up to the door and I knock. Elderly woman opened the door. Nice, sweet-looking lady with an elderly guy standing behind her. However, it didn't seem all too happy that I was there. I went ahead and greeted them both. "Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir." And as soon as I said that, they looked confused and the energy of the place turned sour. She suddenly seemed exhausted. She asked what I was talking about, and she lives alone. I gestured towards where the old man was standing. He was gone. She looked at me like I was crazy, so I described him as well as I could. When I was done, I looked around the room, standing behind her smiling. That was while she was both horrified and confused. She said that I described her ex-husband to a T, that the house was in his before, rather in his name, I'm assuming, before he passed. He had left the place to her, and she had always thought that she could feel him still there. She asked if he looked happy. I told her that he's smiling. Didn't tell her that he was smiling like a madman. She was relieved and said that she appreciated the honesty. But he never smiled, unless he was up to something horrible. I regretfully had to tell her that I had to go, but I wrote my number on the box. I told her if it gets bad, to call me. I'll do what I can. Cool for a pizza guy. So a week or so passed, I get a call from her saying that she would like me to help her. I go over with my friend who has an exorcism kit, and we cleanse the house in 3 different ways to cover all the bases. We then carved runes. We carved these into the foundation to keep them from coming back. In the end, the house's energy became much lighter. I went back a couple of months ago, and she had her daughter living there, and she's kind of a spiritualist. So she's been keeping things even calmer. I introduced myself and made a long conversation about what happened. I learned the ex-husband was abusive in every way, along with some other things that made him dark. The elderly woman came out after she talked, came out after the talk. She was getting around much better, and the garden looked even better, because she can actually do it herself. They both thanked me. I taught the daughter how to maintain everything and left them with some stuff to clean the house every now and then. My boss and the cloaked figure. I had a boss years ago with whom I was very close. We were of the same faith. He was even a minister in it. And furthermore, he had officiated at my wedding, and my RN wife had basically delivered his child when his wife's midwife was late to their home birth. We were thus quite close. A few years after our wedding, he suddenly had an epiphany as he viewed it, and his religious perspective and practice changed drastically almost overnight to a very different position that he believed that I too should adopt. It caused a strain in our entire relationship as he began to insult and mock my faith even while I worked for him. It developed into a very negative daily environment for us both. One day not long afterwards, while at work, I watched as a figure appeared suddenly in the room that we were in and run toward him. It looked like a person in a hooded cloak, completely brown, like a stylized monk or a druid, or often popularly portrayed. Its face was obscured by the cloth. The figure rushed up from behind him and disappeared right as it reached him, as if it vanished into his body. I'm not one to typically see spirits, thankfully, but this was right in front of my eyes in the daylight, although the figure was slightly translucent. Kind of freaked out and told him immediately what just happened. He became understandably aggravated and wanted to know what that was supposed to mean, but I was just as mystified as he was. His behavior toward our faith grew increasingly antagonistic in the coming months, which was so different from his usual amicable and loving disposition. He believed I was somehow a heretic for not accepting the validity of his religious epiphany, claimed that in a decade I would no longer even have any faith as he zealously proclaimed the superiority of his own new religious views. The strangeness culminated when I called in one morning to let him know my grandfather was dying and I was going to be with him that day as he passed. He gave me the choice to say goodbye to my grandpa and come on into work or just quit right there. What a bastard. I couldn't believe he was forcing me to choose, but I made the right choice and thanked him over the phone for the opportunity to work for him, said goodbye, and went to be with my grandma for his last moments. Grandpa. It's been over 10 years now, and I've seen him only one time since, and ironically, while I've increased my religious practice over the years, I found out that he's left the faith altogether, no longer religious in any capacity. Many times I've wondered if the robed figure I saw that day at work running into him was some kind of a spirit of confusion or deception that took him further away from his established faith. I still mourn the loss of that beloved friendship. Sometimes people change and they change away from you. Wondering if something similar has happened to anyone else, or if anybody knows how this could have happened. Today I prepped a load of laundry. I have a front-loading machine with a physical button that you have to press in to turn the machine on. Then you have to press it again to release it when you want to turn the machine off. It's a mechanical button that doesn't have any apparent way of being affected in any other way than through physical manipulation. If power is interrupted to the machine mid-use, the machine would be turned off, but the button would still be on the on position. I put the load of laundry in the machine, started the cycle, and I just went about my business. The cycle lasts 45 minutes. After that time passed, I went to put my clothes in the dryer. That's when I noticed the machine was off. At first, I thought that the fuse blew. But when I examined the machine, I noticed that the button was in the off position. I pressed it to turn the machine on, and the machine displayed 38 minutes left in the cycle. which is normal if the machine is accidentally turned off mid-cycle. We'll remember how much time is left and finish the cycle normally. If power to the machine is cut, then the machine will not be in the middle of the cycle when power is restored, and you'll have to select your cycle and start it all over. I was nowhere near the machine the time displayed remaining in the cycle. I finished my cycle, took my clothes out, and then I tried playing with the button to see if the mechanism was loose, even going so far as to shake the machine somewhat violently to see if it would switch off due to a vibration. It seemed like I couldn't affect this button other than by physically pressing it in the intended manner. I then thought maybe somebody was in the condo with me. Looked in my closets, under my bed, and obviously didn't find anyone. I live alone, and no one ever comes to my condo. Plus, I was home all day and my door's locked. To get to my unit, you would have to use a key fob at 3 different points in the building. So it's unlikely that somebody came in, bypassed all security, got through my locked door, turned my laundry off, and left without me noticing. My condo is also 450 square feet, so I don't know how I would have missed that. My mind then went to supernatural, because I ran out of logical options to explain how this happened. I wanted to get some opinions from you guys. I know it's a super mundane and trivial thing, but I can't wrap my mind around how that damned button was in the off position. Did another load after the first one, and there was no issue. What sort of ghost messes with laundry? Has anybody here had things turn off or on in the way that can't be explained? Love to hear some other stories, and then potentially what you did to deal with it. I'm ignorant of what country you're from, but I will tell you. All new washing machines have computer chips. Anything with a computer chip has resistors. If you're living somewhere without a ground or a common ground, all of that stuff begins to wear, and it might take on a life of its own, although it might not be spiritual in nature. My grandmother let us know she was okay. So this was back in 2013. My grandmother passed away suddenly. We don't know the cause, as we didn't have an autopsy done per se. My mother was down with them about 3 hours from our home. I get a call that me and my father need to get to the hospital as soon as possible. Like 2 hours ago, as soon as possible. So me and my dad load my truck up with clothes and start driving. I was doing 100+ miles an hour down a highway that's notorious for speed traps. We passed many highway patrol vehicles, but none of them stopped us. We get to the hospital in about an hour and 15 minutes from the phone call, and she had passed as we were pulling in the parking lot. Well, that night we go to my grandparents' house, another hour drive south. All hell breaks loose in regard to weather. Tornado sirens are going off. Blinding rain so thick you can't see 2 inches in front of you. Extreme winds, I'm talking plus 95 miles an hour. So this went on all night from the moment we got in the house till the next morning after everybody had awoken. Well, me, my dad, grandfather, uncles, and my mom were out on the porch drinking coffee. We were talking and we were planning the funeral. I look across the field and the sun was starting to break. There's the first and only time I've seen a quadruple, like 4 times. Yep, rainbow. And Cardinal was sitting on the porch railing, not 6 inches. He was sitting on the porch railing. That was not even 6 inches from us at the same moment. And it even let us pet it. You pet a cardinal? That's awesome. Now, I should say my grandmother was an awesome lady. And very, very hard to anger, but when you did anger her, you would have thought a bomb went off with how mad she would be. I'm talking stuff like somebody was stalking and abusing her family type of bad. I had only seen her in that mood twice in my life. So I believe the sudden storms that night were her just tearing into somebody for taking her away from her family suddenly. Then the rainbows and cardinal were just maybe her letting us know she was okay. Then in 2018, my grandfather passed. That was before we knew that he had even passed, and my sister lived about 20 miles from us. Called us to look out the window and sent us a picture outside her window. Well, outside our window and my sister's window at the same time were two cardinals. They weren't 6 inches away from us. They also let us pet them when we went inside, or rather, outside. About 10 minutes later, we get a phone call about my grandfather passing. I feel like this was them saying goodbye. That's not a bad bet. Whistles at night. The other night, my boyfriend and I are in our room watching our favorite show to wind down in the evening. Suddenly, my boyfriend pauses the show and asks me if I heard something. I hear what sounds to be kids playing outside, which would be pretty on point as it was Friday night. Then we hear two distinct whistles come from our roommate's room. We both freeze and just look at each other in disbelief of what we heard. The energy in our room became very unwelcoming and aggressive, and we were both frozen in fear. Finally, he musters the courage to go and investigate. So we're trying to find the cause to this whistle to try to debunk it. We're also pretty huge Ghost Adventure fans, so we begin an audio recording on his phone. As he was walking into our roommate's room, he whispers, "It's this room," marking where he was at the house, and not even 2 seconds later we captured what sounded like a man's grunt. While he was out of the room, both my dogs went on defensive mode. Never heard them snarl and bark the way they did. I called for my boyfriend, but found he was downstairs and not upstairs with me at all. I had told our roommate of this story the following day and asked me what time this occurred at. I told him it was about 9, maybe 10 p.m., and he had told me that at around 3 a.m. he had heard 3 knocks at the door and something calling his name. He thought it was me calling him, and at that point he noped upstairs to his room to go to bed. I also feel like I need to mention that we've always had some form of activity in our house. We hear the occasional footsteps and taps. We believe that to be a loved one coming to visit, as I have an old furniture from them and also my dog's ashes. My dog sometimes will look up and track something that we can't see or will appear to be playing with another dog. I've never really been alerted that intensely to anything in our home before. We're pretty spooked as we're noticing something's beginning to affect us. Yesterday, we went out shopping and I had a horrible headache the moment I stepped out of the house. Went away as soon as we came back home. My boyfriend's temper is very short and will snap at something as small as the blanket not covering him right. Last night, I had a sudden, rage come over me. I snapped at him over something he didn't do and really couldn't control. When I'm home, my energy is drained and I'm exhausted and sleeping more than I normally am. We've noticed that when we're away from home, it feels like a weight's been lifted off our chest. Not sure what to do about any of this. We're almost certain that we have something demonic that's maybe it's, what they say here. Well, something demonic based off the calling of names and the knocking of threes. Fair assessment. Some friends have told me to burn sage, but I'm hesitant as I know that can anger a spirit and possibly make the situation worse. Any guidance or help would be appreciated. He saw me, but it wasn't me. D/T complications giving birth. My husband and I had to move to my father's house with our NB baby, newborn. We were living in my old room. A few months later, I go on a trip with the baby alone. So when we come back, my husband handles all the unpacking and cleaning. I head upstairs and I start to get ready for bed. I take a shower, let my hair down, put on my comfy oversized red shirt and a blue pair of his boxers to go to sleep with, and the baby. I'm already dozing off when he comes barging into the room asking if I had gone outside. My son has just fallen asleep as well, so I shush him and tell him to lower his voice. He just repeats himself, and this time I hear urgency in his voice. I looked up at him and I get up all concerned. I say something along the lines of, I've been in the room the whole time. Why would I go outside? He takes a deep breath and says, that was crazy. So I go from concerned to confused, and he tells me that he saw me. He says, and I quote, I was washing the baby's bottle, and I looked up at the window because I saw movement. Thought it was the old lady, the incident earlier that night. But I saw you in the reflection behind me going to the living room. He goes on to explain that when he looked at me through the reflection, I was looking in his direction, but walking in a different direction toward the living room. I was wearing a blue t-shirt and black leggings. My hair up in a bun and my face was blurry. His initial thought is she must have forgotten something in the car. Then he heard the lock on the front door. Never opened, which, well, he found odd. When I was taking long to come back, he went to check on me. I was nowhere. Not in the car, the porch, the sidewalk, or the living room. That freaks him out and he runs upstairs to see if I went back up, which is, when he barges in. I start to tell him I was never downstairs, and I was clearly not wearing what he saw me in. But now he's the one that's shushing me, saying, wait. He goes to the door and we follow him close behind. He leans out into the hallway and he looks down the steps, which are completely dark, and suddenly jumps backward and he yells, oh shit! Hauls ass back into the bedroom. He really almost closed the door on me from how scared he got. He's naturally a fighter, not a flyer, so he's running and so am I. We get into the room and he slams the door shut and locks it, while I rush past him and get into the bed. Once again, I ask for clarification, because why are we running for our lives right now? He looks at me in disbelief and says, didn't you hear that? No, I didn't. So I asked what he heard, and he says, there was something running up the steps full speed just now. Nope, no thank you. We stayed up a little while longer in silence, but both shook. My wife and I had what we believe to be our first paranormal experience this morning. This morning at around 6:15, I got woken up to what felt like something grabbing or lightly slapping my foot. I have 3 cats, one of which, Leo, loves to attack mine and my wife's feet under the blanket. So my first thought was that it was Leo. However, when I leaned up to check, all 3 of my cats were laying next to me. 2 of them to my left, 1 to my right. Probably about 5 or so seconds later, the cat that was lying to my right jumped up like those videos of people putting cucumbers behind him. Like those. He hissed, jumped off the bed, ran to the other side of the room, and just sat there staring at the bed. Kinda creeped me out a bit. I ended up just getting ready for work and not thinking much about it. Now, either earlier today on my lunch break, I called my wife to tell her about it. She had to go to work early at 5 a.m., so she was already home. After telling her, she was pretty freaked out because she said that at about 2 or 3 in the morning, she had what she described as a lucid dream or sleep paralysis. In this dream, she saw a dark figure pacing back and forth at the edge of her bed. She said, it felt like she couldn't move, which is why I said sleep paralysis, but could also be from the typical frozen in fear feeling. But when she was able to move, she turned her phone flashlight and looked around but saw nothing. I somewhat recall waking up and seeing her with the light, but I'm a heavy sleeper. Didn't fully wake up. We were both pretty weirded out by the fact that we both had creepy experiences in the same morning. Not really sure what to make of it, since something of this nature has never really happened before. Just to add, my grandmother died when I was about 1 or 2, and according to my father, she was very attached to me. I remember as a kid seeing what I described as colored dust. If you close your eyes really hard and you see, like, almost colorful TV static stuff. That's what it looked like. I'd move around my room in the dark and make somewhat humanoid shapes, and I always just kind of felt like someone was always around me. It scared me sometimes as a kid, but thinking back on it nowadays, I would consider that stuff, well, I wouldn't rather consider that stuff scary anymore. Especially the colored dust. I think that was just my eyes doing weird stuff in the pitch black. I would tell my parents about it, and they would always say it was just my grandmother watching over me. But as a kid, that was quite a confusing concept to grasp, especially since I never really met her considering she died when I was so young. I thought that information would at least be useful to add. If you take your phone and you turn it on video mode, and there's not enough light, you'll notice that the retina or the eye of the lens will do its best to pick up anything, and it makes random shapes and all that stuff, and that's exactly how our eyes work. See ya. Ghost child in late grandma's house. For 2 years, I lived in the house with my husband, now my ex, and our 3 daughters. This house had belonged to his grandma, who had lived there for over 50 years and raised her 3 sons there. The house is a huge ranch-style home with a basement, 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 different living rooms, fireplace, an old grand piano. Sounds awesome. It's very outdated when we moved in, with lots of grandma stuff still there. Mostly trinkets, books, etc., and the flooring and the paint and wallpaper haven't been updated since the 70s. When Grandma was alive, she loved visitors and would talk passionately about her home, telling you how hard she worked to keep the house after her husband left, and saying specifically, "I never want to leave this house." Meaning that she never wanted to go to a retirement home. And she never did, as she died there after complications of a stroke stemming from what turned out to be unnecessary heart surgery. My ex decided to buy the house, and so we moved in. I had never had paranormal experiences before, and I just wanted to share what we experienced, as I still don't know what to make of it. Didn't really believe in ghosts before this. The first time was after we put the kids to bed. We were folding laundry together. We both very clearly heard footsteps, sounded like footsteps, or maybe a child or a toddler. It was in the opposing room, and we just looked at each other thinking it was one of the kids out of bed. So he yelled, "Go back to sleep." With no response, we walked in and no one was there. Kids were asleep in bed. It was definitely a bit unnerving and confusing, but maybe not scary. The next time was when I got home late at night. I heard Grandma's jewelry box that sings a song when opening going off in the back bedroom. I knew I had to turn it off as it was going to wake up the kids, and sure enough, it was just going off, not opened or provoked at all. Next was the strangest. It was very early in the morning. I was starting to wake up but still half asleep in bed. My partner at the time was up and had the lights on. We were preparing to go on a trip that day. I was getting irritated as my kids were yelling, "Mom, Mom," from all the way across the house from their rooms. So I'm kind of groaning about it, and my ex was finally like, "What?" I said, "Why are the kids yelling all the way across the house? They know not to do that." First he said, "What are you talking about?" But abruptly stopped as we both heard another, "Mom!" He acknowledged it and went to check on them. Discovered them all still sleeping in their beds. Could not have been the neighbors, as we can't hear them inside, and it was very early. I sometimes wonder, who was I hearing? And I wonder if that experience was real. What else is? Dream or experience that make me want to completely don't want to see ghosts. Weekly stories that'll leave you breathless. Are you ready for the thrill of the unknown? Background. I started to see things at around 6 years old or maybe younger, but my mom kept telling me, "Nah, you just seeing things." I'm not a brave kid when it comes to the topic of ghosts, but since my mom told me that I only see things, I ignore them to the point that I convinced myself, see, there's nothing here. Each time I saw something, I approached that location and convinced myself ghosts aren't real. But that changes when we temporarily stay in our cousin's relative's house. The owner's already living overseas, and the house is on sale. I just barely got there. I saw an white lady for the first time. I froze in surprise, and when I was able to move, I ran off. Of course, I told them what I saw, freaking out, but they ignore me. After that, from schools, high schools and college, and our house, which was renovated at that point, I kept seeing ghosts. The feeling, to be honest, is unique. It's like you're just minding your own business, and suddenly you feel the urge to look somewhere, and then you get scared as if like a jump scare. Seeing what they look like. Story. This is around the time I graduated from college, if I'm not mistaken. I usually stay up until 12 a.m., then I go to sleep. Oh, because I'm still scared of ghosts, I have rosemary next tree. Oops, a rosary. That night after I surf online, I go to sleep, and then suddenly I see myself lying in bed in front of me, and this white lady is standing next to the door in my room, which I usually see her there. By the way, this is a different white lady, I guess. Suddenly, without hearing any voice, piece of information suddenly going through my mind. Information. She's asking to possess my body. She wanted to talk to a guy, and my assumption of this, after everything happened, is that she commented suicide. Committed. And that guy is her lover or something of the sort, or at least it felt that way. When I woke up, not aware nor freak out of what's going on, I found the rosary I put next to me when sleeping. It was put on top of my TV, away from my bed. I picked it up and I started praying. I honestly don't remember even when I woke up the next morning what were the words I was talking about at that time. Of course, I totally freaked out next morning. Sure, I could consider it a dream, right, because I'm asleep. But what if it's not, and she ended up passing my body? That's the one I got really scared, and I try my best to ignore them. It's really hard at first, but now after years and years, I don't much see. I ignore them, though. There are places that I could really sense how they feel, / vibe in the place if there is one. It couldn't have been the dog. A couple of months ago, my sister and I were house or dog sitting 2 corgis for a coworker of my mom's. My sister had stayed at the house an entire week when I came home from school to stay the last 2 nights with her. Absolutely nothing had happened all week pretty much. She felt completely safe. I finished my homework downstairs by myself on the last night at midnight, went up to bed, and the dogs followed. My sister, the dogs, and I were all piled up into bed together when we decided it was time to sleep around 1. Not even a minute after I'd shut my eyes, the dogs bolted off the bed downstairs, barking like crazy. My sister and I heard nothing that could have set them off, but I remembered I had mistakenly left my keys on the driver's seat, so maybe my car was being stolen. My sister was urging me to grab my keys, but I was too busy focusing on any noise downstairs or outside. I didn't budge off the bed when the dogs promptly stopped barking, which my sister thought nothing of. However, nothing would have made them stop if something else hadn't stopped them. We held still and continued to listen. My sister called for one of the dogs, and she came running up the wooden stairs, laid on the floor by the open door inside the room. The others were starting to come up the stairs, but stopping every couple of seconds. It wasn't until the last 8-ish steps that were very clearly heard footsteps trying to be disguised with the dogs. My sister slammed the door shut, and we were beyond terrified that there was an intruder. When they reached the landing at the top of the stairs, it went quiet for a few seconds. Then suddenly, A very clear 3 knock, as if you were knocking on the front door with your knuckles followed. To say we screamed at the top of our lungs is definitely an understatement. Not funny, but, well, funny now. My sister dials the police, and while on the phone, the sensor light above the garage goes off. At this point, we were very convinced it was an intruder. They arrived 10 minutes later and instruct us to let them in the house, which took a lot of convincing. They checked the entire property and declare that we had the house locked up like a fortress. No sign of anything being stolen or even out of place. We decided to go to our house as we were too spooked and contacted the homeowners who checked the Ring camera the next morning. Just 2 cats. Couldn't possibly have been a way for the dogs to hear the cats in the driveway, or have a corgi being replicating 3 crisp knocks on a door. They don't have tails, and jumping up on the door isn't nearly the sound we heard, not to mention the footsteps on the stairs. In the 15 years of homeowners living here, well, they've had nothing happen. They insist it was just the dogs. Any ideas or information on what paranormal activity it could have been? Or what 3 knocks could have signified? A dream that came true. I still can't believe it, and I'm still trying to make connections. So I have a dream about my professor. He's wearing all black. We're in class, but this is a completely different class from the lecture hall. All the desks are bunched together on one side of the room away from the left wall. So I talked to my friend, and she's pretty excited about a video that we're going to watch. And we watched the video. It's horrendous. Everyone's standing still, so I'm like, what the heck is going on? And then he passes out permission slips to hypnotize us. Before I have time to react, this blonde lady comes from behind me and snaps her fingers at me. I'm in the left wall, and so is everyone else. Everyone is dead asleep. I'm somewhat awake, but I'm a bit out of it. I try grabbing for my professor as he walks around, but I can't. The lady goes down the row of people sitting on the wall, and she puts a locust in people's mouths. She came to me. I was the only wonder, so I think to refuse it. Dream ends. Nasty. Fast forward a couple of days later. I go to class like usual. I hear voices telling me to straight up leave that classroom, but of course, thinking I was crazy, I just stay. So, he shows us a couple of videos. In this last video, it's literally a bunch of strobing lights. There were words and phrases said every so often. I tried to cover my eyes. After class, everyone was acting weird, as if they were hypnotized. I was in a daze. I asked about my assignment and left. Later on, I looked up if that's how you, hypnotize a mass amount of people. And that is how you can do it, using strobing lights to induce a hypnotic trance. I was having a major anxiety attack, and I said to myself, I need to get out of Dodge, like as soon as possible. So I leave and I start heading to my car. A crow comes and sits on a pole and caws at me. I was thinking to myself, maybe I should get back and tell him that those strobing lights could have given someone a seizure. I see him over by his car watching me. I tell him, he apologizes. I go home, feels like someone or something is with me in this car now. Fast forward a few days. That's after all my crazy awakening things. I feel this heavy presence surround me, and I confirmed it through a psychic who was watching my energy at the time that something was there. I don't know what it was for sure, but it was mad at me and it felt like it was talking through a psychic channel. I convinced it to go away. It comes back and wants me gone, like gone. I had to sage the entire house. So I have my own conclusions about what happened that year, but not completely everything. Wonder what you guys think. I'm hoping I'm not completely nuts. The steam table. Today I will tell you about one of 3 paranormal happenings I had while working at a summer camp in my early 20s. During the summer of 2007, I worked with my brother as an overnight security at a summer camp in Dutchess County, New York. My brother was a big skeptic at the time. I'd like to believe that this was one of the events that eventually changed his mind. At the camp, at least the camp we worked at, there was a curfew in several buildings that were off limits to campers and staff, even after that curfew. One night, one of the supervisors called security asking us to check out a complaint that somebody had broken into the kitchen and dining hall. This was something that has happened before. Usually the staff that works in this very large building during the day will leave a door unlocked so they can sneak back in and steal food later when they think no one will notice. That's when my brother and I responded, and we thought that's exactly what happened. So when we entered the building from the side entrance into the dining hall, several lights were left on at night. So when we drove or walked around, we could easily see if somebody was in the building. We checked the main dining hall, the guest dining hall, and finally the kitchen. Because staff stealing food at night was an issue, doors were added to be able to securely lock off the kitchen at each hallway on each side of the kitchen that entered the dining hall. All the doors we entered were still locked. After checking the kitchen and finding no evidence of anybody being in there or unlocked the doors, we exited through the hallway between the guest dining hall and the main dining hall. We rounded the corner to cut across the main dining to exit the building the way we came in. This room was well lit, and in the corner there was a buffet-style steam table pushed snugly against the wall. As we walked halfway across the room, we heard the loud sound of metal moving across the floor. We instantly turned around and saw the steam table being pushed several feet away from the wall it was pushed up against. My brother and I ran over to inspect it, expecting to find somebody behind it, even though there was no room for somebody to fit behind it when it was up against the wall. There was also not enough time as we turned to look for someone to attempt to run away, nor did we hear any footsteps of anybody running in this huge empty room. The table had been pushed 3 or 4 feet away from the wall. My brother and I were dumbfounded as to why, or really what, could have caused this very heavy table, really, to move so quickly and so far away from this wall. The only thing we could come up with is if somebody had sat behind it with their back against the wall and used both legs to push it. This theory doesn't fit. It's because it was pushed into the corner against walls, making it impossible for anybody to fit behind it. Also, our instantaneous reaction to the event left no time for even the fastest runner to escape without being seen or heard in the large echoey room. Needless to say, even my skeptical brother was a little shaken up by this encounter. I saw something strange at Fremantle Prison. For some backstory, I, a 19-year-old female, used to live in Western Australia, Perth, with my mother and my stepfather. This story happened when I was year 5, so I was about 10 years old. Moving was rather difficult for me in year 4. New place, new school, new siblings. But finally away from the abuse and torture of my old home. Thankfully, after about a year, things got easier. While my mental health was still an issue, I was settling in nicely with this new school. Just a few months before my birthday, in year 5, my class and another year 5 class organized an excursion to Fremantle Prison as a history lesson, in some sense. While I was nervous because it wasn't a place I was familiar with, I had my friends to lean on if I was overwhelmed. Once we arrived on the bus, the tour guide took us through the old prison. I was honestly amazed at the history and the layout. It was truly rather interesting. Eventually, the guide took us to the 2nd floor. We stopped on the side as the guide taught us about the safety nets in between the stairs and how it was put in place because the inmates would attempt to either kill themselves or others by pushing and jumping off the rails. As he was talking about it, I subconsciously looked to the side, being the curious 10-year-old I was, down the halls where the cells were. For those who know about Fremantle Prison, You might also know that it's said to be haunted by inmates that died there in the past. As I looked down the hall holding my friend's hand because I was overwhelmed by the amount of people, I noticed something. A person. I don't mean just a shadow, a whole fucking person. He was middle-aged, maybe around 45 or 50, and he was completely naked except for some white underwear and had a large wound on his head. We stared at each other for a good 10 seconds before he walked into a cell and disappeared from sight. The cell doors were shut. He just phased through the door. I was fucking horrified. I held my friend's hand tighter and shuffled, so I stood behind them. "What's wrong?" they asked. I didn't respond. Even if I wanted to, my voice just wouldn't come out. My friend stared at me for a moment before sighing. I'm guessing they assumed that I was just a little bit shaken up by the whole inmates committed suicide thing. They wrapped their arms around my shoulders, keeping me close. Now, I know my mental state back then was shitty, and I had and still do have hallucinations due to the trauma I went through. But I genuinely believe that must have been something else. My hallucinations were and never are that detailed. Anytime I see a quote-unquote person, it's usually just a shadow. And this guy looked real. Never talked about this with anyone, not even my therapist, because honestly, just thinking about it makes me paranoid. However, I needed to get it off my chest. My cat said goodbye to me in a dream. Some time ago in November of 2021, my partner at that time gave me a kitten for my birthday. It was one of the offspring of his cat, whom we'd had helped deliver, and since then I'd become obsessed with the idea that I could raise it in my house. I'd never seen a kitten as beautiful as this white tabby with blue eyes. We quickly formed a strong bond. We were practically inseparable and had a connection that I'd never had with any animal before. He loved to play with the bugs he found, so much so that he used them as toys, hence his nickname, Bitchin', from the Spanish for little bug. Time went by, and as we grew, that bond grew stronger and stronger. By the end of May, the following year, one day I decided to leave home and go to my partner's house to spend a few days. But something told me that I shouldn't leave. I had a strange feeling that it had to do with my cat. When I was leaving in the living room, I turned around to see him, and he was staring at me. There was something I felt at that moment that I'll never forget. Like a sense of goodbye or an alert that something's going to happen. Being skeptical at the time, I decided to ignore it and left. The early morning of June 1st, I remember that I was having a hard time falling asleep. But when I finally managed to fall asleep, I dreamt clearly that I was walking around my city, going from place to place. Till at one point, I got to my neighborhood and the neighbors told me that there was a cat. Specifically, my cat. It was looking for me, asking for help on the roofs of the neighborhood. In the dream, without knowing where it was, I went to one of the roofs, and there it was. Climbed some stairs, took it down while the whole neighborhood was watching. I was carrying it like a baby, and I woke up. I told my now ex-girlfriend that I dreamed something strange, but that I didn't want to manifest anything, and that I wanted to go home and go be with my cat. When I got home, I called him as usual. He didn't answer. He was nowhere to be found. He wasn't on the roofs nor hiding in the rooms. And it was then that we realized that something had happened. Until the neighbors told me that there was a kitten that was dead in the same corner of the dream where I was looking for him. And indeed, it was him. The shock and sadness were, well, it was too much. Until I remembered that I had dreamed in the early morning, and there I fell automatically, and I thought, I came to say goodbye. All the sadness and despair of the situation almost disappeared completely. Since then, I believe more than ever. And I couldn't stop believing since then. I really found comfort with the memory of that dream, and since then I could never really be skeptical about death or anything dreamlike like that. It really helped me to go through my grief in a way that I'd never gone through before. not sure if this was paranormal or not. I have no idea what it was. To start, I don't know if you guys consider this paranormal or not. It's definitely unexplained. I may try to go back to this place and take pictures around the same time the event from last night occurred to see if anything shows up. It's seriously a bunch of cornfields, so I don't really know what it could have been. So, we, being my husband and kids, had something kind of strange happen last night on our way home. We live out in the country, and we're kind of just taking the back way home from town to go most things like groceries, pharmacy, gas stations. It's about 10 or 15 minutes from our house. We were about 5 minutes from home and only had a few turns left. The road we were on had cornfields on both sides, and occasionally there's breaks for houses and driveways. I had the bright lights on, and I was looking straight ahead when something sort of caught my eye on the left side of the road. Also, I'm always extremely kind of cautious. I have this fear of hitting deer. There. So my eyes went to the left side of the road, and I don't even really know what I saw. It looked like this large, transparent yet glowing rectangular shape. Sort of hazy looking. The weather was clear around 9:30 p.m., and immediately after I see this small thing, I guess, dart across the road insanely fast. Thought maybe it was just my eyes. I didn't immediately say anything. But right then my husband says, "I think I just saw something." I said, "No, you didn't. I did too." And then at the same time we both said, it was like a glowing rectangle. We honestly couldn't believe that the other had seen the same thing. We continued to talk about it and make jokes about it being Sasquatch or aliens, but it was wild. After talking about it, we both remember seeing a mailbox on the same side of the road, but it was like you could see through this rectangle. It was perfectly rectangularly shaped, but transparent. Neither of us have ever seen anything like this, and I've driven that road hundreds of times. And I actually hit a deer right around the same spot one time, too. Wasn't even going to say anything and just chalked up to my eyes and an animal running across the road, but didn't even see the thing run across the road. He was still staring at the strange glowing rectangle. To add, after driving a minute or two more, when we looked to the right, there were lights in the sky that we didn't think it was a plane at first. It was kind of particularly low, and the angle. But it slowly took off. It was just kind of strange how low it was. There had been crop dusting this past week, but they do that during the daytime. Never seen it done at night around here. Nowadays they're doing that with drones, I hear. And at night, because during the day people are throwing sticks in them. My first and only paranormal experience. This must have been the summer of 2022. That's when my friend had asked me to dog sit for her. She had a nice job dog sitting for a super rich family. I had to cover her, that was because she was going out of town the next day. So I came over and she started showing me around. So I meet the dog, Hector. I don't think he liked me very much. And I also knew that I'd be staying the night, so I brought a bag, which my friend said that I could take upstairs. So I went upstairs and I saw the huge master bedroom with my friend's stuff in it. I assumed I'd just take one of the many spare bedrooms down the hall. So I found a nice room, I put my stuff on the bed. After she showed me around, we just kind of chilled with the dog, so, he got to know me. But he was still being so goofy with me. Sorry for so much exposition, the story doesn't really make sense without it, but spooky stuff is happening soon. So that night, we head up to bed, which is when my friend told me that we're gonna just sleep in the same bed because no one on the others are maids, so I go into the room that had my stuff and I grab it. I've had a weird feeling this entire time at the house. I'm pretty much in touch with my surroundings, so I can sense when there's another presence. Couldn't get the pit of my stomach to go away. Nothing notable happened until the next afternoon. I'm officially alone in the house. but my mom was picking me up to go shopping around noon. So I'm running around trying to find my favorite pair of sunglasses I brought with me. So I think, maybe I should check that back spare bedroom. So I go in, look around a bit, and I walk out of the room. As I cross through the threshold, there's a clatter on the floor. My sunglasses. It was impossible for them to have fallen from anything because they were in the middle of the floor. They would have needed to be thrown or dropped by something. I'm freaking out on the inside, so I say thank you, and I bolt out of there. I'm crying outside because I've never had anything paranormal happen to me. And also, it's just so creepy. After my mom drops me back off an hour later, I decide that I need to check out the room. And at this point, the dog's glued to my side as I go upstairs. This dog starts acting weird. And when I head to the end of the hall where the spare bedroom was, the dog literally stood in the doorway and wouldn't let me pass, which is how I knew this was paranormal. I tried to inch past the dog, but it starts going crazy and barking and growling in the middle of the room. Ran downstairs, and that was basically it with the spooky stuff. Those were still pretty much, not really pretty much. I was really scared, but nothing else happened other than the dog waking up in the middle of the night. I dreamed about my aunt who committed suicide the night before her funeral. Man, these last couple stories are heavy. I was never really close with this aunt. She wasn't technically my aunt. I don't know how it works, but she dated my mom's brother since I was around 10. She was not well her last few years. She had 2 kids with my uncle and took care of my 2 other cousins from a previous marriage. Anyways, I never was close to her, which made this dream so bizarre. The night before the funeral, I had this very vivid dream of her. Now, when she died, she was a very skinny woman. And in this dream, however, she looked how she did before her gastric bypass surgery. Kind of on the thicker side, you would say. I was in a field with her, and in the dream, I knew she was dead. We spent a moment looking at one another and asked her how she was doing. She said she was fine, which was a typical response from her. She was very low energy and low excitement. Then I looked around the field, and monarch butterflies were flying around the field. Then I woke up and immediately told my mom. Flash forward to the funeral. It's an open casket. I'm in line waiting to view her. And I'm also in line to greet the family. There were poster boards they had made lining the walls, and I started looking at all of them. I caught sight of one and immediately broke into tears. It must have been some kind of photo shoot that she had done because she looked very posed in it. My mom saw and asked me what was wrong. So I pointed at one of the photos. I said, "That's how she looked in my dream." And there was monarch butterflies all over this poster, and I tried to compose myself before I saw the family, and my mom immediately told me I needed to tell them, which I thought was completely inappropriate. It's one thing if I was closer with them, but I wasn't that close. That, and it just seemed inappropriate in front of the rest of the people here. That didn't stop my mother. She walked right up to her brother and told him. I don't think he's one to really believe in ghosts or supernatural things. But after she told him, tears welled up in his eyes. He looked at me and said, those are her favorite pictures of herself. That very much solidified to me that I couldn't have just had some random dream about her. I'd never seen those pictures, and I never knew that those were her favorite. I couldn't even tell you how old she was when, she took her life. I still don't understand why I was the person that she had come to, why I had that dream, and I still remember it so vividly. The Conjuring experience before it was released. Alright, so I'm new here, but after seeing a few posts, I wanted to share a story of mine. I have multiple. I come from a very religious family. My mother is especially religious, but comes from a childhood of turmoil and torment. I am also religious, but not in the same way that she is. I think she often uses religion to try and let go of the past that she was forced to live. I also think that she carries baggage and negative spirits with her that have set up camp in our household. I absolutely believe in the spirit world. That's because I've experienced it many times. It was the middle of the school year, and I was around 13 years old. I was lying in my bed texting people on my LG ENV3 before I fell asleep. I decided I'd put my phone down and try to get some rest before the next morning. At the time, I'd leave my bedroom door open and turn my mother's bedroom light on. I've always been afraid of the dark, even now. My mother and 2 cats were the only other household members home at the time, and they were all downstairs watching TV. Shortly after I closed my eyes, I heard someone clap twice in my mother's bedroom, and immediately I froze in terror. It was someone other than my mother and 2 cats inside the house. I called my mother on her phone so as not to alert the intruder and told her that there was someone else in the house. She said, "Sweetie, no one's in the house besides us. The alarm's on, and it's been on for hours." I begged her to come check her room and alleviate my fears. She finally agreed. She checked everywhere in her room, under the bed, in the closet, in the master bathroom. But she was correct. No one was in the house besides us. From that night forward, I slept with my door closed. Fast forward 1 year. I'm again alone in my bedroom, but this time with the door shut and my lights completely turned off. I had overcome my fear of the dark and decided that maybe the clapping I had heard from my mother's room a year ago was just a figment of my imagination. I had moved my twin-sized bed off of its frame and onto the floor under the larger window at the rear of my room. It was again the middle of the school year. I needed to get my rest for the next morning. As I was attempting to drift off, I heard the same 2 claps I heard the year prior. This time, the claps were directly beside my head on the floor next to me. I didn't call for my mother, and I did not move. I laid there completely frozen. I don't remember when I finally drifted off or if I was even able to, but I haven't encountered those claps again in the past 9 years. Roxanne situation. I can't hear that name without the song playing. In the winter of 2005, I came into contact with a woman who claimed her house was haunted, named Roxanne. That was while producing a documentary entitled Life After Death. I won't share her last name for her privacy. Backstory. Roxanne lived in Wappingers Falls, New York, with her adult daughter. One day, while visiting the local cemetery, she saw the maintenance staff removing the old iron gates from the cemetery entrance. She inquired about purchasing them. After acquiring them, she promptly had them installed as driveway gates to her home. It was at this moment forward her life was changed forever. She believes that this new entrance to her property was literally becoming a gateway to the afterlife. Roxanne had numerous stories of strange happenings that have occurred in her home. She has numerous EVP recordings and photographs to back up her claims. Today, I'll share what's her most chilling tale, in my opinion. One night, Roxanne and her daughter were about to turn down for the night. She was in bed with her door closed. Suddenly, she heard loud footsteps running from up her stairs. She described them as being very heavy-sounding, like a large man in work boots. She sat up and braced herself, expecting the door to her bedroom to be kicked in as she thought her home was being invaded. The door was never kicked in, but she was suddenly grabbed by her hair by an unseen force. She was thrown to the mattress. She could feel the weight of this man as he got on top of her and pinned her to the mattress. Hearing her mother's terrified screams, Roxanne's daughter rushed into the room and witnessed her mother being pinned to the mattress and struggling to get free. She claimed she could actually see the indentations after the man's knees on the mattress as the two women struggled to free Roxanne from this horrific situation. After several terrifying moments of struggle, the weight was finally released. Roxanne was able to sit up. Back in 2005, after filming Roxanne when she was... Back in 2005, after filming, Roxanne... Forgive me. Skipping that. I spent approximately 10 hours at Roxanne's house on 2 separate occasions to see if I could witness some of these strange happenings for myself. The experience I had in her house started very brief ghost hunting efforts in the years that followed, and a few places I was privileged enough to visit in those years, I can hands down say that Roxanne's home was and is the most active. Why do I still dream about my old home? So a house I had lived in from the age of 9 to about 16 was haunted, I'm fairly sure. Things happened all the time. I always felt watched when I was on the second floor. Noises would come from nowhere up there, and my brother's room always just felt off. He was about 5 or 6 at the time, and through the course of the whole time we lived there, he'd flat out refused to sleep in his room. He'd always wake up at night and go downstairs wailing. Not to mention, when we moved in, my parents said that 666 was painted on my bedroom wall, and no matter how many coats of pink paint they put over it, it still bled through like it was freshly painted there. So that's cool too. You need primer. So the dreams. I used to argue that it was just the fact that I'd lived there during such a formative chunk of life. So my background and my dreams would always be set there. The thing is, whenever I'm dreaming of that place, I'm always searching for someone or something. I had a dog that died when we lived there, and sometimes I dream that I'm trying to find her. I have the knowledge she's gone and that she's in her yard rotting. I don't know why. If I'm not searching for her, I'm making my way to the stairs that lead to the second floor. We had a blanket blocking the stairway because we used it so little that my parents didn't want all of our heat to go upstairs and leave us cold. With each dream, I'm getting closer to the blanket, and dread is in my stomach. Like I know the minute I move it, somebody will be at the top of the stairs looking down at me. I finally reached the blanket, and to my relief, when I moved it, no one was there. But the relief was short because the very last dream I've had is that I moved the blanket and the door to my bedroom, which you can see about half the door from the bottom of the stairs, slowly begins to open. I haven't seen who or what is opening the door, and honestly I'm scared to see. I don't know why I'm having these dreams and why they're so realistic and exactly the same, each with me going a bit further. Perhaps the scariest part of it all is that I'm not even scared of that house anymore. I miss it. I feel so much homesickness for it now. I used to never want to go back once I had moved out. I'm beginning to have thoughts of asking the landlords to let me know when it's vacant again so I can have it. I feel almost jealous that people are living in it right now. I don't even live in that town anymore. I don't know if anybody will take this seriously or even knows why I feel this way or why I'm having these dreams. But does anybody else have something similar happening to them? And what do I do? My late grandfather and the strange messages from nature. He died this year in July, after me, 26, graduating from night school. I always thought of him to be somebody who never dies. Well, I didn't visit my grandparents that often because I thought he always would be there. A few days ago, I lost my phone and I was frantically searching for it. Out of desperation, I looked to a photo of my late Nano. I asked out loud. I cannot speak Spanish, but I'm willing to be made fun of, so here we go. Nano mi... Oh, boy. Nano mi put... Oh, no. Nano mi putresti aorteri e abo. Let me just fall on my face here. I don't know what that is. But I do know it says per favor at the end. Almost immediately after, I found my phone. It felt too coincidental to be random, almost as if he was there helping me. But that's not all. I've been noticing strange things involving birds and nature. They all seem to circle back to him. For example, the magpie incident. I have a fig tree, the last gift I received from my Nano just 3 days before he passed away. Recently, a magpie perched outside the fig tree and started yelling loudly, almost like it was scolding me. It felt like my Nano was telling me to take better care of the tree. And by the way, I'm terrible at caring for plants, so this does track. When I went to check, I saw bloodied feathers in the ground near it, a pile of seeds, and even a dead dove. It was unsettling, but also felt like a clear message. Pay attention. The robin and the blackbird. A robin died at my workplace recently. I had to bury it there. It felt symbolic, as though something in my life was coming to an end to make way for something new. Around the same time, a blackbird landed near me, just staring as if observing. It felt like another reminder to notice the little things. I agree, bird. I don't know if I'm just noticing more because I'm grieving and thinking about him, or maybe these are his ways of nudging me to take action. Maybe it's both. But these moments feel too meaningful to dismiss. Have any of you had a similar experience, where you felt like a loved one was guiding you after they passed? And honestly, if you have tips on keeping a fig tree alive, send those my way too. You should double check what I'm about to say here, but I'm going to wing it. I did hear that coffee grounds were good for fig trees, if I'm not mistaken. So I lost my mom to cancer recently, then had the wildest dream about her and her family dog. I'm not sure what it means. Any ideas? Let's find out. So my mom had been battling cancer for a long time now. About 15 years ago, she found out she had it. She chose not to get treatment for it because she was afraid that if she did, it would kill her. Fair. And Bailey, otherwise known as my little brother, he was a little ditch puppy, as I call him. I found on my way home from school one day when I was 16. Hold on. Okay. What? Bailey, otherwise known as my little brother, he was a little ditch puppy, as I call him, that I found on my way. Okay, so you're calling your dog your brother. You're being confusing, but that's fine. My problem, I think. So, I call out to him that I found him on my way home from school one day when I was 16 until I took him home to my mother, and that was her Christmas present that year. We had him for 17 years before he died. Wow, that's good. My mother loved that dog with every breath she had, and she even had him cremated so I could bury him. I'm pretty positive that she would have donated me to science, or at least that's what I tell her. And she died on November 13th of 2024, but this is who this dream is about in these two. Now, it wasn't a bad dream, and I only remember part of it, which is the weird part. But I like to remember Mom's body being on a couch, like laying down, but it was in a weird state of decay, sort of. And then, like out of nowhere, Bailey, also in a weird state of decay, comes running from across the house, just screaming, like squealing, kind of like a dog that's not seen its owner in years. You know what I mean. He's just crying so loud that he's stupid excited and stuff and just starts squealing and running around her body. And then, like, when he was doing it, she kind of slowly started to come out of her slumber too. And then they were just like happy there together, squealing for a minute, and then they slowly both stopped moving again. But together this time. It was almost as if they died together this time. It was very disturbing, but very, very, very beautiful thing to see. You know, it was weird, but also made me super happy that I got to witness such a beautiful moment. The most disturbing part was the state of decay in which both of their bodies were in. LOL. I feel like it means something, but I'm not quite sure what it would be. Anyways, any ideas? I don't have any ideas, but it is strangely touching. I think I'm being followed. I don't quite know how to explain it. I was in foster care till I was 10, which so far has been half of my life. I moved around quite a bit into some not very good places. Somewhere before I got adopted, it felt like I had already picked something up. Personally, I hope this can be explained as sleep paralysis, is what it kind of sounds like. I've had auditory hallucinations where it sounds like people are talking either to me or about me. I've been in a state where I was aware of my surroundings, albeit with a migraine attached and a tall hooded thing. All of was just dark robes, and it had no face. I've seen it a few times, but it just kind of stands there and faces my direction as I sleep. If this was the only things happening, I would immediately say sleep paralysis. The physical stuff that's happened, I moved around quite a bit since I've adopted as well, so I'll just refer to the house's numbers. House 1, I've been home alone when the downstairs is flipped on at full volume. That has scared me more than once. My sister's TV has done the same thing, but it didn't jump to full volume. I've heard really loud footsteps downstairs. My siblings and parents heard that too, and they were wondering what it was. We actually called the police, and they found nothing. I could have sworn I saw a little girl run upstairs, but I'm honestly unsure about that one. There are more, but they're rather minor. House 2, seeing a random dark figure in a mirror, then as soon as I catch, it's gone. I heard my dad call out to me from the living room to find that he's not even in the house. My dad did the same, only reverse. I was at school. I woke up to find my TV had parked itself on the ground. To this day, I'm unsure about that one, or how that happened. TV was undamaged, though. Oh, and growling when there was no animal nearby. House 3, I've never really felt alone in the current house I'm in. Even when I'm all alone by myself, I've gone to the kitchen to find shattered glass from a few plates or cups. The current TV still does the weird thing where it turns on by itself, and I've heard the footsteps again. Sometimes it even sounds like there are kids laughing. If it helps, I was born clinically dead, but was able to be brought back and spent the first month or so in the NICU. I don't have much information on that, as my biological mom is dead, and my biological family doesn't mention it month, only that I'm a miracle baby. I was also addicted to drugs when I was born too, so maybe I'm just neurospicy. Any explanation would be greatly appreciated. Ladies screaming and marbles dropping. This is a true story that happened just today, December 16th, 5:30 a.m. Me and my friends rented an air bed and breakfast for a birthday celebration. We live in the city. So for background information, we are on the second floor, and the neighbor involved, they're on the fourth floor. It was 12:30 a.m. We were still being loud, and those neighbors would splash water on us. What? Normal stuff that they do here. From 2 floors up. Okay. We stopped making noise at 4:30. Me and my two friends were sleeping in the living room while our other guy friend was still out on the balcony drinking. We thought it was him making all the noise. It sounded like a ball was hitting the metal barbecue grill, so right after the hanging, or banging, we heard a lady scream in a really high-pitched way. The first time it happened, I thought it was just me hearing things. After a short pause, I heard it again. My friend tapped me because, well, she heard it too. It sounded like there was a woman screaming at us from outside her door. We immediately ran to our bedrooms, telling our other guy friend what we had just heard. Us girls were told to stay in the bedroom and lock the door. While we were being quiet, trying to observe the noises and commotion, we heard the screaming about 2 or 3 more times with pauses in between it, accompanied by some kind of banging. After that, we would hear a few marbles being dropped and being rolled around from upstairs. We would also hear something dragging on the floor. At first, we thought it was someone being abused, but the whole thing didn't make sense. We could hear every single sound being made from upstairs, but we didn't hear footsteps before the screaming started. It sounded like she was in the front of her door the whole time. Secondly, we thought it was the same neighbor that splashed water on us, trying to get us back from being too loud. But that didn't make sense either, because those neighbors lived 2 floors above us. The scream was coming from our floor, and the marbles rolling and the dragging were heard on the floor above us. When we were checking to see who splashed water on us, the 3rd floor apartment seemed empty and the lights were off. We believed that no one was even living on the 3rd floor. My friend mentioned that in an old Chinese culture, marbles were used to detect certain negative energy in the house. We don't know if that correlates to our situation, but every few minutes we would hear the faint sound of the marbles being dropped and rolled into the floor. I can't stop picturing somebody 2 floors above me splashing me with water. While working on Native American reservations. I've been working on 2 Native American reservations for 1.5 years now. On the current reservation, I've not had any memorable experiences with spirits or the paranormal, but last year I had multiple at the other. The first started when I was sleeping in the basement of the house I was in. Due to having not enough rooms, I was laying in the bed trying to sleep. I was unable to due to too much light coming in. I was night shift. As I lay there, I heard a cardboard box with some of my belongings in it drag across the floor. I turned and I looked at the direction the sound came from. I didn't see anything. I got up and walked into the room. Nothing looked out of place, but I couldn't remember if that's where I left it. So I went back to bed, and when I laid down, I heard footsteps above me. I knew that no one else was home. I just ignored it and eventually fell asleep. Later I found out other people heard footsteps in that house, and another person saw a shadow person in the basement. When I came back a month later, I was in a different home. After about 2 weeks, I was laying in the bed on my phone when I heard a very loud knock, knock, knock. It was on my bedside table right behind me. I turned to look, but I didn't see anything. A friend just attempted to replicate on the window and the door, and nothing sounded the same other than that table. Less than a week from then, I rolled from one side of the bed to the other, and as I rolled, I saw an approximately 3-foot-tall, all-black shadow run across the foot of the bed. I asked locals if they knew anything like that, and I was told about Wee-Wella. I'm unsure of the spelling, but they're little people that play pranks. Never had another experience in that home after seeing it. Where I was working, there were many stories of different spirits in different areas of the facility. Late at night, walking around, I always felt I was being watched. One night, I was sitting in my chair when in the corner of my eye, I see a tall, opaque shadow walk into the room. It later on disappeared into the shadow of a door. I let it go as the other person in the room didn't see anything. But then they had to leave, making me the only person in the room. As I look up, I see movement on the blinds. similar to a faint shadow. Tallish man sitting down wearing a hat, and I freaked out and left until she came back. I asked other employees, and they say that corner used to have their table and chair, and that they've seen that man come in many times and sit there. Distinct workplace entities. So I work in a rather haunted couple of buildings. Surprisingly, it's not the building being renovated that's the more haunted one. However, there are a couple of very distinct entities in the non-renovated one. At this point, I've been working at this site as a security guard for a few months at least, and most of the ghosts by now are aware of me and kind of okay with me. I play music, and usually they don't bother me. Occasionally, I will have a night where there's more activity than usual, which at that point I'll usually just stay at my desk and let them do their thing. But there are a few entities that show up a bit more than the others. One of them is entirely audio-based. It's a woman speaking. It sounds like she's having a conversation. I can never understand anything that she's saying, but even my supervisors heard her, and she just talks. She's a pretty chill ghost. Yes, Gecko. Who somehow got into my fridge today. And almost died, but I saved him. I will often see shadow people ducking around corners, so they'll sometimes give me a little bit of a surprise, but nothing too bad. Possibly one of the creepiest entities is the one I refer to as the Tilted Man. He only shows up on the 4th floor, which is where this company has a chapel. Outside this chapel is a hallway filled with crosses because the company is very religious. The Tilted Man is always in the same spot. He's right next to a very specific cross that's different from all the others in the hallway. It is a cross that is made from a couple of pieces of wood debris found from a natural disaster site that killed a couple of teenagers. Weird. I don't know if the Tilted Man is one of those teenagers, but he doesn't seem aggressive at all. The reason I call him the Tilted Man is because, like a lot of shadow entities, he doesn't quite have the specifics of a human form down. If he were to stand up straight, his head would brush the ceiling, which is probably 10 feet up. Whenever I see him, it's always super brief, and it's like his head is tilted to the side like humans normally do when they're confused or concerned. But it tilts so far that his head's upside down. From his shoulders up, his body pretty much makes a complete 180, so the top of his head's facing to the ground, and there's a gap between his torso and head, which is how I can tell his body is really what it's doing. I know which cross that he's attached to, as well as the first couple of months I had to carry charged crystals on me, so the ghost would stop trying to drain me, and even the empty crystals would start to feel hot. Woman in white on a haunted farm in Brazil. My name is Walter, and I'm an enthusiast of supernatural things. I already had some experience that soon I want to tell here, but now I want to tell and show something that just happened to my brother. First, I'd like to say that I'm not so good at English, even though all this time I've been living here. Still taking some classes. I'm originally from Brazil, but I live in Los Angeles since 2015. Okay, let me start. My brother is 7 years older than me. He works for a paper and cellulose company. I think this company is the biggest of one of them in the world, so it has a lot of money, and when it started been building, they started to buy all farms around the city and surrounding cities to plain eucalyptus, or plant. For those who don't know, they make paper with eucalyptus wood. My brother works driving the big tractor, and I don't even know the name in English. It has something like claws to stack the eucalyptus trunks. He works in a rotating shift, sometimes day, sometimes during the night. He told me once that some farms are old. They have cemeteries, and the eucalyptus plantation surrounds the cemetery. Sometimes he works at night close to it. He doesn't like to work close to the cemetery. Well, last week he was working at night in one of these farms, very haunted according to some of his friends that already saw some weird things. It was a crew of 4 3-machine tractors and 1 mechanic to support just in case one of the tractors breaks down. Now let me say exactly what my brother said. He said he was working and the mechanic was close to him inside the truck. My brother was watching him. He notices that he was acting weirdly. He was inside the truck, got off holding the cell phone, and started to walk straight behind the eucalyptus stacks that we can see in the picture. My brother said he wondered what was going on and thought he went behind the stack to poop or to pee. Okay, so my brother got off the tractor to talk to the mechanic. He said to my brother that he was in the car when he suddenly saw someone walking. He focused his flashlight and saw the woman and took the picture. She kept walking, and the moment that my brother saw him walking, the guy said he put his cell phone to record and went after her, but she disappeared. I love this picture because it looks so clear, and I like it more because my brother was a witness. Join us on Paranormal M for tales that'll keep you on the edge of your seat. Subscribe now and stay tuned for mysteries that'll captivate your soul. Get ready to uncover the unknown. I don't know the name of what I was dealing with. A few years ago in 2019, a friend of mine was going through some paranormal oppression by something that he had brought onto himself. He did so by making a shrine in his closet and praying to whatever it was. He described this spirit as a man with no face and a top hat. My friend performed self-harm on himself because he said it told him to. When he did this, it was years ago, and he had been dealing with it up until he asked me and another friend for help. We went to a friend's apartment before we went to his parents' house. That's where he had conjured this being. He alerted my other friend that the demonic presence was there looking at him. At that specific time, we were around 8 or 10. Or rather, we were around 8 or 10 other people. Nobody saw it, not even me, but I felt that heavy feeling on my shoulders. We went to his house to try and find the root. This was before I knew he had prayed to it. Well, prayed to it in his closet. So I went in uninformed a bit. The friend having the issues took us up to his room, and as I walked in, I saw a hand-painted picture of the likeness of Jesus Christ. It was, in fact, not Jesus Christ. I could just feel it. So the oppressed friend is walking around freaking out, and the friend helping me pulls out her Bible. We're Christians, and believe that this was the best way to get rid of such an entity. Before she begins to pray, I walk close to the open closet. I don't remember moving back at all, but I ended up against the dressed, well, I'm assuming they mean dresser, good 7 or 8 feet away from the closet, so pretty much on the other side of the room. I felt this overwhelming fight or flight, and since you can't physically fight demons, look at me trying to save face and masculinity, I left the room. They both came down after. The oppressed friend was fine, and the friend that took over after I left had physical tears coming out of her eyes. A few months later, we reconnect with said friend, and he says that he's accepted that this thing will be in his life, and he's done trying to wish it away, as he put it. I don't know what that thing was. Never saw a physical manifestation, but it bothers me. Still put the fear of God in me, for lack of a better phrase. If anybody has had a similar experience, no matter how big or small, please let me know what you experienced. Maybe there's some sort of connection. I heard a laugh in my room. I'm still pretty scared from last night, and I kind of need to talk about it with people who may understand. Very few experiences have left me as shook as this one. I'm a 21-year-old male. So before anything, I'm going to confirm that we do have at least one ghost in our house. It's a woman, and several neighbors have confirmed seeing her. She's the grandma of Mom's boyfriend, nearly 60-year-old male. He's claimed to have felt her as well. Me and my mom have also seen a shadow go from room to the bathroom and vice versa. With that out of the way, let's begin. It's around 4 a.m. I had just finished taking a shower. Everyone's asleep. My family, the neighbors, everyone. My neighborhood sleeps like a log. I enter my room and I head toward my bed. But then I heard a woman's laugh. It felt as if she was in front of me, sitting on my bed even. I thought to myself, okay, no biggie, maybe she's amused at something. I know she's not inherently harmful, just overprotective over Mom's boyfriend. So I turned on the bedroom lights and laid down, trying to sleep and act like it didn't even happen. Unfortunately, an hour passes and I haven't fallen asleep. Mom's boyfriend wakes up and turns on the TV. After another bit of not sleeping, I go out and I start talking to him about the laugh. He tells me to just pray. It should be over. But then I mention how that hasn't helped much before and describe my experience with similar stuff as a kid. There is a flicker of light in the balcony, and that light has been dead for years. It never turns on. Part of me is afraid and points it out, but I keep talking about my experiences. The light flickers again, and this time I'm a bit more scared, but I want to keep talking to my mom's boyfriend so he understands why praying isn't much of a comfort for me. And then the light flickered a third time. Immediately, I told him and decided to leave to my room. My body has chills all over, and all I could feel was fear and dread. There was nothing else, just sleepiness and fear. 30 minutes had passed and the chills still hadn't left my body. I had to sleep with the lights on. I was too freaked out to try and sleep with them off. Friend, foe, I don't know. We recently moved houses. Our new house is kind of old. It was built in the 1970s. When we first moved in 2 weeks ago, the light in our daughter's room kept getting turned on when she wasn't home. We just shrugged it off and, we thought, well, this house is old. Maybe it's a bad wire or something like that. Well, today I cleaned her bedroom before going to work. By the time my husband got home from work, there was this thumbtack, or rather thumbtacks, all over our bedroom floor. I didn't even know we had thumbtacks. Also, our security camera was turned around to face the wall. Our cats have also been growling at the bedroom door since we have been keeping it closed now. My husband and I are both believers in ghosts, but he didn't think anything of the situation until today. But me, having experienced things like this my entire life, I remember being around 8 or 9 and all the drawers in my dresser flew open so fast that everything fell into the floor. Then again, when I was a teenager, my bedroom closet was always cold and I was too scared to go into it. What are the chances that something has followed me my entire life and is now maybe taken to my daughter? Whenever I talked to my mom about the scary stuff growing up, she told me to just ignore it and not to talk to it, like she knew. I'm growing concerned about it since I'm now pregnant with her second daughter. And they're going to be sharing a room eventually. Is it me? What? Was it my mom? Like, what do you even do in the situation? I'm fine ignoring it, but with my husband and children now in the loop, I don't know what to do. My daughter ran out of her bedroom because her pile of clothes moved. I haven't mentioned anything that's been going on to her, so we wrote it off as a possible spider. But we also started thinking about really what we had when we moved that might have moved from the garage to inside the house. It's silly to think that maybe it's the grandparents that we have ashes for. They were once stored in the garage in a box and made their way inside. One of my coworkers told me to leave a Scrabble board on it, or a deck of cards out for the spirits to see if they wanted to communicate in a safe way. We've also recently captured my husband's desk chair moving on our security camera. That's while we were both at work. Still not really sure what to do. I'm too pregnant to move again, and I can't afford to break a lease. Maybe the spirits will simmer down over time. Hopefully. My strange encounter with the black UFO. This happened to me approximately 15 years ago. I've tried to rationalize what happened to me so many times over the years and convince myself it never happened or that I was dreaming. But each time I do that, I keep coming back to how well I remember things about that day. I remember exactly what I was wearing. I remember the exact feel of the chilly breeze against my skin that day, and I remember the feeling of the cold stone step I was sitting on. I never remembered a dream with such clarity. I had a bad childhood, grew up very poor. When this happened, I was maybe 17 years old. So between 4 and 5 p.m. on an autumn evening, and I just had one of many huge arguments with me and my grandmother and my brother, I'd left the house in anger. I sat down on the step outside to get away from them. Pretty much as soon as I sat down, I looked up into the sky above the houses opposite where I lived. I saw this huge black thing was silently hovering overhead. I've tried and tried over the years to be able to describe it better than a thing, but I just can't. I've tried drawing it, and again, I just can't seem to get it right. You know how a stealth aircraft has lots of angles to it? That's the closest thing I can compare it to. Except it looked like no human aircraft I've ever seen. It looked as if it had windows on the front, and I definitely got the impression that just as I was staring at it, transfixed, whoever or whatever was inside of this thing was scrutinizing me as it hovered motionlessly. It was silent, and it was just hovering in the sky above me. I have no idea how long I stared at it for. It could have been a long time or just a few seconds. But I remember I felt absolutely no fear whatsoever during any of this. Only a sense of astonishment at what I was seeing and wondering if anybody else was seeing what I was. I don't remember seeing any other people on the street at that time, nor any vehicles passing. And that's my story. I have no memory of what happened after I saw it, nor do I remember taking my eyes off of it. I'd forgotten about the whole thing for a number of years until a random conversation with my girlfriend somehow made me remember it. I've since researched the strange and paranormal and read somewhere that these types of encounters can occur to younger people, or those who are going through periods of heightened emotional stress. I realize people are going to call me crazy or mock me for what happened, but I know what I saw, and I'd be very interested to get opinions. Childhood experience, thought I was crazy until my mom confirms years later. When I was about 7 years old, my family moved to this old house. The day we moved in, I was holding a snow globe because it was fragile and special to me. I didn't want it to break in one of the many moving boxes. While walking to the house holding it, I remember thinking, I wonder what the snow feels like in the globe. Before I finished the full thought, it shattered my hands. When I told my mom this, she didn't believe me. She thought I just dropped it. This was the first thing that scared me about this house. The bigger concern is what I kept seeing. This house had a large backyard, and behind our fence was train tracks. My room faced them, and every so often I'd see a shadow of a man just standing there. When I went to get my brothers to look, he'd be gone. There was one night I was woken up to a strange, repetitive sound. I slowly turned my body to face the room. There I see a shadow man sitting on my floor. He sits cross-legged, one hand there is a piece of wood, the other's a knife. He sits there whittling. I remember tears forming in my eyes. I'm scared and I don't know what'll happen to me. I don't want to scream in fear. He'll hurt me before my parents could help me. I close my eyes tight. I'm not sure how long I stay awake, but eventually the whittling is like white noise and I fall back to sleep. When I wake up, I see wood chips on my floor. I run to my mom and I tell her what happened last night. She told me it was a bad dream. I show her all the wood chips on the floor. She makes some excuse, maybe the dog brought it in. She doesn't really believe me at all. Over time, I think maybe she's right. This is crazy. I'm crazy. I just let it go. A few months later, we move. Years later, I'm an adult now, and my mom brings up that house. I told her I hated that house, and it scared me. She says that she knows that's why we only lived there for under a year. She finally admitted that she also had encounters there, and when I had my encounter, she knew it was time for us to leave. She didn't want to scare me and thought it was better me not knowing. Well, it was better me not knowing I'm able to connect with ghosts and spirits like her. I'm unsure what intentions that spirit had, good or bad. For years, I felt alone and crazy. At least now I'm able to talk to my mom freely about my experience. My most recent encounter. My house is on an island where the War of 1812 took place, and the locals said that there are few battles were fought around the subdivision that I live in. The house is a decent size for me, my spouse, and our golden retriever. The house has wooden floors. We've a tradition of changing the orientation of our living room, and this year was the same. When we were changing the orientation, we found some old toys and balls that our dog maybe must have gotten into the weird spots, and like every dog, our dog also loves playing with them, but hates playing fetch. Weird. So we got them out for her, and she would play with them during the day and leave them out. She, being the dog, they know that I hate toys in the bedroom, so she never brings it in there. Now it's been about 2 weeks since she's had her balls, but last night I got woken up by a noise. It sounded like somebody dropping a ball on the floor. Picked them up and started bouncing off the floor. The thing is, when and if you drop a ball, it bounces and, well, the frequency starts slowing down. I think it's the opposite. Because it'll start with a higher bounce and then it would get more frequent until it stopped. But now I'm being pedantic and tripping over myself. But this noise was like if somebody had a tennis racket and was bouncing the ball off the floor and it was constantly bouncing. Thought that my partner would have woken up early and was playing with the dog, but when I heard my partner sleeping and then I saw that my dog was also asleep next to my bed, the noise is still there. So I decided to turn the light in the kitchen from the phone, and the moment I turned the lights, the noise stopped. It was like somebody holding the ball, and then the ball dropped. Went outside in the kitchen to see what was going on, and I see nothing but a single ball in the sight. No one else either. I then checked all the doors and windows to see if anybody could have broken in. I set the alarm before we went to sleep, and if somebody opens a door or window, it would have sounded like, well, the whole alarm in the house. I didn't think of it anymore as I was tired and I went back to sleep. The next morning while drinking coffee, I went around to check where all the balls were. I couldn't find any in the whole house. Checked all the corners, under all the furniture, and even the garage. Not a single ball to be found. I moved to this town about 7 years ago, and all my previous experiences were at my business. This was the first time at the house. Ghost/nightmare story. This happened in my early 20s, and to this day I can't fully explain it. It started with a disturbing dream my mom had the night before. Her boyfriend at the time, who worked as a security guard at a local hospital, they shared what happened the next morning. left us both shaken. He told me that around 3 or 4 a.m. he was up early, getting ready for work. He was sipping his coffee and half watching random shows on TV when he began to hear whispering. At first it was faint but distinctly aggressive, almost like it was right outside the front door of the apartment. Confused by the timing and the tone, he got up to check. But as he approached the door, the sound stopped. Thinking it was nothing, he went back to his coffee and TV. Then it happened again. This time the whispering was louder and clearer. It was unmistakably coming from right outside the front door. Feeling a mix of curiosity and irritation, he moved quickly to open the door and look around, but again there was nothing. No one in sight and no sounds. He shrugged it off as odd, but not impossible, until it happened a third time. Only this time there was no whispering. Instead, he heard a deep, guttural man's voice almost yelling, and it was coming from my mother's room. Panicked, he ran to her room, swung the door open. My mom was laying in bed, speaking in a man's voice that he couldn't recognize. The words were kind of garbled and unintelligible, but the tone was dark and commanding. He flipped on the light, shouting at her to wake up. She eventually did, shaken and confused. She told him she'd been having a nightmare about a shadowy figure trying to force itself on her. She described the figure as something dark and menacing, unlike anything she'd ever dreamt before. As her boyfriend was telling me this the next day, they were both sitting in the apartment kitchen. He was just reaching the part about the yelling when suddenly the lights in the kitchen went out, except for one. Timing was too perfect to dismiss. Both of us froze, adrenaline spiking. Without even saying much, we grabbed our things and left the apartment in a hurry. When we came back later, everything was normal. All the lights were working fine, and nothing else strange happened after that. To this day, I can't help but wonder what exactly was going on that night. I get chills retelling this one to this day. An unnerving feeling. It was so strange he had promised my mom not to tell me about it. Glad he did, but just leaves me with questions. My imaginary friend I apparently had. Most of what I'm going to type is based off of things my sister and parents have told me. When I was around 7 or 8, me and my siblings lived in a not-so-nice 2-story house. It was in a really bad part of town where the crime was prevalent enough to where we didn't leave our front and backyard when we were playing. It was a white brick house, very basic, built in the 50s. My sisters are 2 years apart from me, and one older and one younger. We're pretty close. We always played together, Xbox, toys, board games. But my sister tells me that there were times when I'd be playing by myself in my room, and even sometimes around the house, which, in and of itself, really wasn't too strange. From child to adult, I always enjoyed my alone time. The part where things take a more strange turn is apparently when I wasn't always playing alone. My sister said I'd talk about a friend, and his name was James. He was described by me as a boy around my age, wearing a sailor costume. Around my height, a bit taller. He was friendly, for the most part. The details of the behavior between he and I elude me, and always have. To be honest, I hardly even remember him, if even at all. I think what I do, at least, quote-unquote, remember, is just memories of the stories I've been told about him. I don't ever really recall this imaginary friend. My older sister always told me that when I was mad at her, I'd go play with James. I'd go upstairs and shut my door and continue my play and talking as if there was someone in there with me. I always just crossed this off, as maybe this imaginary friend, of course. My whole life, even into adulthood, I've had a very active imagination. Why wouldn't it just cross off as just that? The strangest thing about this whole ordeal is that when we moved from that house, my family said that I was the last one out. I apparently stayed in the porch for a second and said goodbye to James. We drove off after about 15 minutes and I fell asleep. From then on, I've never really remembered him. If it wasn't for my sister telling me all of this, and my parents supporting it, I would have literally never thought about it. Imaginary friend encounter? Well, either way, it's a strange thing that happened, and I felt that I should tell the story here. A stray cat protected us. What happened to me may actually be a paranormal event. I will tell the full story, and I do not intend to embellish or dramatize the events. I'm hoping that somebody can tell me if it was actually paranormal, and if so, what kind of entity it is, or was. This event happened about a year ago, and as usual, I was awake at home late at night watching videos. The video was about hidden messages on old vinyl that you can hear if you played it backwards. I watched the video out of curiosity, but because I believed in ghosts and demons, not so much. But anyways, I listened to the recording over and over until suddenly the power went out. Although I didn't believe in the paranormal, the situation with the context of the content I was consuming was quite scary. However, I kept my cool and looked for the cause. Every time I pushed the fuse in the box, it blew out again. I left it for the night and went to bed. The next day after school, I decided to look for the cause again. It was already dark, and I was annoyed that I couldn't at least charge my phone. I remembered that there was a hot plate connected to the balcony, which that might cause a short circuit, so I wanted to unplug it from the power supply. So I went out into the balcony, and I discovered a cat that had recently been pregnant. You could tell by its belly. So I stood in the balcony looking west. The door was behind me, the cat was in front of me. But it wasn't looking at me, it had its back turned to me. It was hissing at something at the corner of the balcony. I knew immediately that it wanted to protect us from something that was on the balcony but couldn't be seen by the human eye. This event repeated itself the following evening, until I finally managed to turn the power back on. The cat stayed there for a few more days before disappearing. About 6 months later, I dealt with the issue described above again. Again, hidden messages, another power outage. Again, the cat was there, but this time it didn't hiss. I can't shake the feeling that this cat was protecting our home twice. If it had only happened once, I think it was just a really, really weird coincidence, but twice under these circumstances and context, I don't know. In any case, I've since reconsidered my attitude toward the supernatural. I asked my family for reports of experiences and have a story or two to tell you, if it's of interest. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I predicted my grandfather passing away. This all started in 2019. Remember, I used to have lots of intrusive thoughts that ended up coming true. Just some minutes after they came to my mind. There's 2 of them that I still remember clearly. My grandfather just got surgery to remove a cancerous tumor. I was helping him at work, and then I thought, what would happen if my grandpa fell? He just went through surgery. And I didn't pay much attention to it. It was a weird, intrusive thought, but then a few minutes after that, he fell. At that time, I used to have quite some intrusive thoughts that came true, but none of them were so specific. After this one, I just started being overly paranoid with whatever I thought. Now we need to go back to Christmas Eve, the day of my last, sort of premonition-like thought. We were having dinner at my dad's house, and I'd have to go to my grandpa's house to pick him up. Then I thought, what if we get there and my grandpa's dead? It'd be like the movies, he died in Christmas. This is such a bizarre thought to have, plus my grandpa was free of cancer already. I was truly weirded out by it myself. I got to his house, he was home, he was alive. Nothing happened that day. We just took him to my dad's house and we all had dinner. Now we've come to Christmas Day. My grandpa went fishing, I'm guessing, in the morning, or finishing, one of the two. He used to do that, and it was nothing weird. Nevertheless, some hours later, my dad called me. My grandfather had died in a car accident 25th of December, 2019, Christmas Day. I was so shocked that I couldn't even react. My feelings were gone, and I just ended up being overly protective and paranoid toward my family and friends for the following year. I didn't want to think. I wanted to erase all of my thoughts. After my grandfather died, I can't recall having more intrusive thoughts that came true. I have a really good intuition still, but that's it. I have to say, most of these thoughts are always related to my grandfather, with whom I actually didn't have quite an amazing bond with. I kind of feel like I had some type of spiritual connection with my grandfather for a whole year before he died, or maybe it was all just a big coincidence. I haven't been able to talk about this with anyone until now. Only my mom and my best friend know. UFO story. The last unexplainable thing that happened to me, before the ghost story I shared earlier, I was around maybe 19. One night around 10 p.m., my stepfather called to tell me that our childhood dog had run away from his town, or rather townhouse on the other side of town. He asked if I could help search for the dog. I agreed. When we got to his place, we came up with a plan of attack. For some reason, I decided to check near an old high school. It was about 1.5 miles from his townhouse. While it seemed unlikely the dog could have made it that far, something just told me to go. I turned onto the service road that led to the two entrances of the school. The road ended in a dead end, so I made a U-turn to head back. As I drove, I glanced up at the stars. That's when I noticed something unusual. A star that was shining far brighter than the rest. I did a double take, and almost instinctively I said out loud, "What the fuck is that?" The moment the word left, the star seemed to react. It hit what I can only describe as a warp drive and shot off into a straight line, disappearing completely from view. It wasn't a shooting star. I know what those look like. Shooting stars don't sit still before launching off like that. What stuck with me the most was the trail it left behind. Hard to describe, but along the short path it took looked like a ring, almost like ones around Saturn. The ring was small, forming from the point of where it was sitting and ending where it seemingly ceased to exist. The ring quickly faded into glowing embers, like the kind you'd see rising from a campfire. I'd stopped my car and was just standing there feeling the adrenaline fade, asking myself, what the fuck was that? Why did it seemingly react to me doing a double take? Why don't I have a dash camera? Still standing outside my car, frozen in disbelief, my phone rang. It was my stepfather asking where I was. I told him I was on my way back to help with the search, still reeling from what I'd just seen. We eventually found the dog, he was just a neighborhood over. But that night when I saw it in the sky, I'll never forget. Because of the shape of the planet, unless you're a flat earth person, that was probably a satellite. That straight line that you're seeing is, well, it's it coming through the atmosphere, and it just looks like a straight line. That's what I think that was. I have this little experience me and my friend had. I wanted to share it. What me and my friend saw. Hi, my name's Fred. I want to share what me and my friend witnessed at 2 or maybe 3 a.m. in Denmark. I know this might sound like bullshit, but it actually happened. And I need to share it to get some peace of mind. I want to share my story, and I want to get it off my chest. My friend and I went into the wilderness of Denmark at around 2 a.m. We climbed up an observation tower and spotted one of the 2 lakes nearby. We decided we wanted to see them up close. So we descended from the tower and started walking through the rough terrain of the bog. Not far into the bog, I noticed a figure standing still. This is when things started to sort of get strange. At first, I thought it was just a sign about the bog, maybe in the shape of a cow. Nice. But when I looked again, the figure had changed. It now appeared to be the size of an average adult man, and its position had shifted. Naturally, both of us started to feel uneasy. We stopped and we stared. And believe it or not, the figure started moving. I signaled to my friend to duck, and we began discussing how to get out of the situation. While trying to figure out what to do, the figure kept changing position and getting closer, then moving farther away again. It was fast, quiet, and moved without a sound. It made strange noises that I can't even describe. When I finally saw it up close, I was horrified. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and I wish I could forget it. Its skin was pale. Its body was horribly deformed too. Deformed to move normally. Too deformed to move normally. But somehow it still moved long, unnaturally thin arms and legs that bent in strange ways. At that point, we decided that we couldn't stay any longer. We had to run. We looked again and the figure was gone. When we stood up, it suddenly rose about 3 meters away from us. It had been right there, only moments before. We hadn't heard a sound or seen it move. We had a standoff with it for what felt like 2 minutes. It was too scared to move. It paced back and forth almost like it was studying us. Finally, my friend and I ran for the car. We jumped in, locked the doors, drove off. We haven't been back since, and we have no intention of ever going back. The Big Black Dog. This happened when I was around 10. I still can't explain it. As background, the upstairs level of our house had a small landing with 4 rooms in close proximity to the stairs. My parents' room on the right, bathroom straight ahead, and me and my sister's room on the left. One day I was standing in the bathroom getting ready when from the corner of my eye I noticed what appeared to be a large black creature on the stairs. I pointed to look directly at it, and I saw a huge fluffy black dog bounding up the stairs. We didn't have a dog at the time, but our neighbors had a big black Newfoundland named Schooner, or Schooner. Anyway, I watched the dog run upstairs and turn right into my parents' room. I assumed that Schooner had somehow gotten into her house. I was worried about her cats, so I ran out of the bathroom, slammed my parents' door, trapping the dog in the room. Then I stood in the landing and I called for my mom, yelling, "Mom, help, I just trapped a huge dog in your room. I think it might be Schooner." Seconds later, she came upstairs. We stood in the landing next to the closed door while I explained what happened. She told me to stay there, and she opened the door, walked in, closed it behind her. About a minute later, she walked out with a sort of cynical look on her face. Very funny. I looked at her confused and said, "What do you mean?" She replied, "There's no dog in there." I couldn't believe it. I told her that was impossible, and then I ran into the room and searched everywhere. My mom was right. There was no dog in that room. We were on the second floor, and the windows were screened and closed. From the moment I slammed the door until I searched the room, I was standing beside the only exit. There's no way the dog could have escaped without me seeing it. My mom shrugged it off, still suspicious that I was playing a trick on her. She eventually blamed it on my active imagination, but that's the only time in my life that I've physically seen something that wasn't there. I know I didn't imagine it. To this day, I have no clue what happened. Was it a one-time hallucination for no apparent reason, or was it a ghost? A glitch in the Matrix, even? Did I cross from one plane of existence into another? I'm a rational person who always looks for rational evidence-based explanations, and I can almost always find one. But I cannot find any rational explanation for that experience. I want to pet that dog. I went to a friend's grandma that's a medium for a hearing because she was practicing, and it's accurate. Hello, I just wanted to start off by saying I never really believed this could be possible. My whole view of the paranormal is that ghosts could be real, and the things that I can't explain that I experienced could likely be something else. But here's where this story starts. I went through 2 losses recently, my mom and my dog shortly after. My friend tossed the idea, like last month, that her grandma is doing readings and she's doing it for free. So I'm like, why not? I'm not wasting money if it's a bunch of rubbish. She saw an older lady. She would describe her as being at peace, so I'm like, that's typical. And then the medium was like, she's with this light-colored blonde dog, and says that she loves this dog. And this is where I'm like, what the? That's when my mom was alive, and she really wasn't much of a dog person, but warmed up to him at the very end. My dog would always be around her and walk up to her with his dog toys and drop them on her lap. So this did raise my eyebrows. And then she goes into detail about how my mom was like pointing at her head. She asked me, did my mom have like issues with forgetfulness suddenly, which my mom cancer spread to her brain and she had a bit of short-term memory loss that affected her till the end. Then she was like, she always see you in the kitchen. She likes to give you hugs in there. And that just kind of made me just quiet. I've been in the kitchen of my house more than ever because I'm taking over her Christmas candy and treats tradition. The last part, which made me super emotional, was the medium asked me if my necklace had a charm that was a reference to my mother. I'm wearing layers on a rainy day in California. The necklace chain might have been shown, but the charm was not. My mom shares a name with the charm, which is why I started wearing it. A lot of it was just like specific like that, which I would have no idea how my friend's grandma would know about the memory loss, since that was just known in the family, and more so my mom and my dad's friends, so of it could have been generalization. Some of it could have been generalization, or informed to her, but I'm still like shocked. Totally. My old house is haunted, I think. I used to live in a town in southwest Florida. It isn't a haunted town or anything, a few twisted, crazy things that happened in the past, but since the population boom, things have slowed down a lot. Now, I was born and raised in that area for 15 years of my life, and I've been told that when I was younger I attracted a lot of paranormal experiences. But it slowed down when we moved to this house in the crappy area of town that we lived in. I don't really know what was in that house, either a ghost or a homeless guy or a raccoon or a demon or a narrator, because that apartment was eerie as hell. I'd hear scratches, breathing, footsteps, knocking on the windows, and noises in the attic growing up there. My parents never heard anything nor saw anything, but I sure as hell did. Even my dog was a bit freaked out by the place. Always avoided the hallway a lot, and my bedroom. I always believed in the paranormal because of that house. And there was this one day that still sticks with me to this day, and still flashes very vividly in my memory. It's been in my head for years, and I just want to know if it might sound familiar, or what I experienced was maybe a ghost or demon. I was in middle school, and I was getting ready for school, tying my shoes in the room, practically ready for the day, and my mom was in the kitchen making me lunch. Then all of a sudden, my chest got heavy, and my room became frigid, like it was shivering cold. Something in my head kept screaming at me to look up, and I did. And there was this giant black, purple, blue, veiny, bony hand coming from my closet. The light in my room started flickering, and I screamed so loud and ran straight out of my room. My mom went to my room to check the closet, and there was nothing there. It wasn't even cold. The light wasn't even flickering. My closet was still filled with clothes and stuffed animals. I'm not sure what that possibly could have been. I've told the story to people before, and I've always gotten laughed at for it because it was probably my imagination. But I was a healthy kid. Always slept well and ate well, and I wasn't delusional. But since that day, I started closing my doors because I still have flashes of that hand coming from my closet door. I think my imaginary friend as a child was a ghost. In my house where I lived from birth to about the age of 5, I had an imaginary friend named Rosie. I remember her having red hair, freckles, and dressing quite childlike. I don't remember her height, and I'll explain why I added that on later, but I used to quote-unquote take her everywhere with me. I'd set her a spot at the dinner table, talk to her for hours, play with her, and really anything you do with an imaginary friend. After I moved out, in my new house, I'd still do all the things I used to do with her, but it's like she wasn't there. My imaginary friend was gone suddenly. I let it go for many years. I ended up just forgetting about her for a while. This is where it gets interesting. As a kid, my dad used to tell me that in our old house he'd be alone and see this teen girl floating around. Just her top half. He didn't have much of a description of her, except that he said she seemed very friendly and kept to herself. He didn't feel uncomfortable in her presence. He saw her while we lived there, and since my aunt moved in after we moved out, he saw her a couple more times house-sitting for her. I always thought he was joking, but one day a few years ago he emphasized how serious he was about this. He told me about the ghost he saw to scare me when I was little, but he wasn't lying according to him. He's typically, quite the jokester, but when he's serious, he's serious. Now as a 20-year-old, I thought a lot about it, and I don't remember my imaginary friend's height nor the age she looked. When I moved from my old house, she didn't seem to come with me. It's quite the coincidence if I just stopped seeing her when I moved in, even though she was like my best friend at the last house. Thought about asking my aunt to stay the night alone and just try to seek the truth, but my aunt and I aren't on speaking terms. I'm also kind of terrified of the dark and haunted things in general. I just really wonder if my imaginary friend was actually a ghost. That'd be really badass. I'm not requesting somebody to debunk this, I just think it's potentially kind of a cool experience. Hotel Ghost. Bit of background. I grew up in a very haunted house, occupied mostly by benevolent spirits. So contact with spirits isn't new to me. My faith has also led me to working lightly with spirits, so this experience wasn't startling or creepy to me. My wife and I recently took a weekend trip to Ashland, Oregon, to get away from the stress of life. We were staying in a recently renovated hotel in an area that has a history of paranormal activity. Though none has been reported at this hotel, it's a chain, so kind of expected. I woke up at approximately 3:30 a.m. I felt extremely warm, despite sleeping next to the AC, which was set to 62. Figured I was just dehydrated. I've been having hydration issues lately, mostly due to stress from work. I rolled onto my back to grab my water cup, and when I felt cool hair hitting my face, I knew it wasn't my wife's hair, as the shampoo has a certain scent, and how she was laying wouldn't allow her face to cover my face. Drank my water, rolled back over, fell back asleep. Next thing I know, I feel a weight behind me over the blanket and sheets. I feel tingling on my leg, which slowly moved up and down. I figured this to be my back issues acting up, and I just tried to shrug it off. Shortly after, I felt the weight on the blankets press harder. My back and stomach got cold, and I felt the hair on my back. Again, I was cuddling my wife, so her hair couldn't have been on my back. After about an hour, the weight lifted from the bed and my body temperature balanced out again. Typically, I'd assume I'd had an episode of sleep paralysis. but I was able to move as I wished, and I didn't suffer from an auditory or visual hallucination. After the experience, and once I woke, I felt a new light in myself. My stress seemed to melt away. It was the most pleasant paranormal experience I've ever had. But I was sure to instruct the spirit not to follow me, just in case I moved my security camera to point into my house rather than outside. If the spirit didn't listen to my instructions to remain at the hotel, I'll be sure to post the videos. "24 hours of premonitions." So this happened a few years ago. I just found the sub and it seems like it fits. It started at a coffee shop. I was drinking a decaf iced Americano. I was at a table near a pool table and I was writing. I imagined the cue ball bouncing off the table and hitting me. About 30 minutes later, it bounced off the table and hit my foot. A little weird, but not too unexpected. I was next to a pool table. Not such a weird thing to imagine, and then have happen. A while later, someone came in. I looked up and thought it was an acquaintance named Bob. Not his real name. I work at a grad school library, and Bob was a student there. But I looked again, and it wasn't Bob. It was somebody else. No big deal. Case of mistaken identity. I left soon after to go have dinner at a nearby burger joint. 30 minutes after, I thought I'd seen Bob, who walked into the burger joint. It was Bob. Okay, a little weirder. The next morning while at work, it was a slow day. The system went down for a short while, and when it came back up, I tested it by typing in a barcode number. 5 digits from the phone number from an old local pizza joint jingle from my youth. About 30 minutes later, a patron came in to check out a movie. And I knew it. I knew what the barcode would be. So I flipped the disc over and checked it. It was the same 5-digit number. Wasn't even really surprised. And that was the last of it. Nothing quite like that has happened to me before or since. Maybe just a string of coincidences, but all 3 in a short time and all specific and small and weird. The part that freaks me out the most is that third premonition. It wasn't a random set of numbers, so this couldn't be that I saw the future. But unless this was a coincidence somehow influencing it. I think somehow that decaf iced Americano had something to do with it. Suspicious. Someone used to talk to me when I was a kid and explained how some things in the world worked. I was born in 2003, so I'm 19 now. I don't remember when exactly it happened, but it certainly was between 2007 and 2009 when I was 4 or 6. There were days when I would make questions about the world around me, which is natural for that age. The thing is I recall at least 2 events in which I made a question, and I don't remember what question I made, but I'm almost certain one of them was about trees. And suddenly, everything around me stopped moving for a very short time. Like if time had stopped except for myself. While the time was paralyzed, somebody would talk to me, answering the questions. I recall on both occasions the voice who answered me was a soft male voice that anybody'd be scared by. That the voice was so friendly that hearing it made me feel in peace. After the voice answered my questions, and I didn't really knew the answers it gave me, so there's no way that I could have just imagined it. Time would return to normal, like nothing happened. Eventually, after it happened the second time, it never happened again. I eventually forgot about it, save for a single occasion that I remembered back in 2012. That was until 2019, when for some reason I remembered those events and never forgot it. Also, in 2019, around October and December, I was in my grandparents' room staring at the night sky. That's when my eyes fixated on a cloud for no reason. It was no different from any other cloud, but it made me curious, so I kept staring at it. Suddenly, a blue sphere of light passed through that cloud in an impressive speed. I didn't manage to look too much at it, but I remember that besides the blue color, it had a bright white core. I'm not sure if this is related to the voice that I used to hear when I was a kid or not. Both my grandparents also had experiences with UFOs when they were younger. My late grandpa saw one as a child, and my grandma was still a baby at the time, but her mother and grandmother saw it. They told her about it. Humming ghost. This happened to me when I was 18. I was laying in bed trying to go to sleep. It was real quiet when all of a sudden I heard this little girl humming, and I have no brothers or sisters. She sounded like she was trying to hum Greensleeves, or the tune to What Child Is This? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I thought it was just my mind playing tricks with me because it was so quiet. But then the humming grew louder. The humming was from a little girl, but the hums were broken as if she was trying to remember a song. So she was trying her best, and it definitely sounded like Greensleeves. My mind panicked, and the first thing that flew out of my mouth was, No, this isn't happening. Nope, not tonight. Jumped out of bed, still saying nope, and putting in a DVD movie to listen to drown out the little girl. I remember saying, Nope, I feel sorry for you, but I can't help you. Leave me alone. After hurriedly putting in the movie, don't laugh, it was the Three Stooges. The old movies, something loud and silly. I literally cranked the volume up to max and got in bed and let the sucker play all night like that. My heart was beating so fast, and I remember just praying the humming would go away. I went to sleep, and it eventually stopped. The next morning, I had to tell my mom. I told her everything. When she asked me what song the girl was trying to sing, I said Greensleeves. I tried to show her how she hummed it. So I began humming. After I stopped, the little girl began humming again, louder, showing exactly how she sung it. My mom's eyes widened and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. After around 15 seconds, she stopped humming. Never have heard the girl again. It's been 7 years. I hope never to. My family has had experiences of ghosts before. I've had paranormal experiences as well. But this case was just terrifying because this ghost acknowledged me. I don't think it had anything to do with the house since it was fairly new. I have heard that in our area there's a ghost of a girl that travels from home to home every so often. My parents' house is haunted. This all began when I was approximately 12. It lasted until I moved out in my early 20s. The first time I ever saw the brown man, I was around 12. I'm not entirely sure, though. I was lying on the living room floor watching TV. I believe it was the middle of the day in the summer. I'm not entirely sure. Gecko. I just remember I was eating and watching TV. I wasn't sleeping. To my left is the hallway with the bathroom on the left side, an office in the middle, my bedroom on the right. Wasn't exactly out of the corner of my eye due to where I was laying, but that's the first time that I saw him. He was tall. He was definitely over 6 foot. I'm not sure, though, actually. He was brown, and you could still kind of see through him. He seemed to have a hat and a coat on. He walked from the bedroom to the bathroom, never turning, looking straight ahead. My heart dropped. I wasn't sure what I saw, but it scared me. So I walked to the bathroom and stood against the wall. I turned to look in and saw nothing. Even brave enough to check the shower curtain, I let it go and never said anything since I really wasn't sure I actually saw anything. Since that incident, I saw him at least 2 more times through the years. Once he walked from the bathroom to the bedroom, but the other was late at night during the summer. We'd been working on the roof to the house, and that night it was storming. I was playing video games on the computer in our computer room, and I decided to look into the living room, and at that moment, lightning flashed. I saw his outline standing in the living room looking toward my parents' bedroom. I didn't sleep for hours after that. I'd never seen him there before. Throughout the years, I would feel a presence in my bedroom at night. It wasn't menacing, but it was heavy. It felt like someone was standing behind me watching me. There were times I had my hair just tugged and I felt it sit on the bed. Thinking it was my cat, I kicked the foot out, but nothing was there. In my 20s, I brought it up with my parents and brother, and they've all seen or experienced something as well. I have more experiences I could post down.
This is Paranormal
if anybody's
M,
interested.
Your home for stories that send shivers down your spine. Subscribe and turn on notifications to catch every chilling episode. Enter, if you dare, any demonic significance of beetle painted on wall.
I've had my fair share of demonic activity all my life. I've been grabbed, seen black figures, had them pass through me and touch me, pull my feet, shake my bed, and move things. I'm not new to this. I recently bought an older home from the 50s. You can usually feel when something's in the house, and this one felt fine at first. I've recorded white mists in the front yard, and somebody walking with heavy boots on the porch, and in the home, balls of light in various locations. I've heard feet with nails running on wood floors. I've heard somebody talking in my ear. Scratching in the dressers by my head. My wife has also seen black figures over our newborn. So we covered all the mirrors. Now our daughter says she's seeing things in the mirror in her room. A black figure in the mirror that was moving around, so she looked at the floor. It moved to the floor in front of her. We've had the house blessed by a pastor, and he seems good. He's even been to the Vatican. He left pictures of saints around the house that he blessed. And after this one night, the front door slammed shut. Ran to check it, and it was open. Closed it, put the locks. That morning when I get up at 3:30 a.m., I noticed the saints were missing. I looked for all the other ones, and they were all gone. I've tried to find out what I can really find about this house. No one has died here. There's no burial ground under it or anything. The only weird thing is the beetle painted on the wall in her daughter's room. It's an outline of a beetle with the head on top and top legs pointed up. We painted over it twice, and it keeps bleeding through all the paints. Thought it was marker at first, but now I don't know what it is. So my question is that, does a beetle have any significance of demonic or paranormal in any way? In certain cultures, yes. Whatever's on the wall is oil-based, maybe. The Unseen Party. To bring in the new year, tonight I bring you the second of 3 strange happenings that occurred at a summer camp I worked overnight security in during the summer of 2007. The overnight security team that season was comprised of myself, my skeptic brother, my best friend, an Israeli international named Sharon? And a Ukrainian international named Ed. I'm going with Sharona. Each shift was usually worked by 3 people up until curfew at 11 p.m., and then only 2 until 7 a.m. when the daytime guys took over. After curfew, we would take turns making rounds around the 110-acre property. Rounds were done alone, as one man was always supposed to be at the gatehouse to answer the phone or open the gate. One night, Sharona mentioned that in the guest rec room, that was situated directly below the guest dining room, he heard strange noises coming from the room above. These two areas were part of the enormous dining hall building. As part of our rounds, we'd have to check, then lock up after the curfew. They explained that the entire building was empty. It sounded like several people were still in there. One by one, each member of the team would go on their night and experience the same thing. Finally, night came. I entered the dark room and stood in the middle of it for a few seconds, and then I heard it. Directly above me, the muffled sound of a large group of people could be heard. Low music, muffled voices, shuffling of feet, as if people were dancing, complete with the sounds of silverware on plates and clinking glasses. It wasn't threatening or ominous, but sounded as if you'd expect a decent-sized party. After a few moments, I checked the rest of the large building to confirm it was empty, then returned to my spot to listen. That phantom party was still going on even if I knew the entire building was empty except for myself. Every single person that worked on the security team that summer had heard the same thing. No matter what night of the week or how late at night, those unseen people had their party, leaving us speechless and without explanation. Unexplained things seen during childhood. When I was about 6 or 5, I was brung into a hospital due to a serious infection and a large cut on my knee. Since I wasn't able to walk without taking a 30-minute break every 10 minutes, I was mostly in the room I was given. Back then, I didn't really have a good relationship with my sister, so she barely stayed in my room. And this is actually where this whole problem started. On about my 3rd night out of my hospitalized stay is when I started experiencing extreme paranoia every time I was in only one room. For some reason, I always thought somebody was just staring at me from the bathroom door frame. I was the 6th, or rather, it was the 6th night that had confirmed my fears. My sister had been watching me when my mom was at work for a few hours. Since it was her fault I even got the infection, I didn't talk to her. I just went to sleep. When I woke up, the TV was off, and only light were the buttons near my bed and on my bed, and my sister was gone. Couldn't really see in the dark, but I could see a silhouette in the doorway of the bathroom. I knew it wasn't sleep paralysis because I could move just fine. So being prone to freezing up when I was scared, I didn't move. The silhouette was shaped in the form of a tall figure. I could barely make anything else out. For what felt like hours, that thing just stood there. After a while, I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but I couldn't. I could feel it staring at me. I tried everything, talking to it, squeezing my eyes shut, calling for one of the nurses or even my sister, and much more. I ended up having to spend the whole night with it staring at me, not being able to sleep or anything. When it was finally morning, I tried to tell everybody about it, and nobody would believe me. They were saying it was just a kid's imagination. Even years later, I think about from time to time, and I get scared over shadows shaped like what I saw years ago. A visit from something during a bath. A few years ago, I was in a bath relaxing, watching a video on YouTube. Very relaxed, actually. Home alone, or so I thought. The bathroom door folds in on itself to open, so there's a slit in the middle you can see through, allowing the door to fold, then slit underneath. It's quite a big slit. It'd go up past your ankle by about 2 inches, I'd say. Anyway, I was in the bath with my phone resting on the ledge of my bath where the taps are, which is right next to the door, so the door is in full view. On my unborn son's life, just as clear as me and you would see each other if we stood in front of each other, I saw a pair of bare feet and the hem of a black swishy dress casually walking past the door. I could only catch this figure from the slit under the door before I registered what I'd actually seen. It had walked past, so I didn't get a chance to look up the middle to see the rest of the figure.
I remember it looking like the feet of a woman, unpainted toes, pale white in color, but not ghostly white, not dead-looking, just pale. At first, I wasn't freaked out at all. I don't believe in these things, so I thought perhaps my sister had come home early and I hadn't heard her come in. That direction this thing walked can only lead to my bedroom, so I called out and jokingly said, "Beeb? Elizabeth, get out of my room." No response. Thought nothing of it. I finished my bath, went to my bedroom to see what my sister was doing. I walked into a completely empty bedroom. I searched the house to find a completely empty house. The front door is still locked and the cameras haven't triggered. Now I'm freaking out. Call my sister. She tells me she's not home, hasn't returned home, and wouldn't be home for a few more hours as she was still in town with my parents. What made me most tense, strangely enough, was how eerie it felt calling out into an empty house thinking I was talking to my sister. I was very on edge afterwards and went downstairs with the television on and waited for my family to return. So, from somebody who has no clue about these things to people who do, what do you think I saw that day? This is the only incident like this I've ever had. I levitated off my bed. Now, this wasn't particularly recent. I'll begin with some background and context. This experience happened to me 5 or so years ago. Throughout my life, I've always had issues with sleep, insomnia, nightmares, and terrible sleep paralysis, all of which would place a negative attachment, especially to my bed. And so I would often sleep in the living room on a spare mattress. Like many nights prior during my high school days, I would stay up way too late, and then I'd struggle to fall asleep. This night was no different, until I would feel myself regain consciousness in a manner similar to how someone nudging you awake would feel. Hope that makes sense. As someone who's experienced sleep paralysis many times, I've been able to sort of recognize it in the moment when it happens. This, however, felt different. I would soon feel my limp body begin to rise slowly in the air. I had really long hair at the time, and I vividly remember the weight of it dangling down toward my mattress. I was aware of what was happening and completely petrified. My heart was beating. It was an astounding rate, really. And the creepiest thing about this experience was I felt this bone-chilling cold, and I had this immense feeling of evil. The best way I can explain it. I felt this overwhelming sense of evilness. Whatever was causing me to levitate did not have good intentions. I remember thinking over and over again, let me go, let me go. After some time suspended in the air, I'd feel myself drop and hit my mattress. Immediately after that, I would spring up and rush to turn on all the lights. It was about 3 or 4 a.m. and I was shaking like crazy. I didn't sleep that night, and for weeks after I slept with the lights on. To this day, I have no idea what happened. The thought of it sends chills down my spine. Anyway, that's my experience. Feel free to leave any feedback. A friend, foe, or simple observer. When I was 6, I moved into this new house built around the 1950s in a big town. Less than 10,000 people. When I was 7 or 8, I started staying home alone. Throughout the summer, I'd be alone from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. most days. Spend my days doing what normal kids in the late 2000s did, which is watch DVD Barbie movies and wash dishes. Activities related for later. While I would be home alone, I could feel something watching me. It wasn't a physical person, but I don't know where a legit paranormal subreddit is, otherwise known as I'm New. When I was on my living room couch and my outside facing sink, I could feel something there staring. like a sixth sense, and my eyes would just wander over for a split second, and I'd turn around at the sink, see it there, blink, and it's gone. Quote unquote, he would always be in the same doorway peeking over the side door frame. He had black leather gloves and brown leather mask. Had no holes divided in 3 horizontal sections. This happened on and off for 2 months. Then I had a breakdown that I was seeing and hearing things. And about the hearing things, I'd be alone in my room practicing piano, and I would hear my name called right at my bedroom door. It'd just be my name over and over again, and I'd just keep leaving my room to see if my parents needed me for something. They would be in the kitchen, or maybe even on the couch. I went through some abuse later, and when I went to the hospital due to depression, I heard my name called out really loudly when I was about to sleep. I went straight to the nurse, and they gave me a pill to help me sleep because I was pretty shook. Never heard it again. Really, I'm just here if maybe somebody could either relate or help me interpret this. If anybody has more questions or needs something explained a little more, I don't know how Redditors do it. Respond. Frank Sinatra's summer house in Palm Springs. This story happened to me on May 22nd, 2022. My wife and I were spending the night at Frank Sinatra's house in Palm Springs. This is the day after our wedding, on a Sunday. We'd been there since Friday. On Sunday night, I had stayed up late and didn't realize how late it was as I was stargazing by the pool, smoking a joint. I decided to go back to the main bedroom where my wife was asleep. I made sure to walk the property, locking any open doors and closing any open windows. As I made my way back to the bed, I walked into the bedroom and checked the time. It was 3:15. I thought, damn, it's late. Close the door, turn around, start to take a step toward bed. The door, as I take my second step, clicks and opens. Now, I know what you're thinking because I thought the same thing. I'm under the influence, and there's a small chance that I didn't shut the door. Debunked. So I turn around, close the door again. But this time I push the door to make sure it's closed, and I lock the door. So, as I think that's the end of that, I just jump in bed, put on cartoons, and get ready to knock out. That's when I start hearing on the glass wall or door that goes in the backyard. I really think nothing of it. I ignore it. That is until I hear a click again. Then I watch the door swing open and slam against the door, and that wakes my wife up. We both freaked out. I searched the entire house for any anomalies. I then went to use the restroom, famous Frank Sinatra broken sink room. And as I'm using the restroom, I hear the clicking of a light switch. Nothing's turning on and off. I think nothing of it, and then my wife proceeds to hear the same thing that she used to hear in the restroom. The rest of the night, we're hearing scratches, knocks on windows, and what sounded like walking on the roof. We told the property management company about it, and they had said it was the first time somebody reported something like this happening. Weird experience. Won't be staying there again by ourselves. My first ghost experience. This took place back when I was 15 or 16 years old, so that would place it in either the summer of 2000 or 2001. My family and I were visiting with my cousin's family in Norfolk, Virginia. My brother and I are close in age with our cousins. I stayed in my younger cousin's room with him and my brother in my older cousin's room. The bedrooms are at the end of the hallway. My brother's room was at the end of that hallway. My bedroom was across from my aunt and my uncle's bedrooms. My parents stayed at the opposite end of the house in the den. It had been many years since we've seen each other, so the first night my cousins and I stayed up after lights out to talk and catch up. During our hours of conversation, he casually told me that the whole house was haunted by a woman. He had a reason why they thought it was a woman, but have since forgotten. He told me that the lights would go out unexpectedly from time to time, and there's strange noises late at night, and the most common happening would be that the TV in the den would turn on in the middle of the night without explanation. I was intrigued by his story. Conversations moved on to other topics, though. In the early hours of the morning, we were still talking. Suddenly there was a loud, heavy-sounding bang that sounded like it came from the kitchen. We fell silent and listened as we heard what sounded like footsteps slowly coming down the hallway toward the bedrooms. The floors were hard wood, and to me, the footfalls sounded like a small child that, was put on their parents' shoes. They kind of slid, then the heel would slap on the floor. They sounded like they stopped right outside her bedroom door. There was silence for a long moment. Then 3 loud knocks, not on her door, but on my other cousin brother's room door. We both sprang up from our beds and flung open the door. My brother and cousin had already had their door open, and they were standing there, but nothing was there. We could hear father's infamous snoring coming from the other end of the house, while my uncle, hearing us all, saying, "What the fuck?" Needless to say, I didn't sleep well that night.
I still don't know what I saw. I really don't know how to explain this, and it still terrifies me 2 to 3 years later. At the time, it was about mid-spring transitioning into summer. My dog Sasha was old and had a weak bladder, so it was my job to make sure that she got let out whenever she needed. She would claw and whine in her cage to let us know. Sadly, she passed in 2022. Back to the original point in the post, though. It was around 3 a.m., which most believe is the witching hour. Now I'm a skeptic about ghosts and spirits, but I do believe in the afterlife. I was just a few feet away from my back porch. Meanwhile, my dog was doing her business as a routine. And I heard her walking. This is like a pretty friendly neighborhood, by the way. Everybody looks out for each other, and we're all pretty acquainted. But no one's ever trespassed on our property. Since we live on a hill and it's a dead end, we get a lot of privacy. They just cleared out the field next to us for some new house being built. So when I saw it, I would say her, because it looked like a woman. But I couldn't tell because it was pitch black outside. I looked at my dog and then back up at the woman and I said, "Hello," and it just stood there, kind of looking at something. Maybe me, but I don't know. It was silent for a while and then it started screaming. The scream is god-awful. And then I had this gut-wrenching, blood-curdling scream. Then it began running at me at full speed. My dog wasn't heavy at all, and by then she had finished what she was doing, and immediately I scooped her up into my arms and ran inside. I shut and I locked the door behind me, put her back in her cage, and ran straight to my bedroom, hiding underneath my covers. I went out there the next morning, but nothing was there. Not even a footprint. Still, a few years later, I don't really know what that was. Been looking for answers since then, and I thought this might be the place to go. I don't expect anybody to reply to this post, truly. Still can't go outside at night anymore past 1 a.m. without my sibling coming with me, or carrying a weapon of some sort. I've been scared since. Please, if anybody uses any sort of answer, really, tell me.
Strange experiences with a mysterious force controlling my life. I need to get this off my chest. Since elementary school, I've noticed patterns in my luck. I could predict when I'd get good grades, like during the designated good grade semester. Minimal effort would yield high scores, but in semesters marked for poor performance, no amount of effort would improve my grades, or when my dad would lose his temper. Back then, I used to picturing someone sitting at a control panel flipping a luck switch repeatedly that affected my childhood life. I often find myself shouting into thin air furiously, demanding answers. "What do you want? I'm not your puppet. When will you leave me alone?" Feels like my entire life is a script written by this force,
and I'm just an actor with no real control. When I do things it permits, in quotes, everything goes smoothly. When I go against its will, I face obstacles and prepare to face punishment to prevent me from doing it again. Here's a recent example. Last year I had a severe cold and went to the clinic. Everything was fine until exactly my turn to see the doctor. Suddenly the computers lost power despite that level still having electricity. So I had to wait a bit longer. And this wasn't an isolated incident. Similar technical issues have happened multiple times when I've tried to see doctors. I can see that it doesn't like me seeing doctors. Another time was the print machine broke down. Once is bad luck, but a series of coincidences that's possibly multiplying, that's deliberate. The hospital incidents are just one small part of this. If I were to create a Venn diagram of all the strange coincidences and manipulations I've experienced, it would be incredibly complex. I guess the hospital incident is a still going thread, so there are so much to share. As a child in elementary and junior high school, I simply observed and followed these patterns. Later, I tried to actively manipulate them to achieve desired outcomes, though it remained challenging. If I knew you, I would have a conversation with you, but I have no comment. Help me understand my psychic ? Girlfriend. Alright. Just to be clear, I've never seen a ghost, never had any sort of paranormal experience. And while I keep an open mind about these sorts of things, I wouldn't say I completely believe in ghosts or the spiritual world. I do have an interest in out-of-body experiences and remote viewing experiments, especially ones conducted by the CIA, but from more of a conspiratorial perspective. Anyway, with all of that out of the way, the strangest thing I've ever seen in my life happened this evening. I'm on the phone in the bathroom, standing in front of the sink to put my contacts in after getting out of the shower. My girlfriend and I end up getting into a shouting match over the phone, which is pretty rare because we're very compatible and not prone to angry reactions to each other. Anyway, she ends up yelling, well, F you, and abruptly hangs up on me. Then, a second later, the shampoo bottle on the shelf in the shower flies across the entire length of the tub and slams into the opposite wall about 6 feet away. It didn't merely fall off the shelf. It was like somebody had taken their hand and smacked it as hard as they could. I was taken aback and I wasn't afraid, but there was a wave of tingles across my shoulders and scalp. I'm certain it wasn't a ghost. I've always felt somewhat physically connected to my girlfriend, though. Oh, psychically, not physically. The gecko just laughed at me, but he's too far away. We often end up having the same thoughts, and I think it's possible she may actually have a touch of something. She used to be a little bit witchy in high school. Not in any sort of serious way, I guess, but she does believe it can affect the physical world. Anybody have any insight into this sort of thing? I'd like to understand her better. I'd like to figure out what I just saw. It wasn't physically possible in any way I could figure. No matter what you believe, I would think that it's easy to argue that something can be in the air that you're both picking up on, like a glossary box in a puzzle game. Weird things happening. Yeah, so a week and a half ago, my wife and I were playing games. She's in the bedroom, I'm in the living room. I turn around so often to check on Maple and just view the room. Well, our TV's in the living room and it was on. We haven't used that TV in probably 6 months. I observed the room, saw no animals was around, and it was just like, okay, it's fine, whatever. Well, my dad passed away 4 days ago, and yesterday I woke up and our TV in the living room was on and the volume was at 100 and on the TV like the button was being pressed. So I picked the remote up and pressed down on the volume and the TV fought me. It went down to 42 and instantly back up, and then I got it down all the way and turned it off.
I told my wife, and she was like, "That's weird, but maybe that was your day telling you he's okay. I'm assuming Dad." I said, "Yeah, maybe." Still didn't really think much. Last night I get home, and we decided to play some Call of Duty, and we were in some sort of a match, and she says something, and in the corner of my eye, I see blue and turn around, and the TV was on again, no animals around, and it this time went up 3 volume, then 10, and then it went to 100, stopped, and pressed 100 again, and then this shook me. The menu of the TV opened. It went to the settings, and it was zooming around, and went to the one that's like custom theater vivid game, and it zoomed through the settings and stopped on game. Closed out the volume, happened again. Opened the menu again, zoomed through, stopped on game again. I'm relaying what's happening, like shocked, because I'm seeing what looks like poltergeist activity for the first time in my life. This morning, my alarm was set for 8:30. I woke up at 8, and I used the restroom, and I see a blue at the living room, and the TV was on, the volume pressed at 100 again. I turned it off like, okay, this is really weird considering the timing. So I fall back asleep, and I start dreaming about what's in the TV, and it starts haunting us and possesses Autumn, and I run away. Tell her about the TV again, and she leaves for work this morning, and I was getting the bacon to go out, and I was by myself, and the TV turns on again. I'm a bit freaked out, if I'm honest. My grandmother's ghost story. My grandmother told one of the best ghost stories I've ever heard. She slept with her bedroom door closed and a lamp on. One night she woke up and saw an Asian woman in a green knit sweater standing at the foot of her bed staring at her. In typical Italian fashion, my grandmother began cursing and screaming for this woman to leave as the moment that she did not suspect the supernatural, but had suspected the strange woman breaking into her house. Keeping eyes on her, she got up out of bed and grabbed the woman by the wrists and began shaking her. She was screaming in her face to leave, or she will call the police. That is kind of Italian. She said that she could smell the lady's perfume and she was wearing, and it appeared to be a hospital bracelet on one of her wrists. The Asian lady didn't react to any of this. She just stared. Grandma backed away from what she now thought was a crazy person to her nightstand, where she turned for a brief moment to pick up the phone receiver and dial 911. When she turned to face the strange woman, she had vanished. That's when she noticed her bedroom door was still shut. She remained in her bedroom till the police arrived. They searched the entire house and found no signs of forced entry. After the police left, she realized that this woman was never looking at her, but was looking through her, like this entire time. Some context. My grandmother lived in this house for decades until her death. Other than this experience, the only other paranormal thing she would talk about was she would get whiffs of perfume or cigarette smoke. This happened both before and after this incident. It should be noted that she was a smoker, although she didn't smoke cigars. After her death, my family and I spent several days cleaning out her house, and it was a rental. As we did this, we would get whiffs of perfume and cigar smoke. Was it paranormal or just residual smells from a woman who smoked and lived in the house for almost 4 years? I'm not sure if it was a dream or paranormal encounter, but I was really scared. I live in my childhood home with my family, and it's haunted. My dad shot himself here when I was 13. We moved out and my uncle moved in, and his girlfriend overdosed and died in the bathroom. Jeez. My mom rented the house out of about 15 years to different family members and friends. And numerous people have weird stories of seeing ghosts or just odd things happening. My family moved in 2015, and all 5 kids and my husband have told me tons of stories of paranormal encounters. But I don't typically experience much myself. I've had lots of weird things happen, but can usually come up with some sort of reason. Yesterday, my husband went to a group meeting and I was here alone with the dog. We heard weird noises coming from the basement, We were freaked out. It sounded like something like slamming the downstairs bedroom door over and over. Happened about 6 different times. I was too scared to go down and to look around. Later, I fell asleep on the couch watching TV. I woke up and I could feel someone staring at me. Couldn't open my eyes all the way, but I could see a tall person wearing all black standing over me. I tried to scream for my husband, but nothing came out. I tried opening my eyes all the way to see who, but I couldn't open them. It was all blurry. Couldn't move, I couldn't do anything. I could hear the TV clearly, and it was playing, and hearing the space heater running next to me. The person then moved and sat on the couch by my feet. They sat on my blanket so I could feel it tighten over me. I was so scared I just couldn't move. I tried as hard as I could to scream, to sit up, or just to open my eyes to see who it was. Finally, my eyes opened. They just disappeared. I could feel my blanket loosen too. I don't know if this was a dream or an encounter, but my heart was pounding. I was drenched in sweat. I felt like I couldn't breathe and I had to run to get my inhaler. Cryptid sighting, Fresno Nightcrawler Night Rider. Please help. Let me start this off by stating the obligatory throwaway account. I wanted to come on here and share my story. Till last night, I never believed in anything cryptid. And I feel like today the entire world is different and terrifying. I don't know how to feel better about it. I have a house in a pretty populated area in Michigan. There isn't a ton of woods, but there's a small patch of about 4 acres right behind my property. Last night at around 9 p.m. I was taking my dogs out and I heard leaves crunching in the woods in front of me. At first I thought it was just a deer, since we have a few of those around. I continued to hear leaves crunching and looking up because usually the deer will freeze when we go out, except this one didn't freeze, and it definitely wasn't a deer. I don't know what I was looking at, even though I could see it so clear with our porch light on. Only about 20 feet away from me. It was white, 4-foot-ish, and all I could see were legs. I took the dogs inside and went back out to look because for some reason I didn't feel afraid. I just needed to understand what I was looking at. I got closer and it continued to slowly walk between my property line and the woods until it slowly turned into the woods and walked away. I tried to think rationally and convince myself it was a deer, but I could see the entire thing and there was no deer to be found. I know what I saw. I went inside, told my husband I saw a strange-looking white thing that looked like an N, and after looking it up and seeing drawings and pictures online, I'm completely positive I saw a Fresno Nightcrawler. From what I can see online, they're harmless. And people even think they're cute, but I don't feel safe anymore. How can I feel better about this? Yesterday, cryptids, monsters, and everything scary were just stories. And today it's real, and I'm dealing with it horribly. I'm genuinely scared. I don't want to live in this house anymore, and I just want to feel safe. Just looking for answers. I hope anybody can, offer some sort of anything. Empty stall. There was this antique mall located in Chattanooga. Hey, shout out to a listener in Chattanooga. I know you might be there. We went there probably every weekend with my parents. It was a really cool place. They had all kinds of antiques, pretty much a museum, but everything was for sale. Sadly, they're closed now. This experience happened when I was 15. My mom and I had to go to a restroom, and they had men and women's restrooms. So while I waited on my mom, I was looking at the mirror over the sink trying to see if I had done my eye makeup right. Because when you're 15, makeup skills are important. So while I'm looking in the mirror, I see behind me a woman walk in. Didn't see really what she looked like, but I could tell she was wearing something dark navy colored. I was really focused if I had done my eyeliner right around my eyes, and she was walking across the bathroom toward the end of the toilet stall. It got real quiet, like I didn't hear the stall door open or close, or footsteps. so I'm thinking she's standing against the wall waiting or something. Turn to look and no one. I look over and see the end stall doors halfway open. I go to look and no one's in there, and immediately I'm freaking out. I told my mom we needed to go. Now. When we got out, I told her and my dad what happened. And now that I type this, I don't remember ever hearing the door open when she walked in, or footsteps. So I think I saw a ghost. We went to the antique mall still and used the restrooms, but I didn't goof around with the mirrors anymore. Hardly looked in the mirror. I'd go to the bathroom and I'd get out as soon as possible. She's probably attached to whatever was in the antique mall. But they'd actually put antiques for sale in the women's restrooms that serve as decor, like pictures, a dressing table, antique brushes, and a handheld mirror. That's cool.
Join
a young
us
woman that
on
greeted my
Paranormal
work
M
crew.
for tales that'll keep you on the edge of your seat. Subscribe now and stay tuned.
Back
for
in
mysteries
2018,
that'll
I was a
captivate your
housekeeper.
soul.
I still am.
Get ready to
I
uncover.
was just working
the
for a different
unknown.
company. We pulled up to a regular client's home and parked in our usual spot. The homeowners were extremely elderly folks. That's an important detail. I open my door, it's facing the house. My coworker opens her door, also facing the house. We kind of sit for a minute chit-chatting before getting out when we look at the house, and a tall, blonde, long-haired young woman in a nightgown is at the now open front door. Still behind a closed screen door, though. She kind of hollers to us that the front door's unlocked and to come on in whenever we're ready. Even her voice was youthful. We literally were all like, "Thank you, we'll be right in." And then we unload and go into the house. Didn't think much about it, except the elderly wife usually unlocks the door and lets us in, so it was a little bit different. Like maybe she had family staying over, so understandable. We get inside, greet the elderly wife, a very small woman, clean the entire house, and when we get back in the car, my team lead asked if anybody noticed something weird. We were like, "No, what do you mean?" She had asked the wife about the young woman, and this lady said no one that fit the young woman's description had been in her home. She figured it must have, maybe she forgot to unlock the door, or rather lock it, and don't know how the rest of us really didn't notice that we never really ran into this lady the whole time we were cleaning. And then we eventually realized we didn't even see her again. But the fact all four of us seen this lady and responded to her is what really made it set in that, yo, that's happened. We talked about it the entire rest of the day. I still think about it very often. In all fairness, this is very, very much an old house in a historic part of the city. So I'm sure weird things are bound to happen in areas like that. I believe you. Dream night before Mother's death. My mother passed away shortly after Christmas last year. The night before her death, I had a weird dream. My uncle, who died at 74, was in the dream, and he was a very young man, late teens. We were in a house, and I was talking to the redhead actress from Longmire. My mother was a tall, lanky redhead like that. I was in the kitchen with my uncle, and outside my grandmother was gardening. She was his and my mother's mother. She helped raise me. My grandmother waved me all through a cloudy glass. It was like hand-blown glass, wavy and imperfect, so she was blurry. But I could tell she had her younger figure and black hair. I was talking to my uncle when he put a finger to the side of my head. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, "I'm fixing you." There was a bright golden light, and I woke up. I woke up feeling very good, very calm. When my wife woke up, I immediately told her about the dream. I then told my adult son, who was curious about the dream because he had a weird but unrelated dream that night as well. That afternoon, my brother called and told her mother had died in her sleep that night. I have a lot of curiosity about this dream. My mother was ill, but she wasn't terminal. Was it my subconscious, or was it something more? Was it a deeper experience than just a simple subconscious program? I found myself seeking God in the months since then, struggling to stoke the fire of faith that I had long ago. Or rather, that I had long ago lost. That's because of the betrayal of my former church's minister. He did something very horrible, deeply harmed my wife and my faith. I want to believe in God, and I find myself feeling His presence, but there's just some little part of me that keeps looking for a scientific explanation. I'd love input and constructive ideas. Please tell me what I saw. I was working backstage in my school auditorium. This place is known as haunted for a long time. This was after the stage play was done. The setup of the stage is important in the story. So there's a big wall, and it had a makeshift door middle of the stage, good 8 feet from the back of the stage. Behind it, made a makeshift hallway for actors to run between sides of the stage, as there was no other way to get to the stage. The only door off the stage was on the right side of the stage, and it led to the school hallway. This is how I normally got in and out. So I was cleaning up after the show, on the left side of the stage. I was being stupid and on stage by myself. The only light was from the audience area, so the stage was actually decently dark. The makeshift hallway was completely dark other than a blue light at the end of it. So I was walking from the left side of the stage to the right to leave. I was in the makeshift hallway. I look up to see where some ladders were laying against the back wall of the stage. The blue light normally would let a small shine reflection show over them, but this time I saw darkness. It was a human figure, and that's when I called out. "Anyone there?" Biggest mistake of my life. I realized this figure was 9 feet tall, and that was not normal. The figure turned toward us. It was an outline of a dark abyss, but like an outline of a human too. And this is what throws me off. As I've seen shadowy abyss people before, once before when this happened. When the big figure ghost thing turned toward me, I could feel its shock, like it didn't expect me to be there. It felt like it was going to be sneaking up on someone else with bad intentions, but I showed up, surprised it, and ruined it. I then nearly screamed and ran off the stage via the makeshift door in the makeshift hallway. I ran outside that door and got off the stage into the audience area. That's where there were lights, and I never saw this figure again. I was very uneased. Fourth Day Boy, please leave me alone. I was a homeless hooligan for a few years, living in a small farm town in the middle of Willamette Valley. There weren't a lot of opportunities for kids my age. It was about 10 p.m. and my friend and I were bumming smokes from patrons behind the local bar. There were about 5 people, my friend and I included, out back when this small man came out. He was about 5.5 feet tall and odd proportions, dressed like a cowboy. Kept on talking about how it was his birthday and referencing himself as the birthday boy. 30 minutes passed and the patrons slowly started filtering out until it was just the birthday boy, my friend and I. He asked us if we knew where any abandoned buildings were and if we could take him to one. At this point, my entire being was screaming at me to get away from him. Like a switch had flipped and I could feel some sort of evil intention radiating from him. I gave some sort of vague direction of a non-existent building and told him goodbye. He asked me if I would take him there and celebrate his birthday with him, and that he had gifts for us. I told him no, as I needed to make it to a friend's house to go to sleep. He told me, and I quote, "See you again, Noah," and gave me a huge inhuman grin. He then proceeded to sprint backwards for about 30 feet, spin around, and run in the direction I gave him. I looked at my friend, and we both started running in the opposite direction, cutting through side streets and jumping a couple of fences. We ended up making it to my friend's house and making it inside. About 20 minutes pass, and we're chilling inside smoking, and I hear someone singing happy birthday to you. Peek out the window, and it's the fucking birthday boy. I don't know how he found us, but he paced up and down the street for an hour or two until he gave up and sprinted away. Never saw the birthday boy again. I don't know what the fuck he was, but he was not human. To the birthday boy, let's not meet again. This freaked me out. Years ago, I was sleeping at a friend's house. I usually would sleep in the living room, where a street light would illuminate the room from outside through a big window. In the night, I wake up and I look at the edge of the bed, seeing a human-like figure, a silhouette, sat there, not really doing anything. I thought that it was my friend. Maybe he was sleepwalking in the night and he casually sat on my bed. That freaked me out and I decided to force myself to fall asleep. So I did. I couldn't do that. I'd wake him up. It's not over. This is the story I told myself for years, almost forgetting about it entirely. Recently, I stumbled upon stories of shadow people and similar topics. I couldn't really not think about what I had experienced that night. Still have the image of that silhouette in my head, and I started thinking about it over and over again. That was until I realized that the room was lit up, at least partially, by the streetlight. That figure had no features at all. If that was my friend, I would have recognized him. Since then, I moved country, built myself a life in an entire different place, and live with a partner now. As I mentioned, I recently started to convince myself that it wasn't my friend that night, but something else. Now, get ready for this. A couple of nights after I had this realization, I get woken by my partner suddenly waking up and checking something at the edge of her bed. I didn't say anything. She goes back to sleep. The morning after, she wakes up and tells me that something that felt like a human hand touched her foot twice. Freaked the shit out of me. Somehow, by thinking about that experience I had years ago, it summoned the same thing again. I shrugged my shoulders and told her it was probably one of her 2 cats. She doesn't know the full story, and I know she would freak out if I tell her. Is there a way to cleanse the house so that this thing doesn't happen again? Really, what are your thoughts on it? Sleep paralysis with my cat. Last month I experienced sleep paralysis. It isn't common for me, but I had some of them all my life. Probably because I work hard every day, but one of them was uncommon. It was quote-unquote normal paralysis. I woke up at dawn at about 4 a.m. and I didn't feel my body alive. Just my mind was waking up. I'm 100% sure that it wasn't a dream and I was in my bed but not feeling awake. I heard footsteps in the corridor of my house. No one was there at the moment, and they stopped in front of my bedroom door. I felt that something was wrong. That was an evil presence. I could see a black claw trying to move my door, but my cat, who was sleeping soundly, woke up suddenly, stuck my leg, stared at the door, motionless in an attack position. After this, the black claw was gone, and I felt awake again. I could get up from my bed, and I saw my cat, which was normal. I saw my house with some evidence. Didn't find anything. My parents were sleeping soundly, and I didn't hear the footsteps again. So it was impossible for me to have been them making a joke with me. This is strange English. I talked to my mom the next morning, and I talked with my psychologist friend. He could confirm that it was a sleep paralysis that happened to me, but found it strange that my cat acted like he saw the evil spirit. He never acted strange after this incident, and our days became normal. I believe that animals can see ghosts and things that aren't from our world, but it's creepy that he, quote-unquote, could feel the same spirit that tormented me in my sleep paralysis. I cannot explain why he acted that way. Do you think that animals can feel paranormal presence with humans? Yeah. Ask my gecko. Something tried to open our bedroom door. My family and I lived in a rented house for over 4 years. This is the first time this happened. This happened 2 days ago. Me, being a night owl, went to bed last. I shared my bedroom with my mom and sister. It was close to 1 a.m. and I was preparing to sleep. I jerked when someone or something tried to open my bedroom door. I didn't move, but I looked at the door for a really long time, expecting somebody to open the door. There was no one. By the way, I'm sleeping next to the door. I'm pretty sure that somebody didn't enter my bedroom, but it lingers inside my house. I'm sleeping on a mattress that's against the floor, and I can hear thumping of footsteps, and I can feel vibrations. Every step that, well, quote-unquote, someone would take. It felt like that someone is looking for something or someone else. The thumping went on maybe around 10 or 20 minutes. I wasn't really scared, but I had no idea what the hell that or what it wants. Yesterday, I came home late after hanging out with friends. My family's preparing to sleep at that point, so they're in their rooms. That's at around 12 a.m. While brushing my teeth, I suddenly look at the darkness in the house. I didn't even turn on all the lights. I heard footsteps, and I was actually scared. I quickly called my sister, hoping that she came out for the room, and she did, but the entire time being there, I have this fear. It's not the thumping sound I heard, but the footsteps. I'll even make them when I walk past that particular flooring at the section of the house. It's not for me. I was standing there brushing my teeth, my mom's asleep, and my sister just came out after I called her. We went back to the room, I locked the door. I don't know if it helps, but for my sense of security, I guess. Just wondering what the hell I'm experiencing. A man who I believe was a ghost once helped me. I once had an encounter where I am sure it must have been a ghost. I've been looking for the right place to share and hope this fits here. It was a few years ago when I was riding my bicycle. I live in a small town in the countryside of Germany. Just outside the town there once was a railway. It had since been removed and repurposed for a very long straight path for cycling and walking. It intersects with local roads, and some places that's where you get on and off. It'll be important to note later. So, when I was cycling, there was just me all alone. Had headphones on for music, so I'd occasionally look back to make sure I wasn't in the way of somebody approaching. But there wasn't anyone around, and the last intersection was miles behind me. It was autumn and wet leaves covered the path. I began to slip and tumble, but somebody grabbed me until I stabilized. It was another cyclist. An old man and an older bicycle. He didn't say anything except, "Take care," and then accelerated and turned to leave the path on the next upcoming intersection, so when I reached it shortly after I stopped and I didn't see him anywhere. Unusual, since the road from the intersection back to town was very long and straight. I should have seen him, but he was gone. No one should be able to reach the town on a bicycle, and that time it took me to reach the intersection and look. Ever since, I've been thinking if that old man was maybe some sort of ghost. He appeared out of the blue as I just checked seconds beforehand as if somebody was behind me so I could make my way. He casually prevented a fall of mine, accelerated to a speed that I never expected of a man of his age, and then seemingly disappeared into thin air behind the next corner. As I said, I live in a small town. I know almost everybody living here. I've never seen this man before, or I've seen him since at all, really, for that matter. And I still regularly cycle or walk in that path. I described the guy to my parents, but still, nobody knew who he was. Whenever I think back, I really doubt that this was a human being. A 2:30 a.m. whistle. Context. The house has no history. I typed this an hour after it happened. I live in a suburb. My father died 2 years ago at work. His ashes are in the same room as mine. I've gotten messages from him from dream visitations. One of the most commonly familiar sensations are smells, pennies and dimes, and electrical disturbances. Nobody else knows how he really died, and we're the first owners of the house. And we have no landlord. Oh, excuse me, nobody else we know has died. I'm young, and younger people tend to notice paranormal activity more than adults do. 2:30 a.m. and I'm the only person up. The room is dark and crickets are loud with the summer-fall mix. And the air conditioning is silent. The only light is from my smoke alarm and computer motherboard. A faint orange flashing glow from the back. I'm lying in bed and I'm trying to sleep, but I have a heavy feeling on my shoulder, like something's about to happen. I move my blanket around and I hear a faint whistling in the distance. The crickets go silent and I can now hear blood moving around my ear. My bedroom's in the back of the house, and the whistling is in the front. I hide underneath my blanket as something gets closer, getting louder. I'm frightened by whatever this is, and my brother, who's 16, stays asleep. The whistling continues to get closer until it's directly in front of my house. It stopped. I don't dare to move a muscle, but then it continues to whistle while standing still. Then continue across the sidewalk. Ever since this happened, it's happened almost every night with no one up to hear.
Experience from when I was a kid that I can't shake. When I was around 10 or 11, I had a friend whose house I would stay at frequently. There's one day in particular that my older sibling, my friend, and I decided to have a sleepover where we all slept on the couch. The couch had this U-shaped layout, so my friend slept on the left side of the couch, I slept in the middle of the couch, and my sibling slept on the right. My friend's house had this sort of leg-D type area. Leg-D type area that looked into the kitchen, almost like diners have, and from where it was laying, I had a perfect view of the back door if I propped myself up a little bit. I woke up earliest, around 5, maybe 6 a.m., but it was summer, so the sun was starting to rise. I could see outside pretty clearly at this point, and out of nowhere, not long after I woke up, I heard 3 knocks at the back door. Nothing weird about the knocks other than the fact that they're on the back door at 5 or 6 a.m. My friend's sibling was staying out in the garage, so my immediate thought was he must have locked himself out. I look up, though, and there's nobody at the door. I even get up to look at the window better from a distance, and there's nobody. I start to get weirded out at this point, so I lay back down and I try to forget about it. A minute or so later, there's these 3 knocks again, but this time they're slow. I look up, still nobody. I don't get up at this point because I'm freaked the hell out, and another minute goes by and I hear scrape at the door. Almost as if somebody or something is dragging long nails down the door. I don't even look up because I'm about to crap myself at this point. Nothing happened after that, but I still can't stop thinking. What was at that door? What if I had opened it? Could that have been some prank? I need a fresh perspective, because even 8 years later, I'm still thinking about it. Sweet dreams. See ya.
Have any of you experienced something like this before? Really weird. I've been with my boyfriend for over 5 years now. Almost the entirety of that time, we've shared a bed. This started happening about 2 or 3 months ago. We moved into this renovated childhood home in March of last year. Everything's been normal. I usually can't sleep at night, so after he goes to bed, I sit in the bed beside him and quietly watch TV or play games on the Switch. My side of the bed is in the corner of our bedroom. There's just enough space for a nightstand to the right side of me. The First time it happened, he awoke frantically, staring behind me and a little bit toward the ceiling with wide eyes. This really freaked me out when I questioned him. He said that he thought he saw something, but after that he calmed down and said everything was fine, and the next day I questioned him again and he told me it was fine. He didn't remember seeing anything, just woke up suddenly. It happened once more in the same way, but then after it was a little bit different. A few weeks after the initial times he did it, I would turn to glance at him and realize he was staring behind me, his head propped up on his arms, eyes unfocused, face emotionless. He always looked at the same place behind me at the point that I'm really starting to consider moving all the stuff in my nightstand and the stuffed animals in the net above me bed, so that there's nothing there for him to look at. He startled himself awake again tonight looking at that spot behind me. When I asked him if he was okay, he seemed kind of annoyed. It's really weird. But for the record, this is literally the only weird thing happening. Everything else in our lives is totally fine, but he's been really stressed at work. I'm wondering if maybe it has something to do with it. It's just weird. We've been together so long, been through so much stress, and nothing like this has ever happened before. Don't really know if paranormal, and seems a bit of a stretch to say so. Just so extremely creepy. I think a ghost sung to me. So about a week ago, I was volunteering at this local art exhibition that happens every year during September. It's nothing major. It's about 20 artists showing their work in this converted barn. I honestly volunteered hoping they'd show some of my work. They didn't. Anyhow, I was working there with the lady who owned the barn and the surrounding properties. Her friend and one other guy. Like I said, this whole show was happening in this big converted barn. However, some areas of the barn were very noticeably old. They had a kitchen area in the back room where I would basically stand around all day and make tea and wash dishes when I needed to. One of those times, I'm washing the dishes and I was singing to myself in Portuguese. That's when I hear from the main part of the barn someone singing back to me. At that moment, I'm thinking I'm having a nice duet with one of the people working there. But then I stop and think to myself as I'm about to reach the chorus. I'm working in an art exhibition that's in England, with 2 50-year-old women and a 17-year-old guy, all of whom are British. Who the hell speaks Portuguese here? I stop singing, and the voice immediately goes quiet. I go out into the big main room to see who's doing this. And this is an open space with little to no hiding places. No one's there, and I would have heard it if they left through the doors, and that thing made a hell of a racket when opened or closed. I think because of that, being one of the leftover features from before the conversion. Now that I think about it, I can't confidently say whether the person singing was male or female. I still find it pretty creepy a week later. And thank you for not making me fall on my face trying to read Portuguese. Want to learn, though. I saw a shadowy figure when I was a kid, and I remember it vividly. So when I was a kid, I don't know what the year it was, but I was really into Scooby-Doo. So that phase was probably around 2009 to 2010. I visited my aunt and her kids, and I believe either that some family that really wasn't very close to us. Either way, we drove there and spent a few days hanging out. I remember they made me a Scooby-Doo bed and had a small chest of Scooby-Doo toys and stuffed animals. I was watching an old episode, I think of the Super Mario Super Show. Nice. There's an extra episode of the old show Dino Squad, too. I had fallen asleep and I woke up wanting to get a cup of milk. I remember I had recently learned how to do it by myself, so I was confident I didn't need anyone. I remember walking through the hallway, which at night felt very long, and when I made it to the living room, the kitchen light was dim, and I remember it not being as bright as I thought it was. As I walked to the kitchen, I saw movement toward the front door, and I was being illuminated by the dim kitchen light. Keep in mind, no other light was on in the house. I looked over to see an 8-foot-tall shadow figure who appeared to be male. He had a big head of curly hair and a long nose, long enough to see well with his large shadow. As I looked at him, he smiled and his shadow disappeared into the air vent. Yeah, his shadow went straight into the vent, not over it. I just freaked out, ran back to my room where I woke up my grandma, who was my guardian at the time, and she told me to go to bed. I later learned the house was built next to an old ancient native burial ground. It was an odd figure to really think about native people, but I don't know. It was strange. I've never forgotten that night. It's one of the few memories I swear I can remember just like it just happened.
I dreamt of 2 people while they were dying, but never again. I'm a palliative care nurse. I took care of elderly person A for a long time, and I would say that our relationship was close while remaining professional. A few months before person A died, we talked about life-prolonging measures. Person A told me that they didn't want any measures taken. A few months pass, and I'm dreaming of them, sitting in their wheelchair, and they started smiling when they saw me and nodded, like it's an okay sort of a nod. I was woken up by the phone ringing at 3 in the morning. It was my boss calling me because person A had been transported to the hospital around, and they had gotten worse real quick and had to be put in a respirator. Person A was allegedly saying my name a few times before they felt unconscious. That's why my boss called me, and because he wanted to ask if I knew any measurements they wanted to have taken. I told him that they got taken to life support. Person B was young, also a patient, and I didn't know them very well. But we were always friendly. They cried about losing their long hair to chemo, and we talked a long time about this topic. A few days later, I saw them in my dream. They were standing behind their couch, the face turning purple as they were suffocating. They fell behind the couch but quickly got back up. When they came back up, they were looking healthy and had their long hair showing it off like in the commercials. I woke up the next day and I was told that their time of death was 20 minutes after I woke up from the dream. Happened like in my dream, too. And this was 10 years ago. Never had any of these dreams again. Not with my best friend, not with family members, which honestly kind of hurts. Why did I have these dreams about them, not loved ones? Anyone else experienced something in a dream you later experienced in real life? Oh yeah. This has been bugging me since June, so I'd like to see if anybody else has experienced this. In June, as I fell asleep, I had a semi-dream where I watched a man enter a dark spot in some woods and disappear. He turned around at the last second and we made eye contact. He immediately sent a bright flash of light. I was jolted awake. For the next 5 minutes, I felt like I was being electrocuted. I've accidentally touched charging prongs as I plugged something in, so I know what it's like. You and me both. I also sweated through all my clothes. My cat also immediately sprinted from the room and wouldn't let me approach them during those 5 minutes. Just hissed at me when I did. Never happened before. Then, a while later, I was walking with a friend past some nearby woods at dusk. That's when we noticed it was strangely quiet. At that time, there's usually crickets, hundreds of frogs, and night birds. So quiet that we could hear the bugs under the leaves. We didn't go into the woods, but as we walked, we noticed someone behind us was matching her footprints. I looked around and realized it was the woods from my dream, a nearby park. Thought it might be an animal. There was no clicking of nails on the sidewalk or the rhythm of a four-legged animal. We decided to walk as quietly as possible to see if the footsteps were just an echo of our own. But we still heard them. Every time we turned around, we just saw nothing. So I assumed whatever it was didn't want to be seen. just like in my dream. Ever since then, I kept my curtains closed at night in my apartment because it has a direct view of those woods. I'd be looking in them even more. My baby boy has a friend. My family on my mother's side has always been close to the paranormal. I myself have had many experiences with spirits, ghosts, and entities, etc. It would seem that I've passed these traits on to my 11-month-old boy. For about a month, whenever he's been put to bed at night, we've noticed that he tends to be more talkative than, well, when he's with us. Not to say that he's a quiet kid, but sometimes when he's in there alone, he just yaps up a storm. The times that I've peeked in his door to see what he's going on about, he's always facing a wall, and it's obvious that he's communicating with someone or something. It's actually really cute. There are pauses as if he's listening. Then the baby babble starts, and man does it start. Sometimes he bursts out laughing and giggling after the pauses, almost like he's playing with someone. I love the sound of his laughter, so I can't help but smile when I hear it. Once after his afternoon nap, I went in and picked him up, and thanks to my bad back, I had to put my hand on the wall to steady myself. I was looking at him the whole time, even though he was looking at the spot I had to put my hand on. He looked at me, he looked at my hand, and back at me and erupted in wails like I'd hurt him somehow. I asked him what was wrong, and he motioned toward my hand. He was crying while he did so. When I realized I may have just put my hand on his quote-unquote friend, I quickly moved it and apologized both to my boy and his visitor. Needless to say, he instantly calmed down and went about her day. My girlfriend was skeptical about the whole thing. She's not really a believer in the supernatural. But even she's been noticing how he acts and has become a believer too, more or less. I was told I had 2 entities following me. Hello. A while back, somebody I was friends with told me that when I came over to visit that I had 2 beings following me. This person also told me they sometimes knew things and saw spirits. I'm a semi-skeptical person when it comes to this stuff, but I ask questions anyway. I was hoping maybe some of you could give me some input. They said that one of these beings was an older Hispanic woman, and apparently she was upset that I was visiting my friend and kept entering and leaving the room to check what we were doing. They asked if my grandmother had died. That's because I'm part Hispanic, but I didn't know at the time for sure. Haven't had anything to do with that side of my family since I was a kid. Later found out my grandmother from my Hispanic side wasn't dead at the time. I told them that the grandmother I was raised by was white and my mother was white and adopted. They also told me the other being was a tall man in black wearing a hat, and he was in the background just checking things out. When they told me this, I got a mental image of a man in a suit and a hat in like 60s or 50s type, like Men in Black type clothing. Whenever I questioned them more about this, as I did several times, they would just tell me the man in black seemed fine, and just an observer, but to watch out for the older Hispanic lady. Anybody have any thoughts on this? My immediate reaction is maybe to semi-dismiss it, but I do have a curious side of me from time to time. I've had some weird instances and things happen in life, but I always keep both an open mind and a skeptical mind when dealing with the unknown. Likewise. Black dog-like creature vanished into thin air. Last night, my wife and I went on our usual walk with our dogs in the city of Zagreb, Croatia. About 500 meters from our house, there's a small grove and a gravel path that we walk along.
Beside the gravel path runs a stream, and there we occasionally see young deer and foxes, rarely squirrels, and very, very rarely a stag or maybe a wild rabbit. So last night we're walking along this path when about 50 steps ahead of us we saw an animal, a quote-unquote animal that was completely black and about the size of a slightly larger dog like a Labrador. Normally when our dogs see or scent another dog, they run ahead to greet it, wagging their tails happily. We've 2 poodles. But this time, both dogs froze as if rooted to the spot with their tails down, and one of them let out a loud growl. The black animal we noticed turned its head toward us, clearly saw us, then ran across the gravel path to the fence of a nearby yard. At that moment, it dissolved into thin air, leaving behind a black mist that lingered for only 2 or 3 seconds when the other animal had been. There was no trace or sound of it after that. When we saw this, my wife and I immediately turned on our heels and started walking back. We hadn't gone more than 100 meters when another strange thing happened. We were standing under a streetlight, watching our dog sniff at something in the grass, when suddenly the entire grove plunged into complete darkness. It was as if something like enormous was standing between us and the grove. This lasted for 3 or 4 seconds before the grove was lit normally again. The entire time we're standing under the streetlight, which remained on and working normally. Honestly, we've never experienced anything like this before. Anybody have any idea on what we might have seen? My father's story. This is a story that my father has sworn to be legit. He's a very serious individual, so it seems out of character for him to lie about this. Back in the 1980s, my father in Peru was in his 20s. He wanted to gain some quick cash one night. He decided to taxi that night. Counterintuitive. He picked up a man and a woman, and they told him to drop them at a certain desolate area. The man sat in the back and the woman in the front. Once they arrived, the man took out a blade and placed it in front of my dad's neck, while the woman told him to give all of his personal belongings, including the keys to the car, to them. My dad cut himself by pushing the knife away from him. He then punched the woman and got out of the car. He fell, and that's when he swears by this. A man almost 7 foot tall in height asked him what was wrong and if he needed help. My dad told him what occurred, and the man went over, and I don't really recall if he either beat them up or they got scared. Well, he was tall and a muscular man. But in the end, they fled. My dad then got back in his car. The man who had saved him came out to the driver window and said, "You okay? Why would you be doing in a taxi around these locations? Now go home." My dad turned to get the keys from his right pocket, getting ready to thank the man. When he looked back, the man was completely gone. No trace of him whatsoever. He was in an area that was like a plain or like flatlands. That means there's no buildings or nothing around except the road. So this person should have been seen right away. My dad only turned away for a maximum of 3 seconds. I know this story sounds crazy, but he swears to its legitimacy and even gets shaky telling the story when he does it. Phantom Steps. Our family home at the time was a 2-story home with a walkout basement where my room was. The house was situated on 40 acres, sitting in maybe a quarter-mile deep into the woods there. 18 years ago, I was 16, and my mom and I were chatting in the kitchen around 2 in the afternoon. Everything was completely normal until I walked out of the kitchen by the closed door leading to the basement. I heard footsteps coming up the stairs, and I mean the sound of a full-grown man wearing boots kind of steps. In that 5 seconds of footsteps, my brain told me my dad must be home early from work. Until the steps made it nearly to the closed door, and I hear that noise completely fall all the way down the steps in a devastating manner, even shaking the floor beneath me. My mom and I were 8 or 10 feet from each other, and in that moment we locked eyes in complete shock.
I instantly whipped the door open and looked down the stairs to check on my dad. No one was there. I opened the door fast enough where I should have saw someone laying at the bottom of the staircase hurt. Run downstairs, look around confused as hell, checking the 2 large rooms and the bathroom. Nothing and no one. I run back upstairs, tell my mom freaked the hell out that no one's down there. My mom calls my dad to see where his whereabouts are. He was still at work. She was so scared, and my dad knew it. He rushed home within 5 minutes and went through the whole house with a gun in his hand. I'll never forget my 2 buddies telling me when they'd spent the night, they'd hear footsteps going up and down the stairs in the middle of the night. I dismissed it, thinking that they were messing with me. Things didn't make sense until 2 months after the incident. I found out that the previous owner that built the house committed suicide on the property. And this is the only supernatural thing I've ever experienced in my life. Has anyone else had a ghost take on the form of something else? I lived in a super haunted house for almost 10 years. One of the ghosts was super mean. My oldest son is traumatized from things that he experienced there, stuff he didn't tell me about until we moved. I hardly talked about it. I was worried I was going crazy, until we moved and everything that's happened stopped. Just stopped. But when we lived there, the activity was so constant. Got to the point where it was just irritating. It was like constant jump scares in a movie, you know. After a while, it just lost its edge. One of the things the ghost would do is climb into the bed with me. I'd be laying in the bed and I'd hear the slap of a hand hitting the top of the covers. I'd feel the mattress shake and the weight of someone pulling themselves up onto the bed. Then I'd look and no one would be there. Happened all the time. But toward the end of us living there, after talking a lot about how much the ring and the grudge scare me, I was taking a nap and felt someone climb into the bed. I just knew no one would be there. I knew my husband was downstairs and my kids were watching a show. I couldn't help it. I rolled over and I looked. I saw a girl towering over me with a dirty white dress and long, dirty black hair covering her face. I jumped, then rolled away, covering my face with my blanket, then groaned and yelled, "Go away!" Sounds absurd, but it totally happened. And it did something like this to my oldest son, too, after he saw something on a show that scared him. I was just wondering if anything like this has happened to anyone else. What kind of entity is this? I'm thinking it has to be demonic, but there's so much I just don't know about these things. Is it possible to have a paranormal experience with odor? Short answer, yes. 2 years ago, I had a strange experience in my house, but I can talk freely now. It was in the middle of dawn, about 2:30 a.m. I went to the bathroom, and in my old house, the bathroom was just in front of my bedroom door. When I finished doing my things, I came back to my room, and just seconds after this, I realized that I'd forgotten to wash my hands. But when I opened to see my bathroom door, I felt an odor that I'd never seen in my life. You shouldn't be feeling or seeing odors. It wasn't a bad odor, but it was an amazing odor, as if I were in a flower field. But strange that I don't keep my scents in my bathroom. I don't use any type of fragrance inside of it. And the odor was very powerful. That I could smell it at all corners. My drain was closed and my bathroom didn't have windows. And that odor was only inside the bathroom. It didn't appear in the corridor, bathroom, kitchen, or living room. I left the bathroom, but I did a test. I waited 10 seconds to see if the odor was still the same. But surprisingly, when I opened the door, all the odor was gone. I didn't smell anything. Was normal. I never felt this odor again, and I don't know what type of flower or flavor. I moved to a new house, and I never had this type of experience again.
I forget what drug they say makes it so you can see smells and taste colors or something like that, but that's what you're reminding me of, for better or worse, sir, ma'am, or other. Walking red shorts. Never considered my childhood home haunted, but I still can't make logical sense of this happening. My friend is the one who actually witnessed the unexplainable in my home. I had a friend over one day, and he had just gotten back from an outing. We both needed to use the bathroom. And by the way, my house has 2 restrooms in it, so we took one and did our business. These bathrooms are located within a close proximity of each other, too. So as I'm finishing up my business, I hear my friend calling my name. I yell back saying, "What?" She just continues to call for me. I can hear her voice fading as she's moving in the direction opposite of where the restroom was. I finish up quickly as I can, and this way I can maybe see what she wants. When I find her, she tells me that as she was leaving the restroom, she saw this, or rather, someone at the end of the hall. She assumed it was me, and I was the only one in the house other than her at the time. The only weird thing is that who she thought was me was wearing red shorts, and I don't even own red shorts. She followed this figure to my brother's room, and when she looked into his room, no one was there. But the red shorts the figure was wearing was laying on the floor of his room. Free shorts. When she told me this, we got the heck out of Dodge. Ever since that experience, I haven't experienced anything in my home. My friend is a mortician and deals with death on an almost daily basis. She has several unexplained stories ever since taking the job. I bet. It makes me if her work with the dead may be related to this experience, as she's the one that witnessed everything. And nothing strange has happened since. White owls. In parentheses, not the blunt. Around 12 years ago, I had a strange occurrence happen to me. It's bothered me ever since. Sometime around 2009, I started having these weird dreams that involved a white owl. I don't remember many details of the dreams except a white owl would appear and I would wake up. These dreams were recurring, having them about twice a month for a little bit over a year. Flash forward to 2011. It had been months since the dreams that they'd been mostly forgotten. It was winter break. My best friend and I were taking a trip from our small town on the Texas Gulf Coast to Austin. We decided to take country roads to avoid cops, so we could get our smoke on along the way. We were on about a 15-mile stretch of road called the FM 1301, which is dark and covered in wooded areas beside a house here and there. But the moon had to have been full because it was providing ample light. We were driving, shooting the breeze, when I looked over at my friend to say something, and out the window I saw it. I froze, lost the color in my face when my friend looked out in the wind and see what it was. A white owl flying side by side with us. He was like, "Oh, that's cool." When all of a sudden, it sped up and smashed straight into the passenger side mirror, shattering the glass and knocking my mirror down, but not off completely. It was a very strange happening, and even stranger was the fact that white owls are a northern bird and are very rarely seen in the South. I don't know, still kind of bothers me to this day. Possible ghost encounter from a few years back. Around 2013 to 2016, at around dusk on a late summer day, me and my mom were walking our dogs in our neighborhood. As we turned the corner onto a street leading to a four-way intersection, I noticed a figure walking slowly down the middle of the intersection. As we approach, I immediately sense a sense of dread and a sense of anxiety. The person was a teen girl, wearing a tie-dyed shirt and short shorts, just bawling walking down the middle of the road. I was perplexed at the time, but I now know it very well could have been a person in crisis. My mom looks in the direction that I'm looking, but doesn't seem to see or acknowledge the girl. The night also seemed to darken suddenly for about 10 seconds, in almost the conditions of a moonless night. As she walked in between me and my mother, she got closer. I noticed a tissue in one hand, a piece of paper with writing in the other. There was a large amount of blood in her shirt and the tissue. She was covered in either sweat or water. She didn't acknowledge either of us. And when I looked back about 10 seconds after crossing the intersection, the night had returned to dusk, and there was no sign of her. Recently, I've been looking into missing persons and reports and police reports in my town for this time period. I've come up short of anything but more questions. My mom doesn't recall the event, but she recalls me being especially quiet, especially when going to bed early that night. I was around maybe 10 or 13 at the time, and I have a history of seeing ghosts. Take that as you will. Sweet dreams. A blue orb rose about 10 feet from out of a ditch to be at eye level to me. Anybody know what it might be? Many years ago, when me and my brother, I was about 12 at the time, he was younger, when we were kids, we were out late at night for some reason or another. I can't really remember why. We're pretty over the fields, or pretty far over the fields, and obviously making our way back to the house because we were about to climb into a ditch that would let us cross a hedgerow that was a common shortcut that we would use. I remember being in front, approaching it with him, slightly behind, when I had seen a blue ball or a light lift out from the ditch and slowly float toward me. I froze, and when it was at eye level and close to me, it disappeared. I remember it being really hard to judge the distance of it, like I couldn't tell if it was small and within arm's reach or larger and further away. After a few seconds, I said, "Let's go the long way." He said, "You saw that too, didn't you?" I was told that one night last year, my father, who's in his late 50s, came to the house early one night, and apparently he was white as a ghost. He told us he had seen something similar coming in over the fields and down the earth bank behind the barns. And it was going towards him before he said that it was like burning up. And tonight, while I was driving past the house, I'd seen a light on one of the fields up against the hedgerow and assumed it was local lads out lamping. So I turned around, drove over there. Even using the spotlights in the Jeep, there's no footprints or marks in the snow, no sign anyone was here. Which made me think, was it the same thing? It was some type of bright blue light, and does anybody know what it could be?
Step
My
into
family
the shadows
is
with
Paranormal
Shadows, where every story unveils a new mystery. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications
told
to
me
stay
he was
connected.
downstairs with the dog
Let's
and he saw
dive
something
into
duck
the
around
unknown
the corner near his
together.
office. Our dog turned to look at it. He thought it was one of my younger brothers listening in. But when he went, to where they would have been, there wasn't anyone there. Nor would there have been any way to hide. I thought it was neat and eerie until I had a pretty much identical experience. It was a weekday, and the dog broke into the room and jumped on the bed. Pretty normal experience. I was petting her while coding until I saw a shadow move from the hallway to my bathroom. It looked like a tall figure in like a dark gray outfit. Immediately, the dog jumped up and started staring in that direction. Now, I'm used to my brothers using my bathroom, but not only was it a weekday, the dead silence told me it wasn't them. I got up to investigate, but sure enough, there's no one in there. My brothers weren't home. I've seen things out of the corner of my eyes before. It's easy to pass that off as an illusion or a trick of the light, but Never have I ever been looking directly at the shadowy shape that was moving. The same day that happened, my youngest brother, 13, says he saw a tall humanoid black shadow near the Christmas tree around 4 a.m. It turned to look at him, and then its body fell to the ground like ash. I think it's also worth mentioning his own words. Got Thanos snapped. I had to clarify with him. At first I was trying to debunk this myself, but after hearing my brother's story, I'm thoroughly stumped. We have a couple of security cameras around the house, but apparently CPI screwed it up and they haven't been recording. So that's thoroughly upsetting. Static Man. My main paranormal experience. When I was growing up and still young enough to go with my parents, or rather to their room when I was scared in the middle of the night, I'd sometimes wake up at who knows what time, feeling dread, and just wanting to go to my parents' room to feel safe. To give a bit of an image of how the rooms are set up, the hallway is a bit of an L shape. My room being at the end of the smaller side, with my parents being at the end of the longer one, with a few rooms off to the side. As I would leave my room, turning around the corner, I'd get halfway down the hallway on the long part. I'd always feel the need to look behind me, and when I would, I'd see this, long, human-like figure. It almost went to the ceiling. It was made out of see-through static. Kind of like the stuff you see when you rub your eyes too hard, but still kind of see-through. It'd be slowly coming closer to me. Not physically making any movements, just slowly getting closer and closer. And when I'd see it, I would just be hella scared, and all I knew was, that thing isn't good, don't let it near me. So I'd book it the rest of the way to my parents' room, turning around, and it'd be gone. The weird thing is that if it was a one-time thing, I could just think, it's just my kid brain being goofy, or something. But I remember it happening, time after time. Not back-to-back days, but definitely happened a few times, and was the exact same situation each time. It's kind of unfortunate that this is the main thing I can remember from my childhood, with my memory being crap. But it does make for a pretty cool story, for when at least having somebody to talk about paranormal stuff with is cool with them. Although I am curious on what other people may think. Not sure what to make of this. For some context, I lived in an old house, and I assume that my great-grandmother and many other people had died in it, as the house goes back to the 40s. It's not too old. Me and my friend would go out at night because we liked the feeling of fear, but this time it was different. We went outside and around the side of the house over a driveway-sized gate, lengthwise. It was stuck, so we had to hop it. It was normal for a bit, and we didn't even go past the driveway because at the end there was a garden. Everything around it was dead, but this one tree had a small, sort of fairy-sized noose hanging from it. It was leafless, but it wasn't rotten. It had strong bark and branches. It was summer. But we ended up seeing a figure in the back behind the tree. It was gray and blurry, but we both saw it, and we were able to explain what the other was seeing. We weren't sleep-deprived in any way, and we saw it get closer, and stopping at the tree, we saw another, a black figure, though. I don't mean, ethnicity, fully black. We believed that the white one was my grandfather, and the black one was his dad, because we explained each other's relatives spot on without even seeing them. Example. Or rather, the example I explained his dad perfectly. He was able to explain my grandfather. Something began to feel off as they got closer. Then we saw what I assumed was a fox or something run across the path between us, already on edge. We just booked it on out of there. We haven't seen much like it since. At least not in that spot. Even at night. What was it? Anybody know? I sadly don't have any photos of this, as it was around 2022. Woman in the Corn. After a long day, I went to bed and shut my eyes, only to be instantly met with an image of an old farm field. The scarecrow was nothing more than broken wood and a few tattered bits of clothes. The field was overgrown with weeds and mounds of dirt covered in untamed grass. The view panned down and sank under the earth. There in the dirt, I was met with a woman's face, the plant roots just above her head. Her face was pointed toward me, roots by her right side. I opened my eyes to try and shake the images. I shut them again, and there she still was, dead. Her pale skin rotting in the dirt, alone and forgotten. It felt so real. Opened my eyes again, moved about in the hope that when I would shut them again, that it would just all be gone. Finally, I shut my eyes again. This time the field was back, but full of corn. The scarecrow, even though it was still worn, had a face and stuffing in its old body, hat looking like it was going to fall off. I opened my eyes again, spoke with my partner until the images were gone. All happened in a few minutes. I felt so bad that she was just left there. The field's not that big. Once had a small wooden fence. It's by a wooded-looking area. I'm not sure if it was woods or just a line of trees. The field felt slightly isolated, as if it would take a bit to get it from a road. All I can think of is that I hope someone one day will find her, wake her from her lonesome sleep in the field. What on earth did I see? Back when I was 6 or 7, my parents, my brother, and I had just moved into a rental in Oregon. It was the point in the move where we had almost all the boxes in the house. They were stacked high in each room. My parents, for reasons I can't remember, decided to leave for a very short time, taking my brother with them, but leaving me alone. I was walking through the one-story house, looking at each room and enjoying finally having some time alone when I got to my parents' room. To help you visualize this room, it had French doors, that's double doors, leading to their room with windows in them. Both doors were wide open to allow plenty of room to put a large furniture in. As you walk in, you had a bathroom to the left, window on the furthest wall from the door. It was late afternoon, so the light was shining in, but not quite casting shadows on the floor. But before I walked in, I saw movement in the light. As I stood in the door, I watched as an all-white silhouette of a small boy, about 3 or 4, walks toward me. I remember he was walking at a normal walking speed, but his movements looked like he was walking in slow motion. I, of course, got scared, and I ran to my parents' couch, hid my face, and when I got up again, I was gone, and I never saw it again. The house was a new build, and we were the second people to live in it, the first being people who built it. To this day, I haven't another experience, and my husband's family moved into that rental years after. They've never seen or felt anything. It's been years, and I can't find anything similar to what I saw, so does anybody know what that was? Orbs are small particles or dust? Question mark. I believe 99% of orbs in photos or videos are just small particles or dust, but I leave the 1% for ones that are possibly real. That's because I've yet to be able to explain one thing I've been told about and saw for myself. I'd appreciate any thoughts. In 2007, my oldest sister had a friend, Cecilia. I met them a few times. Told me that she was haunted. I was 12 or 13 at the time and was really intrigued and creeped out. She continued to tell me that Cecilia often experiences unexplainable supernatural phenomena at home, including sleep paralysis. The ethnicity of my people and their culture heavily surrounded the shaman religion, so we have deeply rooted connections spiritually. We have a different term for sleeping paralysis in our language, but it's a very real thing in my culture. What she tells me and shows me next is what really baffled me and creeped me out. She says that in every photo of Cecilia, there's at least 1 to 3 orbs surrounding her. She took out all the physical photos she had that Cecilia was in, from Polaroid photos to regular camera photos to pictures that Cecilia gave her. You clearly see 1 or multiple orbs around Cecilia in every picture. She showed me her Facebook pictures, same thing. Every group photo Cecilia was in, or pictures by herself, had orbs surrounding her, and only her. Physical and digital photos. Bump that 1% up a bit, then. Haunting for years, and I've walked away from every material possession that I had. I don't know what to do. Since 2021, there had been numerous inexplicable happenings. My sister-in-law passed away in her living room at 47, unexpectedly. And, quote-unquote, it got significantly more frequent. Since then, 2021, our lives have changed in many ways. Fallen apart, really. My mental health has collapsed, my career has collapsed, my living situation is quite literally verging on homelessness. I'm living with a family member. Well, that's good. My niece, that was more of a sister because of our 4-year age difference, passed away in her home at 31, September of 2023. And my best friend, and my only friend, died in September of 2024. And my half-brother passed in October. Any semblance of a personal relationship is non-existent, really. Weird shit happens to us constantly. I walked away from pretty much everything but a few suits of clothes and my kids. That's because I convinced myself something in my possession was causing the haunting. Everything was quiet for a while. I got bored and I was driving around this sleepy little town and decided to look for this really old park that I'd heard about. Not even sure why, because I was told it had dark energy tied to it. Found it, but didn't get out, as I've always been interested in the supernatural genre, so I tried to convince myself that all of this was just a figment of my imagination, and everybody else's. But it only intensified and became more blatantly obvious. I don't know what to do. Question about 2 of my encounters. Hello everybody, I wanted to ask some questions about 2 of my encounters with paranormal things when I was a kid. I lived in a house where everybody felt like it was haunted or admitted that strange things happened. My first encounter, if I remember right, this only happened once. I was in my room, I think alone. It was daytime, I assume, as my parents always slept in that same room as me when I was little. But what is strange is that I remember as if it was suddenly becoming dark, and I saw this white light orb coming close to me. I ran to my parents, crying and saying that I saw a bad sun. It was probably the first time fear had taken over me. The second encounter was amazing. I was in the same room as the first story, and it was afternoon. In the beam of light coming from my window, I saw a small light creature. I had no idea what happened next. But I know she taught me a lot of things then. I don't remember what, but I'm 100% sure that whatever knowledge she had given me is still in me. She visited me a lot when I was living in that house. The last time I saw her was after we moved. I think that was when the first time that she showed up in that house was, and the last. She was faded, and I knew it was time for her to go. Her name started with an A, I think Anamina, something like that. I'd like to ask what kind of things were they? I've been curious about this for a long time, and if anybody else experienced something similar. Was the first thing actually malicious, or maybe it was ball lightning? It came to my mind that maybe the first and second creature were the same, just changed form because they knew that I was afraid. Sleep Cycle app recording. I haven't posted here in a very long time, but this calls for a post. I use the app Sleep Cycle every night to track my sleep. If you're familiar with the app, you know that it records every sound that occurs during sleep, like snoring and sleep talking. The app also automatically labels each sound and is pretty accurate each time. Recently, I've been giggling in my sleep, which is honestly kind of embarrassing, but also amusing. But Sleep Cycle always labels this as just sleep talking. This morning I woke up at I had 6 recordings, and most of them were of myself just breathing a little bit heavier. However, there was one recording that was just labeled talking, which I've never seen before. I listened to it and I was immediately horrified. I could make out multiple voices in my room, and one of them was a male's voice. I'm 100% sure that no one has access to my apartment. I even have an application on my phone that connects to the electric lock on my door and alerts me whenever my door is locked or unlocked, whether automatically or manually. The last time my lock was messed with was when I locked it at 7:20 p.m. last night. This recording was taken at 2:41 a.m. this morning. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to even post the recording, but I'll try if anybody wants to listen. Let me know what they think. I'm not really sure what to do in my situation, but if anybody has any advice on what to do, please comment. Please help. I'm actually afraid to sleep in my apartment tonight. I wish I could hear that. Something in my house might be a shadow person. When I was around 13, I was in my room. I was on my phone at night. When I put my phone down to go to sleep, something walked past my door. My parents didn't allow me to sleep with my door closed, which is why I was able to see it. It had a similar build and height to my mom, and it came out of my parents' room and went into the bathroom. I didn't think much of it, thinking it was just my mom. But right before I went to sleep, I realized my quote-unquote mom never opened her room's door, never closed the bathroom door. When I called out to my mom, she came out of her room, not the bathroom. A few months later, my parents were watching a YouTube video about paranormal stuff. Wink, wink. I think the channel was some guy with a talking fish. I don't know how reliable he is. One of the topics was about something called shadow people. I pointed to the TV and told them that that's what I saw that night. Talking fish. Last night my mom came into my room and asked me if I'd walked down the hall. Well, I hadn't, and I was in my room the whole time. I asked her why. She explained almost exactly what had happened to me the night, except she thought it was me because there was a light which she thought was my phone's light. I guess what I'm asking within this post is, what is this? Is it still a shadow person, or is it something else? I don't have much experience with this outside my own personal experiences and basic stuff from movies, so I don't know what it is. Any answer is appreciated. My and my mother's paranormal experiences with my dad. My mother and I both have some paranormal experiences with my dad, who passed in the house in 2016 from ALS. That sucks. This one was my mom's. A few weeks after he had died, I woke up to my mom crying and calling my aunt. It was probably around 12 or 1 a.m. She had said that she felt the bedsheet lift up in a cold air lying next to her. She said she didn't feel scared and knew it was my father's spirit who did that. She had told me about it the next day. A few times in the next few years, my mom and I would find stuff moved around. My mom's water bottle on the ground, my water glass in another room, the toilet seats lifting up. Is it just my mom and I living here, or is there's no reason to lift the toilet seat up?
We both laughed it off, saying that it was my dad messing around and joking with us. There were also other times, for a few years, that the dog would stare into the room my dad died in, the living room downstairs. He does that while he's whining and barking. The dog would do that for like 30 minutes at a time. He would also stand in the corner of the wheelchair shower too and bark and whine. Once I was home alone in 2019, and I was in my room reading. It was quiet, probably around 9 p.m. I remember hearing my dad's voice call for me from downstairs. I wasn't sure where downstairs it was coming from, but I had a feeling it was a living room. I'm sorry to hear about your dad. More things keep happening. Friday, I was left home alone. My parents went to buy groceries at the town nearby. They left at around 5 p.m. I decided to clean the house and make it nice and neat for when they were getting back. But when I was washing the dishes, I kept hearing someone running behind me. Not just tiny feet like a kid or a pet, more like if it was an adult running because it made the whole trailer shake a little bit. I've never been one to believe in ghosts, but I don't really know what to think of this. I've had to start using melatonin gummies to sleep, all the frickin' noises at night making me uneasy and freak me out by now. I also usually work to very late hours, maybe 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. Leaves me to get home, my parents are asleep. Everything is quiet and calm. I've come to get used to this lately, but last night, I heard somebody talking to me with my mom's voice. Didn't even thought about anything weird because I was cooking something for me. Yep, at 12 a.m. I'm eating something. Damn straight. So, I was looking around behind me, focusing on the stove. The conversation was just around how my day was, and I answered like normal. I then turned around to grab a spoon, and there's no one. I searched for Mom, and she's asleep. I don't want to think about it being ghosts or something else, so I've decided to schedule an appointment with a psychologist. Perhaps it's all in my mind. Currently, the appointment will take a little bit to arrive since it's until Friday. Hopefully I won't run into more crap like this. But this is genuinely affecting me right now. Ghosts on my house. What to do? It all started a month ago. That's when my parents went to get groceries. They usually leave for like 2 or 3 hours in these cases. I decided to go take a bath, but as I got out of my room and through the kitchen, I saw a towel hanging on a chair being held by one of the corners. As I got closer, it fell. Thought it had been kind of creepy, but that all went down a few days later when we were all sleeping and I heard noises or stuff being moved around in the kitchen. Didn't have much thought, went to check who was there. No one. Last things that happened were in my room. I have a small closet and I always close it because I'm scared of the stupid idea of someone watching me from the inside the closet. One night, I saw hot. It slowly started to open, just enough as if someone was watching me. Then, the very next day, I felt someone pulling my blankets off of me. I got up, turned on the light, and then heard somebody trying to open my door, turning and moving it desperately. I didn't even fucking open it until it stopped. The last thing that happened was last night when I tried to open my door and I couldn't, as if someone was holding it from the other side. It took me 5 minutes to finally open it. Seems to happen to my whole house. An event slowly moved closer to my room. I have no idea what's happening, nor how to stop it. I ain't pretty much scared of a ghost. I'm just kind of stressed because I haven't slept properly in days. Unknown whistler. I thought it was about time I started sharing the odd things that happened to me. This event goes back a few years to an apartment that we lived in. It was a house split into 2 apartments. We lived on the bottom floor,
I should note that it was normal for my husband to go upstairs and hang out with them for a while, leaving me alone. Plus, the part of the building it took place in wouldn't have had anyone walking around outside. While in the bathroom, I heard somebody walk into the kitchen, start to whistle a tune. I could hear them opening cupboards, and of course, assuming my husband had come back. The whistling stopped for a few seconds. Then they started the tune from the beginning. They stopped again, cutting the tune short, and started again after a few seconds. At this point, I noticed that it sounded the same, and I mean exactly the same. This happened a couple more times. Each time the tune getting shorter until it was nothing but them reaping the same first note over and over, fast succession. That was while getting close to the bathroom. I looked at the door handle. I tried to brace it so nothing could open it. The whistler got faster and faster, then held the last note at an unhuman-like pitch that distorted. The note was held for so long I thought it would be trapped in the bathroom until someone came down. Then silence. I'm not sure how long I paced around the bathroom for before I got up the nerve to open the door, but it felt like a while. Whenever I'm by myself and hear whistling, it makes me freeze in place, hoping it's not gonna come back. A strange figure following me around. This is my first time posting on the subreddit. I wanted to see if any of you know what this thing is that's so keen on following me around. So I've been seeing this apparition in a black cloak. It's around almost 6 feet tall, and the hood is completely covering its face. No facial features can be seen. Nothing but emptiness. Now at first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. That was until I was on call with my friend, and she saw it. We were on video call, and we were laughing and we were giggling. She got quiet for a minute. I asked her what was wrong, because normally when people get really quiet like that, something happened. She told me she saw a guy in a cloak behind me. That's when my face dropped. That's because I'd been seeing this apparition for like around 5 months now. And I continued to see it. And now my friend saw it on the phone. I thought it was just my imagination, so other people were also seeing it. She thought I was playing a prank on her, and I told her no one was in the house. My mother was gone for the night. Now this apparition has never done anything but just stand there and move very fast, and I've heard it whispering. Can't really pick up on it, but it seems to happen sometimes when I'm listening to music and it happens in the background. My house is kind of, pretty haunted overall. I'm normally attracting spirits or apparitions left and right for no reason. I just attract things. I don't necessarily know why. But this thing's terrifying sometimes, especially home alone, seeing it move quickly or in the dark. See ya. I hear breathing under my bed. A lot of people asked for more detail, so here's one of the freakiest things I've experienced in the few years that I've lived here. This first happened in late 2023. I was coming home from a tattoo appointment at about 8 p.m. My boyfriend was at work. It was really quiet in the house as only one other roommate was still awake. Went into my room to greet my cat and lay down. As I was changing my clothes, I heard a distinct, rhythmic breathing coming from underneath the bed. In, out, in, out. It was so clear and so human-like. Turned off my music and texted my boyfriend to tell him I was afraid somebody may be in our room. He pointed out that a human couldn't fit under our bed. There was no one in the closet when I was changing. I still heard the same distinct inhale and exhale for another 4 hours or so. My cat was even acting weird, like she could hear it. I stayed on the bed and turned the TV volume up so I wouldn't hear it as well, and that was until I could finally not hear it at all. My boyfriend believed me and understood why I was so creeped out. Fast forward to early 2024. was visiting my friend out of town, and he texted me to tell me that he could hear it too. The same inhale and exhale, steady and human-like. He said it was definitely coming from under the bed. We both heard it once or twice more, though, through the course of the year. It's unsettling, whatever it is. My first paranormal encounter. I was just visiting my parents for Thanksgiving. I was sleeping on a pull-out couch in the basement. There's nothing in front of the bed that could possibly be mistaken for a person. This is not the house that I grew up in. The previous owner did die in the house, of a stroke, I believe. And last night I woke up at around 5 a.m. and looked to see what time it was. No clue why I woke up, but I noticed something was at the foot of my bed. I immediately thought it was one of my brothers and was about to sit up and ask why he was watching me sleep. My eyes focused on him, though, and I realized this wasn't my brother. It was definitely a tall man, and he was wearing a yellow turtleneck. Not only that, he had a very long neck and long arms. He didn't have a face, at least from what I could tell. He had his hand on his hip, almost like he was annoyed at me. Closed my eyes, pretended to be asleep for about 40 minutes after this, and as soon as I closed my eyes, the foot of the bed started shaking. I broke out in a cold sweat and felt extremely nauseous. Said a few Hail Marys under my breath because I was so freaked out. When I got up in the morning, I realized that my dog had moved into the other room at some point that night before it woke up. And that's very unusual for him. I googled the man who had died in this house, and I do have the same name as his mother. And this is my first time having a paranormal encounter that I was sure of. My main questions are, what could this thing have been? Why didn't it have a face? Could it have possibly had a face and just didn't want me to see it? I think I saw the smiling man. When I was in school, I had to travel to a different town. And that meant I had to walk every morning and evening to and from the bus stop. And it wasn't a short walk. This was in the autumn when the nights had started to draw in, and I had a specific route I would take, usually back through alleys as I sort of cut the journey down from about 25 minutes to 15. But one October evening, my bus was late, so I was late to get off at the bus stop. I was walking with a friend, and we were walking our normal route. It was cold, and both of us wanted to get home. The street lights around my area aren't really always working, so we had our phones out with torches on and light up the alleys. We'd been walking for around 5 minutes when we saw something out of the corner of our eyes to our lefts. Down toward a car park, my friend called out, and I shone my light to see if we could see anything. We'd stop and look down there for a minute, but saw nothing. So we continued walking, and again I saw something out of the corner of my eye and looked across the street to see a man barely visible in the lights from a nearby building. The man was mostly plain. I couldn't really make out any features, just that of a very wide smile that just felt uncanny. As I turned to try to make out more features, me and my friend get startled by the scraping of metal on concrete down the car park. So we ran the rest of the way to our homes. From that night, I always took the longer route, as it was down a well-lit road where more people would walk. I don't know much on the smiling man, but I can't get this guy's smile out of my mind. And this was years ago now. A crouching man. This happened when I was around 5 to 7 years old. My family had just moved into a new house, and we were going to sleep in a finished basement for undisclosed reasons. Since I was a kid, I woke up very early. The sun was barely out, and I got up and went to my parents' room, which was quite literally 2 steps away. They were obviously asleep, and so I decided to go back to my shared room when in front of me was what I assumed was a man. I could somewhat make out a silhouette, and I could tell he was crouching. He had a big smile on his face and a bright white eye with small pupils. He was just staring, and I was staring back as I was just frozen up in fear. I bolted to my bed, not looking back, as I hid underneath the covers as, a kid does. As clique as it sounds, I think he meant cliche, when I looked from my bed, the man was gone. I heard no running or even walking footsteps going up the stairs. The stairs squeaked loudly, so I would have definitely heard them if he ran or something. I'm convinced that it wasn't human. Couldn't be with bright white eyes and a bright white smile. Why not? I don't believe it was a dream as I continued my day walking awake and being paranoid. I'm not sure if I was hallucinating, my brain was playing tricks on me or something. That image of him is so etched into my mind every time I think about it, I get nauseous and I start to slightly shake. Another thing is that I was a kid and my memory could be unreliable. But that's something that's stuck with me all these years. My mom's biological dad saved my life. Not sure if this is the right group for this, but sharing anyway. My mom's biological dad passed away in a car accident before my mom was even born. It happened in the winter almost 40 years ago. Around 3 months ago, I'm driving in the city. And I live in the country around 45 minutes from the city, so going up there isn't a very common thing for me. I was heading to drop my sister off at her friend's house when I had this voice tell me to fix my seatbelt right now. I was coming up to a stop sign and very quickly fixed my seatbelt and told my sister to fix hers too. Less than 30 seconds later, I got hit on my right side in the middle of the truck bed, caused me to crash into a street lamp. Both my sister and I were miraculously fine. I only had whiplash, a mild concussion, and some bruises. My sister only had the whiplash. The other driver wasn't so lucky and had a broken arm and a hell of a lot to say for somebody who blew a stop sign. When all said and done, and I had gone home, I told him about how that voice had told me to fix my seatbelt. My grandma, my mom's mom, started tearing up and told me about how 42 years ago, her and my mom's biological dad had gotten into an accident on the exact same street. Had told her to fix her seatbelt the same way. Another time this happened was when I was on the phone with my boyfriend and he was driving home from work and I had the same voice tell him to fix his seatbelt. And he usually drove it behind me, or rather behind him. And less than 2 minutes later, he flipped his truck around a corner. Never doubt that voice as long as I live. I keep hearing heavy breathing in my room. Indeed, gecko. So this just happened, but basically I was watching YouTube with headphones on my laptop. I got bored and turned it off, took my phone just to see and scroll a bit of social media. Then I started hearing this very heavy breathing near my bed. I didn't move for like a solid minute to see if I was, maybe tripping. But the heavy breathing continued. I lift my bed up, no one's there. I checked my wardrobe. Nobody to see. Then it stopped, but I swear that noise was coming from near my bed. This is also not the first time something strange like this has happened. Another time I was up studying late, and when I finished I turned my lights off, went to lay in my bed. The second I was in my bed I started hearing noises from my desk, like somebody was fumbling with plastic. This has happened like 3 times in the span of a month. The last time it happened I said a quick prayer and it stopped. But I saw a small dark shadow get up and walk away from behind my chair. Another thing that I also experienced. I'm 19, by the way. I work at a college as a cleaner after school. But anyways, whenever I have to clean the 3rd and top floor, I have this eerie feeling like I'm being watched. I feel this very negative presence there. Sometimes I think I'm seeing a dark shadow. But that could also be because of my bad eyesight. Sweet dreams. I keep hearing heavy breathing in my room. Indeed, gecko.
So this just happened, but basically I was watching YouTube with headphones on my laptop. I got bored and turned it off, took my phone just to see and scroll a bit of social media. Then I started hearing this very heavy breathing near my bed. Oh, I didn't move for like a solid minute to see if I was, maybe tripping. But the heavy breathing continued. I lift my bed up, no one's there. I checked my wardrobe. Nobody to see. Then it stopped. But I swear that noise was coming from near my bed. This is also not the first time something strange like this has happened. Another time I was up studying late, and when I finished I turned my lights off, went to lay in my bed. The second I was in my bed I started hearing noises from my desk, like somebody was fumbling with plastic. This has happened like 3 times in the span of a month. The last time it happened I said a quick prayer and it stopped. But I saw a small dark shadow get up and walk away from behind my chair. Another thing that I also experienced. I'm 19, by the way. I work at a college as a cleaner after school. But anyways, whenever I have to clean the 3rd and top floor, I have this eerie feeling like I'm being watched. And I feel this very negative presence there. Sometimes I think I'm seeing a dark shadow. But that could also be because of my bad eyesight. Sweet dreams. My family shared the same dream. We've lost my uncle, the brother of my father, about 3 years ago by suicide. He had a wife, my aunt, and 4 daughters, my cousins. Nobody knows the background of his suicide, not even his direct family. At least they told us so. He was found in the attic by his youngest daughter. The time after his funeral was emotionally challenging for most of us. My father's dreamed about my uncle at least 20 times, and in every single one of them he was unable to talk, just smiling sadly. In one dream, my father was mad because my uncle never talked and told him to leave. He didn't appear for a few months before the routine restarted. I didn't dream of my uncle for the last 3 years until a few months ago. In my dream, he didn't talk either, we just looked at each other. Until now, there doesn't seem to be anything paranormal, and like I said, until now. We had a family reunion, told him about my dream. I told him that in my dream he was nicely dressed, and he rarely was in reality. He had some white shirt, fancy pants, and a dark necktie. Many of my family members stared at me for a few seconds, and at least 4 more people told me that they had the exact same dream. A non-talking uncle dressed to attend a wedding. The detail of his clothing to it pretty similar to be coincidence in my opinion. This isn't a crazy ghost story, but remarkable for sure. Maybe somebody knows the backgrounds of these occurrences. The man outside the window. When I was younger, 3 or maybe 4, I was sitting in the lounge room with my mom and sister. For context, the lounge room had a huge window that looked out into our enclosed patio. You would enter the front door to the house from the patio. My mom also always made sure it was locked for nighttime for safety reasons. Anyways, it was getting darker, probably close to my bedtime. I was minding my own business when I felt someone watching me. I paused and looked out the window when I saw an elderly man sitting on the chair. With his leg crossed, he was resting his left ankle on his right knee in the patio. "Do you see that man?" I asked my mom, pointing out where he was sitting. My mom looked out the window. "Where? I can't see anyone." "Right there." It was like my stomach dropped when I realized Mom wasn't lying when she said she couldn't see the man sitting in the chair. I genuinely was so panicked and freaked out. I honestly begged my mom to look where I was pointing and, "Please, Mom, he's right there. You really can't see him?" By the time Mom turned the outside light to the patio, he had disappeared. I remember what he looked like so vividly. I described to my mom what the man looked like and even what he was wearing.
The creepy thing was that it was my mom's dad, my pop that I'd never met. He passed away before I was even born. I'd never seen a single photo of him until that day. Extrasensory perception. About 30 years ago, when I was 6 years old, a classmate of mine tragically died in a snowmobile accident. She and her father were traveling down a frozen river when they fell through. Sadly, although her body was recovered, her father's never was really found. This happened on a weekend, and it wasn't until the following Monday that the whole class was told about it. I should note that I was never close with this girl. She was more of an acquaintance. But nevertheless, this event was one of the first deaths I'd experienced. It's always stuck with me. It's an eerie experience that happened before this event that I'll never forget. On the weekend of the tragic event, I remember being at home when at some point during the afternoon I had this weird feeling that's hard to explain. I suddenly started thinking about my classmate, specifically worrying that something was wrong with her. It was very brief, and I never gave it any thought again until that following Monday at school when I learned of what had happened. What's even creepier is that my premonition occurred around the same time it was estimated that the accident happened. I've never experienced an ESP event of this magnitude since. I'm still not sure what to make of it. The only thing close to this is the odd, uncanny ability I have to predict certain episodes of TV shows that'll air a few days before they do. And that's obviously nowhere near as serious. Nowhere near as eerie as the original occurrence. My boyfriend saw me mouthing words to him in the dark. My boyfriend just told me this happened, and he said it happened within the last week. Our house is haunted, but this is freaking me out. I usually sleep on my left side, facing away from him in bed. On one night in particular, I'd fallen asleep facing him while he was awake on his phone. He sat up for a moment and looked at me. Before realizing my eyes were wide open, I was trying to mouth something to him. He kept asking, "What? Huh?" I wasn't responding. He shined his phone screen on my face and my eyes were closed. My mouth was slightly open. But when he moved his screen light, he saw my eyes open and I was mouthing stuff to him again. He got so creeped out he almost slept on the couch, but he decided to face away from me and fell back asleep. This has me rattled. The stuff in our house doesn't usually freak me out, but this has me shaken up. His vision is good even in the dark. I sleep with my eyes open sometimes, and it is creepy. But it's not wide open, and doesn't stop once the light is on. I don't know what this could have been if it wasn't his eyes playing tricks on him, and I'm not convinced it was. My brother used to do that to me, and it's terrifying. Going back to sleep is not an option. Glimpse into an alternate timeline. I'm not sure if this is the right place for this, but I had such a weird experience last night, and I'd like to know if anybody knows why this happened, or if I'm just losing my mind. I was just doing my nails, and suddenly, the thought of this house that my husband and I almost rented 6 years ago popped into my head. It got stuck in my head like a song would. So weird. I had a quick, what I guess I'll call a vision. I could briefly see the house with our things inside of it. I could feel love and some sadness. Maybe saw an empty crib. It's been slowly fading like a dream would, but it certainly wasn't a dream. I was able to look back at my Facebook messages from 2018 with that landlord, and it was almost exactly 6 years ago to the day that we toured that house. So strange. I've never had anything like that happen before. My husband and I do have a son now. I have a terminal genetic condition. And we have no idea why we're both carriers, but maybe in an alternate timeline we lost a baby before it was born or shortly after. Has anybody else ever had something like this happen, or am I having some sort of mental episode? Never had anything like this before. I wouldn't even say I'm a believer in alternate universes or timelines. I wasn't completely immersed in a different place like I've read others experience. It was more of a fleeting, but it was also all-consuming. A house I've never seen. Some background. At the time of this event, I was 20 and a firefighter for the U.S. Army. Everyone shook when I say that, but Army bases are basically walled cities, and like any other city, they require firefighters. My best friend was in my unit. He was with me for the sake of this retelling. We're going to call him Jay. Jay and I were on 48 hours on, 72 hours off schedule, and being two young idiots with more free time than safe, we developed some dumbass hobbies, the biggest of which was urban exploration. This had nothing to do with the supernatural, as neither of us had any belief in anything supernatural and simply enjoyed the exploration. Felt like being like a sort of archaeologist, except one of more recent history. The place we were stationed in the U.S. was full of abandoned buildings or even entire towns within a few hours' drive. For well over a year, we broke into and explored literally hundreds of abandoned structures with absolutely no supernatural happenings. It grew to be all we could really think about. Sounds very fun. We spent all of our free time exploring or traveling the forums, just looking for new places to see. Old story, but I still remember the black shadow from when I was 12. Hi, didn't know there was a paranormal sub, and I have many stories from the household I live in. This one was from back in 2012, when I was 12. I got sick often, and one day I was home in bed. The dog was lying on the bed as well. I heard some footsteps coming up the stairs, and thought it was my dad. Well, since he was also home, and I could see the stairs from the room I was in, and I saw a black shadow walk up the stairs and turn down the other hallway. Which was weird, because that hallway was short. Thought I was seeing things. But I remember the dog saw the shadow too, and he seemed nervous. The shadow was pure black and didn't have any features, though the outline of it was more masculine, and it was around 5'9" or 10. I went downstairs and asked my dad if he just went upstairs. He said no. A few weeks later, I had a friend sleep over. The next morning, they said they saw a black shadow standing in the doorway of the room facing us. A few weeks later, I had another friend over, and they reported seeing the same shadow standing in the doorway. I always thought it was just the teen boy who committed suicide in the basement. Also, since then, my dad has passed in the house. So, there have been 2 deaths in my house now. Dying father visits son's dream to warn him that he's dying. So a friend of mine is a massive skeptic. He's not interested in paranormal and doesn't believe spirituality stuff. He's straight as a die. D-I. Straight as an arrow. But years ago, before mobile phones, he was on holiday in Mexico, and he's from the UK. He had a dream about his father where his dad visited him and says that he's dying. His dad told him that his vision is completely gone and that he's dying, but he's okay. His father wasn't sick prior to this. My friend wakes up the next morning with a message from reception of the hotel. It was to say that his mother had called, and he needed to contact her urgently.
So he rings his mother. She explains that his father had died a few hours ago and also said that prior to his death he completely lost his vision. Fast forward a few years. His house is crazily haunted, and over the years he told me some chilling stories. I believe he has a kind of gift where he can connect with the dead. Emoji that has a thinking expression. For some reason I couldn't leave that one out.